What's scarier than facing someone who isn't afraid of death? Our protagonist is just a young man who hasn't seen much of the world, but he gets accidentally summoned to a trial dungeon. If he can make it out alive, he'll gain extraordinary powers. But for someone who's never fought before, that's next to impossible. In his desperation, he accidentally triggers a strange system. But what the hell? The first mission it gives him is to go die. That's because this is the infinite respawn system. As long as you die, you instantly respawn right where you were. After dying and coming back to life 10,000 times, Kang Hyun has basically become a madman who doesn't know the meaning of life or death. Let's jump straight into the story. It opens with a skeleton speaking. Undead those who cannot die even after death. For us, immortal beings who have escaped the cycle of reincarnation, conquering a dimension is not difficult at all. Conquering the dimension called Earth is just a matter of time. Or so we thought. An undead points, shouting in disbelief. How is this possible? You're just a human. The undead stares at a figure standing tall amidst the flames, gasping in shock. How could it be? Why are you still alive? A voice rings out. Who knows? A flicker of madness lights up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Maybe it's because the flames around him dissipated, revealing a distorted, twisted face. He screamed, "Maybe I'm just stronger than you lot." Then, he threw a punch, striking decisively at the terrified undead. To understand everything, we have to go back 2 years to an apartment building. A girl's angry voice rang out, "I can't stand you anymore." Inside the house, she glared at the young man, questioning him. "I let you live here because you said you were looking for work, but you waste every waking hour just drinking and playing games," she said firmly. "If you're going to be like this, just go back to mom and dad's place." But he hesitated, slowly trying to find an excuse for himself. "No, Finally, he said he couldn't keep relying on his parents at his age. His words made the girl snap. "So, relying on your little sister is fine then? You have an allowance, don't you? Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Go find a part-time job or something." His face was red from alcohol, and he gave a half-hearted answer before quickly slipping into his room. All right, I'll think about it tomorrow. My head is spinning right now." She shouted again after he closed the door. Time and time again, "Why do you keep?" He sighed wearily, jumped onto his bed, buried his face in the pillow, and muttered, "You're so pathetic, Kang Hyun. Why do you live like this? The only thing you managed to do after coming to Seoul was a short-term internship at a big corporation. I should have found a job boxing things or something sooner." Kang Hyun looked over and saw the game was still open on his desk. I forgot to log out before I quit the game." Then he continued to mutter unconsciously, "Oh man, real life would be so great if it were a video game. Then I could probably get a decent job. Warrior, mage, swordsman." Then he slowly drifted off to sleep. From somewhere, a mechanical voice resonated, detected a connection from the Haken dimension, initiating Earth's defense system. Kang Hyun was still fast asleep, completely unaware. Connection to the Haken dimension temporarily denied. The tutorial will now begin on Earth. Kang Hyun suddenly woke up. He realized he was in a completely white space. He asked in a panic, "What is this?" Kang Hyun thought, as the words floated in front of his eyes. The mechanical voice spoke again. "Time until connection to the Haken dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 27 seconds, 26 seconds, 25 seconds. A notification window appeared before him. "Welcome, Kang Hyun, to the tutorial." The tutorial consists of 8 stages. He couldn't help but read along with the text. 8 steps in total. Death in this place does not affect reality. You cannot give up halfway. If you fail, you cannot retry. Upon completing the tutorial, you will awaken and receive a reward. He was speechless. Then he wondered, "Is this?" Kang Hyun immediately thought of the games he used to play. "Master, you've logged in today as well." This thought made him cover his face in embarrassment, thinking, this is the kind of dream only a game addict in need of therapy would have. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry." Kang Hyun, you'll go find a job right now." Then Hyun said, but his attitude changed quickly, becoming cheerful and excited. "Who cares? This is a dream anyway. Maybe this is a sign from God telling me to give it my all for once." A notification rang out. User with additional thinking capability. Entering stage 1. "We pray that your courage will save the Earth." He was confused and wondered, save what? The system continued. Stage 1. Prove your courage by defeating your greatest fear. Completion condition. Reach the destination at the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. He asked himself, what bridge? Suddenly, his surroundings changed. Red flames appeared before his eyes. The space around him had become a cave, and below him was a river of scorching lava. Small stone bridges were the only places he could stand, along with many other people just like him. What? What the hell is this? Kang Hyun asked in a panic. Is that lava? What's with this heat? I'm completely confused. Who are these people? What's going on? I was definitely at home. He thought to himself, what kind of stupid dream is this? Ouch, so hot. Is this really a dream? A familiar voice rang out next to him. Kang Hyun? His little sister was also standing on the bridge next to him. He was stunned and blurted out, Kang Hyun? Why the hell are you appearing in my first dream of the year? This is ridiculous. Kang Hyun immediately retorted, that's my line. She asked him, confused, but is this really a dream? They're talking about saving the earth or something? Suddenly, Kang Hyun spoke seriously. Kang Hyun, don't act like this is your dream, because this is my dream, she shouted angrily. Is that really what matters right now? She analyzed, how could the lava be this hot if we're dreaming? Does talking naturally in a dream even make sense? Don't you see something wrong here? Kang Hyun confidently tilted his chin and replied, the brain is easily fooled. People always say you can't feel pain in a dream, but they're probably lying. You know, I once dreamt that I was peeing. It felt so real. And then I woke up feeling relieved that the blanket was still safe. She looked at her idiot brother rambling in front of her and couldn't help but say, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Great. You actually dared to tell such an embarrassing thing in front of your little sister. He didn't care and replied, anyway, I'm going. She was confused. What? Go where? He pointed at the quest board and replied, it says to go to the end of the bridge. Can't you see it? I'm not sure. Since this is my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't understand. Kang Hyun was furious at his words and retorted, I'm an NPC, but I can still see it. Then she asked him, aren't you afraid of falling? He mockingly replied, huh? Are you dense? Since this is a dream, if I die, I'll just wake up. Before he could finish his sentence, someone fell right in front of them, leaving him stunned. Then, Hyun witnessed the scene of that person being swallowed by lava in agonizing pain. Finally, only black smoke and the smell of burning flesh remained. Both of them were frozen in shock. Kang Hyun spoke up first, mocking him. Just after she finished speaking, she looked at him, who was shaking like a leaf, but he still tried to play it cool. That scream just sounded a bit realistic, that's all. I'm not afraid at all. His demeanor made her feel nothing but contempt. She took a deep breath and started crawling. She advised, don't do anything stupid. If you're going to move, don't walk. Maybe crawling is safer. He scratched his head sheepishly but still spoke toughly. Really? I'm not scared, but since you said so, she couldn't help but think, he's always like this. The lava flowed and bubbled underneath them. Above, the other players had started off on various different bridges. Kang Hyun and Kang Hyun were still crawling slowly and steadily. Suddenly, she spoke up. Hey, what do you think is happening to us? Any ideas? He speculated. It's just a hyper-realistic nightmare. You're still saying that? She dismissed his speculation and continued to ask. But you've truly realized that this isn't just an ordinary problem, right? Can a dream that feels this real actually exist? There must be something happening that we can't even imagine. If we die here, maybe in reality we Hyun suddenly blurted out. Huh? Looking over, he saw that she had tears in her eyes, her voice trembling as she accused him. You jerk! You're trying to ignore it. Why do you keep bringing it up? I'm already frozen with fear, she thought in disappointment. He's probably the most unreliable brother in the world. He lay flat, let out a loud sigh, and complained, let's take a break, then continue. I can't crawl anymore. My hands and feet are shaking like crazy. She disbelieved him and asked, so, you're just gonna lay there? He turned to look at her, a smile on his lips as he said, you know what? There's still a chance this is a dream, right? Maybe if I just stay like this, I'll wake up on my own. Dream. Once again, before he could finish his sentence, another notification board appeared in front of them. The time limit since the tutorial began had passed, and the difficulty had increased. Rumming sounds echoed, signaling that something bad was about to happen. They asked in panic, what now? The others also realized something was about to happen. The bridge. Behind them, the bridge was slowly collapsing. Everyone was panicked. The bridge was collapsing, and everyone was running for their lives. Run. Now is not the time to stand still. Kang Hyun immediately stood up and ran, catching him off guard. Hey, wait for me. The bridge was collapsing right at their heels. Kang Hyun tried his best to run. He told himself, it's okay, the bridge isn't too narrow. If I don't slip, I'll reach the finish line. Just keep your eyes on the path. Both of them ran with all their might. Kang Hyun thought happily. All right, almost there. Awesome, almost there. This will be over soon. But he looked over at his sister and saw the bridge above her was collapsing. Kang Hyun noticed it too but couldn't react in time. With extraordinary strength, he gave it his all and successfully jumped onto the bridge where Kang Hyun was running. In a flash, he lunged to push her forward. Together, they reached the finish line just before the bridge completely collapsed. All the bridges had completely collapsed, signaling that the game was over. A system notification appeared. Level clear. Congratulations. You have completed Stage 1. They looked at the notification board in confusion. You have been temporarily awakened to receive mission rewards. You will truly awaken when the tutorial ends. Kang Hyun finally lay back, letting out a sigh of relief. He couldn't move even a finger anymore. Kang Hyun asked a series of questions. Temporarily awakened? Tutorial? Is there more? He called out to her. Hey, aren't you going to thank the person who saved your life? She quickly replied. Fine, thanks. She looked at the status window in front of her. Name, Kang Hyun. Level, less than 1. Agility, 12. Magic power, 13. Bonus stat, 1. Innate ability, calm. Ability, empty. Skill, empty. She asked again, what is this? Level, physique, agility. Hearing this, he immediately thought, status window. The #1 gift a man wants for his birthday. He tried to sit up, trying to look at himself, wanting to see the window. My status on the display board. Innate ability, resurrection, ability, empty, skill, empty. He tried to see clearly, telling himself he wanted to see it too, but then he saw himself sitting up in his familiar bed and suddenly let out a scream. Hyun panted, trying to calm down. He looked up at his ceiling and blurted out, that was a dream, right? A message was sent. I had a weird dream today. Someone named Aparos, flapping his wing, replied. Yeah. Others in the chat group started discussing. The person named Acrobatic Monkey messaged, me too, lol. Redfist Goa also said, I fell in my dream and died. Happy Dia sent the Spider-Man pointing meme. Dispit. What the heck? A post with the content Lucy Dream successfully received many interactions. Another person named S. Hanim also posted a question. My whole family had the same dream. Does dying in a dream mean anything? Someone please explain. The news ticker on TV also reported that our supreme leader had survived even under hell. People all over South Korea were sharing their strange experiences online. Someone else wrote, my mom always tells me not to read novels all the time. But now she's sitting there carefully listening to me. Ha ha ha. Looks like nerds understand the situation better than experts. Everyone tell me what you dreamed about. On Reddit, there was also a post. I will share the hot currencies related to the tutorial right now. I invested everything in Coin 1OP, 2SLDH3 it. Another video was posted on TikTok with the hashtag World Rescue Challenge. Chat room open for all those with innate abilities. Another post with the content. Beat, beat, beat. A robotic voice announced the time. Until. The connection to the Hack-Ken dimension is completed. 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 42 seconds. That morning at the apartment complex, the sound of the door opening and 2 people calling out loudly. Kang Hyun? Kang Hyun? Both spoke at once, continuously saying, I just had a dream. You walked on that lava. I almost died. It wasn't just a dream. More importantly, the status window. We dreamed exactly the same thing. She shouted, damn it, let me speak first. Kang Hyun didn't give in either, saying, you're the one who interrupted me. Then both of them were out of breath, panting competitively. Both of their stomachs growled at the same time. They both went silent, then agreed to eat something first. Yeah, the key words from that strange dream had taken over the hot search. Kang Hyun scrolled through her phone, looking for news. The siblings ate in silence. She said, if you're right, this isn't just a dream, and it's not just happening in our country. It seems like everyone around the world had the same dream, he said, staring at his phone in disbelief. For real? I guess dying in the game doesn't affect reality. They say 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but no one was actually hurt. Kang Hyun shivered, remembering. It felt so vivid, and falling like that would definitely hurt. She said that people who fell were supposedly badly injured, while Kang Hyun remained lost in thought, staring at his phone screen. She asked, is it really okay for us to be eating normally like this? Everything out there seemed to be in chaos. Kang Hyun just kept chewing in silence. He finally set his chopsticks down and replied, what else can we do besides eat properly? He stood up and walked toward the window. He pulled back the curtains and asked, are you planning to jump headfirst into that chaos? He looked down at the street where people were panicking and scrambling for supplies. "Hey, that's mine. Sorry, I grabbed it first." Another group held up signs, protesting and calling for repentance. The day of judgment had come, and the wicked were taking the opportunity to loot and destroy everything. Both of them watched the chaos, speechless. Kang Hyun calmly asked, "I guess we can't go to work, can we?" He replied, "Don't even ask. Going out there now will only get us hurt." "Do you remember anything about the connection to the Haken dimension?" She answered, "You didn't look at the status window carefully, did you? They said we could at least check the remaining time during the temporary awakening." She gestured with her hand, saying, "Check the time?" A screen appeared. Kang Hyun thought to himself, "Damn it, I want to see my status window too." On the screen it read, "Time remaining until the connection to the Haken dimension is complete. 4 years, 364 days, 17 hours, and 3 seconds. He looked at it and said, "Whatever it is, we still have nearly 5 years left." He wondered if they could even prepare for that within 5 years. It was chaotic now, but things would calm down soon. It was better to stay inside. She looked at him, disbelieving, thinking he actually made sense. Unlike the chaos in the morning, nothing else notable happened. By evening, most people had returned to their daily lives. Thanks to that, Korea stabilized in just 1 day. And so, the first day ended. Hyun was asleep when he suddenly opened his eyes to see a notification board. He calmly sat up in the familiar space. "Welcome to Kang Hyun's tutorial." He sat there, scratching his head. "Ah, right," the system asked. "Would you like to see an explanation and guide for using the basic interface?" He replied, "Skip, let me see my status window first." The status window appeared. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, None. Level, 1. Physique, 8. Agility, 9. Stamina, 8. Mana, 14. Bonus stats, 1. Special skill, Resurrection. Abilities, none. Skills, none. He wondered, is this okay? I have nothing to compare it to, so I can't judge. Kang Hyun scratched his chin, muttering, "Mana stat, does that mean I can use magic or something?" I'm not sure, but he noticed a cool, eye-catching word on the board. Special skill, Resurrection. He smiled, intrigued. Resurrection, this seems like an overpowered, cheat-like ability. Resurrection skill details. Ability to resurrect 24 hours after death. Description: return from the dead until Earth is free from the crisis. If a specific resurrection location is not set, resurrection will occur at the last sleeping location. Penalty: level reduced by 1. All abilities reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Guide: resurrection penalty does not apply. Kang Hyun shouted joyfully, "This is amazing. I can't believe my life isn't just that of a loser." "Ha ha," the system asked again. "Would you like to enter stage 2? He immediately replied, "Of course." He happily told himself that whether his stats were high or low, he could still level up and raise them. As a miraculous resurrector, what couldn't he do? Up to this point, he was quite excited about having the resurrection skill, without thinking about what was to come. In a gloomy fortress, the sound of panting and blood dripping on the ground filled the air with the stench of iron. A goblin with a bloodied head roared. Kang Hyun didn't hesitate to swing his weapon. He landed a heavy blow, but it dodged. So, the trial of stage 2 was to defeat the enemy and prove one's skill. He swung his weapon again, thinking, I thought this was a battle, so it's just like a game, for sure. Blood splattered everywhere, and he successfully took down the goblin. His hand, gripping the mace, was shaking violently and covered in blood. Kang Hyun was terrified, realizing he had taken it down with a surprise attack. But the feeling of defeating a living creature made his whole body tremble. I killed it. He looked at the goblin lying motionless in a pool of blood. He covered his mouth in discomfort, thinking, damn it, it feels like I'm about to throw up. He turned and walked away, silently musing to himself. I only won because it was just one goblin. If I hadn't attacked by surprise, I would be the one lying there. He suddenly saw a massive figure with glowing eyes in the corner. Kang Hyun went pale with fear, instinctively backing away into a defensive stance. The goblin had seen its comrade's corpse behind him. The goblin's rage flared. He fearfully recalled, wait, were there two from the start? Isn't the goblin a low-level monster for beginners? This one was twice the size of the previous one and carried a sword over 1 meter long. If he got hit, he wouldn't just be knocked back. It roared in anger and swung its sword powerfully toward him. With a body lacking exercise from long-term unemployment, and the mace he chose at the start of the tutorial only being 70 centimeters long, the mace was knocked away by the sheer force. He couldn't possibly block a 1 meter sword. He was slashed across the shoulder. and then a series of slashes followed. After who knows how long, Kang Hyun sat dazed, his face covered in blood and tears. He thought with difficulty, "What the hell, why do I have to go through this?" His bloodied body was being dragged along the ground. He thought in agony, "Damn it, why doesn't it just kill me already? When will I wake up from this nightmare? Whatever, someone help me." I never knew how much blood was in the human body until I saw it for myself. The fear of death began to overwhelm my mind, and I had to endure the pain until I stopped breathing, tortured mercilessly by 4 goblins. A piercing scream woke Kang Hyun from her sleep. She burst into his room and said loudly, "Seriously, why is this happening early in the morning?" Then she saw Kang Hyun curled up on the bed, shivering, biting his finger, and muttering, "No goblins, I'm so scared, please." A moment later, Kang Hyun asked, "So you died because of blood loss?" Kang Hyun held a cup of warm water, his face still pale and trembling as he replied, "Yeah, that's right. First, they pulled out each one of my toenails and smashed them. Not satisfied with that, they pulled out my teeth." And Kang Hyun immediately cut him off, covering her ears and saying, "I'm going to die too, but that's not even real." She asked, "Wait, were you just crying?" Kang Hyun immediately curled up in embarrassment. He suddenly jumped up, worked up. "No. If you experienced it, you'd understand. Even Guan Yu would be crying and running home to his mommy," Kang Hyun replied, slightly surprised. All right, who even cares?" she asked. "So, you don't need to go to the hospital, right?" he asked in confusion. "Hospital?" She held her phone up and explained that the number of patients treated in the neurology department had doubled over the last 2 days. It seems a few others have experienced the same thing. Hearing that, he was confused and replied, "I don't think so. Besides, I don't have the money." His remark left her speechless. Then she continued, "I've got some good news. I guess when you die, the tutorial ends. People who die in the first stage won't dream about the second stage anymore." He let out a sigh of relief. "That's a relief to hear. Maybe I'll be able to sleep a little better tonight." The system's familiar voice echoed, "Welcome to the tutorial stage. Kang Hyun, Stage 2 has encountered an error. Relocate immediately. Your courage can save the Earth." He was completely stunned to see the notification board that the second round of Stage 2 had begun. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What the hell is this? Son of a..." After that, a series of profanities poured out of his mouth uncontrollably. The system ignored his frustration and continued, "You do not have the right to respawn because you are in the tutorial stage." After cursing for a while, he slumped against the stone wall, exhausted. He stared blankly, thinking, "I dazed off, went to sleep, then dazed off again within an hour. I thought if I could clear it, I'd escape this dream, but that doesn't seem feasible." Finally, he stood up and wondered, "So, in the end, I just have to do what I want, right? I'm so hungry." Kang Hyun walked up to a door and analyzed. "Last time, I chose a mace because it seemed strong and easy to use," but he hesitated, thinking close quarters combat was pretty scary, so a bow might be better, or maybe that. For melee, a spear seems better than a sword. He exhaled and made his decision. All right. Then he hid behind a wall, aimed his crossbow at 2 goblins, and thought, "Let me show you the crossbow skills of a South Korean reservist." He carefully took aim and fired. Every shot grazed one. He wondered, "Did I hit it?" The arrow grazed the goblin's face, leaving a small scratch. It turned back, glaring at him. He gritted his teeth, quickly stood up, grabbed his spear, and lunged to face the 2 goblins. He yelled, gripped the spear tight, and thrust it through one's chest. He smiled, secretly pleased. It worked. 1 down. Kang Hyun turned to face the remaining one but realized he couldn't pull his spear out. He looked back, and the goblin had already jumped up, swinging its weapon at him. With a bang, he woke up in the real world, clutching his chest and screaming. He gasped for air, still trembling as he said, "I died in 1 hit again. Next time, I need to try harder." Then, "Welcome to the tutorial. Kang Hyun. Stage 2 has encountered an error. Relocate immediately. Your courage can save the Earth." He flipped the system board off and said, "Save the Earth, my foot. What a mess. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 3. Today's weapons are a sword and shield." Huh? Isn't it better to use weapons you're familiar with? No. Today it has to be a sword. I spent all day self-studying on XT. Kang Hyun got into a fighting stance and confidently said, "All right, let's do this, you bastards." And just a few minutes later, he bolted up in bed, screaming, "Are those dogs ganging up on me?" He sat there laughing like a madman, talking to himself. "Let's keep trying, shall we?" He kept muttering, "I'm going to kill every single one of you." His possessed-looking appearance left Kang Hyun standing outside, speechless. Once again, The familiar notification echoed. Welcome to the tutorial. Kang Hyun, shut your mouth. Stage 2 has encountered an error. Relocate immediately. Your courage can save the Earth. Courage? What the hell kind of courage? Tutorial Stage 2, Round 4. At first, I just swung the sword aimlessly. Why? Because according to the status window, that's the basic requirement. The system notified. Your stamina has increased by 1 due to pushing yourself to the limit, he exclaimed with joy. My stats went up. He fell backward, tired, and wondered, do I have to swing this sword for 8 hours to level up? Kang Hyun pulled up the status window. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, None. Level 1, Strength 8, Agility 9, Stamina 8, Magic 14. Bonus stats, 1. Special skill, Respawn. Mana Force, none. Skills, none. He noticed the line, Bonus stats, 1, and thought, I just remembered I got this for completing Stage 1. Truthfully, he didn't remember, but he still made excuses, denying it. I was so tired I completely forgot. It's not because my memory is bad. Regardless, he put 1 point into strength and charged at the goblins again. With 2 stats increased, he intended to take revenge on the goblins. But because he was exhausted from overtraining, he couldn't take down a single one and died instantly. He jumped up in bed, cursed, and started another round. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 5. Gained 1 stamina point from sword swinging. Round 6. Gained 1 strength point after 10 hours of training. Now, defeating the 2 goblins in front of him was easier, but because his strength, physique, and combat skills against the remaining goblin were still too much for him once again. Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7. I just simply swung, and swung the sword. The system notification finally appeared. Gained 1 stamina point from pushing yourself to the limit. Drenched in sweat, he screamed and flopped back down. He lay there, gasping for air. Another notification popped up. Basic swordsmanship, F, acquired. He trembled, opening his eyes wide to see clearly. Details appeared. Basic swordsmanship, F. An ability that helps correct posture and reduces stamina consumption when swinging a sword, making attacks more effective. Description. This is a swordsmanship skill used by thugs, but isn't it better than nothing? His whole body shook. He clenched his fist and shouted in joy, I did it! I did it! Thank you! Thank you! Then he gripped the sword and said, Eat shit, you goblin bastards. His face showed a clear, crazed look. Today, you're dead meat. In the second tutorial stage, there were 5 goblins in total. 2 at the front of the fortress, 3 in the back half of the forest. The first 2 were easy enough. He ambushed the first goblin with his crossbow and took care of the second with his sword. The problem was the 3 in the forest. He could deal with 2 of them, like before, but the last one was the real obstacle. Weapons clashed, sparking. Kang Hyun was fighting evenly with a goblin. It swung its axe down hard, but he blocked it with his shield. He thought, I can see it. I can see its attack. The slashes he unleashed were continuous, and he marveled to himself, feeling as if his body was reacting before his mind could even think. He tightened his grip and swung his sword with all his might. Basic swordsmanship helps adjust posture and distribute force when swinging, allowing for more effective attacks. It was described as a sword skill only used by local thugs, but it was better than nothing. He then thrust forward decisively. The effect of the basic swordsmanship counter-slash activated. The sword grazed the goblin's cheek, leaving a scratch. His arm was trembling, but he thought to himself that there was still a problem. He was exhausted and had lost so much stamina dealing with the previous 4. The goblin swung its axe again. A deafening sound rang out. He thought with difficulty, no, this isn't good. At this distance, his sword had been knocked away. The creature took the opportunity to swing its axe at his head, but Kang Hyun smirked and leaned back to dodge. The goblin was surprised. He grinned even wider, thinking, You really love torturing me, don't you, you dog? That was why it didn't kill him right away. But they'd better wear their opponent out first. He pivoted on his ankle and said, A guy like you is just too easy to read. Then he braced his hand against the ground and kicked a pile of dirt into the creature's face. The dust got into its eyes, causing it to lose its vision. Kang Hyun grabbed a large rock. He lowered his center of gravity, aiming for its ankle. He shouted, Take this, and smashed the rock into its leg. It screamed in pain, swinging its weapon wildly in helplessness. He circled behind its back and muttered to himself. The last goblin finally opened its eyes, and seeing Kang Hyun had jumped up, he loudly declared, The strongest. Its eyes widened as the rock slammed straight into its face. Blood splattered everywhere as it fell backward. He let out a weary breath. Whew, I get it now. Your phase is over. He laughed cruelly and said, How boring. You just keep trying to die. A notification window appeared. Congratulations, you have completed Phase 2. You have received 5 bonus stat points as a mission reward. You may choose one weapon as a reward for completing the mission. Kang Hyun was overjoyed. The system continued to announce, Basic Shield Mastery unlocked. Basic Crossbow Mastery unlocked. He stood up and shouted, Finished, I won. Level up, he said arrogantly. This is the power of the ultimate being, you pathetic fake human goblin. Then he started laughing loudly again. The next day, after that victory, Kang Hyun stood there acting like he was in a game, muttering to himself, What an energetic morning. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Kang Hyun. He stood contentedly in the kitchen, continuing to mutter, That's it. Since I finished Phase 2, I'll make breakfast to celebrate. He tasted the soup and complimented himself. I know I'm the one who made this, but it's just too perfect. Suddenly, a noise made him almost spit out all his soup. Kang Hyun opened the door and asked loudly, What the hell? What did you just say? A system notification window suddenly appeared. Tutorial for Earth is complete. You can now use the system freely outside of the tutorial. Both of them wondered at the same time. What? The system continued. Dungeons have been activated. The two of them ran out to the balcony to see what was happening. Both of them saw a giant gate appear in broad daylight, drawing everyone's attention. Both of them were confused. Is that a dungeon? Curious citizens gathered to watch. The system's voice rang out. Only awakened individuals may use dungeons. Dungeon gates have appeared at famous locations around the world. You must complete the dungeon within a fixed time. Time remaining until connection to the Haken dimension is finalized. 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. After the dungeon appeared, the world was shaken. First, we decided not to leave the house and gathered some information. Kang Hyun spoke while checking the news. It seems the tutorial isn't completely over yet. Recently, people who just turned 18 are also participating in finishing the tutorial, so the minimum requirement is 18 years old. Kang Hyun also spoke up. The comment section is in chaos because of the dungeon. Everyone is saying it was a hasty decision. When asked about calling those who finished the tutorial awakened and sending them to clear dungeons, he clicked his tongue and replied, That's not a big problem anyway. He kept scrolling and saw a comment. People can actually toggle their status windows on and off? Is this for real? He said. The important thing is the benefits from the status window. He waved his hand and shouted, Appear! But the space in front of him remained empty. Nothing appeared, only a contemptuous look from his sister. Instead, a notification popped up. Tutorial is still in progress. You cannot use this. He examined it and said, Is that so? Still too early, huh? He analyzed. There are 8 phases in the tutorial. It seems while I was struggling to finish Phase 2 7 times, other people had already finished all the phases. Kang Hyun turned to breathe a sigh of relief toward her. There's no other way. Just have to finish them all. Do you have any info on Phase 3? She kept typing on the keyboard and replied indifferently, Haven't you heard that patience is golden? There's nothing. There isn't any information. Even Phase 2 had very little info. He asked again, Should I fight again? He flexed his muscles and said with full confidence, Well, I'm pretty strong now. I won't be defeated as embarrassingly as before. I will complete Phase 3 with style and precision. Phase 3 tutorial tonight. Just at that moment, I was peed on by a monster. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. You damn bastard. Phase 3. Improve persistence and patience in all situations. Completion condition. Eliminate the Gokei leader. Failure condition. Death. Tip. If you wait long enough, an opportunity will come. He was wearing a grass camouflage suit. He wondered, Camouflage? This outfit is great. This must be an infiltration or assassination mission or something, right? Kang Hyun thought. Eliminate the Gokei leader. I've never heard of this monster, so first, I have to find them. He scratched his head and said, But I have to check the items I got in Phase 2 first. Those bastards aren't kind at all. They didn't even give me time to check. He called up his status window, and his stats immediately appeared. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, None. Level, 2. Newbie. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 11. Magic, 14. Bonus stats, 7. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Shield Mastery, Basic Crossbow Mastery. Skills, None. Hyun happily shouted, So many. This is what a status window should look like. The new ones were Shield and Crossbow Mastery. The skill details popped up. Basic Shield Mastery. Allows you to use shields effectively. Description. If you work hard, you'll stop the kids in the neighborhood from bullying you, he hummed. Basic crossbow mastery. Ability that makes you use a crossbow effectively and improves accuracy. Description. It's best not to use a crossbow to kill people. He pondered the bonus stats. Let's increase strength and stamina because they're useful right now. Should I add 2 points to agility just to be safe? What was I thinking about? I remember there was something else. The system asks if you want to open your inventory. He replies, yes. The inventory window pops up, and in one of the slots, there's an icon of a sword. He gasps, tapping on the sword icon. He pulls out a sword and lets out a cry of amazement. Kang Hyun exclaims, awesome. This is the best thing I've gotten so far. It was a worn-out longsword. After his excitement, he returns to the main mission. Alright, checking my stats is done. Now, let's go find a blind spot or something. Carlos Hathcock was born on the 20th of February 1942 and passed away on the 22nd of February 1999. A legendary Marine sniper who successfully assassinated an enemy general. After crawling for 1.4 kilometers over 3 days, he is the person I respect the most. Starting today, after a day of aimless thoughts, he wonders, have I been crawling for 10 hours yet? Almost there. He hides in the grass to assess the situation. 2 guards are on alert should I just charge in. Up ahead, those guards look like people wearing masks. He thinks in disgust about how his pants are wet and sticky from his own urine earlier. The grass makes me so itchy. And there's a bunch of bugs crawling on my clothes. A shadow falls over him, making him jump. Kang Hyun looks up and sees an imposing orc standing right in front of him. He thinks, it's here. And what comes next is a stream of yellow liquid. It hits his head directly. He keeps repeating in his head with all his might, I have to endure it. Didn't the system say I need to improve my perseverance and patience? The orc pulls up its pants and casually turns to walk away. He trembles, trying his best to hold it in, repeating, perseverance, patience, perseverance, but his sanity snaps. I immediately stand up, charge straight at the orc, and scream, I'm going to cut off your damn head. His sword hits the orc's crotch with precision. A cross-shaped slash is unleashed, blowing the creature away. The orc falls to the ground, blood spraying everywhere, dying in agony. He calmly says, and that's one useless piece gone. Another one nearby immediately takes a defensive stance. It lets out a few cries, then screams to alert the entire camp. Torches flicker and flare up as waves of others rush out, and soon, he's surrounded. Kang Hyun rests his sword on his shoulder and arrogantly says, since everything is ruined, I might as well say the things I've been holding back for so long. He loudly declares, come and get me, you sons of bitches. The system displays a notification. The skill Lion's Roar has been formed. The screaming, along with his manic laughter and the splashing of blood, creates a terrifying scene. Round 2 of the tutorial. Kang Hyun screams frantically, burn it all to hell. The detailed skill menu appears. Lion's Roar is a skill that reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies and removes debuffs of rank D or lower. Description. Releases the rage from the depths of your heart. It strikes fear into the enemy and clears debuffs from yourself. In the first round, what I learned from crawling for 10 hours, he charges forward, arrogantly shouting, I'm going to kill all of you, bastards. They all tremble before his madness. The orc warriors seem to have gone hunting and will only return when the sun sets. In other words, he keeps slaughtering them, happily saying, only the weakest forces are left here. Most are just cannon fodder. Kang Hyun arrives at the large tent and storms right in. Kang Hyun shouts frantically, I'm here, you bastard. Leader of the orcs. A purple light flashes before his eyes. The leader sits on a throne, flanked by 2 mages casting spells. The leader points a finger, and the 2 mages unleash their magic. Kang Hyun gets hit, causing his body to freeze. A notification sounds, you have been hit by low-level bind magic. He grinds his teeth, thinking, my body won't move? Is there magic even in the tutorial? There has to be a way. He searches his thoughts, takes a deep breath, and activates Lion's Roar. He lets out a roar of release. His power terrifies the leader. In just a few steps, he quickly leaps up, raising his sword high. He laughs arrogantly. The plan was decent, at least until you got yourself killed. Then the sword swings down as blood sprays everywhere. The system notification appears. Congratulations, you have completed the 3rd stage. You have received Intermediate Physical Recovery rank B. You have completed the 3rd stage in record time. You have set a new record. As an additional reward, you have received the temporary title Indomitable. The details for Indomitable appear, describing a title awarded to the rebel who completed the stage. It's a stage that tests perseverance and patience. If the record is broken, the title will be transferred. Effect. All stats +1. He remembers completing the third stage in just 2 days, and thinking about how it took him a whole week to finish the second stage. This is a huge improvement. With growth like this, I've reached a conclusion. Kang Hyun switches to narcissism mode. Could I be a genius? Then he starts imagining things. At this rate, I'll probably finish the fourth stage in just a few minutes. In his head, he envisions himself as a warrior in shining armor, standing over the corpse of a dragon. He's imagining himself after completing the fourth stage. That's what I imagined a month ago. Morning at the apartment, a news report is playing on the TV. It's been 25 days since a special force of awakeners was launched to conquer dungeons. 40% of discovered dungeons have been conquered. Meanwhile, awakeners continue to participate in dungeon clearing activities and the government is considering rewards to show their appreciation. A familiar scream makes him tired of even reacting while frying eggs. Ah, he's doing it again. She turns off the stove, complaining. If you keep doing that, the neighbors are going to complain. Did you get hit by an arrow in the head today? Kang Hyun walks out of the room, gloomy, and says, I finished it, you idiot. I just beat all of them to death. She narrows her eyes, confused, and says, Oh, you've reached a level of madness where you can't even control yourself anymore. Suddenly she frowns and calls out, And Appa? She asks, What happened in your dream? Your face, he's confused. Huh? Kang Hyun looks helplessly at her older brother's face, frustrated, and asks, Why have you been like this since this morning? Kang Hyun is so angry he grinds his teeth as he replies. The tutorial is making him furious. Kang Hyun replies, Good luck. Your face looks like those criminals these days. Hearing his sister, Kang Hyun gets even more irritated. You brat, I'm older than you, Kang Hyun asks with concern. How is stage 4 going? She says, complaining in a low voice. So what? You're still just my brother. Kang Hyun answers his sister. In short, it's like a group project. It requires leadership skills or something like that. To know how it unfolds, we have to go back in time. The system screen displays the detailed information. Stage 4. Prove your leadership by guiding everyone to the finish. Objective. Destroy the dungeon heart. Failure penalty. Death. Once the dungeon heart is destroyed, an exit portal will open automatically. The best strategy is to proceed without leaving any team members behind. Watching his teammates excitedly shake his hand, Kang Hyun recounted to Kang Hyun that the mission required him to lead the team to destroy the dungeon heart. Like an RPG, his teammates acted like NPCs following their assigned roles. Seeing two of them arguing fiercely, Kang Hyun watched helplessly as they debated whether to push forward or retreat. We don't have enough supplies to recklessly continue the mission. Despite the strong opposition from the two couples, the final decision was to press on. Kang Hyun replied while eating. And then? Kang Hyun continued. Of course, I led them well at first. He boasted. I boosted their morale with my roar of fury and took the lead with the superior healing power of intermediate body regeneration. Kang Hyun explained. Intermediate body regeneration is a skill earned after completing stage 3. The system screen displayed the skill's info. Intermediate body regeneration. Ability. Regenerates and restores bodily injuries using mana. The description stated that any wounds, including cuts, burns, or frostbite, would automatically heal via mana. Intermediate body regeneration shows the miracle of recovering even broken bones within a single day. Kang Hyun chewed loudly and asked, So, everything was fine? What took you an entire month? Struck right in the heart, Kang Hyun's rage flared up, and killing intent surrounded him. Kang Hyun was speechless at the sight of her brother. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth and replied, The problem started that night. He roared in anger, spraying food from his mouth. Those bastards were supposed to take turns on watch, but they planned to escape together. When I caught them, they ambushed me and tried to kill me. I knew it from the start. Ever since they dared to flirt with each other in that sacred dungeon, Kang Hyun shouted, Finish swallowing your food before you talk, you crazy bastard. As she finished, Kang Hyun realized he had made a scene and quickly shut his mouth. He picked up more food and continued. Similar characters and situations kept repeating in every section. In those harsh conditions, he finally found a breakthrough using his super intellect. Kang Hyun listened sincerely and asked, What was it? Kang Hyun gently set his chopsticks down, wore a twisted smile, and boasted powerfully, Just get rid of the pests, and keep going. Returning to the flashback of Kang Hyun's stage 4 guide, he silently listened to the two arguing back and forth. For the final part, let's go a bit further. It would be a waste to come this far and go back with nothing. We have limited food. What if we don't find the core? The money from the magic stones is enough. If we die, you'll be responsible. Kang Hyun opened his mouth slightly. He tensed up and shouted as loudly as he could, drawing everyone's attention. The two looked at him in shock. What? Kang Hyun stood tall. The blonde girl trembled, covering her ears and saying, Kang Hyun, what the hell are you doing? Kang Hyun stopped his ear-splitting shout. The sight of his sword and his intensity terrified the blonde girl, making her fall to the ground. He raised his sword threateningly. From now on, you listen to my instructions. Resist, and you die. Complain, and you die. The blonde guy replied angrily. Are you crazy? That's ridiculous. Before he could finish his sentence, his face met a heavy punch from Kang Hyun. Immediately after, Kang Hyun rained blows on his face. With every word Kang Hyun said, the guy took another punch. I told you not to complain. The blonde guy had been beaten into a pulp. The girlfriend beside him could only cry and tremble. Kang Hyun clicked his tongue lightly. The blonde guy's blood splattered onto Kang Hyun's face. He glanced at them with a warning. Just listen to me, because I know the way. Then he glared at the blonde guy. If you act like that again, you're truly finished. The system screen showed Kang Hyun's status board. Title: Tenacious Survivor. Level: 14. Strength: 17+1. Agility: 15+1. Stamina: 17+1. Mana: 15+1. Stat points: 0. Skills: Resurrection, Basic Swordmanship, Basic Shield Technique, Basic Crossbow Technique, Roar of Fury, Intermediate Body Regeneration. Back to the battle. A skeleton monster swung its weapon at him. Kang Hyun parried the monster's blow, yanked its weapon away, and slammed the hilt of his sword into the skeleton's head. Watching the skeleton fall face first to the ground, Kang Hyun brushed off his clothes. The last one. The blue-haired guy was stunned. Oh my god. Him. The long-haired girl opened her eyes wide. He actually took them all out. The group stared in shock at the surroundings, where the skeleton monsters lay shattered. It's almost just us left. Kang Hyun squinted at the round object in front of him. Is this the core? Just need to destroy the pillar, right? He raised his sword high. Simple. Kang Hyun slashed hard, shattering the pedestal holding the core. The system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations, you have completed Stage B. You have received the mission reward. /1 into 2. You have received the mission reward. Mind Enhancement Ring. Looking at the results, the gains from Stage 4 weren't bad. His stats increased exponentially, not to mention the items dropped by the monsters that could be collected. Among them, he still didn't understand the use of the magic stones. If he hoards everything, they might come in handy eventually. The skill reward received was /1 into 2. This skill has the ability to split an opponent's body in two. Description: the sword's slashing power cuts the enemy's body in two, ignoring a certain level of defense. Accessory: Mind Enhancement Ring. Mind Enhancement Ring. Durability: 100 out of 100. Description: the ring was issued to the Royal Guards of the Hendelic Empire. Although it is a standard model, it boasts an excellent track record, having been awarded to the most elite knights. Ability: provides immunity to all mind-related magic and mental status effects of rank A and below. Not bad, these are pretty good. Kang Hyun pressed his hands against the floor. The most notable achievement was that he could do one-armed push-ups. Kang Hyun exhaled hot breaths. 288, 289, 300. Kang Hyun decided he had become strong in reality. After finishing his push-ups, Kang Hyun sat on the ground, wiping his sweat with a towel and breathing lightly. It seems bodyweight exercises are becoming less effective. Kang Hyun pondered. Maybe I should start going to the gym. His phone pinged with a notification. Kang Hyun reached for his phone, wondering, an ad? He stared in shock at the bright red notification on his screen. Emergency alert, National Security Department. A dungeon will open near XX Dong on date at time. Residents in the area are advised to stay home and remain vigilant. The whole city echoes with the cries of its people. Goblins are tearing apart the city's infrastructure. Many people have already been taken down by the goblins, left trembling in pools of blood. Green goblins are chasing a civilian, while right nearby, another is busy tearing into the body of someone else. A system notification box appears before Kang Hyun. If he doesn't clear the dungeon within the time limit, the dungeon gate will open. Looking down at the street from his balcony, Kang Hyun's eyes go wide with shock. Is it happening today? I even already sent a request to clear it. Remembering his sister had gone to work while he was training, Kang Hyun panics, fearing Kang Ah-yeon is in danger. He frantically scours the house for anything he can use as a weapon. Kang Hyun grinds his teeth in anger, his eyes scanning the room. Damn it, how is there not even a cheap longsword in this place? He suddenly freezes, remembering something, a paring knife, right there in the sink with the unwashed dishes. Outside, the sky is vast and blue, but the clouds drifting below are a world apart. Sounds of combat erupt all over the city. Kang Hyun tenses up, taking a deep breath to steel himself. He stands before the group of goblins with nothing but a fruit knife, shouting, "Long time no see, you bastards." One goblin looks toward Kang Hyun and shrieks. He clicks his tongue, eyes narrowing as he looks ahead. Still can't use my skills, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, but at least he's got their attention now. The goblins scream and charge at him together. Kang Hyun breaks into a twisted grin, laughing loudly. Huh? What's that? Your low-level screeching is hard on the ears. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes, thinking sharply. There's no guarantee their levels match the guide, but somehow, he handles the paring knife in his hand with expert precision. With a single motion, Kang Hyun drives the knife into a goblin's brain. He can tell their levels just by their movements. The goblin lets out a cry of agony, its body shaking violently. Kang Hyun smirks. First off, thanks for coming. He yanks the knife out of the goblin's head. I'll make good use of this blade. Nice loot. At the office building where Kang Hyun works, everyone is using whatever they can find to barricade the doors, blocking the goblins from getting any further. Tense expressions are plastered on every face. Kang Hyun looks at the door, filled with anxiety. She grits her teeth, staring at her phone screen. Reading the message Kang Hyun sent, she thinks, what on earth is he thinking? The shrieks of goblins echo in Kang Hyun's ears. The terrifying cries grow louder and closer to the room. Something slams hard against the barricade. Footsteps enter the room. Kang Hyun's raspy voice rings out. I wasn't planning on breaking the glass. He smiles crazily, covered in monster blood, looking even more terrifying than the goblins outside. Your big brother is here to save you, Kang Hyun says. Kang Hyun beams with delight, holding the blood-stained knife high. Your big brother has arrived. The space falls silent after his appearance. Kang Hyun's face turns bright red. Whispers break out around her. What the hell? Who is that guy? Kang Hyun's brother? Yeah. Kang Hyun stammers. Wait, what did you just… The bald old man starts trembling and speaks up. Kang Hyun looks at him with curiosity. The old man, red with anger, shouts at Kang Hyun, I don't know who you are, but how did you break through the barricade? What am I supposed to do now? If things keep going like this, the monster's Kang Hyun glances nervously toward the department head. Kang Hyun rubs the back of his head, giving an apologetic smile. My bad. Sorry about that. I couldn't really control my strength. He looks at the door where a pile of goblins lies defeated. You don't have to worry anymore. Everyone in the room is dumbfounded. Those monsters, did he take them all out by himself? Kang Hyun points behind him. Did you guys see the weapons those goblins were carrying? Just go pick one up. He turns his back to them and starts walking. I don't know how long you all can hold out, but as long as you don't panic, we can beat them. Seeing him about to leave, Kang Hyun shouts in surprise. Where do you think you're going? Kang Hyun slings his blade over his shoulder. He answers his sister's question. On the way here, I saw a few more packs of goblins. They must be on the upper floors. Kang Hyun smiles, glancing back. We need to get some good sleep. A moment later, water from a bottle is poured over Kang Hyun's wounds. He looks at Kang Hyun and says, Hey, is it really okay to use that much water? We don't know how long this situation will last. We need to conserve it. Kang Hyun snaps back irritably. Just be quiet. Your wounds need to be cleaned, and this is the only water we have. She sits down next to her brother and asks, Hey, do you always have to act like that? And how are you even able to fight so much? Kang Hyun explains, Maybe it's because I haven't learned how to dodge yet, so I'm not great at fighting. My regeneration is strong enough that I can tank most attacks, but since I can't use my skills right now, it's pretty tough. Kang Hyun is speechless. Why do you like showing off so much? She warns him. Be careful. If you can't use your skills, you can't revive either, right? Kang Hyun thinks his act of clearing out the remaining monsters was totally unnecessary. Kang Hyun smirks. But it was cool, right? Kang Hyun sighs. It was right up until you got beaten like a stray dog. He's surprised by her words, but adds, But I think everyone sees things differently now. Kang Hyun leans in and whispers to Kang Hyun, Some of my seniors asked me to introduce you to them. What do you think? Do you have a type? He blushes, eyes squinting dreamily. Kang Hyun says. I just need someone who can listen to me swearing every time I wake up. That's enough. Kang Hyun shouts, What the hell is wrong with you? Later, as a habit, after closing his eyes to sleep, Kang Hyun is thrown into the tutorial screen. The system display shows information about Stage 5, improve your wisdom to overcome any challenge. Kang Hyun scratches his cheek, looking at the system screen. I forgot about this. I was stuck here earlier. He's surprised, because right before his eyes are beautiful girls chatting happily with each other. Are you a succubus? That's right, but don't you think at a time like this, the one who talks the most is the most suspicious one? Another beautiful girl replies, What do you mean? Everyone, calm down. Kang Hyun looks at them, playing around with astonishment. What is this situation? The system displays the information board. Completion condition, defeat the succubus disguised as a human. Failure, death. Hint. Succubi are hiding their true identities. Those who discover their true form will be targeted first. Kang Hyun strokes his chin, thinking about the seductive appearance of the succubus. Isn't a succubus a dream demon? Creatures that appear in dreams and drain the life force of men? They're famous for being beautiful. He gazed at the flowers here. All the women here were stunning. Everyone was aware of the presence of a succubus in these circumstances. A strange voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kang Hyun, what do you think? Kang Hyun started, asking, What was that? The woman with black hair replied with a charming smile. About that succubus, who do you think it is? Kang Hyun thought to himself, she looked really pretty up close. And she smelled nice too. Awkwardly scratching his head, he replied, I don't know. I was just Kang Hyun, glanced at his system interface. A notification appeared, stating that the Ring of Iron Will was resisting the hypnosis. The system then displayed an explanation. Ring of Iron Will. Durability. 100/100. Its power grants the wearer immunity to all mind-altering magic and psychic attacks of rank A or lower. Description. A ring gifted to the royal guards of the Hendelic Empire. It can enhance the wearer's physique and can be toggled to appear visible or invisible. The sky had turned dark, and Kang Hyun's group decided to stop and light a fire for warmth. He stared silently into the blazing flames, once again lost in thought. Stage 1 was the Ring of Fire. Stage 2 was the battle against the goblins. In Stage 3, I had to fight a monster that peed on my face after 10 hours of crawling. And Stage 4 was a month-long team mission. He smirked, smugly. Finally, I can enjoy some interesting stuff after rolling around like a dog. Oh God, forgive me for cursing. I didn't know you had prepared this for me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kang Hyun quickly covered his mouth with his hand. I need to control my expressions, because whoever finds out the succubus's identity will become a target. If she finds out who I am, it's game over for me. Kang Hyun pondered by the fire. If it were a succubus, it would certainly be a powerful creature capable of disguising itself as a human. They might even be proficient in magic. I should have chosen an NPCI instead. He mused that, since male NPCs would be hypnotized by the succubus, using a female NPC would be better. Better get some sleep, and think about it later. When he opened his eyes again, his vision was blurry as he looked up. Kang Hyun muttered, This ceiling looks familiar. He jumped up and shouted, This is Kang Ah-yeon's office. A man spoke up. You're awake? The person next to him continued. I was about to wake you. The military is here. Ignoring their concerned questions, Kang Hyun didn't answer. He clenched his fists, his eyes turning white with rage. She definitely realized that I know. She might kill me while I'm sleeping. Something pulled Kang Hyun back to reality. What's coming? It turned out that down on the street, military vehicles were flooding in. A squad of soldiers equipped with advanced weaponry stepped out of the trucks. The soldiers still in the vehicles were firing as hard as they could. The rain of bullets had wiped out most of the goblins. Kang Hyun looked down from the high floor through the glass window. He was stunned. The military is actually here. Unlike Kang Hyun, everyone else in the company cheered. We're safe now. Just as expected, those monsters couldn't stand up to guns. Kang Hyun remained silent for a moment before saying, It's not over yet. A shudder ran through his body. Kang Hyun froze, looking down at the squad fighting below. What was that? What was that feeling just now? He grew unusually restless. Why do I feel like something is dangerous? What is it? Kang Hyun glanced to one side. The soldiers were quickly reloading their magazines. A soldier groaned. There are so many. It's endless. The person next to him retorted sarcastically. Didn't the army teach you anything? Keep firing, he countered. It's not working, the other guy shouted. Focus and take those bastards down, he complained. Damn it. Why is this happening before I'm even discharged? Specialists should be the ones handling this, not us. He looked ahead in surprise at a strange red goblin. What is that? The goblin struck, and a soldier's head flew off. The goblin shifted its target toward the military vehicle. A soldier reported loudly, Sir, the guys over there have been killed, the commander asked in astonishment. What? I didn't hear you, the soldier repeated. There's a goblin. A bullet flew toward the red goblin's brain, but it was completely unscathed thanks to its tough skin. The terrified soldier screamed. The red goblin was closing in, charging rapidly toward the military truck. In an instant, It had almost caught up. The soldiers were shocked. Damn it, what is this thing? Go faster! The rain of bullets continued to pelt the red goblin. It leaped into the air. The soldiers looked up at the red goblin in fear. They stared wide-eyed at its towering frame. Blood sprayed across the vehicle. The wheels were struck, and they lost control. The vehicles collided with each other. A soldier shouted, "What the hell? What just happened?" Kang Hyun opened his eyes wide, looking at the red goblin. There was no mistaking it. That uncomfortable, shivering feeling had come from the red goblin. He gasped, "What the hell is going on? What are we supposed to do?" On the military truck, the red goblin had single-handedly taken down all the soldiers. Kang Hyun was helpless, able only to watch as the red goblin wiped out the entire squad. The red goblin dropped to its knees. It glared fiercely upward. The military vehicle had stopped due to the collision, and thick black smoke rose. A wounded soldier tried to pull himself up. "What is this?" The guy below him replied. "It sounds like Unit 3 was attacked." The soldier shouted, "Send a signal." "Where's the signal? Request backup immediately." The other soldier replied, "Corporal Ji-hoon." The other soldiers shouted, Red Hound unit." Ji-hoon leaned against the side of the truck, clutching his head. "Ah, why does my head hurt so much?" The soldier looked up at the wall and saw the red goblin. He yelled, "Oh my God!" Ji-hoon asked urgently, "What about the signal and the backup?" The communication officer replied, "They said they're sending someone capable." Ji-hoon wondered, "Just one person? A civilian?" The red goblin jumped from the hood of the truck. Ji-hoon was furious. Damn it. He pointed his gun at the red goblin. "Die." It was even more desperate when Ji-hoon tried to pull the trigger, but not a single bullet came out. He screamed internally as he saw the red goblin lunging at him. Why did it have to jam now, of all times? Right at that moment, Kang Hyun grabbed a large, heavy brick and ran over. He hurled the brick with all his might toward the red goblin. It struck the red goblin square in the face. That sent the goblin flying backward, splashing water everywhere. The goblin landed tens of meters away from the military vehicle, lying motionless. Ji-hoon stared, eyes wide, at what had just happened. What just happened? Kang Hyun jumped onto the military truck, stood in front of Ji-hoon, and asked, "Are you okay?" Looking at Kang Hyun's frightening face and hearing his husky voice, "You've had a rough time, haven't you? Being a soldier and all." Ji-hoon's bloodshot eyes stared at him as if he were looking at something truly terrifying. Ji-hoon shouted, staggering backward as he aimed his gun at Kang Hyun. "A monster!" Kang Hyun raised his hands in surrender. "Damn it, put the gun away. Do I look like a monster to you or what?" Ji-hoon panted and asked, "Are you actually human?" Kang Hyun was speechless. "Are you really so surprised that you have to ask me twice?" Ji-hoon stared at Kang Hyun with wide eyes. "Is this the volunteer?" He certainly looked strong. He stood up straight and bowed deeply. "I apologize. I lost my composure." Kang Hyun waved his hand dismissively. "It's understandable. You just escaped death, after all." Ji-hoon said sincerely, "Thank you for helping us." Kang Hyun quickly replied, "Don't mention it. I didn't come here for the sake of justice." Soldiers saw the red goblin start to crawl back up. "Again?" Kang Hyun thought to himself. "That bastard definitely just made eye contact with me." If the soldiers were wiped out, those monsters would head straight for Kang Ah-yeon's company. He grabbed his weapon and leaped out of the military vehicle, warning Ji-hoon, "Don't shoot, or you'll hit me and I'll be dead." Kang Hyun turned his head and asked, "By the way, do you have something like pepper spray?" Ji-hoon answered, "We do. We have almost every type of weapon." Kang Hyun replied, "Good, give it to me." Ji-hoon was surprised. "Huh? You'd better wear a gas mask then." Kang Hyun climbed over the barrier, cutting him off. "It's fine. Hurry up. I don't have time to explain." Kang Hyun emphasized once more, "And please, make sure not a single gun goes off while I'm fighting. If you miss, I'm done for." Ji-hoon said firmly, Yes, I understand." Ji-hoon shouted to his men, "All platoon members, put on your gas masks, stay alert, and only fire when you're close to the monster. Never aim your guns at the center of the street." Everything was being watched by Kang Ah-yeon from the high-rise above. After entrusting everything to Ji-hoon, Kang Hyun slowly approached the red goblin. "All right, that's done." The goblin squinted, looking cautiously ahead. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth. "Sorry, but I really hate you guys." Ji-hoon pulled the pin on the pepper spray. He threw it hard toward the goblin. The beast glanced at the canister. A cloud of pepper spray began to fill the space. The red goblin shrieked as the spray hit its eyes. Kang Hyun was also affected by the spray. He gave a smug smile. Even though his face was red and his eyes were watering, he thought, whether it's a regular goblin or a red one, they all struggle when they panic. Kang Hyun leaped high into the air. You're throwing your attacks wildly now. Is this your first time experiencing such pain? He laughed madly. Your stamina seems pretty good, but I'm more used to enduring pain than you are. Kang Hyun lunged, swinging his blade hard against the Red Goblin's weapon. First, he disarmed it. The weapon went flying 10 meters away. Kang Hyun dived in, slashing continuously at the Red Goblin. Kang Hyun's whole body was trembling from the pepper spray. This is tough. From the military vehicle, watching the battle, Ji-hoon stammered. What the hell? Is he an awakened? A strange voice came from behind him. What exactly is happening here? A gray-haired man looked at Ji-hoon, puzzled. I thought I was the only support. At those words, Ji-hoon froze. The gray-haired man's eyes narrowed behind his gas mask. Kang Hyun's blade was battered and chipped after fighting the goblin for a while. He gasped for air, rubbing his sore arm. Kang Hyun's pupils were bloodshot. That bastard. He watched the goblin sink to its knees, shielding itself with its arms. Kang Hyun stared at the Red Goblin, thinking, I anticipated this, but I didn't expect it to deal no damage at all. If this keeps up, my stamina will run out, he mused. Should I use something as a support tool? The only thing I know is how to slash. The gray-haired man's voice rang out as he delivered strikes directly at the Red Goblin. Sorry. The man's strikes were incredibly precise, aiming directly for weak points, like the chest and muscle tissue. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. So fast. Who is that? The gray-haired man glanced back silently, looking at the Red Goblin still standing. He thought, I don't feel any feedback from my slashes. It feels like cutting through stone. The gray-haired man stood back up, bracing himself. There's an awakened here. But, no matter what, it's still just an F-rank dungeon boss, he shouted. It's abnormally strong, so it must have other weaknesses. Kang Hyun smirked. F-rank dungeon? He seems to know a lot. He sprinted toward the monster and the gray-haired man. I don't know who you are, but I hear you. Do you have any ideas? Both of them rushed to attack the monster. The gray-haired man explained his situation to Kang Hyun. My physical strength isn't that high, and I'm nearing my limit. Kang Hyun replied, I can see that. He leaped into the air, preparing to strike the Red Goblin in the head. Kang Hyun asked, What do you do when you run out of strength? He brought his blade down straight onto the goblin's head. The chipped blade couldn't withstand the toughness of the monster's skin and shattered into pieces. Kang Hyun yelled in frustration, No damage? Damn it, my sword! He frantically looked behind him. A weapon, something I can use as a weapon. Kang Hyun's eyes landed on the Red Goblin's discarded weapon. He rushed to pick it up. On the other side, the gray-haired man kept attacking. I have speed, but I lack the power to land a finishing blow. When I pin it down, you strike its weak point. After grabbing the weapon, Kang Hyun slashed quickly at the monster. Even in critical moments, Kang Hyun looked at the man, evaluating him. He's probably just putting on a show, but he must know that, and is trying to protect himself. He circled the Red Goblin, searching for a weak point. Where should I attack? Is it weaker behind the joints? Kang Hyun lunged forward, shouting, Anything works. The weapon struck the Red Goblin, blood spraying out. The wound caused the goblin to freeze in place. This left the gray-haired man stunned, his eyes wide. Kang Hyun thrust the weapon into a gap where a strange golden light glowed. He had jammed the axe into the goblin's backside. The entire space, previously filled with the tension of battle, fell into silence. Kang Hyun's face turned pale. Oh, for some reason, I feel a bit guilty. The axe embedded in the Red Goblin's backside trembled in Kang Hyun's grip. The moment he felt the unsettling vibration on the handle, a question popped into his head. Kang Hyun asked, Is the anus a fatal point, I wonder? Thinking this, he gripped the handle and shoved it even harder. I think this is a weak point that can cause instant death. The decision was made in an instant. As he thought this, he used the axe to lift the entire body of the Red Goblin. His body was already braced for the next move. Kang Hyun let out a loud shout, pushing his momentum to the max. He slammed the massive Red Goblin to the ground. Its eyes lit up, and the Red Goblin whimpered in agony. While it was still pinned down and unable to stand, Kang Hyun rushed forward. He took the initiative to strike first. It hurts like hell, doesn't it? Can't handle it? The Red Goblin was dazed, its eyes rolling back, foam bubbling from its mouth. Kang Hyun grinned brightly and drove his axe deep into the Red Goblin's body. Blood sprayed a meter away, with droplets splattering all over the path. Kang Hyun exhaled, panting with exhaustion. The gray-haired man silently watched Kang Hyun as he took down the Red Goblin. He followed Kang Hyun's retreating figure as he stood up, feeling a sense of awe deep down. Strong. Where did such a strong guy even come from? Does he not belong to any organization? Kang Hyun suddenly looked down at the Red Goblin's head. He was surprised to see a golden board appear above the monster. What the? As if reading Kang Hyun's mind, the system board appeared to explain that information on items could not be checked while still in the tutorial phase. Kang Hyun acted in a flash to collect the item. I have no idea what this is used for, but I'll take it anyway. It's so inconvenient not having an inventory. I need to finish this damn tutorial as soon as possible. The gray-haired man approached Kang Hyun. Excuse me, by any chance? Kang Hyun glanced at him warily, thinking to himself, usually, items should be split evenly, right? But this guy suddenly tried to interfere. I took it down myself, so I'm just gonna bail. He acted on his thought. After picking up the item, Kang Hyun immediately took off, leaving only these words. I've got urgent business, so I'll be heading out first. This stinking thing, this amazing axe, it's yours. The gray-haired man was dumbfounded. What? No, wait. Only a fool would stop, and Kang Hyun was no fool. He winked at the man. See ya. The gray-haired man watched Kang Hyun's retreating figure in despair. He's gone. He gently took off his gas mask, revealing thin lips and fair, rosy skin beneath the mask. The gray-haired man pondered Kang Hyun's actions, feeling curious. What kind of person is he? A few hours after defeating the Red Goblin, the sun set, and the situation seemed to have calmed down. After walking through streets that looked like post-apocalyptic ruins, Kang Hyun gripped Kang Hyun's shirt in fear, scanning her surroundings with her sword drawn. We only came home after the screen faded. Kang Hyun and Kang Hyun had returned to her apartment. Kang Hyun squinted at what was in front of her. Kang Hyun, still clueless, stood there nonchalantly. Looking at the mess before them, Kang Hyun helplessly asked, "Did you forget to lock the door?" Kang Hyun answered blankly, "Looks like it." Kang Hyun sighed. "I was a fool to think you'd finally grown up." A while later, after cleaning up and changing clothes, Kang Hyun looked at his phone and groaned. "What the? Why do you keep complaining about this handsome face of mine?" On the screen, a comment section appeared under some post. It looked like a villain laughing, followed by 2 replies to him. "For real, from a distance, he looks just like a criminal. Ha ha ha." Another comment followed. "If I ran into him, I'd pee my pants." Another commented in awe. "Look at those muscles. I wonder how much he can bench press." Kang Hyun asked his younger sister, feeling let down. "Is it really that bad?" Kang Hyun replied coldly, "I told you so." Kang Hyun sat on the bed and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, we're in big trouble." Kang Hyun poked her head out from behind the door. "What now?" Kang Hyun replied, "Turn off the lights for me." Kang Hyun snapped, "No way." Kang Hyun gripped his blanket and yelled, "Come on, please." Kang Hyun sighed helplessly. "I'll do it this time, since you had a rough day." She angrily pointed her toothbrush at Kang Hyun, warning him, "Don't you dare scream tomorrow morning, okay? I'm exhausted too." Kang Hyun smiled and winked at Kang Hyun. "Don't worry, and hey, it'll be easy tomorrow. We'll have a beer and catch up." Kang Hyun didn't trust her brother and said, "Your confidence is already hitting level death wish. I'm not expecting much, but good luck." Kang Hyun answered, feeling hurt. Geez. Back in his small room, the lights were out, and Kang Hyun drifted into silence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, unable to stop thinking about what happened earlier that morning. That guy from before was pretty strong. I wonder how many stages he's cleared. I should have been eliminated by stage 2. Kang Hyun pulled his blanket up and turned to face the wall. Ugh, stop thinking about it. I'll clear stage 8 because I'm going to be stronger than anyone else. He closed his eyes and drifted to sleep to enter the tutorial. Kang Hyun felt a bit of anticipation thinking about the beautiful girl from yesterday. That kill bus from yesterday was pretty cute. Even though she's a monster that could kill me, I'm actually excited to see her again. Entering stage 5, Kang Hyun blushed and shook his head. "God, you scared the hell out of me." He opened his eyes, feeling pumped. However, unlike what Kang Hyun expected, that he would see the pretty kill bus. When he opened his eyes, he immediately encountered a white-eyed goblin. Kang Hyun's reflexes kicked in, and he punched the goblin right in the face. "What the hell is this?" The goblin's face looked swollen, as if stung by a bee, as it collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Kang Hyun looked around, bewildered. This world, is it all goblins? He looked in surprise at the system screen that appeared. The system announced the completion condition. Invade the goblin den and conquer the dungeon. Failure condition, death. Goblins in the den have poor eyesight but excellent hearing due to evolution. Find a way to deceive them. Kang Hyun's voice had already caught the goblins' attention. They swarmed in, surrounding Kang Hyun. He stood frozen. "Their hearing is what? Why are you telling me this now?" The screeching of the goblins rang incessantly in Kang Hyun's ears, and his expression changed. No, more importantly, Kang Hyun's teeth were chattering, making a grinding noise. He yelled in anger, Why did the tutorial content change? Outside in the real world, Kang Hyun shouted in frustration, too loud. At an internet cafe, the sounds of a fight broke out. A brown-haired man was punched until his nose bled, his body hitting the wall. The person who caused it was a man around the same age, with white hair, who was holding his own bleeding nose. The brown-haired man glanced up and asked, "Why are you shaking on the floor like that? How can someone who hasn't even entered the tutorial be stronger than an awakened?" The white-haired man stomped on the brown-haired man and replied, "Geez, nothing much has changed, has it? If you don't know how to fight, what's the point of being strong?" On the computer screen, a video of Kang Hyun's fight with the red goblin played. The white-haired brother looked at the screen with an incredibly perverted expression, but thankfully, it seemed there were still plenty of interesting abilities out there. The system popped up a notification guiding him through round 3 of stage 5. Completion condition: defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd that eats people every night. Failure condition: death. Hint: knights and mages can use special abilities once a day. Kang Hyun stroked his chin in thought. A monster that eats people every night. Huh. So I just need to find and defeat it? Isn't this similar to finding the Sakyl boost in round 1? Kang Hyun looked around instead. This is more like a game of Mafia, right? He muttered to himself. Wisdom. Use wisdom to overcome it. After thinking it over, Kang Hyun tensed up, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather around!" The sudden, loud voice made everyone turn their attention toward Kang Hyun. They all stared at him. Kang Hyun cleared his throat a few times to deepen his voice. His pupils turned red. Kang Hyun threatened, "From now on, anyone who moves is the culprit." At that moment, I forgot. Back to reality the very next morning. Kang Hyun sluggishly sat up, thinking that in a game of Mafia, the person who talks the most usually dies first. He blankly recalled that he had never won a game of Mafia, had he? And he had never thought of this before. Kang Hyun scratched his head in frustration, thinking maybe he should eat something. He tiredly thought that he had never expected to. Keep repeating the same mistake for a month and a half. Kang Hyun's voice suddenly became serious. "Are you okay?" Kang Hyun." He pushed up his glasses, trying to look dangerous. Kang Hyun held a strange book. "Your big brother here was born very smart." Kang Hyun started criticizing him. So gross. Seeing the multi-level marketing aura radiating from Kang Hyun, Kang Hyun said helplessly, "What kind of mess do I have to deal with after work?" Kang Hyun replied, "I tried to change even the inside." Kang Hyun wailed pitifully, spitting as he spoke. 53 days have passed. 53 whole days. I've died 53 times in this damn stage 5, so I have to do something, right? He sighed. They say use wisdom to get through it, but the content is different every time. Even a Mensa member couldn't win this. Kang Hyun shook her head wearily. Mensa. My foot. Grafting someone else's brain would be faster than waiting for you to get smart. Kang Hyun looked blank. Oh. Kang Hyun helplessly repeated that old stale line. You idiot. She walked tiredly toward the room door. Instead of buying a suit, you should have used that money to soundproof the room. The woman downstairs already installed a subwoofer. Back to the tutorial screen, the system displayed a notification. Stage 5. Prove that your wisdom can overcome all difficulties. Kang Hyun looked around blankly. It was a dark, gloomy dungeon. He glanced at the system panel. What terrible mission are they preparing for me this time? Kang Hyun was startled as he looked up at the system panel. The text for the completion condition caught his eye. This is it. Kang Hyun laughed with satisfaction. Found it. The system notified him of the completion condition. Complete the entire F-rank dungeon. Tarank's breeding ground. Failure condition. Death. Hint. The level of the Tarank poison-spitting guard of the breeding ground is 20. Find its weakness and create a suitable strategy. A fire was burning brightly on a torch inside the cave. Kang Hyun went deep into the cave and met the Tarank poison spitter. He wondered, complete the dungeon? Why is the condition so simple and concise? Kang Hyun quickly charged into battle with the Tarank. The monster continuously spat venom. Kang Hyun thought, I've finally found a solution that even Aristotle could flip over. Tarank's poison covered Kang Hyun's body. He wondered, what's this? A poison-spitting spider? Kang Hyun stared in surprise, looking at his arm which already showed signs of necrosis. My hand is poisoned. Kang Hyun swung his sword hard with his other hand. That thing he slashed hard at the Tarank monster. It was nothing at all. The monster cried out in pain. Kang Hyun lunged and slid beneath the Tarank. His sword was covered in the monster's blood. Kang Hyun smirked. That stings. The system panel appeared. Hint clues about the Tarank poison spitter's weakness are hidden in the breeding ground. A slash cut through the Tarank. The monster was slashed with Kang Hyun's full force and split in two. The Terenk fell from above, blood splattering everywhere. Kang Hyun rejoiced. I finally chose to break through with strength. Kang Hyun arrogantly thought. Weaknesses and clues don't matter as long as I can kill them, right? Instead of looking for the key, I'll just crush and overcome it. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations. You have completed Stage 5. You have received the quest reward, Giant Strength. Kang Hyun laughed smugly. Brains are only for those with weak physiques. The system announced a new skill, Giant Strength. Ability. Enhance muscles with magic power. Description. Increases strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. Then his status panel appeared. Name. Kang Hyun. Title. The Resilient One. Level. 25. Strength. 20. Plus 1. Agility. 119. Plus 1. Stamina. 19. Plus 1. Magic. 19. Plus 1. Bonus stats. 0. Ultimate skill. Rebirth. Ability. Intermediate sword mastery. Basic dagger technique. Basic crossbow technique. Lion's roar. Intermediate body regeneration. Split in two. Giant strength. One morning a few days later, at a certain school, inside class 3-2, the sound of students chatting loudly spilled out into the hallway. A voice rang out. Hey Minsu, give me a birthday punch. Minsu held his head, looking at his phone in agony, and replied, leave it for later. I'm exhausted after that damn tutorial. The boy in the blue shirt replied, that's right, you're 18 now. How was your stage 1? Minsu replied wearily, as bad as the rumors, but I still finished it. He lay sprawled across the desk, complaining, the problem is what comes next. From stage 5 onwards, there are no decent tips. The male student in blue comforted him. Just completing stage 4 already puts you in the top 1%. The boy in blue speculated, maybe those people are keeping valuable information tightly guarded amongst themselves? Minsu was still staring intently at his phone. Minsu sat up abruptly and said, hey, there's new info. Someone completed stage 7 yesterday and is about to challenge stage 8. The boy in the blue shirt also leaned in to look at the screen skeptically. Fake news. Minsu read the content of the post. Stage 4 theme. Leadership subdue all members with power. Stage 5 theme. Wisdom muscle is the highest form of wisdom. Increase your strength. The more he read, the more Minsu felt it was unbelievable. Stage 6. Cruelty destroy both enemies and allies. Stage 7. Sincerity only destroy enemies. The boy in the blue shirt sneered and asked, what is this? Isn't this just bait? The comments under that post were all long threads of disbelief. You're so stupid, you can't even attract attention properly. Are you kidding me? If you completed stage 7, then I'm Han Se-yeon. Don't touch Hansen. Beautiful Hansen is in Kang Ah-yeon's apartment, writing posts for none other than Kang Hyun. After reading the negative comments, he gets so angry, he practically turns into a beast. After all I've done for these jerks, sharing tips and everything, John glares, asking in annoyance, why are you screaming and making so much noise again? Kang Hyun hurriedly explains, no, listen. I personally revealed advanced strategy guides, yet these people still don't believe me. Ah-yeon shakes her head in frustration. Why do you keep making such a fuss and meddling in these things, you old geezer? Kang Hyun shouts. What was that? Provoked, he confidently declares, just wait and see. Once I clear the 8th stage, I'll be the 3rd guide, graduate in all of South Korea. Kang Ah-yeon glances at her brother, Kang Hyun, and says, are you comparing yourself to Han Se-yeon, the leader of the Danun Guild, or Choi Dong-gu, the chairman of the Awakened Users Alliance? Ah-yeon says with disdain, compare. My foot. How can you compare those geniuses who finished it in one try to someone who took 4 whole months? Kang Hyun, embarrassed, snaps back. Shut up. I cleared stages 6 and 7 in one try, too. The sky has turned to dusk. Before long, the night deepens. Kang Hyun appears at the tutorial screen again to take on another challenge. The system notification pops up. Welcome, Kang Hyun, to the tutorial. You have completed tutorial stage 7. Do you wish to enter the final, 8th stage? The system announces the stage 6 mission rewards. Grade B weapon. Bilgen gains longsword. Bilgen gains longsword. Durability 500 out of 500. Description. A longsword that accompanied the mercenary Bilgen Gain, who made a name for himself on the battlefield for 30 years. Initially, it was just a well-crafted longsword, but as it absorbed Bilgen Gain's blood, it became imbued with a dark, furious, and durable energy, enhancing its power. It displays the armor and notes the Stage 7 reward. Ronal armor. Grade B. Ronal armor. Durability 500 out of 500. Description. This is the armor worn by Ronal throughout his life. A nomadic knight of the Loa kingdom. It has a self-restoration function that repairs damaged parts after being destroyed and repaired many times. Kang Hyun closes his eyes and thinks, if he completes the 8th stage, he might be able to use these in reality. I also need to check the items dropped by that Hopen. The system says to him, welcome, Kang Hyun, to the tutorial. You have completed stage 7, he thinks. I don't really expect to pass in one try, but as long as it doesn't take more than a week, it'll be fine. The screen appears. Stage 8. Kang Hyun looks at the screen, and it starts to shake. The screen displays the text. What is your conviction? Kang Hyun wonders about conviction. He sighs and is silent for a moment. Suddenly, he feels something heavy pressing down. Kang Hyun looks up as the space fractures and shatters. He says, what the hell is happening? He suddenly looks down, and the ground cracks too. Kang Hyun falls, shouting, ah! The ground shatters into a deep pit. Kang Hyun falls into the hole and screams, no! He plunges into a deep, dark space. Kang Hyun closes his eyes tightly. Everything around him is white. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. Kang Hyun is standing in the middle of the street. People are bustling around him. As a girl approaches, Kang Hyun is still dazed, not understanding what's going on. She walks straight toward him. He instinctively tries to dodge, but she walks right through his body. He turns to look at the girl and thinks, did she just pass through me? Am I in an intangible state? He looks around at everything and thinks, first time I've seen a city in a tutorial. Is this Earth? Suddenly, he spots a man and a woman walking toward him. He breaks into a cold sweat and thinks, no, these people aren't human. The couple passing by Kang Hyun has faces that look like lizards. 2 men standing and talking over coffee look the same. A mother leading her daughter across the street also has the same bizarre face as the others he saw. Everyone around Kang Hyun is like that. He silently observes. Suddenly, Kang Hyun notices something. While everyone else doesn't see him and passes by, a teenager seems to be looking at him. He thinks, whoa, he made eye contact with me. He sweats and thinks, he's staring at me like crazy. Can he see me? The teenager's eyes go wide. Kang Hyun looks into those eyes and thinks, no, they aren't looking at me. Kang Hyun is stunned to realize behind him is a horde of monsters like dragons, earth spiders, and other creatures approaching. He turns back to look and is shocked as they advance, and everyone else is in absolute panic. Everyone screams in a strange language and runs in chaos. The monsters flood into the city. Hyun looks at the monsters and thinks, there are monsters I've seen before, and some I haven't. Monsters looking like octopuses and wolves make Kang Hyun exclaim that this is a completely different level compared to the dungeon break he experienced 2 months ago. It's like an apocalyptic scene. Swarms of bees, skeleton-headed monsters, and killer monsters are fiercely attacking the city. The system displays time remaining until connection to the Haken dimension is finalized. 4 years, 278 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, 24 seconds. Kang Hyun asks himself in fear, will Earth look like this in 5 years? He stands frozen, watching the chaotic scene around him, when suddenly a large shadow looms over him. Kang Hyun turns back to see a monster of gargantuan size, its face and chest emitting light. The monster leaves Kang Hyun stunned. It is taller than the buildings. It reaches out a hand. Its palm is about to slam into the ground. The smaller monsters on the ground scramble to flee. Kang Hyun is also caught off guard. He passively raises his hands to block. The monster's hand passes through his body. Kang Hyun closes his eyes and holds his hands in front of his face. A white light shines toward him. The surrounding scene turns completely white. Hyun thinks, what was that just now? Was that a monster too? Suddenly, the system asks him, how do you feel? He feels like he is floating. Everything around him turns into nothingness, with sparkling shards and a floating clock. He looks at a glowing object and asks, who are you? The object in front of him has no clear face but a human-like body. Kang Hyun asks, are you a god or something? The person replies, no, you can simply think of me as a dimension administrator. Kang Hyun mutters, administrator. He spreads his arms and says, this stage is for an exchange of words with me. Feel free to ask whatever you're curious about. This is also a precious time for me to ask you a few things. He is silent for a moment and then asks, what did I just see? He recalls the image of the monsters attacking the city earlier and asks, what did I just see? Will Earth look like that in 5 years? The administrator replies, that depends on what you do from now on. He let out a sigh and asked him back, I don't get it. If you're such a powerful being, Why don't you just stop all this yourself? He placed a hand on his chest and said to him, As I said, I'm just an administrator, not a guardian. I only maintain the balance. He continued, The status window and the tutorial I gave you are the best I can do. He asked Kang Hyun. Now, can I ask you a question? He replied, Huh? Yeah. He asked him, Kang Hyun, what belief has guided you, and what are you living for up to this point? Kang Hyun crossed his arms and calmly said, What kind of crazy question is that? Why so deep? Why are you asking me that? He answered him, saying that after observing humanity throughout this event, he had become curious. All beings were interesting, but humans were especially fascinating. Kang Hyun chuckled and thought, Observing out of curiosity? For some reason, this guy is driving me crazy. He said, Well, I guess you haven't observed enough. The administrator remained silent, while images of Kang Hyun's daily life flashed through his mind, studying, military service, and office work. He said, At least in my world, nobody spends their whole life thinking about such nonsense. Since we were born, we've just been struggling to be a little happier, trying to survive day by day. He asked, Do you have anything you want to protect, Kang Hyun? Kang Hyun didn't hesitate. He slapped his chest and clearly said, My bratty little sister and my parents. I have to protect my family. The administrator asked again, Have you ever wanted to be a hero? He thought to himself, What kind of ridiculous question is that? He sighed and said, After dying a few times, I know my place. That cool but exhausting job isn't for me. He told him, From what I've observed, heroes certainly have innate talent. You, Kang Hyun, have almost no talent at all. Kang Hyun was annoyed. Is this jerk looking for a fight? He clasped his hands and told him, But personally, I'm a fan of yours. I got to watch you sweep through the tutorial. You have no idea how happy and excited I was. He broke into a sweat, thinking, You call this fun? Is this administrator a masochist? The future of Earth is hanging by a thread, and you're enjoying this? He waved his hand to get the administrator's attention and asked, Hey administrator, is that fifth stage with the wisdom theme a quest that changes over time? He remained silent, then said, Time's up. I've had so much fun, Kang Hyun, the system announced. Congratulations, you have completed stage 8, Kang Hyun gasped. What the hell? The administrator ignored his plea to wait. He said the tutorial was just the surface, and many more challenges were waiting for him. He continued, And whether you like it or not, Kang Hyun, I believe you will become a hero who saves the world. As Kang Hyun fell downwards, he kept shouting, Wait, so the fifth stage was your doing after all? The administrator told him, Congratulations on graduating from the tutorial, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun cursed in anger. You son of a... Kang Hyun vanished from the space, leaving the administrator standing there alone. He said, I'm counting on you, Kang Hyun. The system popped up. You are the 62nd person to graduate from the tutorial. You have received the tutorial graduate title. A series of different voices appeared. Just as expected, the incident in stage 5 was caused by her. Wait, you jerk! Kang Hyun jolted awake. He sat up quickly, his face flushing red. He wanted to shout, but he was blocked by a piece of cloth stuffed tightly into his mouth. He looked down and realized his mouth was stuffed with fabric. Kang Hyun pulled it out and realized it was a sock. He opened his mouth to gag and made a sound. What the hell is this? Kang Hyun's younger sister was by the bed. She crossed her arms and asked him, You're awake? Kang Ah-yeon nonchalantly said, I knew you'd scream, so I gagged you. Kang Hyun threw the sock away and said, But did you have to gag me with a sock? She laughed and told him if he didn't like it, he should keep his mouth shut when he woke up. Looking at your face, I can tell you failed again, right? How much time do you think this one took? Kang Hyun gave a crafty smile. He waved his hand to summon a floating screen and shouted, Status window. He grinned triumphantly at Kang Ah-yeon. Do you see this? This is the power of your brother. I think I'm the chosen one now. She told him, I don't see anything. Kang Ah-yeon stood up, walked out of the room, and said to Kang Hyun, Fine, now go make some money. This morning, I made breakfast for you as a special reward. Kang Hyun pouted and said, You could at least congratulate me, you cold-hearted girl. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. Instantly, Kang Ah-yeon hurled a ladle right at his face. The kitchen was already spotless, with all the dishes washed. Kang Ah-yeon opened the front door and said to Kang Hyun, I'm heading out. He replied, Yeah. Kang Hyun sat on the sofa, propping his chin on his hand, staring at the screen while deep in thought. The screen displayed, Tutorial complete. It described a title for those who completed all 8 stages, with the effect of all stats +2. He muttered to himself about the title he earned after finishing the 8th stage. Thinking back, the effect wasn't that amazing. Suddenly, he noticed something. On the screen appeared the name, Kang Hyun. Title, Completed Tutorial. Plus 1 more. Level 28. Strength 21 plus 2. Agility 19 plus 2. He wondered to himself, can't I stack these titles? The system displayed that only the selected title grants full effects, while others provide only 50%. That makes sense, Kang Hyun muttered. All of his stats were displayed. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, Completed Tutorial. Plus, -1. Level 28. Strength 21. Plus, -2.5. Agility 19 plus, -2.5. Stamina 20 plus, -2.5. Magic power 20 plus, -2.5. Bonus stats 0. Special ability, Resurrection. Skills, Intermediate Sword Mastery D. Basic Shield Technique F. Shield Crossbow Technique F. Lion's Roar C. Intermediate Body Regeneration B. /1 into 2E. Immense Strength B. He looked at them and said, naturally, I should use the completed tutorial title. Kang Hyun smiled happily. And yeah, I've been waiting for this moment. He opened the paper box. Inside was a book radiating power. He picked it up and said, a mysterious item obtained after defeating the hobgoblin. Kang Hyun held it up to examine it and said, reveal your identity. The screen appeared, Magic Explosion E. It described a skill book that allows you to learn the Magic Explosion E skill, the ability to shoot a magic orb that can create an explosion. A skill book. Hyun's face turned serious. He hugged the book to his head, giggling silently. Suddenly, he jumped up, held the book high, and laughed in pure joy. After 4 months of screaming in the tutorial, Kang Hyun had finally reached the realm of silent screaming. The system asked Kang Hyun, do you want to learn the Magic Explosion E skill? He excitedly replied, of course I do, damn it. The screen displayed, you have learned Magic Explosion E. The book in his hand vanished. He looked at his hand, saw the book was gone, and laughed. Nice. Finally got the reward. Kang Hyun clenched his fist and continued. Now that I've got the reward, should I apply to the Awakened Training Academy? In Peaceful City, a beautiful girl walked briskly through the crowded street. She introduced herself. My name is Lee San-mang. I'm a newly appointed civil servant. Her face bright as she held a cup of coffee. She continued. My first assignment is at the Awakened Training School, the place where those who complete the tutorial come to receive their certification. Our country's Awakened training system is said to have developed rapidly, becoming one of the best in the world. Lee San-mang smiled happily. They might be rookies, but they were future heroes. Wasn't it wonderful to witness the start of their journey? At least, that's what I thought a few hours ago. In the vast auditorium, packed with people, Lee San-mang said with a tremble, I'm sorry. Her eyes welled up as she stammered. Standing before her was Kang Hyun, looking incredibly fierce. Lee San-mang grabbed his declaration form and ID card, shaking as she said, You have to show me your citizen ID. In the photo, Kang Hyun's face looked gentle and kind. A complete contrast to how he looked now. Kang Hyun made a sour face and shot back. What was that? Lee San-mang held the paper in front of her face to shield herself, dodging his gaze. She trembled and asked, Why are you doing this to me? The people around them started whispering. Kang Hyun hurried to explain. What are you talking about? Nothing's happening. He could hear everyone murmuring. What's going on? What's happening over there? A guy said to the girl in front of him. Did he make her cry? The girl asked back, did he threaten her or something? Everyone looked at him with disdain, even pulling out their phones to take pictures. Kang Hyun stammered to Lee San-mang, No, wait, I didn't do anything. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, Is there a problem over here? A neatly dressed young man approached. Lee San-mang looked as if she'd found her savior and whispered, Instructor Yun. He looked around at the many people waiting in line and said, It seems like the paperwork is moving a bit slowly. He turned his gaze toward Kang Hyun. You look at him too, Kim Ji-hoon thought to himself. He looks so familiar. On the other side, Kang Hyun also thought the voice sounded familiar. He said to Lee San-mang, Can I see that for a second? She replied, Here, take it. He looked at the paper and said, Kang Hyun, you look quite different in person compared to your photo, don't you? Kang Hyun rushed to explain, Look, my appearance changed because of a skill, but this is really me. Honestly, it's not fair, he continued. If you don't believe me, I can do a DNA test or check my fingerprints. Kim Ji-hoon asked him, Did you complete up to stage 5? Kang Hyun answered, That's right. Deep down, he thought to himself that he had intentionally changed the details to avoid drawing attention. The instructor asked again, Level 12, that's quite high. Have you ever conquered an illegal dungeon? Kang Hyun was startled, thinking, I lowered it by more than half, but it's still too high. He wiped away sweat and said, I went in a few times before the laws were passed. Kim Ji-hoon replied and asked, I see. What is the mana force skill you listed in your ultimate techniques? Kang Hyun proudly introduced his skill. It temporarily doubles my strength. The instructor said, Thank you for your cooperation. Just one more thing, Kang Hyun thought. He asks too many questions. The instructor said, At stage 3, awakened individuals receive a skill. At stage 4, an accessory. And at stage 5, another skill. I need to see all those rewards. Kang Hyun thought to himself, he's so thorough. He rolled up his sleeve and said, Fine, this is the skill I got at stage 3. He leaned down and bit hard into his bicep. Kim Ji-hoon watched in total shock. Drops of blood hit the floor. Kang Hyun held the wound out in front of Kim Ji-hoon. Suddenly, tiny sparks of lightning appeared over the wound, and the bite began to heal. Kim Ji-hoon adjusted his glasses and said, A healing skill. Kang Hyun shook his hand a few times, held out the ring on his other hand, and said, And this ring is from stage 4. Now, for stage 5. He thought to himself, Good. I recorded my ultimate technique as mana force instead of physical force. He explained that it was a skill that instilled fear in surrounding enemies with a roar. Is it okay if I use it here? The instructor said it was fine. Go ahead. He replied, All right. Among the people waiting in line, there was a blond man with piercings on his face, standing with his arms crossed. Suddenly, he glanced toward where Kang Hyun and Kim Ji-hoon were standing. Seeing Kang Hyun leaning back, preparing to roar, he thought, Wait, that guy, the one who slaughtered goblins in the John Gud tunnel. Realizing something, he immediately raised his hands to cover his ears. His action confused the guy in front of him. Kang Hyun used his skill and let out a roar, instantly scaring everyone in the auditorium. Everyone covered their ears, asking, What the hell was that? Kim Ji-hoon also grimaced and covered his ears. Kang Hyun finished, Ahem, ahem. The instructor looked at him, sweating. Kang Hyun confidently gestured, as if to say, Is that enough? He told him, That's enough. Now, Mr. Kang Hyun, please head to the first floor of the Gunmu building next door. The blond man watched him closely, a cunning smile on his face. Kang Hyun recalled his own imagination, seeing himself as a handsome guy. He thought to himself that earlier he almost got turned away because he looked different from his ID photo. But after drawing attention with that intense roar, everyone gathered in the room whispered, Is that him? He was the subject of the gossip. Kang Hyun was chewing on a box of meat. He rested his chin on his hand, idly thinking that he might have made a bad impression on everyone. Some in the room even mocked him. He yelled at that girl so loud she basically vanished. Kang Hyun heard it and just felt like something was off, but it didn't really matter. The blond man in the back row sat deep in thought watching him. Just then, Instructor Kim Ji-hoon stepped onto the podium with a few teaching assistants. He spoke up, thanking everyone for waiting. There was a microphone set up on the podium. Kim Ji-hoon adjusted it, his voice echoing throughout the room. I am Kim Ji-hoon. From now on, I will be in charge of training at the An Yu Sung Nam branch of the Awakened Training School. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The audience applauded. Kim Ji-hoon began to outline the curriculum. The training course will last 10 days, consisting of theory classes in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon. Food and lodging will be provided here. If no serious issues arise, everyone will safely complete the training and receive their certification. Everyone below listened in silence, and Kim Ji-hoon continued to explain. As you all know, it's been nearly half a year since the world changed. Information about dungeons and monsters appears daily, so tactics are constantly evolving. He emphasized. In other words, what you are about to learn isn't necessarily the only correct answer. Kang Hyun felt a bit dissatisfied. He was discouraging everyone from the very start. Kim Ji-hoon declared, there might be misinformation or information that will soon become useless. Therefore, I will only teach the most essential things to help you survive. Finally, he announced the schedule for the next 10 days and said he looked forward to working with them. Kim Ji-hoon dismissed the class for the time being. That's it for this section. Take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next part. The break made the room buzz with conversation. Everyone started getting to know each other. Everyone, except for Kang Hyun, who just leaned back and stared blankly at the ceiling. He felt completely uninterested, feeling as bored as he would in military training. Was it really going to be like this for the next 10 days? Suddenly, a burly figure approached him. Kang Hyun looked over, and the man reached out his hand, and he said, enthusiastically, the name's Kwak Soo-in. How about a handshake? Kang Hyun felt like he'd just drifted back from some distant paradise, so he just stared blankly, completely confused. A moment later, he thought to himself, Who is this muscle-headed pig? Kang Hyun shook his hand and said, I'm Kang Hyun. Suin flashed a sinister smile, and Hyun realized something was off. Suin intentionally squeezed his hand as hard as he could, while pretending to be polite, saying, let's help each other out. Suin gloated inwardly, thinking he needed to put guys like this in their place right from the start. The sound from earlier had really put him under so much pressure that his face had turned beet red. He didn't want to be shown up by Kang Hyun, so he had to strike first. He decided he had hated this guy ever since he caused that chaos earlier. Suddenly, Suin's eyes widened. He watched as Kang Hyun squeezed his hand back with terrifying force. Suin trembled and cursed to himself. What the hell? How is this guy still holding up? Kang Hyun said calmly. Strength enhancement. The system immediately activated strength enhancement. Strength enhancement B. A skill that uses magic to boost muscle mass, described as increasing strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. The muscles on Kang Hyun's arm suddenly became incredibly strong. With just a light squeeze, he made it feel like the weight Suin was bearing had increased by 10 tons. His muscles felt like they were twisting and tearing. Suin panicked. Huh? Am I losing in a contest of strength? I put all my stats into strength. Eyes from all around the room were fixed on them. Huh? Are they fighting? Suin felt embarrassed. Oh man, everyone is watching. I can't back down like a loser. Suin gritted his teeth and strained himself, pushing his strength 100 times harder. The veins on his bronzed skin popped out and coiled, looking like they were about to burst. Boom! Suin's forearm exploded, and blood sprayed everywhere. It was a horrific sight. He was shocked. Kang Hyun was stunned. Even the onlookers got splashed with blood. Everyone was itching with surprise. The blonde-haired youth who had witnessed the entire scene had his eyes curved into a twisted smile, revealing his crazy, masochistic obsession. Blood splattered across the floor, and screams echoed throughout the hall. An ambulance arrived at the gate. Kang Hyun was in the monitoring room, arguing angrily. No, I'm telling you. It was that musclehead. No, that guy came up and shook my hand first. Then, all of a sudden, while he was flexing, his arm just exploded. Kim Ji-hoon replied nonchalantly, Do you really think I'll believe that? Kang Hyun pulled at his hair in frustration. Ugh, this is driving me crazy, he explained anxiously. It's not about whether you believe me or not. That's what actually happened. Thanks to my unique ability, Strength of the Strong, I get a 1.5 times boost to my own power, which is how I avoided getting hurt. Kang Hyun added, If you don't believe me, just check the CCTV. Kim Ji-hoon picked up on a key point and asked, Is your unique ability called Human Strength? Kang Hyun was startled and replied, Yeah, that's right, Human Strength. He adjusted his glasses and pointed out that it increases strength by 2 times, not 1.5. Hearing that, he gave a vague laugh to dodge the question. I guess I'm just not very good at math, so I got confused. Kim Ji-hoon frowned and stared at him as if trying to confirm something, but eventually, he sighed. Haha, he said. I understand. Go back to class. When Kang Hyun returned to his seat, he sighed. Phew, the first day is already so exhausting. Just then, someone appeared and sat next to him. Hello, Kang Hyun glanced over. The blonde youth sat with his arms neatly crossed and smiled. Haha, can I sit near you? Kang Hyun wondered to himself. First that muscle-headed pig, now a hooligan? But out loud, he replied, Yeah, whatever. The youth shook his hand and introduced himself. I'm Yu Sung. Kang Hyun nodded. I'm Kang Hyun. Yu Sung probed further. Can I call you Hyung? I just turned 18 and I've finished the tutorial. I'm a fast learner, so I've already finished high school. Hyun replied, Sure, just talk to me comfortably. In his heart, he thought. Looking at him, I thought he was older than me. The guy leaned in and asked, How did you do that earlier? Kang Hyun was surprised. Huh, what? And Yu Sung's face lit up with excitement. He said, That guy's arm just exploded out of nowhere. That was totally top tier. What kind of skill is that? Kang Hyun was annoyed. Ugh, this guy isn't normal either. He replied with irritation. It's not like that, okay? That pig's arm just exploded on its own. Instructor He entered the class, cutting off the chatter. Let's start the second lesson. Settle down. He held the remote and said concisely, Because of the long delay, I'll only summarize the main points. The screen displayed 2 data tables. He held up 2 fingers and said, Currently, dungeons are divided into 2 types, normal dungeons and incomplete dungeons. He explained that normal dungeons are the most common type. The dungeon gate will break 4 weeks after it appears. As you all know, a dungeon break is a phenomenon where monsters pour out of the gate. Kang Hyun and Han Se-yeon sat silently listening. He said, An incomplete dungeon is a type of dungeon where the break time cannot be determined. It could open earlier or later than 4 weeks, so constant guarding is mandatory. He steered the topic. So how can we prevent this? We have 2 ways. The screen projected images of 2 gems, one red mixed with yellow, and the other a deep purple. He continued. One is to clear the dungeon by obtaining the central core or main core. The other way is to replace the regular core periodically to delay the dungeon break. At the same time, he added a warning. However, you must be careful about the order in which you attack the core. Suddenly, a boisterous voice shouted from somewhere. Oh, really? A burly, rough-looking man sitting at the back of the class acted impatient and arrogant. What about dealing with the monsters? Do you think I came here to listen to these useless theories? Kang Hyun started to get annoyed. He turned and criticized. Another musclehead. People like that musclehead from earlier are the real problem. Another teaching assistant in the hall warned, Student, if you cause trouble again, you will be expelled. Kim Ji-hoon calmly raised a hand to stop him. It's fine. He looked at the man and said, Student, come down here. The burly man was surprised. Huh? Kim Ji-hoon repeated, I said come down here. The guy showed no fear, and even mocked him. Huh. You've got some ego, don't you? The man walked up and stood in front of the podium, spreading his arms. He stood there provocatively. I'm down here, now what? Kim Ji-hoon moved to the spot opposite him and pulled out his phone, setting a 1-minute timer. The burly man still didn't understand what was happening. Kim Ji-hoon showed him the 1-minute timer on the screen and made an offer. From now on, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you can manage to injure me, you'll be graduated immediately. Then, Kim Ji-hoon's face darkened, and he said in a low, challenging tone, If not, you'll be expelled. Want to play? Kang Hyun and Han Se-yeon watched the entire bet unfold, stunned. They both had the same thought in mind. This gym guy is really arrogant. What a pain. But then, they both started smirking in a sinister way. They had the same intriguing thought, but it looked like fun, so it didn't really matter. Kim Ji-hoon declared, From now on, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you can even scratch me, I'll let you graduate immediately. He continued, and if you fail, you'll be expelled. What do you think? The burly, rough-looking man gritted his teeth. What do you take me for? A window for his inventory popped up, and he pulled out a sharp sword. He offered an arrogant smile and said, Are you sure you won't regret this? A staff member behind them nervously tried to stop Kim Ji-hoon from stepping forward. Teacher, that's a real sword. Kim Ji-hoon pushed his glasses up slightly and replied, It's fine. His face darkened as he commanded, Come at me. An intense aura enveloped the burly man. The man growled, Don't blame me when this is over. The man crouched to build momentum and shouted, I'm attacking. He lunged toward Kim Ji-hoon. A powerful sword strike came down. But Kim Ji-hoon calmly sidestepped it. He said coolly, Announcing your attack before you strike makes it useless. Even if you aren't trying to ambush me, surprise is the fundamental element of an attack. The burly man was furious. Yeah, right. He swung horizontally, appearing as if he would cut Kim Ji-hoon in half. But he had suddenly shifted behind the man and whispered, Similarly, your preparation is too long-winded. Your opponent isn't going to wait for you to attack. The man lost his temper, his eyes burning with rage. He turned around in a frenzy, swinging his sword repeatedly at Kim Ji-hoon, but he seemed to turn into 1,000 illusions, making it impossible for the man to tell what was real and what wasn't. A flurry of strikes was unleashed, but not one of them actually touched Kim Ji-hoon. He calmly instructed, Just swinging the sword isn't enough. While easily dodging every strike, Kim Ji-hoon nonchalantly pointed out, You have to observe and see through your opponent's movements without missing a single beat. The burly man's face turned beet red as he shouted, Enough of your nonsense. Having lost all reason, he charged aggressively at him with his sword. Damn it! The man swung at his head. Kang Hyun immediately ducked to dodge. He continued to lecture. Using all your strength isn't always the best approach. The larger your range of motion, the larger your openings. Kim Ji-hoon raised his knee and said, But more importantly, snap. He kicked the man's sword, sending it flying up toward the ceiling. The sword pinned itself into the ceiling, even causing a few cracks. Without his weapon, the burly man turned pale and sat down on the ground, exhausted. Kim Ji-hoon slowly lowered his leg and said, Doing that just drains your energy too fast. He held up his phone, showing the time, 1 minute and 28 seconds. He coldly declared, That's 1 minute. Time's up. The other students were stunned. Kang Hyun recalled the way Kim Ji-hoon tilted his head, remembering a video he had once seen. He mused. A professional martial artist dodging an ordinary person's punch just by tilting his head. I've seen a video like that before. He watched as Kim Ji-hoon easily suppressed the burly man, wondering to himself, But doing that to someone with abilities, is there really a difference between superhumans? Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes. He analyzed the burly man's strength from the fight just now, his agility and reaction speed. Even if he had enhanced his own stats, he would have had trouble keeping up. If I had to face him in a one-on-one match, Kang Hyun closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them wide, his face filled with a devious and excited grin. Seong, standing beside him, was no different. They both thought, who would win? I really want to have a match. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed out loud. Kang Hyun looked over unexpectedly. His expression changed as he looked at Kim Ji-hoon and that guy. They were just as obsessed and excited as he was, if not more. The guy was even sticking his tongue out and laughing. Kang Hyun thought to himself, whoa, what's with that expression? What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? Kang Hyun regretted it, his face darkening as he told himself, I shouldn't sit next to this guy next time. I don't want people to think I'm like that too. That afternoon, everyone gathered in the courtyard. The Academy of Ability Training's schedule consisted of theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Kim Ji-hoon pointed to the heavy, crude weapons laid out in the yard and said, "Today, we will practice weapon skills. Everyone, please go and pick up a training weapon." He instructed the class, "First, practice on your own. The teaching assistants will take turns correcting you. Because we're short on staff, I hope you understand that we cannot provide one-on-one guidance." Kang Hyun picked up an old, worn-out sword and felt a bit discouraged, sighing, "This is so boring." Seong, carrying his sword on his shoulder, proactively invited him, "Hey brother, practicing weapon skills feels so dull, doesn't it? Wanna spar?" Hearing that, Kang Hyun perked up. "That sounds good. Are you good at fighting?" Kim Ji-hoon spoke up from afar, warning them, "Take note. Sparring is forbidden until the 6th day of training." Kang Hyun clicked his tongue. The sound of training echoed throughout the blue sky. Haha. Every member of the class was diligently practicing their sword swings. Kang Hyun looked at the others, bored. He thought dismally that he wasn't looking forward to this at all. But is everyone really at this level? The average level is lower than I thought. Kang Hyun scratched his head. "I don't need to practice anything. I'll just walk around and get a little exercise." He gripped his sword tightly. Swish, swish. Kang Hyun crouched and made a few sharp, decisive sword movements. Kim Ji-hoon, who was watching the others practice, was suddenly drawn by Kang Hyun's movements. He glanced over in surprise. Kang Hyun's sword speed was extremely fast. Even though he was pretending to just swing it around a bit, every one of his strikes was so sharp that the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving faint, shimmering silver streaks in the air. Suddenly, Kang Hyun was interrupted. "That student over there, you can't do that." Teaching assistant Han crossed his arms and said sternly, "In that stance, you need to keep your feet together and adjust the angle of the sword. You seem like you're trying to show off, but that's useless during training." Kang Hyun stared blankly for a long time. Teaching assistant Han kept rambling. "Later, when you go into the dungeons, you'll find it difficult to apply that sword technique in actual combat." Kang Hyun's eyes flashed a hint of red. What is this guy saying? In the next second, he grabbed the man by his collar. Hyun's face moved in close, aggressive as a demon, and he hissed, "Are you that good at fighting? Or should we test that?" Then, he let go, his face returning to a calm, indifferent expression as he poked his ear carelessly. All right. He suppressed his dark thoughts. "I'm holding back because I don't want to make a scene." At that moment, Kim Ji-hoon stepped forward. Teaching assistant Han, "Hold on." Teaching assistant Han turned his head and asked in surprise when he saw Kim Ji-hoon. "Teacher?" Kim Ji-hoon clapped his hands. He called out loudly, "Everyone, attention. From now on, there will be simulated sparring matches between the students and the teaching assistants." Kang Hyun and teaching assistant Han looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Kim Ji-hoon handed a sword to teaching assistant Han and said, "Teaching assistant Han will follow the guidance he just gave, while student Kang Hyun will continue to swing his sword as usual. You have only one chance to exchange attacks." Assistant Han was stunned. "Huh? Kang Hyun? Seriously?" Kim Ji-hoon didn't say a word, just waved his hand. "All right, let's begin." Kang Hyun and Han took their positions, and Kim Ji-hoon started counting down. 1, 2. The moment he hit 3, they both lunged at each other. Kang Hyun's eyes glinted with excitement as he brought his sword crashing down toward assistant Han's blade. The immense pressure caught Han off guard. Kang Hyun's sword glowed with a faint blue light. He swung again, this time with so much force that it sent assistant Han's sword flying. The sword spun through the air before Han stumbled and hit the ground. Clang! His sword landed, embedding itself into the floor just behind his back. The training hall went dead silent, everyone watching, unable to look away. Kim Ji-hoon took this opportunity to explain to the class, The weapons training you're all doing is meant to prepare you for real battles. It's about training your body to react instinctively when you're under attack. He spoke calmly. But trainee Kang Hyun has shown us that you must never forget the most important thing, the ability to react. Never assume that what you're learning in class is the only right answer. Kim Ji-hoon praised them. Let's give these two a round of applause for that demonstration. Everyone clapped loudly. Even though Kang Hyun didn't fully understand why he was being praised, he still puffed his chest out with pride. How was that? Assistant Han sat on the ground, embarrassed, scratching his head. Kim Ji-hoon approached and offered a hand to help him up. My apologies, Assistant Han. You worked hard. Assistant Han hurriedly grabbed his hand and stammered, It's fine, thanks to you. I've learned a lot. Kim Ji-hoon pulled him up, and Han stood there, brushing off his clothes. Kim Ji-hoon said to Han, slightly apologetic, About that, I'm sorry. His eyes then shifted toward Kang Hyun, who was chatting away with An Yu-sung. Han looked confused, not really following. Kim Ji-hoon adjusted his glasses, his voice taking on a mysterious, strange tone. I just wanted to test a few things. Kang Hyun decided to record his progress in a notebook, what he called his precious training diary. Kang Hyun's diary. He started writing, Day 1. A big guy picked a fight with me, so I taught him a lesson. That guy's name is An Yu-sung. He keeps acting all friendly with me, but he seems to hate the theoretical lessons, and he's not very effective during practice. Day 2. Not much different from yesterday. We learned some tactics in the morning and did weapons training in the afternoon. And Yu-sung seems very excited. I should probably keep my distance from him. He remembered how Han Se-yeon had been swinging her sword so wildly during practice that the instructor had to intervene. Swinging like that is dangerous. Day 3. When I asked An Yu-sung how many training stages he'd completed, he just rested his chin in his hand and gave me a secretive smile. Naturally, this guy was the only one talking to me. In the afternoon, the two of them were sparring with swords, but the assistant instructor started shouting, That's not how you do it! Day 4. And Yu-sung sat next to me, staring at my notebook, which was covered in random scribbles showing how bored I was. When the practice started, just as I picked up my sword, the assistant said, Only one weapon per person. Day 5. This is so boring. Just let me go home. I was so bored I even tried lying down on the ground in the afternoon. The assistant asked, What are you doing, trainee? I replied, Meditating. Day 6. Kang Hyun gave up and slumped over his desk, groaning. So boring. He asked An Yu-sung, Why don't you go pick a fight with someone? He replied, Didn't you say earlier that we should just complete the course quietly? Kang Hyun lifted his head off the table and said coldly, If you get kicked out, that's not my problem. An Yu-sung laughed lightly and said, You really have a way with words, don't you? Suddenly, he said, You don't need to worry too much. He continued, Today is the 6th day, so from now on, we'll be sparring every afternoon, right? I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen. And Yu-sung's eyes curved, filled with an eerie, playful excitement. I have a gut feeling about it. Day 6. Afternoon sparring in a small assembly hall. The instructor's sword was knocked out of his hand. The instructor fell to the floor, his sword clattering away, and he hissed in pain. Kang Hyun helped the instructor up, and the supervisor acting as referee announced, Trainee Kang Hyun wins. Next team, get ready. The hall was buzzing with noise. Kang Hyun moved back to his seat, and Yu-sung leaned over and complimented him. You're pretty good, huh? I saw you take down the instructor. Hyun answered indifferently. The opponent was just weak. And Yu-sung flattered him. Come on, why are you being so humble all of a sudden? Hyun didn't respond. He calmly watched the following matches, but his thoughts were drifting far away. What should I do? It feels like waiting for kids to play. He crossed his arms and silently judged. Overall, the skill level here isn't that high. I don't know much about things like talent, but it seems like commoners can't get past many stages. Watching the dull battles, Kang Hyun thought with boredom. They said the sparring would continue until the 8th day. Do they really have to keep doing this tedious stuff? Suddenly, a contestant rushed at his opponent and shouted, Ha! The opponent's face paled, and all he could do was scream. Ah! He raised his sword high in defense. Kang Hyun sat below, watching the match closely. On the stage, the pale-faced opponent had lost his soul, eyes squeezed shut, while the tip of the sword was pressed right against his face. A moment later, he opened his eyes, trembling. Kim Ji-hoon stepped in and caught the blade with his bare hand. He declared, Let's stop here. The winner is trainee Kim Chang-gu. The hall broke into applause. Kang Hyun praised him inwardly. He's decent. If I had to fight, I'd rather fight instructor Kim Ji-hoon. Kim Ji-hoon shouted, All right, next team, step up. And Yu-sung stood up and turned to Kang Hyun. I'm heading out. Kang Hyun nodded. Yeah, go ahead. Suddenly, the corners of An Yusung's mouth curled into a cunning smile. Kang Hyun noticed his strange grin. An Yusung walked up the stairs to the stage, recalling An Yusung's eerie, excited eyes, and his words. I feel like something interesting is going to happen. Kang Hyun suddenly felt uneasy. He's not planning on causing trouble, is he? I have a bad feeling about this. Kang Hyun sighed in relief. Well, with the instructors here, nothing big can happen, right? On the stand, An Yusung held a mace on the stage. Facing him was a girl holding a staff. Kim Ji-hoon stood between them, providing info. Trainee Lee Yuri is a mage and will be using her own weapon instead of the training equipment. Kim Ji-hoon emphasized to An Yusung, this will give her an advantage due to the range. Do you have any issues with that? An Yusung replied with a faint smile. No. Kim Ji-hoon looked down at his weapon and asked, but I recall trainee An Yusung's main weapon is a sword, isn't it? Why a mace now? An Yusung winked quickly. There's no rule saying we can only use one type of weapon, right? Kim Ji-hoon found it reasonable and temporarily agreed. All right then, that's fine. He signaled. Okay, both of you step back. I'll count to 3, then you two begin. Kang Hyun tensed up with every count. 1, 2, and Yusung remained relaxed. 3. Lee Yuri cast a magic spell, creating stones. She used her magic to launch the stones straight at An Yusung. He stood still, smiling, and Yusung raised his mace and gently used it to swat away every stone flying toward him with lightning-fast speed. An Yusung's eyes flashed, and he smiled smugly. Kang Hyun and everyone else sitting below looked surprised. His face lit up with admiration. This is the first time I've seen magic in real life. Does that mean as long as I do the tutorial, I can learn magic too? Then he stared blankly at Lee Yuri's back, wondering, why didn't I see this during weapon training? Did she practice privately? Seeing her magic attack fail, Lee Yuri gritted her teeth in anger and squeezed her staff. Damn it. The tip of the staff was covered in purple magic. Lee Yuri exerted her strength to conjure a giant stone. She controlled the stone, flying it straight toward the target. He glanced sideways. Kim Ji-hoon sensed something was wrong, and Yusung swung his mace high once again. He braced his legs, and Yusung grinned maniacally and swung the mace straight ahead. Magic power suddenly flared up, and Yusung shifted his stance. Huh? He was stunned, unable to believe it. Was he really using the mace to deflect the stone, spinning it around to create a terrifying vortex? He thought to himself. He's bending the magic's trajectory. Just as the stone was about to hit his face, and Yusung saw through the target's intention the instructor. The stone changed its flight path, and An Yusung dodged in a hurry. An Yusung took the chance to turn his back. He sneaked toward the opponent, while An Yusung was distracted. An Yusung could only stand and watch Han Se-yeon run away, panicked. Seeing An Yusung use his full strength to swing the mace down on Lee Yuri's head, he screamed, "Trainee!" Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Ji-hoon was horrified at the sight, and Hyun was just as shocked. Under An Yusung's feet, Lee Yuri lay in a pool of blood, unconscious. Her index finger was even bent at an awkward angle. An Yusung raised his hand, satisfied, celebrating his victory. His cheeks flushed with excitement. His face was covered in blood, but he displayed a terrifying, ecstatic joy. Kang Hyun slowly updated his diary. Day 6. This idiot is crazier than I thought. Assistant Han Se-yeon immediately called for the medical team, her voice filled with worry. Then, Assistant Minwook was told to call 119 right away. The urgency was clear in every word. The assistant immediately made the call, reporting a fracture in the right arm. His tone hurried. Yes, that's right, please hurry. The assistant tried to reassure the injured person, saying, try to hold on a little longer. And Yusung stood there, his face covered in blood, his gaze sharp and cold, as if he wanted to devour the other person. Kim Ji-hoon pointed his sword at him, asking angrily, Trainee An Yusung, do you know what you are doing? And Yusung smirked, raising his hands in surrender. He said, it was just a slip of the hand. Accidents like this can happen during training, right? Facing An Yusung, Kim Ji-hoon gritted his teeth. You think I'll believe that? The trainee smirked, winked mischievously, showing no remorse whatsoever. Kim Ji-hoon looked at the trainee with indignation. He could only let out one sound. Ugh. Kim Ji-hoon tried to stay calm, saying, geez. Hyun announced to everyone in the hall, we will have a 20-minute break. Please return to your seats by 3 o'clock. He pointed at An Yusung and said, trainee, follow me for a moment. An Yusung quickly replied, yes, yes. Kang Hyun stood among the crowd, thinking silently without saying a word. Kang Hyun looked down at the dagger in Kim Ji-hoon's hand, thinking to himself, that dagger. He recalled the image of a man wearing protective gear, holding those two strange daggers in his hands. Despite the incident, the training continued as usual for 2 more days. The atmosphere remained extremely tense, and Yusung had not been expelled and was still training as usual, but it seemed he had been noticed, because the instructors and assistants were extremely wary of him. It seemed the victories weren't as effortless as usual, and there was even a healer by his side. I heard that costs a lot of money. Thanks to that, the 8th day passed without any incidents. Kim Ji-hoon pondered. Kang Hyun thought to himself, no, I had intended to let it slide. In the instructor's room, Kang Hyun excitedly called for Kim Ji-hoon. The training is almost over. Let's start practicing with real swords. Kang Hyun stood in front of Kim Ji-hoon, who bowed his head and thought, since the graduation ceremony is in 2 days, couldn't you let it pass peacefully? Kim Ji-hoon continued to think. He said to Hyun, this guy is already exhausted. And don't just barge into the instructor's room like that. Kang Hyun frowned, thinking to himself as he hummed softly. Isn't this little game a bit boring? He remarked. Kim Ji-hoon held his head in his hands, looking absolutely exhausted. Kang Hyun stepped closer and said, let me tell you something. Kim Ji-hoon replied, don't your hands feel itchy for a fight? This is the place where you're supposed to be looking at paperwork, right? And we've met before, haven't we? Kim Ji-hoon fell silent, lost in thought. As they stepped out onto the training ground, Kim Ji-hoon said, so, the person from before was trainee Kang Hyun even though it's late. Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to minimize the damage. Kang Hyun replied, oh, it's nothing. He wondered to himself. Surely he hadn't noticed where he had stashed the items, had he? Kim Ji-hoon asked, by the way, trainee Kang Hyun, you completed the 5th floor, didn't you? That's an impressive sword you have there. Wasn't that the reward for the 6th floor? Kang Hyun replied, flustered, I found it while exploring. Kim Ji-hoon retorted, a likely story. He smirked and said, well, fine. It seems you don't intend to answer any more questions. If that's the case, I should return the favor with something I found during my own exploration. Kim Ji-hoon swung his blade, rushing toward Kang Hyun. Caught off guard, Kang Hyun quickly unleashed a counterattack. Kim Ji-hoon noted, I thought you were focused on brute strength, but your speed is quite impressive too. Kang Hyun smiled faintly and replied, focusing only on one thing will just make you weak. Since I have a healing skill, feel free to give it all you've got. Kim Ji-hoon answered, in that case, I won't hold back anymore. Then, the two of them clashed, the light of their swords flashing brilliantly. He thought, his power is truly incredible. Will he really block all of these blows? Kang Hyun shouted, haha, that's it. A practice match should be like this. Kim Ji-hoon thought to himself, his healing skill seems just as effective as mine. If that's the case, I'll have to use more force. He calculated that he would strike first with an unavoidable blow. Kim Ji-hoon thought. He couldn't pierce through it. He blocked it with his ulna and radius. Kang Hyun grinned wickedly and said, gotcha. Kim Ji-hoon's glasses were knocked away, and he lay motionless on the ground. Looking up at the ceiling, he sighed, I lost. Then, Kang Hyun drank some soda. The two sat resting with their backs against the wall. He said, trainee Kang Hyun, you're really strong. Kang Hyun replied, well, you're not bad yourself. He took a sip of his soda. He continued, in fact, this practice match is a draw. We agreed not to use skills during the spar, but it seems I used mine. Kim Ji-hoon asked, is that so? He laughed happily. Then I win. You could get disqualified for breaking the rules. Kang Hyun retorted angrily. That's not fair. It's a passive skill. How am I supposed to turn it off? Kim Ji-hoon stood up, smiling as he said, thanks. I feel a bit better now. Go on in and get some rest. We've got a dungeon conquest training session tomorrow. Outside the dungeon, a sign read, this dungeon is the property of the Awakened Training Academy. Unauthorized entry will be reported and prosecuted. A man in a black cloak was standing there. He approached the dungeon gate. This place was designed as an educational dungeon by the Awakened Ability Academy. A crowd stood before the massive gate, everyone looking nervous and anxious. This was an F-rank dungeon, the Gaiga Forest. A voice rang out, giving instructions. The Gaiga monsters appearing inside were stronger than those in normal F-rank dungeons. However, there were 2 reasons why this place was designed as an educational dungeon. First, it was a battle-type dungeon. It had traps, but nothing more dangerous than the monsters themselves. Second, Gaiga don't live in packs, so everyone could lure them out and handle them one by one. Once inside the dungeon, everyone would be given more detailed instructions. The reassurance felt a bit forced. Kang Hyun exclaimed in surprise. This was his first time entering a real dungeon. Because the orientation started inside a dungeon, he had never walked through a gate like this before. The feeling of weightlessness as he passed through the door was a strange experience, and the scenery was completely different when he opened his eyes. A tropical forest appeared before him. Everyone looked around, bewildered. Wow, this was a dungeon, a completely different world. Kang Hyun wondered. The gate? The one we just walked through, if I go back there, can I return to where I came from? And Yu-sung replied, they'll explain it in class. And Yu-sung added, you can go back. Kang Hyun retorted, all right, stop talking to me. I don't want to be labeled as a crazy person. And Yu-sung argued back, you're the one who talked to me first. The instructor, Kim Ji-hoon, started briefing them. First, the assistant instructor would lure a Gaiga and demonstrate. Then, everyone would hunt the monsters in groups of 5. Kim Ji-hoon called for his assistant. He said, when luring, move to a spacious area so it's easier to fight. While we move, I'll explain more about the Gaiga. The Gaiga is a bird-type monster, standing a little over 2 meters tall from head to toe, with an appearance similar to an ostrich. Its characteristics are its very agile legs and an extremely strong beak. Specifically, its beak can even shatter armor. Because it can be lethal, you must be especially careful. The standard tactic is for a few people to surround it and bind its legs. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The dungeon's core error has been removed. The gate leading outside has opened. The dungeon is collapsing. Everyone get out. An emergency announcement blared. Everyone was in an uproar. Hurry, don't push. The instructor guided them. Don't panic and leave through the door, one person at a time. We must get out before the dungeon collapses completely. There is still time, so move in an orderly fashion. Everyone was murmuring, what's going on? Wasn't there an announcement that the core error was removed? Doesn't that mean the dungeon was cleared? Kim Ji-hoon muttered to himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone is out. So, who on earth cleared the dungeon? A soldier spoke up to the instructor. He was panicked. That's impossible. The dungeon. Assistant instructor, call for backup. All trainees, leave the dungeon immediately. The dungeon is breaking, Kim Ji-hoon shouted. Kang Hyun was panicked. Wait, instructor, what's going on? He replied. Trainee Kang Hyun, you're just in time. This is a dungeon break. I need the trainees to help out a bit on the front lines. Kang Hyun was stunned. A dungeon break? The instructor explained. If you destroy or remove the dungeon core without killing the boss monster, when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will flood through the gate. This is called a dungeon break. Didn't you learn this in theory class? Kang Hyun stammered. I learned it. He smiled. Actually, I was just checking to see if Kim Ji-hoon knew his stuff. Ugh, you're talking nonsense again. Sorry, but I don't have time to joke around. The Gaiga will be flooding out soon. I'll lead the trainees. So you just stay here for now. Kim Ji-hoon finished speaking and rushed forward. Damn it, it's time. Kang Hyun, I'm leaving it to you. Kang Hyun called out in a hurry. Wait, I haven't heard the rest. Kim Ji-hoon instructed everyone. Form groups of 5. From now on, if you don't follow my orders, you might die, Kang Hyun muttered. So, that's how it is. He wore a wry smile. A Gaiga came charging at him. He wants me to face all these monsters alone? Did I understand that right? Whatever. Let's fight. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth and charged. Count me in too. And Yu-sung rushed up as well. Kang Hyun looked surprised. And Yu-sung was thrilled. Nothing beats crushing them with a mace. Kang Hyun couldn't help but feel a little happy. Fine then. Kang Hyun gripped his sword tight. Having a lunatic by his side was actually somewhat reassuring. Kang Hyun swung his sword. Cover your ears, Kang Hyun shouted, activating Lion's Roar. A loud shout echoed. You stupid bird-brained idiots. System notification. All enemy stats and morale have decreased. Everyone whispered. They seem suddenly weaker, don't they? Did you hear that noise earlier? Kim Ji-hoon wondered. Was that him? That's trainee Kang Hyun's skill. It has a debuff effect. Backup will be here soon. He thought things were going smoother than he expected. Kang Hyun thought. But the problem was the mana explosion. He attacked. Ha! What skill was that? I can use it, but others can't? And Yu-sung asked. Whoa, what was that? Is that magic? Kang Hyun smiled mysteriously. This? It's a skill I got earlier. And Yu-sung asked. From the orientation? He replied. That's a secret. More importantly, look over there. Kang Hyun pointed to where a mutated Gaiga had appeared. The boss monster. This is bad. The backup still hasn't arrived. Kim Ji-hoon worried. Even though trainee Kang Hyun had faced a boss before, he couldn't predict how big of a problem this would be, even for the two of them. This was their first time fighting a real monster. Hey, that one is mine. Let this little brother take it. And Yu-sung laughed greedily. Kang Hyun growled. No way, it's mine. Graduation is tomorrow. Han Se-yeon asked. There was an incident during the dungeon conquest training today, wasn't there? Kim Ji-hoon replied. Yes. That's right. Someone broke into the dungeon and intentionally triggered a dungeon break. The man continued. According to the report, it's the modus operandi of the dungeon terrorists that have been active for the past month. Han Se-yeon smirked slightly. She asked the supervisor. Are there any standout students? Kim Ji-hoon checked his report and replied, Yes, there are two. He continued. They're the ones who defeated the mutated Gaiga boss. Han Se-yeon looked surprised to hear that. Oh? Kim Ji-hoon reported. One is a student with overwhelming physical power. His strength, speed, and agility are all at a monster's level. However, his greatest strength is his incredible regenerative ability. He's not just resilient, but he has a recklessness where he doesn't even fear injury. The unpredictable tactics he employed were precisely what made him a headache for his enemies. Kim Ji-hoon continued. The other one is a different type. Should I call him a genius? He is a trainee born with excellent combat instincts, agile reflexes, and truly outstanding, efficient techniques. However, his violent nature is his biggest limitation. Han Se-yeon pondered, remaining silent about the final point. It was rare for Kim Ji-hoon to praise someone so much. Had he offered him a recruitment spot yet? Kim Ji-hoon replied, As long as I am an instructor, that would be against the rules. Han Se-yeon remarked, You're as rigid as ever. He chuckled. It's only natural for staff to share the same traits as their boss. Association President Han Se-yeon looked at him. She was the leader of the Dragon Guild. Han Se-yeon said, Being an instructor is fine, but come back to the guild soon. This incident feels strange. Kim Ji-hoon replied, Yes, I understand. On stage, a man was giving a speech. Thank you for everyone's hard work over the past 10 years. I hope you will all become great individuals. This concludes the graduation ceremony. In the hall, everyone listened intently. Kang Hyun clapped while thinking, Is that the principal? This is the first time I've seen him. Because I see him so often, I thought Kim Ji-hoon was just a low-ranking official. A man in black sunglasses bowed respectfully. Young master, please come in. Seeing the luxury car and the bodyguard, Kang Hyun was surprised. Wow, was he born with a silver spoon in his mouth? IU opened the car door and said, Get in, I'll give you a ride. He answered excitedly. Oh, thank you. He was thrilled. Ha ha, I've experienced cars like this before, Kim Ji-hoon called out. Kang Hyun. He turned back in surprise. Kang Hyun? The instructor said. It's Kim Ji-hoon. Kang Hyun, are you here to say goodbye? I didn't think you were the sentimental type, Kim Ji-hoon said. It's not like that, but let's just go with it. Regarding the dungeon breakout incident yesterday, the rewards for completion will be sent to both of you. Know that we will be in touch soon. That goes for NU Sung too. Note: original text segments merged for flow. Goodbye then. He turned to leave, but Kang Hyun called after him. Wait, you came all this way just to say that? At least add some well wishes. You're so cold-hearted. Kim Ji-hoon said languidly. Oh, Kang Hyun, you're strong, and you'll become even stronger. I'm sure we'll meet in a dungeon soon. However, never forget the responsibilities of an awakened, because Kang Hyun is an awakened now. Kang Hyun looked at his awakened card. Did you see that, Kang Ah-yeon? My potential. Kang Ah-yeon was lying on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so impressed, Kang Hyun said firmly. From now on, stop acting so bratty. He confidently asserted that starting tomorrow, he would conquer every dungeon. Kang Hyun wondered, how do I find a dungeon? Does it show up when I search on a map? Kang Ah-yeon, still on the sofa, playing with her phone, replied, I heard there's an app for Awakened called Radar. I think everything will be on there. Kang Hyun exclaimed, Oh, there is? Are you a genius or something? She replied, It's all over social media. In the past, you used to play so many online games. How come you're getting dumber as time goes on? Kang Hyun searched for information online. He said, dungeon maps, monster information, and they're even recruiting team members? Right now, the Forest of Echoes is considered an F-rank dungeon. Can't I go alone? I think I can handle it myself. I have to earn a lot of money and show it off to Mom. Kang Hyun looked at the calendar. He heard that the reward for clearing the lowest level dungeon, an F rank, was about 20 million won. Moreover, mana stones were considered a new energy source. I heard the items dropped by monsters are quite valuable too. For top-tier Awakened, their monthly income is, in the room, Kang Hyun's father called out. Is that you? Have you heard what Hyun has been saying these past few days? I heard the kid got some kind of card last month. Kang Hyun's mother replied. He already sent me 10 million won for allowance. Mother was surprised. What? It seems they found an old car. Father replied, "Huh, is that so? Now he's earning more money than his own father." Mother worried, "But I'm still anxious. I heard many people get hurt and die. If something happens." Kang Hyun's father reassured her, "Just let him handle it. It's still better than him being unemployed at his age." On TV, it was mentioned that one needs to form a team when entering a dungeon. Kang Hyun wasn't the type to take risks. He was sure he could take care of himself. Kang Hyun has been sharp since he was a kid. Inside the dungeon, the battle was raging intensely. Kang Hyun motivated himself. "Nothing here, Kiwa. You guys, just rush in." Kang Hyun's Bentley was parked on the street near the dungeon entrance. Inside the car, his phone kept ringing incessantly. Kang Hyun's mother was calling him, but he didn't pick up. While snacking on some fruit, his father reassured her, "He's probably just sleeping or something. Don't wake the kids up. Let's call him tomorrow." "I guess you're right," she replied. "I'll be back after I finish the dishes. So, go clean the room. When we call him tomorrow, make sure to tell him that." Kang Hyun's mother sounded worried. "What? About that? About what happened at the supermarket?" his father asked. "That? Why bring that up to him? The government will handle it." Kang Hyun's mother wondered. "How long do we have to wait? If Kang Hyun had a team, I'd rather call him." "Ugh, it's so dangerous." After the intense battle, a notification announced that the dungeon core had been eliminated. A portal leading to the outside opened up. Kang Hyun stepped out of the dungeon, determined to keep conquering it in a single day. Just an E-rank dungeon, or is that enough? I should be careful, right? I still don't know if the revive ability works in the real world. As he opened the car door, he thought about going home to sleep first, then eating beef with Kang Ah-yeon tomorrow. Kang Hyun looked at his phone and saw 36 missed calls from Kang Ah-yeon. Ah, Kang Ah-yeon. What could it be? The phone rang, and after a moment, she reported, "Oppa, something happened." Mom and Dad Kang Hyun's face darkened as the news broadcast reported on the dungeon break in the city of Hrae. The anchor announced that the government was doing its best to find a quick solution regarding the massive dungeon break in Hrae. A large-scale dungeon had opened, locking down the city of Hrae. The Ministry of National Defense was coordinating with civilian ability user groups. They had cordoned off the Hir area to prevent further damage, but concerns were mounting for the citizens isolated within the city. In response, the Danon Guild announced they would actively participate in rescue operations. Worried, Kang Ah-yeon asked her brother, "Are you really going?" "Even so, going alone is a bit." Kang Hyun smiled to reassure her. "Hey, don't worry. Who do you think I am?" As he tied his shoelaces, he said confidently, "I might look like this, but I'm a certified guide, you know. Wait for me at home." Kang Ah-yeon remained silent. She worriedly urged him, "Please be careful. Don't get carried away and show off too much." Kang Hyun patted her shoulder. "I told you not to worry. Go inside and rest. I'll bring Mom and Dad back soon." As he drove, he kept telling himself he would bring them home soon. Kang Hyun's car was stopped at a checkpoint. The soldiers told him he couldn't go any further and asked him to turn back. Kang Hyun replied calmly, "I'm an awakened. Can't I go inside?" He handed over his ID. The soldier examined Kang Hyun's ID, noting he wasn't affiliated with any guild. Then, he asked his superior for instructions. The commander told Kang Hyun he could pass, saying all awakened were allowed inside. The soldier warned him, "However, we won't be responsible for anything that happens to you." Kang Hyun raised his hand in a salute. "Got it, thanks a lot." He asked the soldier, "You're not military, are you? Are you a public servant?" Kang Hyun's car sped off, leaving the two soldiers behind. Kang Hyun checked the info on his phone. There were at least 5 dungeons confirmed to have opened, even E-rank dungeons. "I hope they're still holding out. I hope I make it in time." He worriedly thought, "If no monsters appear on the road, I can be there in 2 hours." A wild boar suddenly charged out, slamming into Kang Hyun's car and flipping it over. He struggled to crawl out of the car and said angrily, "What kind of rotten luck is this? You damn pig, how dare you do this to the beloved car I just got?" Kang Hyun drew his sword, his eyes burning with rage. "Come here, you bastard, I'll avenge my Bentley." The wild boar growled threateningly. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, worried. It's pretty big. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters rushed toward him. He thought, did I burn down a whole nation of goblins in my past life or something? Just when I forgot about them, they show up to cause more trouble. Forget about victory. I don't have time to deal with them. Kang Hyun said, "They say the best revenge is forgiveness. My friend, I'm heading out. Have a good time." As he spoke, he dashed into the forest at lightning speed. The wild boar roared in anger, just as the goblins attacked. Kang Hyun ran away from the goblins. He told himself, "That's right. If you want to fight, Go fight each other. The Bentley is gone. I shouldn't waste time on unimportant things. Kang Hyun ran barefoot through the forest in the dark, gasping for air. He checked his phone's GPS and muttered, "Running there barefoot in one day is way too hard. I need to save battery, so I can't even turn on the flashlight. If I'd known, I would have taken the main road with streetlights instead of taking a shortcut." Kang Hyun panted as monsters suddenly lunged at him. He realized the monsters could turn invisible. They're the type that can turn invisible? Looks like I'm not getting any sleep tonight. He kept running through the darkness. Kang Hyun stopped when he saw wolves surrounding him. He drew his sword and charged in to slaughter the wolves. After a fierce fight, Kang Hyun wiped them all out. He panted. Phew, finally handled them. He lay on a tree to rest, and soon the sun rose. He muttered, "Ugh, can't get any good sleep after fighting all night, and this tree isn't exactly comfortable." Kang Hyun sat on a branch to rest, telling himself, "I have to hurry." Elsewhere, Kang Hyun's parents were sitting huddled against a wall. His mother worriedly checked her phone, still seeing no reply from her son. She called out, His father signaled for his wife to stay quiet. His mother said sadly, "Was it really okay to let Kang Hyun come here?" His father asked, "Can't you reach him?" His mother replied, "The cell tower seems to be having some issues." Kang Hyun's father thought, "I told them it would be okay. But will it really be?" An orc appeared yesterday, and he thought they might be able to handle it somehow. People said it was a monster from an F-rank dungeon, but Kang Hyun's father worried. Can Kang Hyun defeat the monster that just appeared and take out the rest of them? Kang Hyun laughed maniacally. F-rank is just a warm-up for me. Mom, Dad, your beloved son is coming. Kang Hyun laughed loudly with arrogance. He proudly boasted of his accomplishments. Ha ha ha, I'm the one who conquered the F-rank dungeon all by myself. Standing in the middle of a battlefield covered in orc corpses, he confidently declared that fighting this bunch of orcs was too simple. A roar echoed. Kang Hyun turned his head to look, and in front of him, a troop of orcs was approaching. Kang Hyun thought to himself, "If they keep charging like this, it's not even tiring." Kang Hyun's eyes widened in suspicion. In front of Kang Hyun appeared 3 hulking orc warriors. He was stunned. Kang Hyun realized the bitter truth in a panic. Damn it, this is an E-rank dungeon, not an F-rank? Standing under the building, Kang Hyun shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm here to get you." He hurriedly reassured them. "Just stay put, and don't make a sound." His father heard his son's familiar voice and exclaimed in surprise, "That voice, Kang Hyun?" His mother couldn't believe her ears either. "Is that really Kang Hyun?" The two of them hurriedly looked out the window, seeing their son. His father worriedly asked, "What on earth has happened these past few months?" Many monsters lunged to attack Kang Hyun. As strikes rained down, he swung his sword to parry every blow. He gritted his teeth, persevering and trying to fight back. Kang Hyun gathered all his strength and launched a powerful attack. Blows rained down like a storm, but he didn't waver. An orc warrior was knocked down, moaning. "Kuirik!" Another orc warrior roared in fury. It charged at Kang Hyun. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred, and he was thrown back. The orc warrior had used magic, its eyes flashing with strange light. Kang Hyun was seriously injured, struggling to get back up. Blood dripped down as he felt his strength draining away. He thought, in despair, "Damn it." Hundreds, thousands of orc warriors kept charging. They surrounded Kang Hyun. An orc general appeared. He was much larger and more powerful than the other orcs, growling threateningly. Kang Hyun taunted the orc general. "Haha, are you the leader?" He laughed with contempt. "You're so ugly." He gasped for air, feeling completely exhausted. He tried to save mana to recover, but he knew he didn't have much time left. The system emitted a notification. Lion's Roar activated. He roared in fury. "Let's see what you've got, you bastard." Kang Hyun charged in to attack. He had nothing left to lose. He was knocked back again, covered in blood. He groaned in pain. The orc general swung his arm, punching Kang Hyun hard in the face. He realized this bastard was completely toying with him. The orc general continued to attack, giving Kang Hyun no chance to counter. He was beaten down, unable to move. Kang Hyun thought to himself, "I don't know if my mana is being drained or what, but my body isn't recovering at all." He lay motionless on the ground, desperate. "I don't even know if I can respawn." Kang Hyun tried to get up, his hands trembling as he tried to grip his sword. "But I can't run away while my family is right behind me." He shouted with determination, "Come here, you bastard." Kang Hyun dove into the fray. He had no other choice. Even though he was thrown back, he still tried to get up. He staggered forward, telling himself he couldn't give up. Kang Hyun saw his parents hiding in the house. He worriedly called out, "Mom!" The orc warriors climbed the walls, wanting to attack Kang Hyun's family. His father stared in horror at the scene before him, trembling. These guys? The mother panicked as she searched for her son. Where are you? Kang Hyun struggled to stand his ground. No, you bastards aren't taking this place. Damn dogs. He ran frantically toward his parents but was repeatedly attacked by the ORC general. Struck by massive blows, he collapsed and screamed, No, you bastards aren't taking this place. He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes still fixed on the house where his parents were. Slowly, his vision faded, and he couldn't see anything anymore. In the assembly hall, the guild leader appeared, having just wiped out a group of ORCs. Someone asked, Are you finished too? Han Se-yeon replied, How are the residents? A team member reported, We're prioritizing the evacuation of the injured, and I've also stayed close to ensure everyone else has been evacuated. Guild leader Han Se-yeon sighed. The damage is too great. She pondered that thanks to someone gathering the ORCs in one place, the damage here was less than in the surrounding areas. Han Se-yeon wondered, Was it him? You held them off until we arrived, a team member sadly announced. Unfortunately, he had passed away. The guild leader sadly ordered, Take care of his body. But when she looked down, the guild leader was surprised. She searched but couldn't find Kang Hyun's body. She was confused and worried. Where did the body go? Someone appeared, unconscious. Suddenly, Kang Hyun woke up, his brown eyes snapping open. He slowly sat up, looking around in confusion, and asked himself, Did I sleep in a tree? The system displayed a resurrection notification. Resurrection ability activates 24 hours after death, with a description that it will continue to revive him until the crisis on Earth is over. The system continued, saying that, if a resurrection point is not set, resurrection takes place at your previous sleeping spot, with a penalty of losing 1 level. All stats are reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Kang Hyun mumbled, The previous spot, huh? Outside, there was a demon holding a blood-stained sword. Inside was a fat man, terrified, holding a stick for defense. Behind the fat man, a girl was also trembling in fear. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, It's been 24 hours. Kang Hyun grabbed his large blade. He used a movement technique to jump high. I have to get back there immediately. Hyun landed on the ground, dripping with sweat, thinking to himself, My body feels so heavy. This is the resurrection penalty. Yeah. Kang Hyun quickly ran off. As he ran, he thought, Please, I hope everything is still okay. By dusk, as the sun set, night began to fall. At an old house, Kang Hyun spoke up. What welcomes me after 5 hours of running with a heavy body is the sight of my hometown. He opened the door, which had turned into a pile of rubble. Kang Hyun bowed his head low. He recounted that after wandering all night, he finally reached a military unit, borrowed an officer's phone, and contacted Kang Ah-yeon. Kang Hyun continued, Only after that did I get news that my father had lost an arm, and my mother was unconscious. He was on the phone, and 2 months had passed. A voice on the TV news broadcast played. The Dagon Guild was preparing to go for the boss in the D-rank dungeon, Plains 2G. Guild leader Han Se-yeon spoke about the C-rank dungeon that had appeared recently. Seeing him preparing to go out, Kang Ah-yeon asked Kang Hyun, You've died 3 times this week. He calmly replied, I'm fine. As Kang Hyun closed the door, she shouted, It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself anymore. As he left, the doorknob moved. It turned out to be Kang Ah-yeon. She stepped out to watch him leave, and the system displayed information on the board. In the area, a group of people was fighting. The notification board showed that Level Up IU raised his hand smugly. Nice, I leveled up. Someone in the group spoke up. Oh my god, you leveled up again? Congratulations. You really are our team's ace. IU looked at them and thought to himself, I'm the one who completed up to stage 5. Soon, I won't be with losers like you guys anymore. Next month, I'll hit level 35 and join the Dagon Guild, he thought to himself. But because he was a good person, he immediately turned around with a fake smile and said, Thanks to you guys. I believe you'll catch up soon. Something caught Kang Hyun's attention. What was that? A person came rushing out from inside the dungeon. Kang Hyun gripped his blade with a tense face and charged forward. The group saw that and screamed, Run! Who enters a dungeon alone? And Yu-sung was visibly panicked and called out to him. They continued to shout, The central dungeon is ahead. It's dangerous. A brown-haired person in the group asked him, What should we do? Should we follow him? Yu-sung replied, We can't leave him behind. He said, Hurry, follow him. A swarm of Anxia monsters and their soldiers were approaching in large numbers. Kang Hyun stood before the Anxia monsters. He thought about the secret of Onion. The system displayed information. Secret of Onion. When activated, the ability increases all stats by 40% of his magic power. Over time, the body will become exhausted. Description: Onion, a warrior mad about fighting, spent his entire B-rank life pursuing terrifying battles, pushing himself to the absolute limit. He was extremely successful in unlocking absolute power by destroying his own body. A powerful flow of energy suddenly surrounded Kang Hyun's body. The Anchia monsters closed in on him. Kang Hyun used his blade to slash them fiercely, cutting one in two. Then he smiled confidently and said, "Magic explosion," then used his strength to attack the Anchia monsters. When Yusung's group arrived, they were stunned by the sight of the Anchia monsters lying sprawled on the ground with blood splattered everywhere. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. In front of Kang Hyun was a blue orb emitting power. He lifted his blood-stained arm, thinking he had just received the secret of Onion yesterday, and it combined well with his physical recovery skill. Kang Hyun clenched his fist and raised it, continuing to think that if he didn't have a higher-level physical recovery skill, it would have been more troublesome. The system sounded a notification: Intermediate Physical Recovery A. The ability to recover and heal wounds on the body using magic power. Description: Can heal any wound, including severed limbs. Burns or frostbite will be recovered instantly using magic power. Intermediate Physical Recovery shows the miracle of recovery. Even if bones are broken, they can be healed in one day. Someone called out to Hyun, and Yusung asked him, "Are you okay?" Kang Hyun quickly replied, "I'm fine." Huh. He seemed to realize something. He looked at him with curiosity. Someone had picked up the orb-emitting power. It was a mana core. Kang Hyun turned and said, "If that's all, I'm leaving. Move aside." Yusung asked loudly, "Hey, aren't you going to pick up the mana stones from the corpses?" He replied coldly, "Not necessary. I'm leaving." As soon as Kang Hyun left, the group started talking. "Awesome. How much money will this haul be worth?" He closed his eyes and thought, "No time to think about that. I want to become stronger." And Yusung turned back to look at him suspiciously. A flame flared up, and someone asked, "Who was that just now?" He replied, "Does it matter? We made a fortune. That's what matters." The girl in the group insisted, "But don't worry about what he said. There are all sorts of people out there. The important thing is we made a lot of money today. Thanks to him," the bald guy said. "Or maybe thanks to that guy," he added. "Someone wanting to solo a dungeon?" And Yusung scoffed, "No way. Even if the rumors are true, this isn't an F-rank dungeon. It's an E-rank," he said with disdain. Clearing an E-rank dungeon solo is something even Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-yu. They checked the system together, stunned. A system notification appeared. The dungeon boss had been defeated, and the portal to the outside was open. The Anchia monsters lay in a pool of blood, and a golden book surrounded by energy rested nearby. The system described it as an Anchia shell skill book. When activated, it makes your skin tougher. He looked at it, deep in thought. The secret to Onean and physical recovery had already drained all his mana, and now this. Another system notification popped up, but using too many skills didn't. "Make you stronger," he muttered. It was the longsword of Bilgen Gain, B rank, with 500 out of 500 durability. It was the blade that accompanied the mercenary Bilgen Gain, making his name on the battlefield for 30 years. It started as an ordinary sword, but by traveling with Bilgen Gain, it absorbed blood and was imbued with dark energy and gladiator powers, reinforcing physical strength. For instance, the gladiator ability was imbued onto Bilgen Gain's longsword. Another notification appeared. Gladiator increases strength and stamina by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, while in use, it impairs judgment and carries other side effects. So, use it carefully. No matter how powerful an ability is, it's useless if used at the wrong time. In the dungeon, Kang Hyun sat on the carcass of the Anchia monster, lost in thought. Kang Hyun continued. If he hadn't kept his cool at that moment, he shook his head in frustration. Would I regret using it? Right now, I only need to do one thing: become stronger at any cost. Kang Hyun gripped the golden glowing book, vowing to master this skill. Outside the dungeon, there were reporters everywhere. A male reporter shoved his recorder forward. "I heard someone cleared this dungeon all by themselves recently. That person is coming out today." And Yusung waved his hand. "Oh, it's not us. It's he," gestured toward the entrance. "Ah, there he is." Kang Hyun walked out, looking exhausted and sighing. He squinted. It was too bright. "What is this?" The reporters swarmed Kang Hyun like crazy. "I'm from KTC. Are you the awakened from the rumors lately? Look over here. If you aren't in a guild yet, join ours." Kang Hyun brushed them off. "I don't care about rumors. Move. You're blocking my path." A reporter snapped back loudly. Hey, what's your problem? Did you just bump into me? Kang Hyun glared, furious. So what if I did? The reporter broke into a cold sweat, terrified. Ah, well. That the reporter softened his tone. Sorry about that. Kang Hyun walked away. After he left, the reporter started buzzing. Did you see that? He looked ready to kill. Is he a thug? I bet he has a criminal record. At the parking lot, Kang Hyun pulled out his car keys. He groaned. Ugh, what a pain. They're wasting my time. The red car was Kang Hyun's second vehicle, a Bentlino. Someone called out, Mr. Kang Hyun? He turned around. Who are you? A man in a sharp suit smiled. You don't have to be so guarded. I'm here to help you. I'm Kang Hyun. He handed over a business card and smiled. Here. Kang Hyun took the card and examined it. He muttered, a member of the Awakened Union, and Yusung Yun-ho. The man continued, we've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. If you join us, we'll provide all the support you need. He pondered. The man calmly added, you don't need to answer right away. Feel free to contact me whenever you're ready. He bowed respectfully. Goodbye for now. Kang Hyun looked at the card and fell into a deep silence. He murmured, so, this is the Awakened Union. Speaking of the Awakened Union, unlike guilds, which are profit-driven organizations, this group was founded to advocate for the rights of awakened individuals. At a convenience store, he was eating noodles and thinking he had never heard of a support organization like this. Kang Hyun paused while eating. Well, he did say I could contact him any time. A little girl pointed at him and told her mom, Mommy, look, a monster. Kang Hyun finished 3 bowls of noodles. He checked his phone. The biggest problem now was mana. Most of his mana was currently used for Onian's secret techniques and body regeneration, so he had no free time. Kang Hyun stared intently at his phone. He hadn't fully utilized the Angxia shell he'd just received, and he couldn't even use proper offensive skills. This is frustrating. He searched for items he still needed. He clicked on the auction tab. Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand, sighing. Nothing useful at all. He checked the info on his phone. Accessory enhancement effects for up to 4 items, regardless of type. I'll just buy something cheap that adds 1 or 2 stats. He wanted something better than what he already had. Something suddenly caught Kang Hyun's eye. He wondered, what's this? The next day, in a vast area of Hanam City, there was a place called the Goblin Village, an E-rank dungeon. According to online posts, if you catch the mages there, there's a high chance they'll drop a ring that adds 1 or 2 mana stats, sometimes even a 4-stat ring. Kang Hyun headed there. The dungeon boss was the Goblin Archmage. If you catch it, it's guaranteed to drop a high-performance ring. The place was a hidden gem that only those in the know would visit quietly to make money. He trekked through the brush, but recently, some people had seized this land without permission and blocked others from entering. They acted like it was their property. The authorities didn't care as long as the dungeon didn't collapse, so they didn't pay any attention. Damn it, that was the wish of the post's author. I just hope that after reading this, a big guild or someone will come to clear this place out. Kang Hyun read the comments below the post, observing in silence. He reached a makeshift gate. Kang Hyun shouted, Is anyone there? I thought there'd be a gatekeeper. He peeked through a gap. Well, that doesn't matter anyway. Hyun used his phasing skill and successfully entered thanks to his ability. Spotting something, he had a thought. What's this? People are still coming in? In front of Kang, Hyun stood 2 men and a girl. The guy smoking took the lead. Well, what do we have here? That's some nice armor you've got. Must have cost a fortune, huh? The second guy, leaning against a tree, chimed in. Aren't we supposed to get a huge reward today? The girl gave him a sinister look. I told you. I dreamt of a pig, so we're bound to make a killing today. The smoker stood up and walked toward Kang Hyun. Hey, haven't you heard? This place belongs to our guild now. Kang Hyun coldly replied. So the girl continued. If you enter without permission, you have to pay up. Hand over everything you have, and we might let you off. Something flashed past the girl's face. The guy smoking was sent tumbling away, crashing to the ground, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Kang Hyun held his fighting stance. The girl screamed, What the hell? You bastard. Are you trying to die? The second guy lunged with his sword. Kang Hyun caught the blade with his bare hands. The veins in his hands bulged. You're crazy. The guy was slammed flat onto the ground. Kang Hyun taunted him. I like guys like you. You know why? He kept attacking the guy, saying, Because I can beat the crap out of you pieces of trash without feeling an ounce of guilt. Hyun used his magic explosion skill. A blast of force hit his back. He stood silently, hands trembling. The girl thought to herself, that magic explosion that was a long-range skill? She trembled, her face pale with fear. "Stop it, you lunatic." Kang Hyun walked over and said, "Thanks. You taught me something new." He grabbed her hand with his. Kang Hyun continued, "In return, I'll give you some good news." With a terrifying expression, he asked, "This needs more power, right?" A scream echoed as she fell to her knees, clutching her bleeding hand. "My hand!" Kang Hyun waved his arm and said, "It's nothing difficult." He narrowed his eyes. "So then," Kang Hyun looked behind him and asked, "Who are you people?" They were all furious. The leader yelled at him, "How dare you do this to our guild?" He raised his sword. "Don't expect to leave this place alive." Kang Hyun calmly asked them, "Oh, really?" He showed that terrifying look again. "Just when I needed a guide, you guys show up so conveniently." Kang Hyun spoke his heart. "That tutorial changed my life. In a dungeon, a world decided by strength, like violence and money." He recounted. "Until last year, I was nothing more than an average Joe. But now, I'm living comfortably. Besides, there's something else I've achieved: an exclusive position in the guild, like a tiger gaining wings." The leader pointed his sword at him. He said, "As long as I'm in this dungeon, there's nothing to fear." He tried to intimidate Kang Hyun. "You'd better not dream of making it out alive." He threw a punch at the leader. The guy was shocked. "Huh?" The leader was left with a black eye and a bloody nose. He gasped. "What the hell is going on?" Kang Hyun mocked them. "Tsk, you couldn't even dodge that?" The leader thought to himself, "We're being taken down by one guy?" He retrieved his blade and unsheathed it. Kang Hyun held the blade up and commanded them, "Listen up, you damn criminals. I'll give you 5 seconds to gather in front of me." He licked the blade and chillingly said, "The recruitment starts now." Kang Hyun announced, "The selection for the Kang Hyun exclusive guild begins." He put his arm around Kim Song-gu and declared it loudly. After a thorough assessment, the lowest-ranked member, Kim Seong-gu, was accepted. He told them to clap, but the group remained silent. No one moved. Kang Hyun held a knife to one guy's throat, and he clapped frantically. "Yes," another guy asked. "What about us?" Kang Hyun wiped his mouth and smirked. He told them, "You want to turn over a new leaf and live a normal life?" They replied quickly, "Yes, yes, we'll live properly. We won't do bad things anymore." Kang Hyun delivered a devastating punch. "And you think I'd believe that?" He hit him until he bled. "You think I actually believe you? You idiots." Hyun went on a wild rampage. "You murderers are clearly lying." He cursed them. "Damn it. Scum." Kim Song-gu looked like he wanted to say something to Kang Hyun. Yes? His arm, covered in blood, was trembling. With a blood-stained face, he patted Kim Song-gu's shoulder and said, "Let's go, Kim Song-gu." He fearfully obeyed. "Oh, yes." As the sun was setting, Kim Song-gu's voice rang out. "Not every dungeon is like this, but some are even wider than cities." Kang Hyun looked around and asked, "Man, this place is huge. Are you just wandering around?" He replied, "No, not at all." Kim Seong-gu's voice echoed from a distance. "I was just trying to avoid the paths with monsters." He scolded him casually. "What a waste of energy." He pointed his sword toward him. "Just head toward the monsters." "I'm bored." Kim Seong-gu asked again. "Really?" He looked back at him as he walked. "Then we're heading to the monsters." Kang Hyun replied, "Are you crazy? It's almost dark." Kim Song-gu asked again, "Then what should we do?" Kang Hyun said, "Let's eat first." "Do you have anything to eat?" Kim Song-gu replied, "Oh, yes." They started a fire to rest. He urged him, "Kim Song-gu, is it done yet?" Kim Seong-gu said, "Yes, almost there." He thought in fear, "How does this guy have so many swords?" Kang Hyun was surprised. "Wow, ramen cooked in a bucket." He asked him, "It's been a while. Do you still eat like this?" Seeing Hyun hold it barehanded, he asked in a panic, "Isn't it hot?" He replied calmly, "Nah, I can handle it." Kang Hyun handed it to Kim Song-gu. "Here, eat," even though he said, "Oh, yes. Thank you." He thought to himself, "I was the one who cooked it, though." They ate the ramen happily. Silence fell over them as they ate. He suddenly asked, "Kim Song-gu, how old are you?" He replied, "I'm 25. He asked again, "Were you a student before becoming a professional?" Kim Song-gu replied politely, "Yes." Kang Hyun wondered, "Why didn't you keep studying? Why are you here?" He paused and answered, "I needed money. Tuition kept rising, and I couldn't balance part-time jobs and keeping my scholarship." Kim Song-gu recounted, "Things got even worse when my father's business failed and our financial situation plummeted. My mother was in complete shock. He called him out, and he was stunned when he heard, 'Are you trying to sell me your sob story? Do you want to die?' Kim Seong-gu protested, 'You're the one who asked.' Kang Hyun barked at him to stop whining and eat his ramen. We have to be ready. Kim Seong-gu obediently listened. Yes. After finishing the ramen, they tossed the bucket aside, put out the fire, and went to sleep. He opened his eyes slightly. Kim Seong-gu sat up gently. He looked toward Kang Hyun's sleeping bag. This is my chance if I kill this guy. He stared intensely, sweat rolling down his cheek. Kim Seong-gu remembered the moment he beat up the guild members. He shook his head repeatedly. Thinking it over, I can't kill this guy. I'd better just run away. Kim Seong-gu stepped away quietly. Then, there was a call for Kim Seong-gu. A voice from Kang Hyun's sleeping bag asked, Where are you going? He replied with a forced smile. Oh, that just doing some errands, Kang Hyun said. Come back here. Kim Seong-gu replied, Yes. He threatened, If you run, you're going to die. He said, Okay. Kang Hyun continued the intimidation. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. You are actually going to die. A heavy silence filled the air. Kim Seong-gu pointed and said that the area ahead was goblin territory, where the dungeon core was located. He raised his hand and replied, Oh, you're right. I can feel a massive amount of magic power concentrated over there. He tilted his head and asked Kang Hyun, You can feel it too? He retorted. Don't you? Kang Hyun mocked. How pathetic. Kim Seong-gu forced a laugh. Ha ha, he told himself. Stay calm. You have to stay calm. You won't be teased anymore. Kim Seong-gu secretly rejoiced, knowing that the guy would be dead soon. There was information that inside the dungeon, in the goblin village, all the monsters were gathered at the center. He spoke up. However, if they patrol the area, our guild has already been attacked by those patrols. Kim Seong-gu smiled sinisterly. They hadn't run into any patrols yet, so that meant their forces were concentrated in the territory. He thought to himself, Let's see if you can survive an attack in an E-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun wore a terrifying, excited grin. Good, good. Killing goblins is my specialty, Kim Seong-gu whispered. Let's see about that. As they entered, a swarm of monsters rushed out. Filled with confidence, he roared, Let's fight! He tossed his backpack, and it hit Kang Hyun square. With a sharp glare, he watched as Kim Seong-gu ran away. I'm out of here, you lunatic. Meeting you was pure bad luck, and I hope we never see each other again. Kang Hyun stood dumbfounded before the monsters, then revealed that terrifying expression of his again. Kang Hyun's words echoed, If you run, you die. After running for a while until his body was exhausted, Kim Seong-gu rested at the base of a tree, panting heavily. He spoke with newfound confidence. Fine. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly beat them all. The system notified him that the dungeon's main core had been destroyed, and the exit portal had opened. Kim Seong-gu read the system notification, rereading it again. He asked, bewildered, Is this a dream? An E-rank dungeon? The Goblin Village. A dungeon where all monsters gather around the main core instead of the lesser ones. The system continued to send alerts. The dungeon's main core had been destroyed, and the exit gate was open. He was shell-shocked, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. How could he clear the dungeon all by himself? How could he stand against such overwhelming power? Did he use fire to burn them all to ash? Wait, he thought. I know he's strong, but I don't know exactly what his power is. Is it super strength or super durability? Of course, both are important, but what's truly necessary is overwhelming defensive power and an unshakable resolve in the face of the enemy. If he could endure their attacks and charge straight to the boss using the shortest path, he would definitely win. He trembled in fear, turning pale as he stared into that dimension. It was a dangerous plan where the slightest distraction would lead to death. He thought the guy was just an idiot, but who really was he? He must be very cunning. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, despite being entangled by thorny vines, didn't care at all, and landed a punch right in the goblin's mouth. Surprisingly, his arm was completely unharmed even when its sharp teeth tried to bite down. This, of course, was exactly what Kang Hyun had calculated. He knew it would happen. Muscle power is number one. After defeating the goblin leader, Kang Hyun obtained the Goblin Mage's Magic Stone. The Goblin Mage's Ring. Durability 550. Description: a ring used by a goblin mage helps enhance magic power, increases magic stat by 4, and increases mana recovery speed by 10%. Kang Hyun looked at the ring and said, All right, goal achieved. He stepped into the portal and muttered, Time to go find an Yu-sung and kill him. But as soon as he stepped through the portal, he encountered a group of people armed with weapons already waiting for him. Kang Hyun immediately guessed their intentions. What now? He continued. Since you couldn't handle me yourself, you brought this whole bunch to the guild? He scanned his surroundings. Kang Hyun saw Yu-sung way behind the burly men on the right. Our guy had finally appeared. Full of bloodlust, Kang Hyun rolled up his sleeves and ordered the crowd in front of him. 30 of you, come at me first, the rest later. But he was suddenly interrupted by someone. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding. Kang Hyun looked at the man in surprise. He smiled softly and said, "We didn't come here to fight. We came here to talk. It seems my guild members were rude to you." He politely introduced himself. "I am Jung Ji-hoon, the guild master. What is your name?" But he gave a cold, blunt answer. "And if I don't want to?" the man asked, flustered. "Ah." As he hesitated, not knowing what to say next, Kang Hyun cut him off directly. "Quit beating around the bush and get to the point. It's getting annoying." Seeing him be so straightforward, the man pulled his hand back and got to the point. Then, "Let me be direct." With excessive confidence, he offered, "Join my B Guild. I will provide you with all the support and fame you need, including a position on the executive board." He thought to himself, "I must recruit this rough diamond at any cost. If I put him on the front lines, my guild will become one of the biggest." Kang Hyun looked at him with half-lidded eyes and sighed. He replied, "I'm not interested." Hearing him flatly refuse, the man didn't rush, but just laughed and replied, "I knew you wouldn't agree so easily." He reached into his coat for something. He carefully presented a business card to Kang Hyun and said, "This is my business card, so think about it carefully." He held the glossy card and pondered for a moment. Then, before the man's expectant eyes, he tore it to shreds, leaving everyone stunned. Kang Hyun threw the pieces at him and said with contempt, "Even though I'm a jerk, I don't behave like you street thugs. Who are you people? Just a bunch of third-rate hoodlums acting proud while trying to recruit people." He sneered and continued to provoke him. "What? Getting hot-headed? Want to throw down right here?" Although Kang Hyun was also provoked by his words, she tried to suppress her emotions and replied with a forced, gritted teeth smile. "There's no need for that. I only came here to talk today. Let's chat another time." Kang Hyun spat in contempt. "There won't be a next time. Meeting you people is pure bad luck. Why do you keep swarming over like insects?" Watching Kang Hyun's retreating figure, Yusung sighed in awe. That lunatic is impressive, but he felt a lingering, murderous intent behind him, forcing him to turn back. In another scene, Kang Hyun was driving, but he looked incredibly exhausted and listless. He thought to himself, "There must be over 100 of them. With my current magic power, if I fight them all, I'll be digging my own grave. I haven't even dealt with Kim Song-gu because of that bastard." But then, he perked up, full of determination. "Well, I'll deal with them soon enough. I'm really going to pluck them clean." Returning to Kang Hyun's side, after the guildmaster asked about everything, one of them pointed and criticized angrily. "That's right, guildmaster. Kim Song-gu said he was the one who guided that guy." He asked, "You, right?" He hesitated and denied it. "No?" But Kang Hyun didn't give him a chance. He directly signaled for the sword. He was so terrified he turned ghost white. He begged for his life. "Please, spare me." "I'll do whatever you say," Kang Hyun asked him coldly. "Do you still want to live?" With tears streaming down his face, he replied, "Yes, I'll do anything you ask." Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted. His eyes went wide, frozen with tears. Kang Hyun stabbed straight into his chest. He sneered, "How dare a piece of trash like you want to live, you bastard?" Pathetic. Kang Hyun kicked him hard, sending him flying in shock and agony. He stammered out, "G Guildmaster." Then, his body was thrown into a portal, and the door slammed shut. Everyone witnessed it, but they all stood frozen. Kang Hyun called for the Vice Guildmaster, who replied, "Yes?" He ordered him to dig up the guy's personal information. The Vice Guildmaster answered clearly, "I've already sent someone to tail him." A middle-aged man was driving, following Kang Hyun. Only then did Kang Hyun let out the rage he'd been bottling up. He gave a sinister laugh and muttered, "How dare you turn down my offer? Right, you're probably as tough as you are arrogant, aren't you? But I wonder, will you still be able to keep that attitude when something happens to your loved ones?" He gave a wicked grin. If he couldn't tame him, he'd just have to hold his weaknesses over him. "Let's see how long you can keep that smug look on your face." A sign for a barbecue restaurant. Fresh red meat sizzled on the grill. Kang Hyun spoke first. "A college student without a job like you eats beef pretty often, huh? Found a job yet?" Kang Hyun replied casually, "Got some money. Why not eat? Food is the most important necessity for a human, after all." Kang Hyun reached out and said, "Here, let me grill it for you." He immediately agreed. "Sure." Kang Hyun asked, "Did you just come from the hospital? Is mom doing any better?" She replied, "The doctor said she's doing much better. She might wake up soon." He let out a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear," she chirped. "You just smiled." Kang Hyun continued. It's been a while since I saw you smile. You've been so grumpy and serious lately. You're so different from before. His face turned terrifying. What are you talking about? I'm always smiling. She retorted that his creepy grimace didn't count. Suddenly, Kang Hyun got a sharp stomachache. He told her, I need to go to the bathroom. Kang Hyun asked, right now? The meat is already cooked. Kang Hyun explained, I know, but it's an emergency. You don't know how hard it is to find a bathroom in those dungeons. Kang Hyun hissed, watch your mouth, we're in a restaurant. Just go already. In the men's restroom at the restaurant, he washed his hands after using the stall. Kang Hyun muttered that this was as tiring as clearing a dungeon. He noticed someone, a man, in a sharp suit, standing near a table, seemingly talking to Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun asked, huh? He asked again, what's going on? Seeing Kang Hyun, the man bowed and immediately left. He asked her with a creepy smile. Kang Hyun, is someone trying to hit on you? She replied, don't say that. That person was actually looking for you. Kang Hyun was surprised and pointed at himself. Huh? Looking for me? Kang Hyun handed him a note. He asked me to give this letter to you. He wondered, if he was looking for me, why didn't he stay and talk to me instead of running off? Plenty of people come to thank me too. Kang Hyun realized something that made him slightly fearful. It was a letter from the B Guild master. Kang Hyun told him, you should have stopped by the convenience store to buy some stuff. Standing in front of her house, she asked, do you want to have a beer? Kang Hyun was dazed. No thanks. The door creaked open, and Kang Hyun walked away. Fine, I'll drink then. He stammered. Wait, just stay home. I'll go get it. She asked in surprise. You're going? Under the streetlights, a store clerk's voice echoed. Come back again. Kang Hyun walked down the street, angrily thinking, what exactly is that bastard's scheme? How dare they target my family? Kang Hyun thought, should I stop raiding dungeons and just stay home? But Kang Hyun still has to go out a lot. They probably wouldn't dare attack her openly. His phone rang. He held the vibrating device in his hand. Kang Hyun answered. Hello, the voice on the phone said. Hey Kang Hyun, are you home? He replied. No, I'm out getting some things. The voice replied. Your mother just woke up. He gasped in shock. Really? Kang Hyun frantically asked about her condition. How is she? Any lasting effects? She's stable, but the doctor says she needs more monitoring and treatment. He let out a breath of relief. That's great. The person on the phone continued. Oh, and Kang Hyun, one of your friends came to visit her earlier. He asked, full of confusion. My friend? Who could it be? No one ever visits my mom. The person on the phone said. I think his name was Choi Dong-gu. The person continued. He told me to send you his regards. Is he your neighbor? How come I've never seen him before? The person on the phone called him Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun was so furious his face distorted. The next day, Mi Young bowed. Good morning. The other student asked, why are you at school so late today? Mi Young. The two chatted. Someone greeted them. Good morning. Mi Young called out. Sister Shin Sang-ah. Shin Sang-ah pulled something from her bag. Here, a coffee for you. Mi Young smiled at her. You didn't have to give me one. Thank you so much, sister. She replied that one bottle was nothing. As long as you guys enjoy it, I'm happy. She bowed. I'm off. And then, Shin Sang-ah left. The other student wondered, why does she wear armor? Even if she's a little strange, she's very kind. Mi Young opened the water bottle. True, everyone has their own style. Sister Shin Sang-ah is truly the savior of my life. The other student said, now that you mention it, you do meet a lot of strange people, don't you? Mi Young felt guilty. Yeah, she sighed. They really are too weird. It was just a friendly match, but they broke their opponent's arm. From the moment they signed the contract, they started emitting killing intent. She sighed. I even dream about them when I sleep. There was one guy who looked just like an orc. Kang Hyun appeared behind Mi Young using a skill. She turned around to see him with a darkened face staring at her. She kept looking at him. Kang Hyun used a hypnosis skill, but she seemed unaffected. His eyes looked so creepy that it terrified her, and she burst into tears. Kang Hyun stepped closer, saying, Hey! The two students screamed. Police! Someone call the police! He held his hands up. Hey! The two of them panicked, begging for help. Save us! The name that caught Mi Young's attention, Kim Ji-hoon. Kang Hyun asked again, Do you two know where he is? He said, I have to find him to protect my family. With tears welling in her eyes, someone's voice replied, If you want to find Instructor Kim Ji-hoon at that large building, he's not currently here. A voice echoes in the meeting room. Based on the statistics, Kim Ji-hoon is explaining that the level of the dungeons appearing recently is constantly rising. So the most important thing right now is to find the people who knock sounds at the door. He opens it and asks, "What is it? Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" A subordinate looks panicked. "Vice Guildmaster?" "Sir," the subordinate reports to Kim Ji-hoon. "There's a very powerful guy causing trouble in the main hall. He says he wants to see you." He looks astonished. "Huh?" At the Donggun Corporation, inside the meeting room, Kim Ji-hoon sits across from Kang Hyun and speaks. "I did say we would meet again soon, but I never expected it to be under these circumstances." Seeing him arrive with such an impatient look, he asks, "What wind blew you here today?" Kang Hyun speaks bluntly, "Kim Ji-hoon, I want to hire you." He calmly takes a sip of his drink and suggests, "Can we get straight to the point?" He replies, "Sure, why not?" Kim Ji-hoon asks, "Could you give me some more details?" Kang Hyun looks anxious. "The B Guild, they're targeting my family," he explains. "So I need someone to protect my family while I go wipe them out." Kim Ji-hoon repeats his words. "Protect them? What exactly happened?" He sets his cup down gently and continues. "The B Guild, we're well aware of their reputation." He tells him, "However, given the current situation, we have no justifiable reason to wipe them out or protect your family." Hyun looks frantic. "That's why you should protect my family, and I'll take care of wiping them out. It's a win-win situation, don't you think?" he remarks. "You're still the same, never willing to back down." Kim Ji-hoon asks again, "Why me? It doesn't seem like you chose me just because I'm with Danggun." Kang Hyun answers honestly, "You are the strongest awakened I know." He suggests, "What about on you, then?" Thinking of that guy's erratic behavior, Hyun snaps back. "You want me to leave my family with him? Besides, I don't even have his phone number." He asks seriously for a week of protection for his family. "For that 1 week, I will pay you handsomely." Daeun says, "I don't want to brag." He picks up his cup again. "I've already made a lot of money, probably more than you think. Also, I'm the Vice Guild Master of Danggun, so if you want me, you'll have to offer me something other than money." He looks bewildered. "Not money?" The next second, he cries out in horror. "Don't tell me." He looks flustered. "You want this body of mine?" Hyun says coldly. "Are you really here to negotiate or not?" He sighs helplessly. "I have a feeling that talking to you any longer will only frustrate me. So let me make a suggestion first. It's not a huge offer, but if it succeeds, please come meet our guild master." Seeing Kang Hyun still wearing that embarrassing expression, he continues, "Just once is fine. I'll need to get approval, but with this condition, we will be able to help you as a guild." A while later, Kim Ji-hoon reports back to him, "5 bodyguards are now stationed at the location I assigned, inside and outside your family's residence. I also made a reasonable excuse and placed 5 bodyguards at the company your sister works at." "Kang Hyun," he says. "Huh, impressive." Kang Hyun answers seriously, "It's best to be thorough, but will you be okay on your own? B is a pretty big guild. By now, their car is not far from the B Guild," Kang Hyun observes casually. "But compared to your company, they don't look that big." Kim Ji-hoon reminds him that the size of an office building doesn't determine the size of a guild, especially when they possess an unusually high number of dungeons. "I'm sure they're plotting something behind the scenes." This makes him thoughtful, and he rubs his chin. Suddenly, he warns him. "Besides, Kang Hyun, you said you contacted me and arranged to meet as soon as you got their letter, right? If so, they must have gathered all their available forces beforehand, and they might even ambush you." When he received the letter, Kang Hyun agreed without even thinking. "I'll do as you say. Where should we meet?" Back in the present, he unbuckles his seatbelt and says, "You know, the safety of my family comes first for me, so even if they ambush me, I'm ready to play." Kim Ji-hoon, "Thank you for protecting my family." He takes out his phone and hands it to him. "Here, keep this safe for me." He looks bewildered. "Why me?" Kang Hyun steps out of the car decisively. "Please just go home and park the car." Seeing this, Kim Ji-hoon asks hurriedly, "Are you serious?" Kang Hyun answers softly, "Don't jump to conclusions that something bad will happen. I can't explain in detail now, but I'll be back safe and sound before tomorrow. I'm off." He just watches blankly as his back fades away. At the B Guild, has Kang Ah-yeon been waiting for him all this time? He greets him warmly. "Welcome, Kang Hyun." He arrogantly reveals his underlings behind him. "We've been waiting for you." Kang Hyun smirks. He asks bluntly, "Preparing a crowd like this just to welcome me? Are you trying to challenge me?" Kang Ah-yeon says, "That's not it." He smiles, eyes narrowing. "Kang Hyun, you're family to the B Guild too. So, we're all here to welcome you." From now on, before he can finish, he hears him laugh. Kang Hyun laughs until he's trembling. Family? Did you say family? He sneers and says loudly, if G stands for family, then the G word for you is go to hell. As he finishes, lightning energy radiates from his body. The system instantly receives the signal to activate Lion's Roar, magic explosion. Kang Hyun lets out a roar, and every muscle on his body bulges. He slams his hands onto the ground, and immediately, a powerful gust of wind blows back into his face. Kang Ah-yeon's crowd panics. Ugh, this is insane. What the hell is he doing? Kang Hyun shows no signs of stopping. The energy output becomes even crazier. Kang Ah-yeon shouts, the ground! He tries to resist the storm. Ugh, you crazy bastard. What if the ground collapses? Seeing him continue, he is forced to use his iron net skill. Who would have thought he would pull out a blade? I know, you asshole. He uses the secret crescent moon technique, giant strength, a single strike that splits everything. Every sharp blade of energy breaks through the wind, heads toward the iron sheet, and slices it to pieces. Kang Ah-yeon's underlings lose their footing and fall below. He's gone insane. A few people on the edge of the storm warn others to back away, but countless still fall into the hole. A while later, the scene is nothing but ruins, with corpses and concrete lying scattered about. Suddenly, a stone makes a small sound. Kang Hyun scrambled to his feet, shaking his head with a smirk. The effect wasn't bad at all. It turned out the item he'd used was Anxia's hide. It was designed to generate Anxia's skin, a power that, when activated by the wearer, hardened the skin instantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Kang Hyun, Kang Ah-yeon, slowly hopped down to where he stood. He kept that same plastered-on smile. Think carefully. It's not too late yet. We could still be great partners. Kang Hyun replied impatiently. Partners? What kind of bull are you barking about? You were the one who crossed the line first. Surprisingly, he bowed his head. I apologize for targeting your family, but think about it. He dangled a tempting offer. If you and I team up, we could overthrow Donggun and take the top spot. Han Se-yeon is all talk and no action. We could easily take them down. Do you have any idea how valuable an alliance between you and me would be? Kang Hyun scoffed. You really are a loudmouthed clown. Kang Ah-yeon laughed loudly. Just in this building alone, we have over 200 guild members, and nationwide, that number is easily double. He feigned sincerity. We only lack one thing, a representative to lead the guild. Kang Ah-yeon emphasized that the person had to be in peerless powerhouse to lead the members. With that, their guild could expand beyond Korea and go international. Kang Hyun let out a dry cough, then spat right in his face. Hey, the scene seemed to freeze for a moment. Kang Hyun's eyes widened. Listening to you talk, I thought I was sitting through a primary school presentation. Kang Ah-yeon reached up to touch his face. When he saw the slimy mess on his hand, he flew into a rage. I knew it. He glared at him with pure disdain. Someone from the bottom of the barrel. Like you. How could you ever understand my noble dream? Kang Ah-yeon sneered. How could a lowly peasant like you grasp my grand ambition? Kang Hyun's expression brightened, devoid of pity. He shouted up to the lackeys above. Hey, did you hear that? Peasant, he said. Ha, ha, ha. He turned back to him. It's the 21st century and you're still using that kind of language? What kind of mobster are you? Some generic thug leader? Kang Ah-yeon was fuming, his face turning red. You lowly piece of trash, he ordered. Let's see how much longer that mouth of yours stays sharp. Take him out. On his command, a group of lackeys unleashed their abilities, sealing mana, mental corruption. Others swarmed in dark magic, sensory disruption, a barrage of energy and elemental attacks slammed toward Kang Hyun. The system reported, Lion's Roar, Rage activated. Debuffs cleared. Mind-strengthening ring-resisting status effects. He opened his mouth wide and let out a powerful, thunderous roar. The system updated. Enemy strength and stats decreased. Indeed, the faces of Kang Ah-yeon's lackeys had gone pale. Kang Ah-yeon clicked his tongue. Shh, you idiots, he bellowed. Stop trying to debuff him, just kill him, kill him. As they picked up their weapons to attack again, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. Kang Hyun morphed his body and smirked. Let's see if your magic actually works. With those words, he used Anxia's hide. A massive explosion erupted. Kang Ah-yeon's lackeys seized the chance to rush in for the kill. They all charged into the blast zone without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy knocked them all back. Razor-sharp sword slashes cut through the air. Kang Hyun moved like a god of war, slicing through them. Seeing this, Kang Ah-yeon gritted his teeth in fury. Kang Hyun took a deep breath, and with one massive roar, the guild's office was blown to pieces. A moment later, only charred remains and the blackened shell of the building were left. Kang Hyun stared blankly at the corpses scattered around. They had died with their mouths agape, covered in blood. He still gripped his sword tightly. Behind him stood countless more with various abilities. Kang Hyun was terrified, forcing a stiff laugh. Haha, are you okay, Kang Hyun? He pointed at him. Now you're a murderer too. You're just like us. Kang Hyun replied coldly. Save it. If you're planning to play the guilt card, forget it. If you're going to kill, you'd better be prepared to die. He scoffed. Running your mouth when you're about to die? Pretending won't help you. As he spoke, the ground beneath Kang Hyun's feet cracked open. Kang Hyun gloated. Getting tired, are we? No sooner had he finished speaking than countless tentacles surged from the ground. Kang Hyun couldn't react in time and was bound tight. His eyes went wide. Fool. Small fry. Just then, a lackey appeared from behind, sword in hand. Before Kang Hyun could finish, his voice was choked off. The blade reflected his blood-streaked face. The lackey easily drove the sword through his chest. Kang Hyun thought, Han Se-yeon, I can't take this hit. Kang Ah-yeon praised, Nice work, Vice President. Let me finish him. The Vice President obediently pulled the sword out. Yes, President, he mused. To hold on this long with that wound, your strength is truly impressive. Almost makes me want to trade all this trash just to have you. He walked up to him. He said, but a wild beast that can't be tamed is just dead weight. Any last words? Unexpectedly, Kang Hyun cursed. I hope every bowl of soup you eat has a hair in it. Was he provoked? Want to die in agony, huh? With that, he grabbed his head. The top of Kang Hyun's head instantly flashed with a golden light. Deep within his soul, he could still feel the pain from his grip. Kang Ah-yeon turned away and calmly lit a cigarette, leaving Kang Hyun's body behind, charred black. He exhaled slowly and turned to a lackey beside him. What's the situation? The lackey reported. The death toll has passed 30, and over 50 are seriously injured. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, a huge loss. All that trouble over just one guy. He waved his hand, ordering, whatever, strip him of his gear. Looks like high-end stuff, might as well salvage what we can. But the lackey's voice began to stammer. President, he shouted. His corpse is gone. In a certain building, system notifications gradually appeared. You have respawned. Level decreased by 1. All stats halved for 24 hours. The room door swung open. Kang Ah-yeon looked at Kang Hyun in surprise. She pouted. I thought we'd have a few days of peace. Did you die again? I knew it the moment I saw you. Kang Hyun, oblivious, was hungry. Anything to eat? Suddenly, she shrieked. Ah, you're dirty. Kang Hyun looked down at his feet to apologize. Ah, sorry. A grumbling voice echoed through the room. I told you. Take off your armor after you respawn. Clean it up yourself now. She obediently listened. All right. I'm sorry. She shouted again. And wash the blankets too. 2 days later, at the Kaka Gorge, a dungeon owned by the guild, 2 guards sat outside talking. One complained, It's so boring. Why are so few people coming lately? The blonde one replied, I heard the rumors about our guild have spread all over the radar. The guy picked at his ear and said disdainfully, What a bunch of cowards. So what if your gear got snatched? We're taking lives here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he sharply sensed a sound. He hurriedly signaled his partner, Hey, someone's coming. The blonde guy let out a slight "oh." From afar, a person wearing a mask that completely covered their face was slowly approaching. His eyes looked blankly at them. The 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other in silence. The 2 gatekeepers couldn't help but glance at one another. Who is this crazy guy? Kang Hyun thought to himself. After risking my life to charge in, I realized one thing. Doing this like this is no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Of course, I have an endless supply of eggs, so it's not impossible, but I can't keep suffering resurrection penalties forever. Therefore, I need to take it one step at a time, raid each of their dungeons, and take them out one by one. Thinking this, he was currently lifting one of the guild members by the neck, causing him to cough for breath. Coughing? He couldn't breathe. The guy begged, Sorry. He asked back, Sorry? What did you do wrong that you're apologizing for? The guy trembled and said, I don't know. Kang Hyun tightened his grip. If you don't know, don't apologize, you jerk. With that, he threw him hard to the ground. The guy gasped for air, his eyes looking at him with extreme caution. Kang Hyun took out a pen and said, Write it down. Where are your other dungeons? Do that, and I'll spare your life. The guy obediently grabbed the pen. Yes. While the guy was writing, he asked another question. His tone was serious. You guys have killed so many people, so why haven't you been caught yet? No matter how sneaky you are, you'll eventually leave a trail. Are you bribing the police? The guy cowered and said, Something like that. I'm not really sure. Keeping control of dungeons without security cameras nearby is also part of it. He let out an, "Oh, so that's it." A moment later, the guy submissively handed the paper to him. "I've written down everything I know." Kang Hyun took it and scanned it. Then, he gently patted the guy's head. "Good." The next second, his hand glowed, shocking the guy. With a boom, a blue flame incinerated the guy's head. Kang Hyun stood up and brushed the dust off himself. "Well, I guess my identity won't be exposed then, right?" He left the corpse behind. "You bastards. Just you wait. A much bigger bastard is coming for you." The news was flooded with reports about monsters escaping capture, tragedies befalling famous guilds, dungeons breaking, and growing concerns about civilian casualties. The guild issued a statement. "Researching monsters is for the future of humanity." Kang Hyun slammed the table in anger as he read this. Damn it. He sat alone in his office, his face unable to hide his fury. The backup excuse intended for emergencies was now being used to cover up the disposal of a lunatic. Just then, the office door was pushed open. The secretary rushed in. "Guildmaster, it's not good." Before he could finish, something hit him square in the forehead. Looking closely, it was an ashtray. Kang Hyun scowled. "Who gave this guy permission to barge in?" "I'm already pissed off." The secretary panicked and bowed his head. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That guy has appeared again." Upon hearing this, Kang Hyun's face turned even darker. Kang Hyun asked, "That guy? Is that madman targeting our dungeons again?" The secretary replied, "Yes, he has attacked 7 dungeons already. Over 100 members have died." Kang Hyun's face flushed red. "Damn it, who is he?" "Just as things are in chaos, the more men I mobilize, the higher the death toll climbs." He ordered, "From now on, everyone stays in the dungeons. No shift rotations, no sleeping. If you understand, get out." The secretary left, blood still trickling from his forehead, but his demeanor remained professional. "Yes." Then he closed the door. Kang Hyun adjusted his posture, looking pensive as he began to mull everything over. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked us, and his body vanished. 2 days after that, a madman started targeting our dungeons. His eyes narrowed. I was already suspicious, but with evidence like this, it's clear Kang Hyun definitely has accomplices. His finger traced the surface of the desk. Stealing his body must be due to some kind of skill. Without information, it's hard to plan a counter-strategy. Kang Hyun looked at the phone in his hand, thinking, "This is no good, even though I really don't want to." Then, a series of dialing sounds followed. Beep, beep, beep. A casual, mocking voice rang out from the other end. "Hey, Mr. Hero of Justice, what's up?" He spoke bluntly. "I need your help." The person on the other end let out a loud laugh. "Haha, the big shot guildmaster needs help? Oh wait, I heard your guild has been getting wrecked lately. This must be about that, right?" The more Kang Hyun listened, the angrier he became. Seeing that the teasing was enough, the other person asked, "What's in it for me if I help?" "I'm richer than you," Kang Hyun said quietly. "A battle." The other end was surprised. "Huh?" Kang Hyun tried to persuade him. "Don't you want an interesting battle? The suspect is one person, but he's certainly no pushover. You'll be satisfied." The man he called looked intrigued. "Humph. I'll consider it." Looking closely, you could see he had blonde hair and a piercing on his lip. By nightfall, there were still 2 people guarding the dungeon entrance. The blonde man asked the person standing next to him, "Hey, what's your name?" The person replied obediently, "I am Kim Yu." He replied, "Fair enough. Actually, I don't really care. You can just call me a subordinate of Kim Ji-hoon." Kang Ah-yun's subordinate stretched. "So when is that strong guy coming? Are you sure he'll show up here?" With that, his tone turned menacing. "If I wait and don't see anyone, you know what will happen, right?" You felt a bit scared but didn't dare to say anything. Just then, footsteps approached, and Kang Ah-yun's subordinate became alert. Kang Hyun appeared before them. Kang Ah-yun's subordinate couldn't help but reveal a smile, his eyes full of excitement. "This is insane. This is the first time my 6th sense has reacted this strongly. It's always been just a vague intuition, but now it's screaming in my head." He reached into his inventory to grab his weapon. He gripped his mace tightly, muttering to himself, "If I don't want to die, I have to run away from that monster immediately." Kang Hyun looked up and saw his cautious demeanor. He asked unexpectedly, "Why are you here?" And Yusong was startled. "Is this Kang Hyun's voice?" He looked stunned. "Kang Hyun, why are you here?" He revealed an excited expression. "Ah, could it be? Are you the one who keeps going there?" As he spoke, he carried his mace toward him. "Ha ha ha. You're always doing such interesting things, aren't you?" Kang Hyun thought to himself. He definitely has someone backing him. Come to think of it, he's also quite rich. Could he be the one behind the guild? Thinking this, he pointed his sword at him. "And you, Sung?" he asked angrily. "Are you also with Guild B?" The man replied calmly. "My goodness, I feel offended that you'd think I'm with that trash. What would people think of me?" Kang Hyun asked. "Oh, then why are you here?" And Yu Sung asked him back, "Do you know Kim Ji-hoon, the guildmaster?" At this point, his face couldn't hide his pure enjoyment. "An arrogant guy like him actually asked me for help. Isn't that interesting?" Kang Hyun looked blankly at him. "Oh, is that so?" He walked right past him. "Forget it. I have nothing to say to you. Don't block my way." Kang Hyun even casually added, "Let's grab a meal sometime if you have the time." As he walked away, he thought to himself, how ridiculous to suggest that, when they didn't even have each other's phone numbers. However, he didn't notice An Yu-sung lunging at him from behind, aiming straight for his head. Luckily, just as the mace was about to strike down, Kang Hyun managed to turn around and block it, his eyes wide. "What the?" And Yu-sung chuckled. "You walking away like that makes me sad." To Kang Hyun's surprise, he spoke up, but before he could finish, the two of them were already clashing. Kang Hyun said bluntly, "Even though we know each other, I'm not going to go easy on you, you crazy dog." Although he was sweaty and exhausted, and Yu-sung's eyes were sparkling. "That's exactly what I wanted. Let's have a real fight." The system updated immediately. Giant's Might, W's secret technique. The sword in Kang Hyun's hand flashed. He gripped the hilt tight and thrust forward, and Yu-sung dodged with ease, though the blade still managed to leave a long, bloody gash on his face. And Yu-sung asked, "Just what kind of monster have you become lately?" As he spoke, he attacked back. Not bad at all. In the chaotic battle, despite his body being covered in wounds, An Yu-sung still wore an expression of pure delight. Kang Hyun frowned. This fight was getting in the way of his plans. He gritted his teeth, needing to end this quickly. But as he watched every move exchanged between him and Han Se-yun, his eyes lit up with excitement. But how long had it been since such an interesting fight? And Yu-sung noticed the look in his eyes. He really did enjoy it too. The fight now. Before he could finish, the remaining guard rushed in. "Ag. Die." The two of them looked over with mild surprise. The delusional guard thought that if he made an impression here, he could one day be promoted to a leadership position. The next second, An Yu-sung swung and sliced the guy's head off in one strike. His mace was instantly covered in blood. The guard's body toppled backward. An Yu-sung sighed, then showed an annoyed expression. "I was having fun, don't interrupt." Kang Hyun, standing behind, thought, so they weren't allies, yet he killed him so easily. "Yeah." And Yu-sung let out another breath, casually tossed his weapon into his inventory, and muttered, "Lost interest. I really wanted a proper fight with you," he grumbled. "But I can't fight you now. I don't want you to hate me." Kang Hyun mused. "No, you've been hated by me for a long time." And Yu-sung asked him, "By the way, do you know what kind of person Jung Ji-hoon is?" He replied honestly, "No idea." He began to explain that Jung Ji-hoon was the illegitimate son of a massive conglomerate chairman, which was why that trash dared to be so arrogant. Kang Hyun exclaimed, "Is this an 8 o'clock soap opera?" He gritted his teeth and asked, "So what? Because he's rich, you're advising me not to mess with him?" He turned around sharply. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have started this whole thing in the first place. "Don't waste my time, go home, and get some sleep." And Yu-sung ran up and threw an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, I wasn't finished talking yet," he said, seriously. "Whatever you're doing, let me join in. I want to see that bastard get angry too." The next morning at Guild B, Kang Ah-yeon grabbed his head and screamed, "Damn it!" He was so angry he smashed his keyboard. 3 dungeons had been raided, and he had even lost contact with An Yu-sung. He pounded on the table, cursing, "Useless trash, bastards." His secretary stood there with a blank expression, listening to him curse them as garbage and useless fools. A moment later, he was panting with exhaustion. Kang Ah-yeon ordered the secretary to summon all guild members. Everyone had to be present by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The secretary said he wasn't sure how many people he could actually gather. He frowned and shouted, "Whether they're sick or have family issues, they must assemble." "Are you deaf?" The secretary reported. "Recently, many people have been leaving the guild, and some have cut off all contact." Kang Ah-yeon made a throat-slitting gesture, then kidnapped their parents and used them as leverage. Those who don't listen must be made to obey. The male secretary tried to advise him. "The atmosphere in the guild isn't great right now. With so many people leaving, if we threaten the members, it will be very difficult to handle." Kang Ah-yeon's face turned red with rage. Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, why now? He saw an unknown number on the screen. Kang Ah-yeon answered, and he went blank. "This voice, perhaps things will be easier than I thought." At this time, the internet was flooded with comments. What's going on with B lately? The farming dungeons are almost all cleared. Looks like they aren't managing them anymore, so they don't care. I heard the news yesterday and went with some guild members. Every dungeon was empty. That day, farming was extremely efficient. We each walked away with 300. Awesome. What are those money grubbers doing? I have an acquaintance who is a leader at B. They said someone is attacking the guild members. Immediately, someone asked, "Any proof?" Nonsense. Even if it was nonsense, hearing it felt good. Haha. And Yu Sung, standing behind Kang Hyun reading these, exclaimed, "Seems really effective. Just raiding dungeons for a week is enough." He continued walking, replying, "Yeah, it's almost over," he asked. A mix of fun and sadness. "How are you going to end it?" Kang Hyun looked thoughtful. "Well," he turned back. "I guess it's fine to tell you." After saying that, he whispered into his ear. It wasn't clear what they said, but Yu Sung's expression was very reluctant. "Whoa. Are you in your right mind?" Kang Hyun sent a letter. "If you want to save the guild, meet me at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening at the dungeon on Sogzen Mountain. And Yu Sung, see you there. P.S. Ghostblade." Kang Hyun immediately crumpled the letter, his face turning manic. "Damn arrogant fool, you want to fight now, don't you?" He led a massive group of underlings. "Fine, today I'll come to see that arrogant face of yours, then I'll break your bones and peel your skin." But the underlings behind him looked at each other. Damn it. I didn't want to show up, but what can I do? If I don't go, I don't know what will happen to me. Better to play it smart and stay out of it. Kang Hyun heard the whispering behind him and gritted his teeth. Damn it, why did I bring this useless trash along? He thought to himself. If he could lure him, then the scene shifted back to when he received the call from the unknown number. The voice on the other end said, "You seem tired lately, don't you?" Jung Ji-hoon. He went blank. This voice, the person on the other end confirmed, "That's right, it's me. I'm calling to offer my help because I see you're having a hard time." Kang Hyun thought, forget it. Since I have no way to make contact, I can only rely on guys like Yu Sung, but now someone is suddenly contacting me. He thought this, but still smiled. Haha, you called at the right time. If you help, I won't let you suffer any losses. My father will also provide support. Suddenly, the voice on the other end changed its tone. What was that? He asked. Who did you say was helping whom? Seems like you don't really grasp the situation. After that, he declared, I've changed my mind. I won't help anymore. Kang Hyun panicked. Wait, why are you suddenly... He smirked. Keep clinging to that arrogant father of yours then. As Kang Hyun recalled this, he grew even more furious. That jerk was even worse than in Yu Sung. The letter in his hand quickly burned to ash. He wanted to see how much longer those arrogant fools could keep up their act. In a building on a small street, Ji-hoon sighed. So that's how it is. The Bet Guild has summoned all its members. It looks like Jung Ji-hoon is at a dead end, huh? The man sitting opposite him, he exclaimed again. Regardless, it's still an alliance on the outside. Are you really not planning to send reinforcements? Choi Min-jun didn't answer, just calmly holding his teacup. A moment later, he set it on the table and continued. Whether it's necessary or not, doesn't matter. Helping that trash is just a waste of effort. But if he dies, Chairman Jung Sang-soo won't let it slide. Suddenly, he changed his attitude, shot a glare at him, and countless beams of light struck. The blonde guy from earlier was quickly grabbed by the neck, shaking as he spoke. So what? He retorted angrily. Am I supposed to rely on that old man to survive? The blonde man quickly admitted his mistake. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Hearing that, he finally let out a breath and released the blonde man. He quickly clutched his neck, gasping for air, trembling as he spoke. Just keep doing your job. Find out about the new funding sources. He obediently replied, Understood. At the D-rank dungeon in Sufan Forest, Kang Hyun led the way and asked, What time is it now? The vice captain replied, 6:30. He frowned. Damn it. We sent the signal, but there's no sign of them. Did we lose? He turned back to warn everyone to prepare for battle, not knowing how many enemies there were or if they might be lying in wait. The whole group shouted in unison, acknowledging the order. Suddenly, one of them shouted, Guildmaster. He pointed toward the thick cloud of dust. Over there, Kang Hyun looked a bit confused, only to see Kang Hyun in the distance leading a horde of monsters rushing toward them, laughing loudly. Ha ha! His eyes were red, unable to hide his excitement. Kang Hyun was terrified. Kang Hyun? Twins? No, he immediately realized the truth. The man was still alive. Kang Hyun sprinted straight toward him. Jung Ji-hoon, long time no see. Doing well? He waved his hand. I've got a gift for you. Looking closely, a cute little monster was revealed in his palm. His subordinates looked mesmerized. Is that a baby disrufin? It's so cute. Kang Hyun grabbed the monster and made a throwing motion. Here, catch. He threw the monster hard. Take it. The subordinates cried out. That madman. He actually threw that cute creature. One guy immediately dropped his weapon. He tracked where the monster landed and shouted, I'll catch it. The poor little monster was terrified. A second later, it was safely in the guy's arms. He let out a sigh. It's okay. It's okay. Daddy will protect you. Seeing that, the people around them looked envious and thought it was adorable, wanting to hug it too. They all criticized Kang Hyun. How could he do that? One guy was cold-blooded, but Kang Hyun yelled, Shut up, all of you. He looked furious, staring at Kang Hyun's bag full of baby monsters, silently cursing. What a lunatic. Seeing the monsters chasing Kang Hyun, he realized. He stole the disrufin's babies, he shouted. The beasts are triggered and out of control. They're charging here. Kang Hyun even threw the bag holding the baby monsters. Catch it, brothers. Immediately, the cute baby monsters were revealed. The subordinates were mesmerized by them and just stood there watching. Oh, cute babies falling from the sky. At that moment, Kang Hyun jumped up. Electricity crackled around his body as he swung his hammer toward Kang Hyun. Following him, the monsters lunged forward. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, forcing him to quickly activate his defensive mode. When he looked back, he saw Hyun taking the chance to slip away. He even said, You guys worked hard. He gritted his teeth but couldn't break free. Taking advantage of his distraction, a monster quickly closed in. He cursed. Damn it. Kang Hyun looked at Kang Hyun, causing trouble behind them, silently swearing. It's already hard enough dealing with disrufins because of their invisibility, and now Kang Hyun is joining in, throwing the whole formation into chaos. His face darkened, and he shouted, Everyone retreat! Get out of the dungeon, now! Immediately, the subordinates scrambled toward the exit. Damn it, good thing I was standing in the back, run faster. One guy even said, I'm quitting this hellish guild tomorrow. Suddenly, and Yusung emerged from the doorway. Hello! Seeing him, the whole group was stunned. Huh? He immediately took the opportunity to rush in. A blood-stained mace swung through the air, and Yusung eagerly wielded the mace, rushing to take them out one by one. The group was beaten until they had to beg for mercy. At this moment, Kang Hyun watched from the back, thinking angrily. And Yusung. He betrayed us? Since when? We're doomed, but there must be a way. Kang Hyun was terrified. He watched his comrades being beaten to a pulp, his mind repeating, What do I do? What's the way? Kang Hyun thought of Kang Hyun, his fists clenched, trembling with rage. Kang Hyun thought if things continued like this, it would be the end. He squeezed his hand, and flames erupted in Kang Hyun's palm. He seemed to be planning a final lethal strike as another person was beaten until they spat blood. Kang Hyun was also fighting intensely, using his sword to strike those attacking him. He sighed and complained, It just never ends. These guys are as persistent as leeches, so annoying. Just as Kang Hyun finished speaking, he heard someone screaming his name. It was Kang Hyun. He rushed toward Kang Hyun, glowing with a bright light, and shouted, Even if it ends, at least I'll have you as a companion. Caught off guard, Kang Hyun couldn't dodge in time. Kang Hyun's fist struck his face. This desperate suicide move by Kang Hyun caused a massive explosion. After the blow, Kang Hyun stood there, observing Kang Hyun's condition. He calculated in his heart, that skill has enough firepower to put my own life at risk. But if I use this, he'll be finished too. But not long after, Kang Hyun's expression changed. From the fire, a hand reached out and grabbed Kang Hyun's head directly. Kang Hyun's skin was slowly being corroded, his mouth emitting continuous cries of pain. He couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Hyun said to him, Is that all you've got? You have to go this far? You fool, you thought I couldn't fight back? Kang Hyun used his strength to push Kang Hyun away, then coughed up blood. Kang Hyun retaliated. He kicked out, sending Kang Hyun flying backward. Kang Hyun screamed in pain and collapsed. Kang Hyun warned him, Just sit there and watch, because I'll handle you later. I'm beaten up, so don't you dare die peacefully. I'll make you watch the final moments of your minions. Saying that, Hyun rushed toward the chaotic battlefield. Kang Hyun laughed helplessly, thinking, It's over. Everything is over. Just because I made the mistake of messing with one person. The more Kang Hyun thought about it, the louder he laughed, laughing maniacally. A moment later, the ground was covered in corpses, all looking pathetic. Kang Hyun was still laughing loudly. Kang Hyun and An Yu-sung were now standing in front of him, and Yu-sung casually asked him, Boss, what are you laughing at? Kang Hyun said, "Just leave him be. He's probably having a nice dream." Kang Hyun kept repeating herself, "It's over. It's all over." He started losing control, talking to himself. Wait. Over? Who's over? Who? This is unacceptable. I can't die like this. I'm just an illegitimate child. A bastard. An outsider. My siblings see me as nothing more than an outsider. They don't care about me. They despise me. I got dragged into these power struggles I never even wanted. They control me however they please. My father pities me and provides for me, but that's just another excuse for them to attack me. One day, the world changed. The tutorial began. With the appearance of dungeons and awakeners, the world reverted to the logic of primal strength. At that moment, I had a hunch this was my chance to turn the tables. As he was telling the story, Kang Hyun's eyes suddenly went wide, as if he'd been struck, and a second later, he collapsed to the ground. It was Kang Hyun. With one swing of the blade in his hand, he severed Kang Hyun's head. Kang Hyun looked at the head on the ground and said annoyed, "These guys talk way too much." And Yu Sung chuckled and said, "You should at least listen to a man's dying words, you know." Kang Hyun replied, "Why should I?" And Yu Sung kept bickering with him, but he eventually let it go. "Anyway, you worked hard. It wasn't really your problem, but it was fun, right?" And Yu Sung asked Kang Hyun, "So, how does it feel to finally settle such a long-standing grudge?" At this question, Kang Hyun scratched his chin, looking deep in thought, but clearly puzzled. "I don't know." And Yu Sung, as if he expected that answer, added, "The end of revenge is just emptiness, isn't it?" Kang Hyun didn't think so. He said, "The person who deserved to die is dead. If I had to compare it to something, it feels like cleaning out a huge chunk of earwax from your ear. It's nothing major, but it feels relieving." Seeing Hyun thinking so seriously, and Yo Sung stopped him. Okay, stop with the comparisons." Kang Hyun stopped thinking about it. He took a few steps forward and said, "What about the dropped gear? Should we sell it and split the profit?" And Yu Sung refused. "I don't need it. I'm not short on cash." Kang Hyun picked up the sword and asked again, "Really? You don't need it at all?" And Yu Sung's words left Kang Hyun deep in thought. Up until now, he hadn't really been too concerned about money. The rewards from completing dungeons were enough that he never felt like he was lacking. But this time, he realized he couldn't protect everything with just his own strength and money. "I need to save up. And another thing, I'm going to build my own force." Night had fallen. Kang Hyun and An Yu Sung were standing in front of the dungeon exit, and Yu Sung told Kang Hyun it was over. Kang Hyun obviously knew that, but he seemed troubled. His brows remained tightly furrowed. A moment later, Kang Hyun spoke up. And Yu Sung, "What if I told you I'm going to start a guild?" And Yu Sung interrupted him. "Do you want me to join?" Kang Hyun knew he had misunderstood. "Let me finish." I wasn't done talking. A look of interest appeared on Yu Sung's face. He asked Kang Hyun, "If it's a guild started by you, it's bound to be interesting, right?" "My gut is telling me so." Kang Hyun immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. He teased, "What gut feeling? I didn't even say I'd let you join." And Yu Sung didn't believe him and shot back, "Hey, you were trying to recruit me just now, I know it." Kang Hyun still wouldn't admit it. At that time, no one knew that a small guild founded by two men as a joke would become the most famous guild in South Korea. Of course, in a negative way. Inside the chairman's office, an angry voice erupted. "Didn't the story change? You said you would take responsibility and look after Kim Ji-hoon. You violated the contract." The man shouting in anger was Jung Sang-soo, the chairman of the Hans Group, and Choi Min-jun. When Choi Min-jun heard his own name, he glanced back. He replied calmly, "Violation? You're joking, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about." Chairman Jung suppressed his anger and questioned Choi Min-jun. "You're still pretending not to know? It's been a week since my son and the guild members lost contact." Based on the current situation, clearly, Choi Min-jun interrupted. "So, what exactly do you want to do?" Chairman Jung didn't understand what Choi Min-jun was getting at. Choi Min-jun propped his legs on the desk arrogantly and continued, "I elevated a useless person with no talent to be the leader of a guild. Didn't I do exactly what I was paid to do?" Chairman Jung was left speechless by Choi Min-jun's rebuttal. Enraged, he ordered his guards, "Attack him, kill him." Upon receiving the order, the guards rushed in with weapons to surround Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun sat there nonchalantly, without a hint of fear. He blinked, and seconds later, tentacles appeared out of nowhere. They quickly neutralized the guards. The guards were unable to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Chairman Jung's guards were captured by Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun spoke, "Chairman Jung, we clearly signed a contract. I fulfilled the contract as agreed. Why are you playing games with me? Choi Min-jun stepped closer to Chairman Jung. The chairman, terrified by this aura, was trembling and couldn't say a word. Choi Min-jun warned him, "If something like this happens again, I won't let it slide. Do you understand?" The chairman, scared out of his wits, replied, I understand. Satisfied with the answer, Choi Min-jun flashed a fake smile. He retracted the tentacles, and the guards were released, all of them coughing uncontrollably. Choi Min-jun turned away, sighed, and said to the chairman, I'm glad you understand. Make sure the promised money is in my account by the end of the day. I'm very curious. Who exactly was it that toppled Kim Ji-hoon? Guild B had disappeared. The sudden vanishing of a major guild created countless rumors and ghost stories. The media made a lot of noise for a while, but with so many new guilds and extraordinary abilities appearing every day, the small guild was gradually forgotten. At a restaurant, a voice came from inside a room. Perfect. There's definitely no chance of us getting caught. There won't be any consequences left behind. I dealt with all the troublemakers. This time, I even managed to level up after the battle, sold the loot, and even got to eat a good meal. Isn't everything fine now? What are you still upset about? And Yu-sung gave plenty of reasons to put Kang Hyun at ease. But Kang Hyun, while eating, shuddered slightly, and replied, The new title I got this time is the problem. The title they received was Ruthless Family Destroyer. Description: There is a prejudice that monsters do not have families. This title is awarded to those who have destroyed many families in cruel, terrifying ways. Effects: Increase strength by 2 points. Increases hostility. The holder of this title will create an instinctive sense of fear in others. Damn it. Kang Hyun slammed his hand on the table and groaned in frustration. Even an unequipped title has a bit of an effect. The system notified me that all effects, except for the selected title, are only at 50% power. Kang Hyun burst out, I've been so stressed lately because of this, and it's just led to more misunderstandings. And Yu-sung chuckled. You don't need to be misunderstood. You're already ruthless by nature. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. So don't worry about it. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's phone rang. It was Instructor Kim Ji-hoon calling. Kang Hyun picked up, and the voice on the other end spoke. This is Kim Ji-hoon. I'd prefer it if you didn't call me that. You still remember that promise, right? Kang Hyun had no recollection of making any such promise. On the other end, Kim Ji-hoon sighed helplessly. I thought you knew. You need to come meet our guild leader. It's quite urgent, so please come as soon as possible. When are you free? The next day, at the Dragon Guild headquarters, the elevator was heading to the 12th floor. Kang Hyun wondered, will this be all right? He gestured and continued, Can I bring him along? Kim Ji-hoon replied, The guild leader has already authorized it, and Yu-sung turned to Kang Hyun and said, You don't need to worry. Han Se-yeon and I know each other. Kang Hyun was skeptical. He asked suspiciously, I'm not used to hearing you call her that. How do you two know each other? And Yu-sung explained that he had met her before at a social party. Kang Hyun thought to himself, a social party? The guild leader must be wealthy, and she's a tutorial graduate too. This world is truly unfair. The two of them were then led to their destination. They stood in front of the meeting room door. Kim Ji-hoon knocked and announced their arrival. A voice from inside said to come in, and the door opened. Kang Hyun and An Yu-sung stepped inside. A beautiful woman was there. She stood up, reached out a hand and said, Please, come in. I am the guild leader, Han Se-yeon. Kang Hyun shook her hand and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Kang Hyun. Han Se-yeon mentioned she had heard a lot about him from Kim Ji-hoon. Giving them some space to talk, Kim Ji-hoon stepped out. Han Se-yeon invited them to sit. As soon as they sat down, Kang Hyun expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help. I don't know how to repay you, Se-yeon replied cheerfully. It's nothing. It wasn't hard at all, so please don't let it weigh on you. Kang Hyun preferred to be straightforward and got right to the point. But I don't like being in anyone's debt. Why did you call me here? Han Se-yeon didn't beat around the bush either, saying, I originally wanted to chat a bit, but since you're being direct, I won't stand on ceremony. Kang Hyun, would you like to join the Dragon Guild? Without a second thought, Kang Hyun said bluntly, no. Han Se-yeon realized she couldn't easily persuade him. She asked, Mr. Kang Hyun, why don't you want to join our guild? Kang Hyun answered concisely, I don't like it. This reply left both sides in silence. And Yu-sung, sitting nearby, saw Kang Hyun reject her so bluntly and teased him. Man, your tongue is sharp enough to cut yourself. Kang Hyun, not quite getting what he meant, asked, What do you mean? Han Se-yeon smiled gently and replied, It's fine. Actually, hearing you be so clear about it makes it easier for me to give up. Kang Hyun, maybe that's a good thing. He then said seriously, Regardless, I will repay this debt in another way. If you ever need help, just call me. Han Se-yeon knew Kang Hyun was uncomfortable about rejecting the offer, so she said, "Don't worry about it. Having a connection with someone as strong as you is not a loss for us, so we'll reach out if we need to." Kang Hyun still felt guilty, but, wearing an expression of meddlesome concern, said, "But honestly, does the country's #1 guild really need my help? Of course, if there's anything I can help with, I will." Han Se-yeon didn't answer his question but instead asked, "Mr. Kang Hyun, how long do you think the current peace will last?" The word peace made Kang Hyun think. With dungeons appearing and criminals running rampant, he wondered, world peace? Really? Could she have seen that thing? The images of the 8th floor in the tutorial. Compared to those, this world is peaceful for now. After pondering for a moment, Kang Hyun lazily put his hands behind his head and replied, "I don't know. That's not a problem I can solve. Either way, becoming stronger is my only measure for dealing with it. And besides, there's still a 5-year countdown for the so-called Haken dimension, right?" Han Se-yeon provided a different figure, 3 years. "There will definitely be nations in danger within the next 3 years. We don't have much time." Kang Hyun didn't believe her and retorted, "What are you basing that on?" Han Se-yeon replied, "I can't say clearly. There is a divine entity that knows all about this. On our end, we have someone capable of communicating with that being." Kang Hyun frowned, analyzing it to himself. A divine entity? Could she be talking about that administrator? "You have the ability to communicate with the administrator?" Han Se-yeon pressed him. "Actually, you can feel it too, can't you, Mr. Kang Hyun? The difficulty of dungeons is increasing, while the growth of awakened ones is stagnating." Kang Hyun countered, "I don't feel that at all." But An Yu-sung wasn't going to let it slide. He asked Kang Hyun, "Then why did you say that? The more reckless awakened ones become, the stronger they get, which is why hunting with guns isn't effective at all." Kang Hyun was caught off guard, so he replied vaguely, "Oh, is that so? No wonder no awakened ones use guns." And Yu-sung explained further, "Bows and crossbows are different from guns because you can upgrade them according to your level." That sounds like a lot of theories, doesn't it? Han Se-yeon continued, "That's why strong and reckless people like you, Mr. Kang Hyun, can handle the current situation. You could become a hero." Being praised like that, Kang Hyun felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I don't like to admit it, but I'm not exactly a good person. You know that. The ones who were defeated this time were also handled by me." But An Yu-sung told Kang Hyun not to care about that garbage. Kang Hyun didn't quite get the point, and Yu-sung added, "Regardless, they are people who provide no benefit to the survival of humanity. They are not worth protecting. For humanity, a person like you is worth more than hundreds of those people. The protector of the world isn't a righteous gentleman, it's the strong one." A moment later, Kim Ji-hoon opened the door and entered. Han Se-yeon asked him, "Did you see them off?" Kim Ji-hoon replied, "Yes, I confirmed they got into their car before I came back." Kim Ji-hoon asked for Han Se-yeon's impression of today's meeting. Han Se-yeon relaxed and shared her thoughts. "Truth be told, it was higher than my expectations. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, when I mentioned the story of the administrator, his pupils flickered. He was a graduate of the tutorial. In D rank and E rank dungeons, they might only differ by 1 letter, but there is a massive gap between the two. The strength and number of monsters increase. The most obvious difference is the variety of monsters that appear in the dungeons. Specifically, the dungeon used for the Dian's experiment is a place where monster diversity reaches its maximum level. Kang Hyun was now inside the D-rank dungeon, and he began to analyze it. Regular monsters, whether they're standard mobs or bosses, are usually of the same type, so they're easy to fight. But here, the number of monsters is so high that it's annoying, and their weaknesses and attack patterns are completely different. Suddenly, something appeared in front of Kang Hyun, causing him to gasp in shock. What is this? In front of him was a gargantuan monster. Kang Hyun wasn't afraid at all, he just laughed at the monster. Oh, this is much bigger than expected. Is that a boss monster's head attached there? Are you kidding me? Kang Hyun pointed at the monster and made an invitation. Do you want to join my guild? I made a bet with An Yu-sung to see who could find a recruit for their guild first. As soon as Kang Hyun finished, the hammer in the monster's hand stirred. It hoisted the hammer high and slammed it down exactly where Kang Hyun was standing. The ground shook violently, and chunks of rock shattered and flew everywhere. Kang Hyun reacted quickly, easily dodging the first attack, and he even looked a bit amused. He told the monster, "If you don't like it, just say so, but you don't make the cut." The monster let out a piercing roar. From its mouth, a strange liquid was shot out. Kang Hyun channeled energy into his palm and countered, successfully keeping the nasty liquid from touching him. He took the opportunity to jump behind the monster's back. Kang Hyun looked up at the wall where the liquid had splattered. The wall was already melting, and he guessed, "Is that corrosive acid?" Kang Hyun said to the monster, "Your skin's pretty thick, and your body's bigger than mine, but since I'm a tactical fighter, I always find the answer. It'd be great if I could swipe that hammer." As soon as Kang Hyun finished speaking, the monster's roar grew louder, signaling its rage. Outside the dungeon, those who heard the roar echoed asked each other, "Did you hear the monster screaming just now?" The other replied, "Someone must be hunting. Let's just focus on the feast in front of us." They were surrounding a girl. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man pointed his sword at her. The girl was Shin Sang-ah, who was suddenly cornered. Shin Sang-ah was calmly looking for a way to escape this group. The group was busy watching the dungeon, and one of them laughed with interest. "This is why I love dungeons." The young man holding the spear still heard the occasional roar, so he looked up and asked his leader, "Boss, did you hear that?" The leader holding the sword remained nonchalant, claiming he heard nothing. He warned his subordinate, "Don't worry about those hunting games." Just then, Kang Hyun suddenly appeared, holding the monster's hammer in his hand. He was panting, completely exhausted. Kang Hyun's appearance caught the group's attention, and they stared at him without blinking. Kang Hyun dragged the massive hammer for a long way. Seeing the group ahead, he panted and said, "You guys stink. This is the stench of trash. Low-life criminals I've already beaten, right?" Kang Hyun let out a loud laugh. The group looked at Kang Hyun in shock, wondering, what is that guy carrying on his back? A hammer? Kang Hyun didn't waste words. He used his strength to hoist the hammer high, then slammed it down hard onto the ceiling of the dungeon. Even though it was just one blow, the impact was powerful enough to make the group wary. The ceiling of the dungeon cracked under Kang Hyun's strike, and one young man in the group jeered mockingly. "Is he crazy? Why is he swinging a hammer in such a cramped space?" The words were barely out of his mouth when Kang Hyun acted again. Another swing, and the group could only stand there and watch as Hyun struck again and again. This time, he swung the hammer down right where he was standing. After 2 swings, Kang Hyun finally spoke. He snorted coldly and sighed. "This hammer is heavy. It's not great as a main weapon. I'll just leave it here for now." With that, Kang Hyun stashed the hammer into his system inventory. The group just stood there staring at Kang Hyun, completely confused. A young man laughed out loud and said, "Showing off your strength like that, I thought you were something special, but it seems you don't know the situation you're in, huh?" He stepped forward, planting his foot as a base, and attacked Hyun, saying, "You shouldn't have put your weapon down. Die." Kang Hyun just stood there, waiting for his opponent to reach him, and responded with a slap. The young man's face swelled up from the punch, and he collapsed before he could even land a second strike. The others were a bit shaken by the scene. Hyun didn't stop. He grabbed the guy's hair, dragged him up, and said, "Now you damn criminals, give me everything you've got on you." As he spoke, he snatched a knife from the guy's hand and held it to his throat. The rest of the group stood ready with their weapons drawn, looking at Hyun like he was a maniac. They held their weapons tight, but they were hesitant, not daring to rush in. However, that hesitation didn't last long. Moments later, the group yelled to charge all at once, thinking Kang Hyun couldn't fight them all on his own. Seeing them ready to swarm, Kang Hyun tightened his grip on the hostage's hair and warned them, "Don't you see I'm holding a hostage? This kid's lived long enough." Kang Hyun glanced at the hostage and asked, "What's your name?" The young man trembled and stuttered, "Kim Gu-shik." Hearing the answer, Kang Hyun replied, "All right, Kim Gu-shik." Then, he squeezed his hand hard, and Kim Gu-shik shrieked in pain. Kim Gu-shik's accomplices froze. Kang Hyun used Kim Gu-shik as a weapon to attack. Kim Gu-shik screamed in agony as he used his head to bash his own comrades. The leader was knocked down. Kang Hyun said with amusement, "Doesn't feel bad at all. All of you, come on. I'll take you all on with my new weapon, Castle Siege Execution." The rest of them were shaking with fear, crying out, "Kang Hyun, stop, stop it." But Hyun wouldn't spare anyone. He attacked immediately. Screams for help echoed throughout the dungeon. Shin Sang-ah stood on the sidelines watching. She was stunned, her eyes wide as she didn't miss a single detail. Kang Hyun has finished them off. He looked at the bodies at his feet, thinking to himself, "Is this the level of a dungeon raiding party? That took longer than I thought." Suddenly, a voice of gratitude rang out. Shin Sang-ah bowed and thanked Kang Hyun sincerely. "Thank you for helping me. Thanks to you, I'm no longer in danger." Kang Hyun replied, "It's nothing. Honestly, I enjoyed beating them up." She looked up. Shin Sang-ah continued, "I'm Shin Sang-ah. May I ask your name?" Kang Hyun scratched his head and replied, "My name? I'm Kang Hyun." Shin Sang-ah changed her tone. "Mr. Kang Hyun, I'd like to ask, how can I become as strong as you?" Shin Sang-ah asked the question very seriously. Kang Hyun was taken aback by the sudden question. Deep down, he thought, this is the historical moment when the three biggest troublemakers in Korea meet. But only time would tell. Kang Hyun pondered seriously. He repeated Shin Sang-ah's question. How to get stronger? Just work hard. The answer surprised Shin Sang-ah. She asked skeptically, just by working hard? If hard work is all it takes, then I. Before she could finish, Kang Hyun interrupted. Not all effort is equal. You have to work until you're at death's door. I mean that literally. Those words were etched into Shin Sang-ah's mind. Kang Hyun felt something was off. He scratched his head, thinking that coming from someone like him who had died and come back to life, it didn't sound very reasonable. Not wanting to stay long, Kang Hyun said goodbye to Shin Sang-ah and left. Be careful on your way out. You can let them go or kill them, whatever you want. As he reached the turn, Kang Hyun paused for a second, turned back, and asked Shin Sang-ah, can you make it out on your own? Shin Sang-ah replied, no, I can't. Kang Hyun was a bit puzzled. He thought, doesn't people usually beg for help? Thinking that, he said awkwardly, I'd really love to help you, but I can't right now. I have to clear this stage. Shin Sang-ah suggested, if that's the case, can I come with you? Her words caught Kang Hyun by surprise. He scratched his head and explained, do you actually believe what I said about dying earlier? Forget it. If you really die, Shin cut him off. No, I know my own limits. I'll go with you to mine the magic crystals. I won't get in your way at all. Of course, all the magic crystals would belong to him. Kang Hyun warned. It's dangerous. Shin Sang-ah insisted. I know how to protect myself. Seeing that she was truly determined, Kang Hyun didn't try to stop her much. He said, all right, come along then. Along the way, the ground was covered in monster corpses. Kang Hyun led the way, clearing the path as he went. Suddenly, Shin Sang-ah spoke up. You've worked hard. I'll mine the magic crystals now. Shin Sang-ah took out her sword and got to work. Watching her actions, Kang Hyun felt somewhat relieved, thinking that she could indeed protect herself just as she promised. Whether she had a stealth skill or not, she always retreated quickly whenever a fight started, occasionally providing archery support without getting in the way. Furthermore, she helped him collect all these troublesome magic crystals, making the strategy much easier to manage. Kang Hyun still wanted to warn Shin Sang-ah, do it like this. Based on the energy radiating from ahead, it looks like a boss. From now on, it might be very dangerous. But Shin Sang-ah was firm. She said, I've already decided to go with you. The system notified them that the core of the dungeon had been destroyed, and the exit portal had opened. Hearing this notification, Kang Hyun was quite surprised and said, oh? It's been cleared? Did someone go ahead of us? Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes widening. He could still sense the boss's energy. Kang Hyun turned back behind him. He felt that something was wrong. A moment later, he exclaimed in shock, a dungeon break? The next day, news outlets reported that for the first time in South Korea, a D-rank dungeon break had occurred. Dozens of Soon dungeons had opened simultaneously, causing what they called a monster wave. This was the second dungeon-related event following the raid on the Wire Dungeon Legion. This was the third incident in the country. However, this wave was different from the previous two events. Experts analyzed it as a deliberate act of terrorism. A young man rushed in, panicked, to report the news. Guildmaster. Inside the room, a tall young man stood there and replied, has it begun? He was the guildmaster of the Choi Guild, Dong-woo. Dong-woo asked his assistant, a dungeon break? Is everything prepared? The assistant replied hesitantly, regarding that, according to the report we just received, there is information that among the dungeons where the incident occurred, one of them is a D-rank dungeon. Dong-woo asked, where is it located? The assistant replied, it's at the Dion's laboratory in Suwon-gong. Hearing the location, Dong-woo thought annoyedly, why there? Because it was such a complex dungeon, the demolition work had been delayed, and now this had to happen. Dong-woo kept asking his assistant about the related situation. Are there any major guilds nearby? The assistant replied, there's the Hangyeon Guild, but I heard their core forces are all away on a mission. Dong-woo ordered, gather 50 elite soldiers immediately. We will head to Sugon, and the other teams will go to the other dungeons. At the Donggun Guild, Han Se-yeon asked Kim Ji-hoon about the situation outside. Kim Ji-hoon replied, I heard Guildmaster Dong-woo is personally participating in handling the den's laboratory. He is heading there with his elite forces. Hearing this, Han Se-yeon said, if so, it will be too late. Is there any guild nearby that can guarantee defense? Kim Ji-hoon thought for a moment and said, besides the Hangyeon Guild, there are only small and medium-sized guilds left, but there is information that there is one awakened who is dealing with the monsters at a very fast pace. Han Se-yeon asked. Alone? Kim Ji-hoon smiled as he continued. A giant greatsword, a massive build, and a fierce face that is no different from a monster. Hearing this, Han Se-yeon seemed certain of who Kim Ji-hoon was describing. She smiled slightly, and her face lost some of its anxiety. Han Se-yeon concluded, if that's the case, there's no need to worry about that side. Outside, Kang Hyun stood in the middle of a pile of monster corpses. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "This is insane. Did he take them all out by himself?" That's what a real awakened is. A young man stepped out to thank Kang Hyun, but Kang Hyun said irritably, "Get lost." These words left the young man stunned. Kang Hyun turned his back, his sharp eyes repeating, "Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll deal with you next." At this moment, the rift appeared again. It hadn't fully closed. Kang Hyun guessed that the final boss was still alive. Kang Hyun shouted angrily, "The final boss hasn't appeared yet. If you are still here, you'll lose your lives." The group of awakened were stunned by his shouting. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth. He stepped forward and said, "Wait, no matter what, we are all awakened. Even if it's just a little bit, we can help." Before he could finish, Kang Hyun asked gloomily, "You?" He was bewildered. "Huh?" he asked coldly. "How many chima did you catch just now?" The silver-haired man asked suspiciously. "What?" Kang Hyun asked back, ominously. "Did you catch even one? You guys are just getting in the way here. If you understand, retreat and help evacuate the civilians." The silver-haired man didn't understand what was happening. He was still very dazed. "Huh? What?" The other awakened looked at each other. "What's wrong with that guy? Why is he talking like that? No matter how strong he is, this is." One of them looked toward Kang Hyun. He was startled to see Kang Hyun emitting a red aura, his expression looking extremely restrained. He said to his companions in fear, "Forget it. Let's just go." His companions also realized something was wrong and chimed in, "Yeah, let's go." After that, the group left. Seeing that, Kang Hyun returned to his original state. Shin Sang-ah spoke up unexpectedly. She pointed at herself and said, "I." When she got to that point, she became a bit shy and didn't know how to continue. Kang Hyun spoke up, "Can you do it? Are you able to?" Shin Sang-ah didn't expect him to pay attention to her. "Huh?" Kang Hyun ordered, "Provide cover for me and find a place to hide." He looked at the girl who was still standing there. "Can you do it?" Shin Sang-ah finally came back to her senses. The spatial rift still hadn't closed. From that narrow gap, claws began to poke out. A moment later, an entire army of demons appeared. Their bodies were malformed, and they radiated dark energy. Kang Hyun was startled too. "What the hell is this?" he speculated. "The 4 heavenly kings?" "No. You guys aren't the 4 heavenly kings." His eyes narrowed slightly. Kang Hyun muttered to himself, "These guys are all on the same level as the ogre I just fought." Furthermore, looking at the monsters at the very back of the pack, their bodies are clearly larger, and they have much stronger power. Even from the breath they exhale, one can feel the pressure. Kang Hyun shouted, "The final boss has appeared." After the monster army had all come out, the rift gradually transformed, and a second later, it closed completely. The monster looked around and exclaimed, "These buildings have such unique architecture." Kang Hyun was surprised. "The monster can talk?" The monster let out a faint cry. It looked at him with contempt and asked, "Do you humans intend to defeat me all by yourself?" He replied arrogantly, "That's right." He pulled his weapon from his inventory, then slammed the hammerhead hard into the ground. His eyes flashed with a spark. "I'm going to smash your head in and put it back together like a puzzle." The boss didn't expect him to be so cocky. "Your kind is arrogant, but your body seems useful. I'll take it personally." Before it could finish, Kang Hyun coldly interrupted. "Enough. I suggest you and I have a fair fight. Let's get rid of these lackeys and leave it to just the 2 of us. Like 2 real men." A few seconds of silence passed before the boss spoke up. "I refuse." Kang Hyun spat on the ground. "I didn't expect anything less." Then, he gripped the hammer handle with both hands and spun it a few times. He challenged it arrogantly. "Come on, Baldy." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged toward them. The monsters' bodies flickered as they eagerly joined the fray. Kang Hyun raised his massive hammer high, took a deep breath, and let out a roar toward them. The soul of the enraged lion was activated. The monsters suddenly felt their heads buzzing. Taking the opportunity, he leaped high into the air, his eyes filled with madness, and swung the hammer down. He excitedly targeted the nearest monster first, starting with this one. A second later, he smashed the hammer directly onto its head, his eyes bloodshot, as it died. Then, he swung the hammer to smash the head of another. The entire street was filled with the booming sounds of his hammer-crushing monster skulls. As the boss watched its minions being torn apart, it let out a soft sound. "Oh," it remarked. "I can't sense any mana. Is that just his pure physical strength?" It muttered. It would be such a waste if he died. Thinking that, it reached out its hand. "I will control you and turn you into my slave." Kang Hyun charged into the monsters, fighting like a maniac. The body of the monster colliding with him began to show cracks. A second later, the armor on its body shattered, revealing a bloody head underneath. Kang Hyun stepped back. Watching the monster slowly collapse, he took the opportunity to land on the ground, his body trembling as he muttered, "That was heavy." The boss reached out, its face arrogant as it pointed straight at him. It used a mind control technique, releasing a stream of red mana that enveloped Kang Hyun. His head suddenly felt dizzy, and his eyes widened. The boss chuckled to itself. "Heh, take this," it thought confidently. "With this move, he is completely under my control." At this moment, Hyun appeared to be manipulated. His eyes were soulless, and his body was frozen. The boss waved a hand at him. "Welcome, my slave. Now, bow your head and show me your loyalty." Hyun's eyes flashed with a white light, and his lips muttered something softly. His arm reached up slightly, and the boss keenly sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Kang Hyun laughed out loud, gave it the middle finger, and shouted, "You bastard! It turns out you used the resistance ring to counter all mind control spells." The space seemed to fall into a state of silence. A moment later, the boss muttered, "So he protected himself with an item. I intended to collect him in pristine condition, but what a shame." It didn't speak further. Instead, it controlled another monster to dash toward Hyun with lightning speed. He didn't have time to dodge, and had to use the Ankia skin on his cheek. A loud boom echoed as the monster's punch hit him square in the face, sending him flying away. The force of the massive blow sent Kang Hyun crashing straight into a storefront on the side of the road, causing a loud explosion. Then, the monsters slowly approached him. Suddenly, an arrow appeared from nowhere, piercing through the monster from before. The boss was startled by the situation and wondered, does he have teammates? However, it didn't matter. In fact, the monster pierced through the head by the arrow didn't seem to suffer any damage at all. Instead, it quickly looked around to locate the enemy. Kang Hyun whispered, "Perfect timing, Archer." The boss was confused by this remark. Kang Hyun quickly sat up and suddenly launched an attack, charging toward the monster. He gripped his hammer tight and closed the distance rapidly. "This is a perfect weak point to strike." As he spoke, his face revealed a look of crazed excitement, and another arrow was shot into the monster's head while it was distracted. Kang Hyun seized the opportunity, swinging his hammer directly at its head. The monster had its skull crushed by him. As it collapsed to the ground, something like a chain shot out. Kang Hyun keenly felt the surprise attack, but he couldn't dodge in time and was still pierced through the chest by the chain. Kang Hyun coughed aloud, blood pouring from his mouth. He threw his hammer to the ground and then grabbed the monster's arm. To its shock, he performed a shoulder throw, slamming it hard onto the tiled floor. Kang Hyun quickly opened his inventory to retrieve a new weapon. He grabbed a sword and charged at the monster with all his speed. By the time it managed to turn its head, it saw his excited face along with a sharp blade. A slicing sound echoed, and blood splattered everywhere. Looking at his dripping sword, the boss was somewhat stunned. Kang Hyun now looked like a superior being trampling over countless monster corpses beneath his feet. He wiped a drop of blood from his face. Now he smiled strangely. Only one last person left, right? Looking up at the boss hovering in the air, he provoked it. "Hey Baldy!" The boss looked at him angrily and arrogantly. It sneered. "Someone who has no mana left, what do you have to dare to stand against me?" Kang Hyun thought to himself. It figured it out. He sighed. "Exactly. I'm losing mana, and my body's regeneration is reaching its limit." He looked gloomily at the height it was flying at. "Plus, I don't have the strength to fight him in the air." Looking at his trembling legs, Kang Hyun thought, "I don't have the strength to jump or levitate anymore. If only I could use the giant's strength." Suddenly, his heart constricted violently, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Ugh." He clutched his chest, curled up, and his foot accidentally slipped into a pool of blood, causing him to fall hard to the ground. He looked at his leg in confusion. "What the hell?" The boss spoke up. "Finally, you're starting to realize it." Hyun remembered being stabbed through the chest by the monster earlier. The boss said bluntly, "That previous attack wasn't just a normal strike. It took a lot of effort to pierce your internal body, so there's no reason not to use poison." Kang Hyun was shocked, his face pale as a sheet. Seeing him stubbornly stand up, it continued, "You have no chance of winning anymore. I'll give you the antidote. Just surrender obediently and become my slave." Kang Hyun still wouldn't yield. Damn it. He began to emit a powerful surge of energy. "What did I say? I'm going to smash your skull in. I'm going to turn you into a three-dimensional model. As he finished, his eyes flashed with a red light, like fire. He pushed his body to its absolute limit. All the remaining mana I have, I will use it to purge the poison. And, as a last resort, he gripped the sword tightly. It turned out to be Bilgen Gain's longsword, with a durability of 500,000. 500. The description noted it was a sword that had been by Bilgen Gain's side for 30 years, across countless battlefields. It was originally just an ordinary longsword, but it had absorbed demonic energy and blood during its time with the soldier. The Berserk skill enhances endurance. It boosts strength and stamina by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, judgment becomes impaired, and there are side effects to using it. The boss felt the energy erupting from his body spreading toward it. Kang Hyun provoked it. Come on, you bastard. An Yu sung. Fine, let's go. I'll make sure to drag you down to the underworld with me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. That's enough. A man approached him from behind. He spoke up. I don't know who you are, but you've done an incredible job. Choi Dong-gu looked at him and added quietly. From now on, the Awakened Union will handle this place. Kang Hyun thought to himself. Ah, you finally mastered the user manual. Choi Dong-gu, the chairman of the Awakened Union, only saw him standing there with a long spear, facing the boss without a hint of fear. Choi Dong-gu suddenly turned back to look at him, reminding him, your wounds are quite severe. You should go rest. Kang Hyun was stunned. What? Wait, I haven't. Before he could finish, his body felt dizzy again. Kang Hyun forced himself, kneeling on the ground, and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was just about to get him. He lay helplessly on the ground, eyes gazing blankly at the sky, looking uselessly cool. Sometime later, at the hospital, Kang Hyun startled awake. Kang Ah-yun saw him wake up and glanced over. You're awake? He scratched his head. Meeting such an unpleasant face right after waking up, she retorted, What are you barking about just after waking up? She sighed. You've wasted so much money. Kang Hyun asked back. Is that how you talk to your older brother who just regained consciousness? Suddenly, he remembered and asked, Ah, the dungeon, how is the Berserk situation? Kang Ah-yun said she wasn't sure, but it had been explained properly. She recounted, Do you know how surprised I was? As soon as I heard you were in the hospital, I came running and saw the chairman of the Awakened Union, the guy you only see on TV. Kang Hyun muttered to himself. The chairman of the Awakened Union. He tried to recall the information on the card for Awakened Union chairman and Yu-sung Yeon-ho. He tilted his head back, telling himself, no need to feel indebted. Kang Ah-yun spoke up again. I didn't expect that. She said, Seriously, even if you have special abilities, what if you had actually died? Kang Hyun lowered his head and agreed. It was true, strictly speaking. He sighed. You think you can just die whenever you want? Your rank drops? Your mood is terrible, who would want to die? As soon as he finished, he realized something was wrong. He looked back closely and saw Kang Ah-yun's face was a bit red, leaving him bewildered. Kang Hyun shyly looked away, then hummed, I'll try my best at the Awakened Union. In the chairman's office, the secretary asked Choi Dong-gu, Is that Awakened? Kang Hyun, an acquaintance of yours? He typed away and replied, Isn't he? I heard a report that he had contacted you, right? The secretary asked curiously. Then why did you go there in person and even pay his hospital bills? He chuckled. Choi Dong-gu said naturally, Because I witnessed the birth of a hero. If not then, when would I ever have the honor of helping him? He recalled Kang Hyun's crazy appearance at that moment and remarked, Even if I had to sacrifice my own life, I would have taken you down. The doctor treating Kang Hyun spoke up. The test results show nothing unusual. Awakened ones truly recover very quickly. He put his hands in his pockets and left, complaining, I should have been discharged yesterday. Kang Ah-yun scolded him. Why are you always grumbling? Besides, that union paid the bill. Kang Hyun replied, Do you know how much I lose if I rest for even one day? Just then, a female nurse's voice echoed, There is no patient named Kang Hyun. Excuse me? Hyun looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. He told his sister, Kang Ah-yun, to go ahead. At the front desk, a young man in a sharp suit was still asking, Is he really not here? The nurse confirmed, That's right. If that person has already been discharged, we cannot look them up anymore. The young man sighed with regret. Ah, I'm too late. Just then, Hyun approached and asked, Who are you? The man was surprised. Ah, are you Kang Hyun? He asked directly. I am Kang Hyun. I heard you calling my name. He reached into his pocket to find something. About that, could you wait a moment? He politely revealed his business card. I am Shin Tae-jin. Kang Hyun read the information, feeling a bit surprised. The Safety Administration's Special Ability Management Team? He wondered. Why is the government looking for me? At the barbecue place, the beef was sizzling on the grill, looking delicious. Kang Hyun looked at Shin Tae-jin in front of him and asked, "Is this really okay? This place is expensive." He reassured him. "You don't need to worry. It's no problem." He didn't hold back, saying, So this is how I get back the taxes I pay." Seeing that the man didn't add anything, he asked proactively, "So, you're asking me to join the government?" Shin Tae-jin replied, "Of course, we aren't forcing you. It's just an offer." He looked suspicious. "What's the point of becoming a civil servant?" Shin Tae-jin answered, "We aren't just mere civil servants. To deal with the future's volatility, the nation has established an organization called the Special Ability Management Team." He emphasized that the government had concluded that losing control over awakened individuals was an impossible situation. The number of awakened is increasing, and they cannot be controlled by force, nor does confronting them bring any benefits. Therefore, we decided to build a relationship based on mutual support, maximizing assistance for them instead of confrontation. Kang Hyun watched him grill the meat and said, "Oh, I see." But inside he was stirred up. "Why grill meat like that?" He asked again. "Then if I join, what's in it for me?" Shin Tae-jin pointed at him. "The biggest benefit, of course, is money. We will provide enough funding so that you won't encounter any difficulties during your operations." He added, "And if there is any issue regarding your safety, we will take responsibility for your loved ones for life, ensuring compensation benefits equivalent to those who have served the nation." Kang Hyun remained very alert. "That's a good deal, but there must be a lot of work involved. Isn't that right?" He nodded. "I won't deny that. However, we won't make any unreasonable or unfair demands on you. You just need to maintain your current life, and only when we request assistance will you need to appear." He crossed his arms and pondered. Not a bad deal." Shin Tae-jin revealed. "By the way, the awakened union leader, Choi Dong-gu, and Guildmaster Han Se-yeon of the Donggun Guild are also cooperating with us." Kang Hyun was a little surprised. "You guys work there too?" Let's give it a try." A while later, outside the barbecue restaurant, the sun had already set. At the Gungi Yosugan area, near the old D-Dan research site, Hyun walked down the deserted street, asking himself, "Phew, and I even brought the car near this area. I wonder if it's still in one piece after all that trouble." Suddenly, a voice called his name. He looked at the girl in surprise. Excuse me," she said. Shin Sang-ah spoke up. "I'm Shin Sang-ah. You only just realized who I am?" He looked suspiciously at the bag in her hand. She didn't hide the energy stones inside. "This is an apology for being late. I intended to give it to you sooner, but since you collapsed, I had to take you to the emergency room." Kang Hyun was handed the whole bag of energy stones. He suddenly asked if she didn't know whether he would return. Yet she waited there just to return this. She replied seriously, "That's right." He groaned slightly. "Why are you so rigid?" Kang Hyun scratched his head and said, "Just take it." To his surprise, she flatly refused. "No, I made a promise to you." Not wanting to drag it out further, he just took the bag and left. "Well then, thank you for your concern." Shin Sang-ah stood there, watching him leave in silence. Suddenly, she called out, "Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun turned his head and saw her bowing deeply. She asked, "Can you take me on as your disciple?" He was caught off guard, his face blank with confusion. "What?" At night, a mysterious door illuminated by moonlight stood quietly in the forest. Inside the dungeon, a cough echoed. The boss monster was trying to hide there. It muttered, "I never thought I'd be pushed into a corner like this by humans." As it spoke, it gripped the wound on its shoulder. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "So, this is where you're hiding." The man looked at it, sighing. Hardly worthy of a high-level dungeon boss. He even knew the boss's name, Vigilant. It asked, "Who are you?" The man reassured it, "Don't be so defensive. I'm not your enemy. I'm going to set you free. How about it?" The monster looked surprised. The man made this crazy proposal, reaching out his hand. "Why don't you partner with me at a high-end restaurant?" Shin Sang-ah sat up straight and said, "I am Shin Sang-ah. Nice to meet you." An Yu-sung looked baffled. He joked, "I thought you'd never be able to recruit any members, since you don't have any friends." Kang Hyun scolded him angrily. "What is that supposed to mean, kid?" He asked sourly. "Who said I don't have friends? I have one or two." After he said that, he grew a bit thoughtful. "Vaguely, right?" He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I won the bet on recruiting a member. So, pay for the meal like you promised." The guy replied, "I always pay." Then An Yu-sung said, Fine, fine, I admit I lost the bet, but she has to pass the test to join our guild, he suggested. Shall we head to a dungeon now? Shin Sang-ah was a bit surprised, but agreed. Yes, I have no problem with that at all. Kang Hyun thought to himself. I think he's only doing this because he wants to go hunting. At the D-rank Happy Dungeon, a happy monster roared in rage. Below were Kang Hyun's group and a pile of its dead kin. Shin Sang-ah pulled back her bowstring. As she released it, the arrows flew like crazy, piercing the monster. Seeing her go over to the carcass to rummage through it, Kang Hyun reminded her. No need to be so thorough. If it's inconvenient for you. Shin Sang-ah replied. It's fine, I like doing this. An Yu-sung chimed in. Hey man, that's money. You shouldn't waste it. Since you don't have any yet. Kang Hyun retorted. Hey, who said I don't have money? Collecting cores is more profitable, you know. And what about you? Why aren't you out collecting cores? The guy shouted. You annoying jerk, Kang Hyun said. I have plenty of money. Suddenly, he let out a grunt. Looking around, he said, Hey An Yu-sung, do you feel that too? He looked confused. Huh? Feel what? He quickly sensed something, and his eyes grew sharp. Seeing this, Shin Sang-ah asked curiously, What's wrong with you two? Kang Hyun didn't answer, just closed his eyes. When he opened them, he clenched his fist. He punched hard into the air in front of him. A solid object appeared in the air, and then the face of a man he had punched emerged. The guy was knocked flat on his back. Looking at the guy twitching on the ground, Kang Hyun asked, What is this? An Yu-sung remarked, Impressive stealth skill. Normally, I have a good feeling about these things, but I didn't sense him when he got this close. Since there was no killing intent, he probably wasn't aiming for us, Kang Hyun said. But I doubt he came here with good intentions. Something smells fishy, An Yu-sung speculated. Maybe he's just a passerby with abilities. And if that's true, that's an unprovoked attack, his friend countered. Sneaking around behind people in a dungeon is clearly bad behavior, so he deserved to get hit, he added seriously. And I have a feeling about something else. The scene shifted to the day he signed the contract. Here is the completed contract. Please keep it safe. Hyun promised. Sure, if anything happens, just contact me. The man said. I'm sorry, but I want to warn you about one thing, he asked. Do you know about the recent string of dungeon terrorism? Kang Hyun stroked his chin. Oh, that? The incidents where people try to cause a dungeon break? He replied. Yes, we've caught the tail of that organization and are now hunting for their heads. Soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the government's command. Shin Tae-jin looked at him and said, I need your help. Kang Ah-yeon. Returning to the present, the blonde guy had a bunch of liquid poured right on his face. He gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell? Kang Hyun asked with interest. You're awake? The guy looked around. Where am I? Why am I tied up? He asked in a panic. Who are you? What are you doing? A second later, he smelled a disgusting stench hitting his nose and mouth. His face turned pale. This smell, what the hell is this? Kang Hyun replied. Sorry about that. We planned to wake you up with water, but we didn't have much left. He pointed toward the happy monster nearby. So we used the urine from the happy's bladder. The blonde guy looked completely bewildered. He saw the happy's fur on the ground and screamed. What? The bright sunlight shone down on the hard rocks. The blonde guy, covered in that liquid, was panting heavily. Drops of sweat slowly rolled down his face. His weak voice rang out. You madman, pouring monster urine on someone. His angry shouting confused the other three. Kang Hyun said, seriously, now, it's time to answer. He squatted down right in front of the blonde youth. Kang Hyun's eyes widened, filled with intense killing intent. He said in a chilling voice, It was you, wasn't it? Kang Hyun continued. The dungeon terrorism. The guy looked extremely panicked hearing this. Kang Hyun gave a sly smile, looking like a very cunning person. He chuckled and said, Terrorism, huh? That's what they call us. The blonde guy widened his eyes with a mocking laugh, his face full of cunning. You don't know anything about the noble purpose behind what we do. Kang Hyun waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever. I couldn't care less about your noble purpose. If you know something, spit it out quickly, and I'll let you go. Suddenly, a scream rang out, sharp enough to tear through the sky. The sun slowly sank behind the mountains. The scene at that moment was incredibly peaceful and clear. Kim Ji-hoon rushed over and asked Kang Hyun, Did you catch the terrorists? He replied, Yeah, here they are. By this point, the blonde guy had been beaten to a pulp, his face badly deformed and covered in blood. He trembled and cried out, Please, just arrest me, please. Kim Ji-hoon asked curiously, Why is he in such a state? Kang Hyun answered indifferently, Who knows? Probably got worked over by the mob. The footsteps of two guards became clearly audible. Kim Ji-hoon continued, Anyway, he placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, "We'll take it from here. Thanks for your cooperation." And Yu Sung suddenly appeared behind them. Kang Hyun waved. "Long time no see, Mr. Government Official." Kim Ji-hoon bowed politely. "Hello." And Yu Sung. Kang Hyun asked, confused. "You two know each other?" Kim Ji-hoon replied. And Yu Sung was also a recruitment target, but he turned them down immediately. Yu Sung spoke up calmly, his expression full of pride. Working for the government isn't exactly fun. Seeing this, Kang Hyun thought, "You really don't let anything slide, do you?" Just then, Kim Ji-hoon said, "Right then." They looked toward him, and Kim Ji-hoon continued, "It's late, and there are outsiders here. Let's discuss the details tomorrow." The night had begun to fall. The sky was devoid of any moon or stars. At a high-rise building, steam rose from a coffee cup. A man's voice spoke up. "The terrorist's name is Young Ji-hoon." Kim Ji-hoon slowly sat down, looking tired as he said, "His unique ability is stealth. It seems he holds a high position in the organization." Hyun, holding his own coffee, replied, "Oh, I see," though he thought to himself, "Actually, I've already heard this before." Kim Ji-hoon said gravely, "Because of this, we've located their base. As I mentioned, we are planning a large-scale attack. The timing is 2 weeks from today." Kang Hyun asked, 2 weeks? Why do you need 2 whole weeks to prepare? Can't we just attack right now? Kim Ji-hoon explained, "You know about the news that China just cleared the first C-grade gate in the world a few days ago, right?" Kang Hyun nodded. "Yeah, I think I saw it on the news." Hyun closed his eyes, thinking this would be quick. He knew the danger level of a dungeon increased exponentially. Kim Ji-hoon looked up and stated clearly, "About 1,200 people were deployed for that hunt, and more than half of them lost their lives." Kang Hyun was stunned when he heard this. Kim Ji-hoon continued, "Kang Hyun, since you've gone into a D-grade dungeon alone, you should know that, obviously, moving up just 1 rank means the number of people required doubles." Kang Hyun's expression turned tense. He frowned and thought. Finally, he could rank up. They said the required number of people doubled. Kang Hyun crossed his arms, lost in thought, thinking that since he always went alone, he hadn't realized that. According to Kim Ji-hoon, China's tactic was a human wave tactic, but that was their downfall. The quantity was significant, but the average ability wasn't high. He added, "Because of that, we are handpicking an elite team to hunt the C-grade gate that appeared in the Venati forest in Gangnam." In Kang Hyun's imagination, 2 soldiers were standing in front of a gate, holding guns. After listening, Kang Hyun thought for a moment, then held up a hand. "Is it really necessary to hunt it? China already took the first clear title. As long as we destroy the core regularly, we can prevent the dungeon from opening. What's the point of hunting it now?" Kim Ji-hoon quickly answered his question. "Your analysis of the situation is surprisingly sharp." Kang Hyun's face showed helplessness. He repeated Kim Ji-hoon's words. Surprisingly, Kim Ji-hoon took a sip of coffee, then set it down on the table gently. Next, Kim Ji-hoon shouted, "Who do you think I am? The problem is that we've never successfully hunted a regular core." His voice echoed. In this situation, the dungeon would open in 2 weeks. A display board showed the time, 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining. Kim Ji-hoon warned that dungeon monsters with the ability to handle hundreds of ability users would be unleashed in the middle of a crowded Seoul. Kang Hyun was extremely shocked after hearing this. Kim Ji-hoon continued, "Of course, we are preparing thoroughly for it. Given the special location and the dungeon's danger level, experts believe the casualties will exceed those of the first gate." Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand and said, "This must be urgent since you've spent time talking to me in such a busy situation. You're asking me to join, aren't you?" Kim Ji-hoon bowed slightly. "Yes, I don't fully understand the regulations, but participating as an individual in this hunt isn't allowed." He looked straight at Kang Hyun with pleading eyes. "So, I'm asking you, Kang Hyun, can you form a guild?" Kim Ji-hoon's expression was full of tension. "I know you usually prefer to work alone, but could you endure it just this once and help for the sake of the country? Besides that," Kim Ji-hoon added, "of course, we'll handle the red tape, and we won't hold back on the support." Kang Hyun was silent. He put a hand to his head and sighed. "I'll let it slide this time." Kang Hyun thought, "I was planning on starting a guild anyway. He's practically handed this to me on a silver platter." He secretly rejoiced. Living a good life really does pay off. At a coffee shop, Kang Hyun stood with his arms crossed and answered directly, "All right, now we need to pick and finalize the guild name." And Yu Sung and Shin Sung-ah stared at him blankly. And Yu Sung asked, "Now? But there are only 3 of us." Kang Hyun explained, "For certain reasons, that issue has already been resolved. We met with the government people yesterday, remember? Outside, the streets were bustling. Many people were walking on the sidewalk, and luxury cars drove by. And Yu Sung exclaimed in surprise, "Really? A C-grade dungeon tactic?" He laughed. "That sounds interesting." Shin Sang-ah chimed in, "Just as I expected of you, Kang Hyun. You're manipulating the government from behind the scenes, aren't you?" He replied, looking annoyed. "No, it's not like that." Shin Sang-ah continued, "You can be honest with me, Kang Hyun. I'm just a member now, after all." Kang Hyun answered, "I'm just saying it like it is. I'm going to go handle the paperwork." He rubbed his chin and said, "Anyway, this is a crucial step in determining the future direction of our guild. We've already discussed the terms." He gave a thumbs up and said, "First of all, we won't get involved in any unnecessary battles." Seeing and Yu Sung staring right at him, Kang Hyun couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me? You of all people should know that better than anyone." Then, he held up 2 fingers and said, "Second, we'll give back exactly what we've received." And Yu Sung asked Kang Hyun point blank, his tone a mix of kindness, resentment, and annoyance, "Is that right?" He replied, "That's right. I don't like being a scumbag. And being a greedy scumbag, even less so." Kang Hyun added, "And finally, for our third rule, we will become stronger than anyone else." He asked cheerfully, "Any objections, you two?" And Yu Sung smiled and replied, "Sounds fine, though it's a bit of a mouthful." Shin Sang-ah agreed, "I think it's fine too. I'll take those 3 rules to heart." Kang Hyun took a sip of his coffee. "Good. Next is the guild name. Any good suggestions?" And Yu Sung shouted enthusiastically, "How about Madman's Guild?" Kang Hyun quickly shot that down not because of the name, but he wasn't joking around, he was being serious. He offered another idea. "How about Lunatic, the possession of a madman?" Kang Hyun replied, satisfied, "That has a nice ring to it. What does that even mean?" And Yu Sung explained it meant those who were crazy. He said irritably, "Why is everything you say about madness?" Kang Hyun turned to Shin Sang-ah and asked, "Shin Sang-ah, do you have any ideas?" She asked back, "An idea for the name?" Shin Sang-ah rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "Let's see." She opened her eyes and said seriously, "How about Kang Hyun and his healthy friends?" Kang Hyun said helplessly, "This girl is absolutely no help at all." He leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Fine, forget it." Kang Hyun clicked his pen. "I'll just decide it myself to save time." He started writing something on a piece of paper, and Yu Sung chuckled. "Just because you're older doesn't mean you'll come up with a better name, you know." Kang Hyun put his pen down on the table and held the paper up, asking, "What do you two think?" Both of them stared intently at the words he had written, and Yu Sung stroked his chin and exclaimed, "Oh." The other 2 spoke up as well. "Not bad. I think it's okay too." At a small bar filled with expensive, aromatic liquor, a man's voice echoed. The red guy was taken out. A woman in an imposing uniform replied, "Yes, that's correct, Mi Young." At this moment, a handsome man sat in a chair, swirling his glass of wine. In his mind, he imagined the terrorist, Jung Ji-hoon. He wasn't exactly a warrior who provided much value, but his talent for pillaging was a skill that was hard to replace or find in anyone else. It seemed the plan to disrupt his opponent's scheme had failed. He asked clearly, "Who did it?" She replied, "I'm sorry." The man continued, "You captured that Jung Ji-hoon. Who was the one responsible?" The woman answered, "According to the investigation, it was someone named Kang Hyun." He took a sip of his wine, the name Kang Hyun swirling in his mind. According to the man's recollection, back in April, he had confronted the monster outbreak at the Talent Training Academy. And during that chaotic, uncontrollable dragon incident, he had single-handedly stopped the riot in the dean's research lab. He gritted his teeth, annoyed. "Say what you want, that guy is a real pain in the neck." The man set his wineglass down gently. "And what about the results for the stimulants?" The woman on the other side replied firmly, "We need more time. There have been some delays in suppressing the test subjects." He took a napkin to wipe his mouth, saying nonchalantly, "That doesn't sound like things are going very well, does it? Try to speed up the progress at all costs." His eyes glowed red, and a crimson energy radiated around him. "Unless, of course, you want to become a test subject yourself." The woman was visibly shocked by his words. She quickly replied, "Yes, understood." Notifications kept popping up. The tactical formation for the C-rank Banati Forest dungeon was starting to be revealed. A tactical meeting was underway. The guild list was out. The assault team for the Banati Forest dungeon was announced. Many people expressed their surprise in a group chat. "Oh, seriously? Just this many people? Even if they're elites? This is way too few. Don't you guys see how China does it?" The guild introductions began. Dan Gun Guild. Netizens started spamming like crazy. "Honestly, what would be left of our country if you excluded Dan Gun Guild? Sure, there are many guilds, but everywhere I look, they just seem incompetent. Han Se-yun is so beautiful. The next guild, the Awakened Alliance, appeared, and messages flooded in again. So cool. Choi Dong-gu is so handsome. Every guy here looks dangerously good-looking. I want to save Choi Dong-gu. He's gorgeous. The third was the Hwarian Guild. Netizens said uncomfortably. I have no sympathy for them. None at all. Yeah. The guildmaster looks like such a jerk. Aren't you just jealous? Ah, Han Se-yun is beautiful. Get out of here. That one looks so weak. The fourth was the Immortal Goa Guild. All the top 3 guilds were present. Then the fifth, the Guardian Guild. They looked pretty solid, didn't they? And finally, the sixth, the Black Knights. The leader wore iron armor from head to toe. The battle armor was a bit funny, but they actually looked pretty impressive. The chat became lively again. Is that a new guild? Are rookies joining the campaign too? I searched online. They seem to have been founded recently. What does the guild name mean? Bass? At the meeting room, someone's voice called out, "Wow, we're a bit late." Footsteps echoed clearly on the floor. A robot duck spoke up. "Hey everyone. Those footsteps must be Kang Hyun's group." He raised his hand in greeting. "I'm Kang Hyun, Guildmaster of the Bass Guild. Listen up, you jerks. I'm counting on your help." Kang Hyun wore a confident smile, showing up late to the first meeting. Later, everyone would refer to this as the first catastrophe the Korean guilds ever faced. Of course, the details would become clear later. The birth of the Dungeon Society concept. Half a year ago, a great disaster began from a dream shared by 7 billion people. Familiar faces were recounted as countless guilds rose and fell every single day. Yet another guild stood up to accept the challenge. At this moment, Shin Tae-jin's helpless voice echoed. "Boss? The meeting room?" His eye twitched. Is that really the guild name? Bass? The captain of the Special Awakened Management Team, Shin Tae-jin, watched as Kang Hyun took a sip of hot tea. For heaven's sake, do you even know what that means? He put on an air of wisdom. It means it's cool. Like, really cool. Don't you know English? The joker of the Kang family, Kang Hyun. Shin Tae-jin took a deep breath before speaking. Actually, there are many other words that mean cool. He asked again, hoping Kang Hyun would change his mind. Are you certain about this name? But he remained firm as a rock. Absolutely. It sounds cool, right? Shin Tae-jin gave up. Fine, name it whatever you want. Anyway, he gave instructions on the main business. Next Monday at 11 in the morning, there will be a strategy meeting for the C-rank Banati Forest Dungeon. I'll send the details later, so don't be late, Kang Hyun muttered. I'll try. Shin Tae-jin was completely speechless. You have to try for that? Time flew by. It was a dungeon society, in an era of chaos, where hundreds died every single day. 4 days later, Monday, at the meeting place. And Yu-sung checked his phone every 30 seconds. He asked Shin Sang-ah, who was waiting next to him, Kang Hyun is late. Did he say anything to you? She flinched slightly at the way he addressed her. Sister? Shin Sang-ah smiled. Well, I'm only 20. Calling me sister is fine, right? Shin Sang-ah thought about it and realized, I guess so? Yeah, that's fine. Just then, they heard Kang Hyun's footsteps. Both En Yu-sung and Shin Sang-ah had sharp ears and noticed him immediately. He offered an excuse for his lateness. Sorry about that. Had a sudden case of the runs. Have you been waiting long? And Yu-sung looked him up and down with a bitter smile. Hey, man, are you wearing a shirt with the Totoro mascot on it? What the hell is that stupid thing? Kang Hyun looked annoyed. What? You little brat. As he walked closer, he pointed at his shirt and introduced it. You don't know anything, do you? This character is super popular with young people right now. And Yu-sung blinked, unconvinced. Seriously? Kang Hyun explained the reason for this bizarre behavior. I've been getting trashed online lately, and my image is getting worse. People are saying I look like a criminal, so I'm trying to build a friendlier image. Now it was in Yu-sung's turn to have his eye twitch. Are you serious? You actually think this is going to work? And Yu-sung looked at the tiny shirt, which was being stretched out of shape by Kang Hyun's massive muscles. Look at it. It looks like it's screaming for help. If Totoro could talk, it would definitely be crying right now. Please, just end my misery, he remarked. If a kid saw that, they'd probably start screaming. Hearing this, Kang Hyun froze, suddenly remembering something. After a long pause, he mumbled, So that kid who was crying in the parking lot the other day was because of? Of course, the comment reached in Yu-sung's ears. Wait, someone was actually crying? Meanwhile, at another location, in the Ministry of Interior and Safety meeting room, Han Myung-do spoke up, sounding impatient. We're late, aren't we? His expression was stern. Wasn't the meeting supposed to start at 11? The leader of the Immortal Guild, Han Myung-do, was 5 minutes late. The others sitting across from him were calmer. They were just waiting for 2 more guilds to arrive. The commander of the Black Knight Guild, Lee Jong-se-hoon, propped his chin on his hand and chimed in, "The Fire Dragon Guild is always late, just like their leader, Lee Jong-se-hoon. But this time, it seems like there are more troublemakers," someone added. Choi Dong-gu just listened, silently as the leaders spoke up. The leader of the Ability Alliance, Choi Dong-gu, and Han Se-yun's side were the same. The leader of the Dawn Guild, Han Se-yun, and Shin Tae-jin's side. Shin Tae-jin looked down from the podium at the guild masters and vice masters of the top guilds, his brows furrowed. "Let me make a call." Shin Tae-jin slammed the meeting room door shut and stepped outside. The phone rang, but no one picked up. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." He painfully ran his hand through his bangs. Why won't he pick up? Shin Tae-jin's fingers flew across his contact list. He found En Yu-sung's number. This time, it only rang once before someone answered. "Hello?" He didn't waste time and spoke immediately. "Mr. En Yu-sung? I'm the team leader from the Special Administration." En Yu-sung replied casually. "Yeah?" From the other end of the line, Shin Tae-jin heard him say, "Stop living like that." He asked, bewildered, "I beg your pardon?" Whether he realized it or not, En Yu-sung was about to hang up. Team leader Kim Mi-dong wasn't doing any better. "I'm hanging up now. I'm in the middle of something fun." Only then did Shin Tae-jin snap to his senses and introduce himself at length. "Wait, it's me!" From the Special Awakened Management Team. En Yu-sung made an O sound. "Oh, the government guy?" En Yu-sung might be eccentric, but he still followed the law. "My bad. I thought you were a phone scammer." Shin Tae-jin didn't hold a grudge and went straight to the point. "You know there's a meeting today, right? And what about Kang Hyun? When is he coming?" En Yu-sung replied indifferently. "Kang Hyun? Hold on, there's about to be a show." Shin Tae-jin had a bad feeling. A show? En Yu-sung extended an invitation. "You should come see this." He watched the fun scene unfolding in front of him. Kang Hyun was starting a fight. Shin Tae-jin was both helpless and panicked. "What?" Below the building, Kang Hyun grabbed someone by the collar. "You son of a bitch!" He was radiating killing intent. "Wanna fight?" Kang Hyun's pupils narrowed as he gritted out every word. "Huh?" The unlucky guy being grabbed by the collar was the leader of the Fire Dragon Guild, Park Ho-jong. He frowned, wondering, who is this bastard? Because Park Ho-jong was incredibly confident in his own status. Does he want to fight me? The leader of South Korea's second-ranked guild. He looked at the madman fuming in front of him. Is he crazy? Back in the elevator, a few minutes earlier, the 3 members of the Eight Eyes Guild were already inside. Kang Hyun was searching for the floor on the electronic panel. "Let's see what floor." Shin Sang-ah stood next to him and prompted, "The 11th floor." He listened and pressed 11. "Okay." Han Se-yun nodded. Kang Hyun pressed the button to close the elevator doors. The 3 of them stood still, waiting for the doors to close. Just as the doors were about to shut, a hand reached in. Outside the elevator were 3 representatives from the Fire Dragon Guild. Park Ho-jong gave a friendly smile. "Sorry, mind if we join you?" Kang Hyun politely stepped aside. "Sure, go ahead." He glanced at the electronic panel. Park Ho-jong saw the 11 glowing and asked curiously, "Are you guys going to the 11th floor too?" He continued. "Going to the strategy meeting?" Kang Hyun nodded. "Yeah." Park Ho-jong reached out to introduce himself first. "Looks like we're taking the same elevator. I'm Park Ho-jong, leader of the Fire Dragon Guild." As a courtesy, Kang Hyun shook his hand. "I'm Kang Hyun, leader of the Eight Eyes Guild." He absolutely hated this kind of polite social interaction. Just get in already. How annoying. I'm already late because I had to handle a biological necessity. When the last member of the Fire Dragon Guild fully stepped in, the elevator let out a headache-inducing alarm. A pre-recorded announcement played. Capacity exceeded. The last person to board, please step out. All 6 people in the elevator looked up at the flashing signal. Armor, huh? Kang Hyun cast a judgmental glance at the 2 people accompanying Park Ho-jong. "We aren't even entering the dungeon yet. Why are you guys wearing full armor? It's such a hassle." He scratched his head and said, "Sorry about that," as he waved his hand, thinking they would back out. "It's fine. You don't need to apologize like that." Park Ho-jong smiled shamelessly and gestured for them to move. "Hearing that makes me feel better. Then can you guys step out so we can go first?" And Yu-sung and Shin Sang-ah stared at them blankly, while the temperature around Kang Hyun dropped sharply. What was that? Park Ho-jong puffed out his chest, arrogant. "As you know, our guild is quite large, so in this raid, we play a crucial role." Park Ho-jong was using his seniority to bully the newcomers. I think it's only logical for the main guild to go first, right? Kang Hyun crossed his arms and stared straight at him. You mean Kang Hyun said it flatly? Since we're a second-rate guild, we should step aside? Park Ho-jong denied it. Oh, I didn't say that. Then he immediately flipped the script, but I suppose that's not entirely wrong. And Yu-sung finally spoke up. Kang Hyun, meanwhile, was counting on his fingers. First, I'm going to break your legs a little, then punch out a few of your teeth, and he was starting to lose control. Kang Hyun stiffened his body, forcing a smile, while veins bulged on his face and neck. Was he trying to get himself killed? Back to the present, Shin Tae-jin stared intently at Kang Hyun. He had managed to stop the brawl and dragged all 6 of them into the meeting room. You want to fight just because of that? I told you this was an important meeting. He rubbed his head in frustration. Sorry, I have a condition. If I don't smash someone, I feel uncomfortable. Park Ho-jong slammed the table in anger. What? You piece of trash. Taegil stood on the podium and cleared his throat. Everyone, please stop. It's time to start the meeting. Suddenly, Han Myung-do raised his hand. Wait, before we start, he said, pointing at the Badat group. Since there are newcomers today, why don't we let them introduce themselves? We're going to be entering the dungeon together soon, anyway. He felt that the suggestion was harmless. Sure, Taegil turned his gaze to the back of the room. Mr. Kang Hyun, could you please introduce yourself? Kang Hyun turned to An Yu-sung, feeling like they were trying to put him at ease, and introduced himself briefly. I'm 28. He guessed the guy had already seen right through him. My friend? He cleared his throat. Well, first of all, among these reputable guilds, Kang Hyun introduced himself confidently. I am the guild master of the Badat Guild. Kang Hyun, whose guild was founded just a few days ago, pointed to the 2 people sitting on either side of him. There are 3 members currently, counting me. Across from him, Park Ho-jong started mocking him again. What? What did you just say? He criticized harshly. This is a serious strategy meeting. You're really going to participate in the battle with just 3 people? Do you think that makes sense? Park Ho-jong kept pointing out the absurdity. Not to mention your guild was only established a few days ago. Kang Hyun couldn't take it anymore and cut him off. Oh, we're being serious? This guy in the red shirt has been pestering me for a while now. I came here because I was summoned. So, what do you people want? He slammed the table and stood up. What now? Looking for a fight? Right then, Han Myung-do crossed his arms and laughed heartily. He complimented him. Someone like you is just my type. A guild master should have guts like that. Hearing this, Park Ho-jong's face twisted even more with rage. Choi Dong-gu, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Hey, you there, he reminded him pointedly. This is not the place to be fighting. The meeting had been delayed, and he had vaguely realized that he was being a nuisance. Although he wasn't happy about it, Park Ho-jong sat down in silence. On Kang Hyun's side, he heard An Yu-sung whispering to him. Hey, he said, covering his mouth. Do you see the seat next to me? That spot over there. The one with him. The person An Yu-sung was talking about was Lee Jong-se-hoon, who was seriously looking at the screen. Kang Hyun asked back, The Guild Master? The Guardian Guild or something? He corrected him. The Guardian Guild? Man? He hummed a perfunctory response. Are you serious? Kang Hyun asked suspiciously. What's wrong with you? And Yu-sung replied while opening his system menu. Just wait. He smiled sinisterly and pulled out a mace, leaving him startled. I'm going to finish him off right now. Kang Hyun reacted quickly and grabbed An Yu-sung's wrist, refusing to let go. He looked down at his restrained wrist. What's the matter, buddy? Let go. Kang Hyun's face showed clear bewilderment. What the hell are you doing? Even if you're skilled. But stopping there, Kang Hyun suddenly frowned. Wait, how could I have forgotten? And Yu-sung's grotesque, twisted face appeared. This bastard has been like this from the very beginning. Shin Tae-jin saw that things were taking a turn for the worse and shouted, Hey, what's going on? Put your weapons down. Seo-jun and Kang Hyun also turned toward the commotion. Park Ho-jong took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. I knew it. Did you think those bastards wouldn't mess everything up? The assistant next to Lee Jong-se-hoon also quickly pulled a sword from his inventory. He shouted in a panic. What is happening? He used his own body to shield Lee Jong-se-hoon. Are you looking for trouble now? He was brimming with fighting spirit, but he didn't know what was happening behind him. He started acting strangely. Guild Master, allow me to. Suddenly, his eyes darted toward the back of the guild. He looked confused at Lee Jong-se-hoon, who was sitting perfectly still. But he didn't stay quiet for long. He started gritting his teeth loudly. Lee Jong-se-hoon's whole body showed bulging veins, and his eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to pop out. He grabbed his head and screamed like a beast, and the assistant jumped up from his chair. What's that? Seo-jun, at the corner of the room, was also drawing his sword. What's happening? Lee Jong-se-hoon roared while clutching his head, his body enveloped in a red aura. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up straight. Lee Jong-se-hoon muttered something that no one could understand. Choi Dong-gu already had his weapon in hand. As for the guildmaster, Kang Hyun was behind him, and Ji Hoon-ho also tightened his grip on his sword. Returning to Lee Jong-se-hoon's assistant, he stepped forward cautiously and called out, "Guildmaster," but how could that unfortunate man know this would be his last words? "Are you okay?" His blood-red pupils shifted toward the source of the voice. Lee Jong-se-hoon's hand curled, leaving only his index and middle fingers extended. With speed invisible to the naked eye, those two fingers pierced straight through the assistant's throat. He stared wide-eyed as blood from his body sprayed cruelly. Furthermore, he yanked his hand horizontally. Blood sprayed like a waterfall in front of Lee Jong-se-hoon. It happened in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 minutes since An Yu-sung caused the commotion, that assistant had lost his life right there in the meeting room. Even Kang Hyun turned pale. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" He didn't answer. "Look closely," and Yu-sung's combativeness had skyrocketed. "Did you think I'd let you off that easily?" He yanked his wrist away from him. "Let go!" And Yu-sung brandished the mace in his hand, aiming straight at Lee Jong-se-hoon. He gathered momentum and lunged from above. "Die!" Lee Jong-se-hoon had completely lost his mind. He roared and threw a punch straight into An Yu-sung's stomach. This strike successfully made An Yu-sung spit out a mouthful of bile. His entire body flew back to where Kang Hyun was standing. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" But An Yu-sung just wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. "Ha!" He pointed at Lee Jong-se-hoon like a younger brother reporting a crime to his older brother. "That thing is really annoying, isn't it?" Kang Hyun nodded. "Yeah, it seems so, but you chose the wrong place." Because all the guildmasters and vice-masters were already readying their fighting stances. Even Yun-woo from the other side climbed onto the table to join the fight. On this side, So-jun, Neo, Dong-gu, and Kang Hyun were all fired up. On the meeting table, Lee Jong-se-hoon was also preparing to charge. On the other side, Park Ho-jong wasn't climbing over like him, but he was still activating his fire abilities. Although Lee Jong-se-hoon had lost his reason, he was instinctively a bit wary when he saw this crowd. Kang Hyun pushed An Yu-sung behind him. Since he was the one facing him, he would take him on. Behind him were the 4 people mentioned earlier, and Lee Jong-se-hoon's vice guildmaster. Kang Hyun suggested with excitement, "What if I hit him first?" Before anyone could answer, he surged forward with fighting spirit. Outside the Ministry of Interior building, the sound of punches and screams shook the entire area. Inside, the thick soundproof wall had a hole in it. None of the tables and chairs from the meeting were intact. The only thing still functioning was the projector screen. And that madman, Park Lee Jong-se-hoon, is lying motionless, surrounded by everyone. His sharp, handsome face has been beaten until it's swollen like a dumpling. Kim Ji-hoon stares without blinking. Is he dead? Mi-young heaves a sword nearly as big as herself onto her shoulder. There's no way to hold him down. Shin Sang-ah adds, "He's stronger than we expected. We had no other choice." Someone else in the group wonders, what on earth actually happened? It's clear he isn't normal. Kang Hyun doesn't join the chatter. He just glances at the person beside him. His perspective on An Yu-sung has shifted. How did he know? He prides himself on his mana sensitivity. Yet he hadn't felt anything strange until the scuffle broke out. The more he thinks, the deeper he gets lost in his own speculations. Could this be a special skill? Maybe he can see the future or sense danger. Thinking of this, Kang Hyun suddenly recalls a trivial memory he had brushed off. Wait a minute, Kang Hyun mutters, stunned as he realizes. If An Yu-sung could already sense danger in the future, then even his reckless and insane actions must have had a reason behind them. A chill runs down his spine as he thinks back to that haunting moment. Don't tell me. Was that time also? He waits for An Yu-sung to move. Watching the guy's limbs, Kang Hyun snaps out of his thoughts. The guy's expression has turned into one of twisted hunger. It's been a long time since I've had a decent warm-up like this. Seeing this, he shakes off those lofty thoughts. Whatever. Kang Hyun wears an expression of open disgust. He was a total maniac from the start anyway. Once things settled down, Taegil delivers a new announcement. Apologies. There was a slight glitch earlier. He has flexibly adjusted to everyone's schedule. The meeting will continue via video in the afternoon. Walking down the hallway to the study room, Kang Hyun yawns. He mutters, I tried my best to leave early, and yet it still got cancelled suddenly. And Yu-sung corrects him. Hey, it's 11 in the morning. That's not even morning anymore. Kang Hyun grins, showing his teeth. Oh, is that so? From behind, Shin Tae-jin's hurried footsteps approach. Mr. Kang Hyun, do you have a moment? I was going to wait until after the meeting, but thinking about it, it's easier to just say it now. He turns around. What is it? He reminds him of Kang Hyun's previous offer. Do you remember when we talked about the government sponsoring the 8-arm guild? He answers without even blushing. Right. I guess I'm getting these perks because I've been living a clean life. Huh. Shin Tae-jin rolls his eyes before continuing. Anyway, the new office has just been cleaned and organized. Do you want to go check it out? It's ready to use starting today. Kang Hyun's eyes light up. An office? Definitely. Let's go right now. At a skyscraper in the heart of the city, he scans the directory. Floors 66 to 60, Sky Observatory, 58 to 35. Residential area, 33 to 10. Corporate offices, Office C, Office B, Office A. 8-arm guild, waiting room, Offices 8 through Bone, Financial center podium, Medical center, Art museum, shopping mall, lobby, B2 through B6, parking garage. The elevator doors open. While Yu Sung is calm, used to a life of luxury, Kang Hyun and Sang-ah are left with their jaws on the floor. In front of them is a brand new, pristine office floor with high-end computers and the latest graphics configurations. Yet it still feels like something is missing. Glancing at the snack bar and lounge, he keeps marveling at the high-end espresso machine. Everything here is top tier. Even the ultra-modern double-door refrigerator leaves Kang Hyun overwhelmed. How are the three of us supposed to use all this stuff? He suggests they must need to hire more people. Yu Sung is excited. Decorating this place is going to be so fun. He adds, yeah, right? Maybe add a sofa? Or even put a TV in here. Kang Hyun starts throwing out random ideas. How about a bathroom and a bedroom too? He asks skeptically. Is that even allowed? As he speaks, he opens the fridge door. Probably. Yeah. Kang Hyun excitedly flings the fridge door wide open. Then we'll stock the fridge with beer. And Yu Sung reminds him, you do know this is a workplace, right? He retorts, does that mean you don't like it? He shakes his head. No, that's not it. Shin Sang-ah finally speaks up. Mr. Kang Hyun. She points to the computer setup. The meeting is about to start. Kang Hyun slaps his forehead. Right. He confirms. The video meeting is at 2, right? Opening the computer, Kang Hyun clicks on the Internal Affairs and Security Network tab. He squints and asks, does this place even have internet? And Yu Sung leans his face into the screen. If it doesn't, that'd be a real headache. Shin Sang-ah asks Mr. Kang Hyun, I'm going to step out for a moment. A moment later, Shin Tae-jin's voice comes through the computer speakers. Sorry for the delay. His stern face appears on the screen. Thank you all for returning. The guild representative's online meeting screens hover in front of him in Tae-gil's office. We will now continue the meeting. First off, does anyone have any questions? So-jun asks the question everyone wants to know. What happened to guild leader Park Lee Jong-se-hoon? He answers briefly. It is still under investigation. Tae-gil announces mechanically. We will provide detailed information when there is a clear result. Over here, Kang Hyun is scratching his chin. He asks with wide eyes. Is that guild leader famous? Shin Sang-ah, having returned, answers. That guild is ranked 5th in the country. She has a lot of information about them. You can tell just by the name. That guild was founded solely to protect humanity. Guild leader Park Lee Jong-se-hoon is someone I really admire. Shin Sang-ah looks a bit saddened. But why did that happen? I really don't understand. And Yu Sung scoffs. What would you know about it? Kang Hyun snaps. Shut your mouth. From the screen, Tae-gil interrupts the argument. Mr. Kang Hyun, he warns. If you're just going to talk nonsense, turn off your mic. He finally remembers he's in a meeting. Yes. On the other side of the screen, Tae-gil feels helpless for the umpteenth time. He clears his throat. Now, let's officially start the meeting. Over the next 5 days, we will carry out a C-rank dungeon raid. Venandi Forest. Venandi Forest is a vast area. According to scout reports, it's filled with all kinds of monsters. From goblins to a large number of monsters have appeared. Han Myung-do strokes his chin as he lists them. Goblins? Is that all? Someone else asks. What does Venandi mean? Tae-gil shakes his head. Undetermined. We think it might be the name of the boss. So-jun muses. A boss? He emphasizes. Even if the monsters appearing are just the common type, that doesn't mean we can afford to be careless. Tae-gil's voice is firm. Because the monsters in this forest are on a completely different level than usual. To put it in terms everyone can understand. If regular monsters are like a local militia, he gives a relatable example, then the monsters in this forest are like elite military forces. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes. What does that mean? Shin Tae-jin answers, literally, they are highly trained. He carefully points out every detail. Each of them has superior skills. More importantly, they operate in highly organized formations. Choi Dong-gu crosses his arms, looking solemn. It won't be easy. Tae-gil suggests that instead of acting individually, the guilds should join forces. But he is immediately met with pushback. First, Han Myung-do says, "It's too difficult." Next, Park Ho-jong says, "My guild will handle our own business." Choi Dong-gu laughs, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "I knew it. It was going to end up like this." Han Se-yeon just sighs. Tu just holds his head in frustration. "I knew it." Suddenly, his eyes catch the screen, right in front of him. On the screen is Kang Hyun, chugging a can of soda. For some reason, Tae-gil's expression changes. "Wait a minute," he shouts in surprise. "Mr. Kang Hyun, what are you drinking?" Only then does he change his expression, staring intently at the can he just drank from. Kang Hyun is just as startled. "What? Where did this come from?" And Yu-sung is helpless. "When did you buy that?" Shin Sang-ah, carrying a bag full of groceries from the convenience store, replies nonchalantly. "I just ran out to grab some things quickly. You're the one who said the fridge had to be stocked." On the screen, the group of three returns to acting normal. "There's even dried squid in here. Thanks." Meanwhile, Tae-gil on the other side has completely turned to stone. So, what was the point of the raid? What are they even doing? He looks noticeably withered. Will this raid these people don't follow any rules at all? Tae-gil is truly bewildered. Will this even succeed? After the hardships of the meeting, quite a few things have happened. But the meeting ends smoothly. The next morning, on the 13th floor at the Bot-At Group's office, Kang Hyun is drinking beer, Yu-sung is playing games, and Shin Sang-ah is peeling an apple. Yet, a fourth person enters their office. "Good morning." A young man dressed in a crisp suit walks in. "Starting today, I'll be working here." He bows 90 degrees. "My name is Han Chae-moon." His face is bright with the spirit of a newcomer eager to enter the world of capitalism. "I look forward to your guidance." Kang Hyun stares blankly and asks, who is this?" He chews on a piece of dried squid. "Oh my god, the government people said it yesterday, didn't they? They hired a new person to handle the guild's administrative work." Kang Hyun finally remembers. "Oh, right." She hands over a sheet of paper. "I even got his resume." He takes it. "Thanks." Kang Hyun reads it as he walks closer. Name, Han Chae-moon. 27 years old. Height, 169.7 centimeters. Wait, why is this written on here? He continues reading. "You graduated from a prestigious school too." His face now looks exactly like a fan meeting his idol. What the hell? To Chae-moon, a blinding aura radiates from Kang Hyun. It's really Kang Hyun. His pupils glow. He looks even more like a criminal in person than he does in the photos. He's super cool, no doubt about it. Chae-moon looks at every single detail on his face. He's just an awakened nerd. While he is lost in fanboy joy, Kang Hyun, who has been talking all this time, says, "Even after seeing you in person, I still can't quite tell what kind of person you are." He scratches his head. "But I'm sure Chairman Till considered it carefully before choosing you." Kang Hyun reaches out his hand. "All right, I'm counting on you. Is a starting salary of 1,000 a month okay?" In Chae-moon's eyes, that hand also radiates a glowing, brilliant aura. "For the contract and insurance, ask Shin Tae-jin. I don't know much about those things." He stares at the hand, trembling with joy as he replies, "Yes." Chae-moon shouts clearly and loudly. The whole building might have heard. "I will work hard," but he doesn't know that the cruelty of capitalism later will make him want to write a resignation letter every single day. After a while, all four of them are seated at the reception table. Chae-moon is still floating. It's real, he still hasn't stopped blushing from meeting his idol. It's so real, it's insane. Chae-moon keeps darting his eyes back and forth, looking at everyone. An Yu-sung and Shin Sang-ah. They are so cool, it's unreal. No one notices Shin Sang-ah, who is fidgeting, wanting to say something. Taking a deep breath to gather courage, she speaks up. "Mr. Kang Hyun, I have something important to say." Shin Sang-ah leads in. "Our guild will surely expand, right?" Kang Hyun nods. "That's right." She looks excited. "Then I was thinking about designing uniform guild jackets so we look consistent." Shin Sang-ah is trying to be persuasive. It's a very important matter. So, Chae-moon's eyes, which were already bright, shine even brighter. An official guild jacket. He rubs his chin. "Really?" Meanwhile, he is screaming in his heart, needless to say. "Please." She slowly opens her backpack. Actually, Shin Sang-ah shows off a jacket printed with a skull wearing a robe. Below it is the guild name, designed to look cool. "I've already prepared it." As soon as Kang Hyun sees it, he smiles. "No, scratch that." Kang Hyun bluntly criticizes it. "What kind of logo is that? And why is there a skull on it?" She tries to defend it. It's cool, like a biker gang from hell. And Yu Sung, while playing on his phone and chewing squid, says, "That was my idea." He looks over. "So you're involved too?" Kang Hyun holds his head and waves his hand. "You guys already look scary enough. People will probably run away if we wear this." "No way, absolutely not, get rid of it." Hearing that, 2 lines of tears fall from Shin Sung-ah's eyes. Yes, looking at her face which is already drenched in tears. Yes, he is startled, she's crying. She covers her face and turns away. I put so much effort into this, but in reality, she is just acting to fake cry. I really put all my heart into this design. Shin Sung-ah recounts how, from the moment she got the idea, she sought out a design masterpiece expert. The pinned message at the top of the chat before messaging them was, 1,000,001, no negotiation. Below is the conversation between her and the seller. "Hello. Is 1,000,001 just for the design a bit too expensive? Are you insulting my masterpiece?" I wasn't making demands, though. A few days later, Shin Sang-ah went to the store to see the product. The owner enthusiastically brought out a jacket. "Miss, you hit the jackpot. Do you know how valuable this item is?" She replies bluntly, "I'm not really sure." He is even happier than the customer. "Oh my god, listen to me. Our shop," he shouts a number, "has been making guild uniforms for 100 years, passed down from generation to generation. And yet, Shin Sang-ah actually believes that number. 100 years they were making uniforms before the tutorials even started." She immediately shakes hands with the owner. "Then I can trust you with this job. I'm counting on you." He guarantees, "Leave it to me." He even acts generous and gives Shin Sang-ah a discount. "I'll give you a special discount. Usually, it's 500 each, but can I charge 1,300 for all 3? Behind the sign, the clothing design sign has peeled off, revealing the old used tire shop sign. And just like that, she successfully got tricked into buying that ridiculous jacket. "Yes, I'll transfer the money right away." When she received the finished product, Shin Sang-ah admired it in her hands, stared at it for a long time, and then hugged it to her chest like her own child. "I'm sure Mr. Kang Hyun will be very happy." Back to reality. Shin Sang-ah throws the jacket onto the chair before Kang Hyun's call. "Wait," she covers her face and runs off. "I'm just going to the restroom for a bit." The atmosphere is silent, and you can even hear the sound of An Yu-sung's game. Chae-moon's face goes blank. "What the heck? Hold on!" she cried, covering her face as she ran off. "I just went to the restroom for a minute." The room fell into a heavy silence, so quiet you could hear the game sounds coming from An Yu-sung's phone. Chae-moon just stared blankly. What on earth was going on? What's with this vibe? He pointed both his index fingers downward. "You jerk! She worked so hard on this," he stuttered. "Huh? Why are you blaming me?" And Yu-sung continued to pour oil on the fire. "You call that an explanation? Seriously, that's awful." As the sunset fell, casting a vibrant orange glow over the building, Kang Hyun's voice echoed in the elevator. "We've got a new member joining us today, so let's go out and celebrate." The elevator doors opened, and Shin Sang-ah walked out first. So, all 3 of them had finally agreed to wear those dorky shirts. He still didn't want to. "Do you really like it?" But she was so excited. "I really do like it." Kang Hyun let out a long, weary sigh. Meanwhile, An Yu-sung just laughed it off. He braced himself. "Let's see the car. I asked Tiwi to prepare for our group. Where did he park it?" Kang Hyun's eyes widened more than they would if he'd seen a monster. What the hell is this? He stood frozen, staring at his third Bentley car, which was plastered with the same skull designs as the shirts they were wearing. From the hood to the doors, it was covered. What is this car? Who came up with this? And Yu-sung raised his hand like a good little boy. "That would be me. I called some workers to do it all night long. Isn't it cool?" Veins popped out on Kang Hyun's face and arms. He glared, pointed, and shouted, "Hey, I don't care if you sell it or smash it. Get me one that looks exactly like it was, right now." Shin Sang-ah was actually amused by it. "I think it's cool, Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun shouted in anger. "Cool? What's cool about it? I said it before. Get rid of it, before I lose my mind. Get rid of it." He made a punchable face. "Oh, come on, don't be such a grump." Cheon In Ho started to realize something was wrong with joining this group. What kind of crazy group is this? His face turned pale, far from what he had imagined. It was way too different. What kind of group did I just walk into? They kept arguing until the sky turned purple before they finally got in the car to leave. That garish car stood out among the sea of monochromatic vehicles on the road. Kang Hyun was still grumbling, annoyed. "Seriously, if you don't clean this car up, I'm going to take care of you myself." And Yu-sung poked his head up from the back. "You want to pick a fight?" He felt regret. "I shouldn't have talked to you in the first place." Suddenly, Cheon In-ho slammed on the brakes. They were so busy arguing they didn't realize they had driven straight into a traffic jam. Kang Hyun turned and asked, "What's going on? Why is the traffic so bad?" Cheon In-ho gripped the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. I don't know either." He tried to crane his neck to see. "Looks like there's a brawl up ahead." Hearing that, he looked over too. Kang Hyun didn't hesitate to open the car door, ready to step out. He stepped out into a chaotic mess of noise. What the hell is going on? What the heck? Right then, a body was thrown hard toward Kang Hyun. Luckily, he used the car door to shield himself. The impact left a gash under Kang Hyun's eye, and dust and debris billowed around them. From inside the car, and Yoo-sung's panicked voice rang out. "What's happening?" He hurriedly jumped out of the car. "Hey, are you okay?" Kang Hyun felt a bit touched and turned around. "Oh, now you're worried about me?" But Yoo-sung ran right past Kang Hyun. He grabbed the door. He hugged the mangled door and cried, "My precious door." My artistic soul was all poured into this door. Kang Hyun's jaw dropped. Was he only worried about the car and not him? The guy who had been thrown was now struggling to get up. He didn't hold back his insults. "You bastard. Did you think he just threw you aside without a second thought?" But when he looked up, and Yoo-sung's menacing face, framed by the crooked car window, looked even more terrifying. "I'm going to finish you." After that, all you could hear was his agonizing scream. On the other side of the fight, a guy was shouting forcefully, "Try touching us again." The person speaking was the vice guild master of the Hezong Guild, Jo Dong-sok. "I'll toss all of you aside." He provoked them, mocking their lack of brains, relying only on muscle like a bunch of idiots. The vice guild, master of the Chungjin Guild, Chin Kang Hyung. A member of the Chungjin team asked worriedly, "Is the captain okay?" "He was thrown so far." Chin Kang Hyung said confidently, "Don't worry. No one in the guild is as strong as him. It shouldn't be a problem." Then he caught sight of the three, and quickly pointed, announcing, "Vice Guild Master." Coming out of the smoke is the Small Hat Guild, led by Kang Hyun, who's dragging the captain they beat to a pulp. "Look, there they are." His steps were powerful as he approached them. Then he tossed the guy into the air. The unlucky captain landed face first right at the feet of his own guild members. Kang Hyun stepped up and stomped on his head. "This," he shouted loudly, as if afraid the noise would drown him out. "Are these guys your friends?" His face was bruised and lumpy like a pufferfish. "I'm sorry." Chin Kang Hyung backed into a defensive stance. Who are you?" He was so intimidated his voice went up an octave. "What the hell is going on here?" A cruel glint appeared in Kang Hyun's eyes. "So it was you guys? The bunch from the Chungjin Guild or whatever, causing all this trouble?" As he spoke, he pressed his boot down on the pufferfish guy's face. "I heard from the kid, talking about territorial disputes, causing chaos, fighting in the middle of the street, like brats." Kang Hyun's eyes seemed to shoot sparks. "Because of you guys, I still haven't eaten my favorite beef dish." A team member recognized him. "That guy is Kang Hyun. If he loses his temper, no one can stop him." Kang Hyun then glanced at An Yoo-sung and Shin Sang-ah. The others gulped audibly. Are those the monsters from the guild rumors? The more they realized, the more they trembled violently, looking closely to be sure. No. He took a few more steps back. He couldn't believe it. Just watching the way they stood was enough to give him chills. Turning back to Kang Hyun. 500 million? Chin Kang Hyung, what is he talking about? He pointed behind him nonchalantly. "Because you guys were fighting, our car is totaled. Not to mention, I got a bit injured just now," he immediately retorted. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling?" Kang Hyun held his hand out toward Chin Kang Hyung, making him think he was about to get slapped, but he stopped his hand right in front of Chin Kang Hyung. Plus, mental damages, 500 million total. Behind him, and Yoo-sung held out his scratched hand, whining, "I suffered damages on my end, too." "At least 500 million, Kang Hyun agreed. "That's right." Then he held his hands out in front of them again. "Did you hear that? 1 billion total. Pay up." His face darkened, then he slapped his forehead and sneered. "That's ridiculous." No sooner had he finished speaking, Chin Kang Hyung lunged with lightning speed. He lunged straight at Kang Hyun with his sword, but Kang Hyun was completely fine, while Chin Kang Hyung was on the receiving end of a solid punch. The young guild members who recognized Kang Hyun earlier were now crying their eyes out, some even more pathetic, hanging from roofs or street railings. The sword Chin Kang Hyung was holding earlier was now stuck in the pavement, and just seconds later, its owner, looking like a pig's head, was tossed beside it. He looked at the defeated crowd and asked, "Han Se-yun?" Yet, just as they were about to leave, Cho Dong-guan called out from behind, "Thank you so much." He and his teammates bowed. "We were really backed into a corner. but thankfully you guys helped us. Kang Hyun waved his hand. Look, I didn't help you guys out of the kindness of my heart. He gave them a cold, unimpressed glare. Now that I think about it, you're from the Haesung Guild, right? Honestly, I don't really like those guys. What the hell were you all doing? Causing such a scene in the middle of the street. To be fair, the only thing that actually annoyed Kang Hyun was that they kept him from eating his beef. Dongguan looked up slightly. Beef? Quick-witted, he immediately offered. I'll treat you to some high-end beef stuff that costs over 100,000 won per person. Kang Hyun's sour expression vanished instantly. Kang Hyun threw an arm around Dongguan's shoulders. From now on, our two guilds are brothers for life. A while later, at a building owned by a woman with a sharp look, she gazed out at the street, lost in thought, then let out a cold smile. Haesung cleaned up pretty well, she remarked, radiating an icy aura. I guess it's time to send them a little warning, don't you think? The guild leader of the Jungjin Guild, Kang Hyun, watched them grill the meat. Dongguan expressed his gratitude again. I really have to thank you once more. Now that we finally have a moment, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Cho Dongguan from the Haesung Guild. It's an honor to meet you, Kang Hyun replied, stuffing a huge piece of beef into his mouth. Right, the Haesung Guild. I'm well aware of them. And Yu Sung once again played the role of a grammar pedant. Hey buddy, his name is actually Haesung. Kang Hyun gave a grunt to show he'd heard. Dongguan didn't know how to keep the conversation going. Please, eat up, just leave the grilling to me. But Kang Hyun's voice turned serious. Are you sure about your skills? Dongguan was taken aback. Are you serious? I hate two things in this world more than anything. Annoying pests like an Yusung, and people who can't cook for beans. And Yusung, hearing his own name on the list, shot him a glare. What was that? Kang Hyun asked again. You think you're better at this than me? Sensing the heat rising, Dongguan pulled his hand back. Ah, no, I think I'm good. A short while later, after downing a few bottles of barley, cider, and cola, Kang Hyun gulped down a whole glass of barley malt. He set the glass down with a satisfied thud and finally got to the point. Thanks to you, the meal was delicious. So, let's get straight to it. What do you want from me? Taken aback by the direct question, Dongguan stammered. Kang Hyun looked at the long bill on the table. It seemed like quite a lot for a simple thank you. So, what do you need? Dongguan furrowed his brows, debating whether he should open up. Taking a deep breath, Dongguan decided to lay out his troubles. To be honest, I know it's hard to bring this up right after meeting, but could you possibly support our Haesung Guild? To summarize the situation, there were two guilds. The Jungjin Guild was led by Chaejeon, and the other one was led by Dongguan's older brother. The Haesung and Jungjin Guilds had an agreement to co-manage the area in a state of balance. However, starting a week ago, Jungjin suddenly began invading their dungeons. He bowed his head, his voice dropping to a low, raspy tone. It's very strange. Usually, our powers are evenly matched, and there's an unspoken pact not to infringe on each other's territory. But suddenly, they started provoking us and applying heavy pressure. And today, our side just couldn't take it anymore. Kang Hyun continued. So that's why you guys were fighting in the middle of the street. Dongguan shamefully admitted. Exactly. And Yusung chimed in with a ridiculous comment. So, is this a full-scale war now? Hey, buddy, let us join in, Kang Hyun snapped at him. Are you crazy? Han Chae-moon sat quietly on the side, sipping his soda, deep in thought. A war between guilds, a shift in the balance of power to him. His own deductions made this seem like a grave matter. The skirmish between Jungjin and Haesung was all about ranking. Kang Hyun didn't let morality tie him down. I understand what you're saying, but we have no reason to get involved, right? He added. Even if we did just share a meal together. Dongguan bowed even lower. In truth, his entire guild was on the verge of collapse. If things continue like this, we're bound to lose. Haesung is like a sitting duck now. The balance is broken. The Jungjin Guild has become unnaturally powerful. Dongguan suddenly leaned in and whispered, and this is just a rumor. But, as he spoke, he darted his eyes around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. I heard a certain substance is being circulated within the Jungjin Guild. Kang Hyun asked curiously. What kind of substance? Dongguan revealed. According to the rumors, it helps enhance and awakens power. Kang Hyun pondered. Doesn't that sound like you know? He turned to Shin Sang-ah. Hey, when are we going into the C-rank dungeon? She replied immediately. In 2 days. Kang Hyun thought for a moment, then gave his answer. Fine. We'll help you out. Dongguan's face turned bright red with joy. Really? I'm not promising I can help right away. I'm busy right now, so I can't act immediately. We'll help after we finish the dungeon. Dongguan waved his hands, showing he wasn't in a rush. It's okay. Just having your agreement to help is enough. They didn't notice, but outside the restaurant, someone was lurking behind the glass. And not only that, they pulled out a phone and started taking pictures. Inside, Kang Hyun was still happily eating. Well, let's keep drinking. Dongguan nodded. Of course, as much as you like. That phone had captured quite a few photos of the guild members. The next day, social media feeds were buzzing. The photos taken from behind clearly showed the odd armor that Shin Sang-ah had designed. The weirdos have appeared in our district. They looked terrifying. Beneath the post, the comments were flooded with negativity. Is this a runaway group or something? Are those all the members of their guild? Is this a hidden camera shot? Who cares? This guy's camera is so blurry. What are they eating? Pork or beef? Scrolling down further under the title, the weirdos have appeared in our district, were the photos of the 5 of them eating dinner the previous night. There was even a photo of the car, designed with one door missing, and Yu-sung held his phone out to show Kang Hyun. Hey buddy, look at this. Kang Hyun frowned. What the hell is this? He guessed someone must have secretly taken photos of their meal. And Yu-sung showed the phone to Shin Sang-ah, marveling. This is actually great. People spend hundreds of millions just for this kind of advertisement. Kang Hyun let out a curse. Damn it. Seriously. Just then, Shin Tae-jin's impatient voice rang out. Hey, please stop messing around and focus. He cleared his throat. I'll start from the beginning. Shin Tae-jin stood between the guilds. From now on, we begin the raid on the Vini Forest. The guilds were geared up in armor and weapons, looking very solemn. The whole world is watching us. Representing the government, he spoke up. I won't spout flowery words about asking you to sacrifice yourselves for peace or national development. It was rare to hear Shin Tae-jin speak with such steel in his voice. So, please just come back alive. Those powerful words seemed to empower everyone to return, seize wealth and glory, and take it all. The guild banners fluttered in the wind. Familiar faces stood at attention, burning with determination. As the signal to start was given, they entered the dungeon one by one. Once the last person stepped inside, the heavy door slowly creaked shut. The courtyard that was just buzzing with people was now deserted, save for Liu Yifei, who stood with his head bowed low. I wish you all a complete victory. Everyone inside the dungeon looked around with curiosity. So, this was the C-rank dungeon, the hunting forest area. Choi Dong-gu clapped his hands to grab their attention. All right, everyone, please gather around for a moment. He spoke in a calm, steady voice. I am not the commander-in-chief for this raid, but please allow me to reassign the positions. I hope you all understand. Choi Dong-gu said, seriously, each guild will operate independently within this dungeon, as previously agreed. However, as you are all aware, the monsters here act in a very organized manner. He was preparing for the worst-case scenario. No one could predict when or where danger might strike. For that reason, in case anyone felt uneasy, Choi Dong-gu brought out a small gun loaded with 3 different signal flares. He explained the color of each flare. Don't hesitate to fire a distress signal immediately if needed. A red flare signals a critical emergency, while green indicates you've found an exit. The purple flare is to be used upon encountering the boss. Everyone must follow these instructions. If you see a signal, nearby guilds must gather immediately. I don't want to repeat myself. All right, let's move out. Park Ho-jong crossed his arms and muttered. We covered all this in the prep meeting, didn't we? You're really overplaying the leader role, aren't you? Choi Dong-gu didn't take those words to heart. Fine then, good luck to everyone. And Yu-sung turned around. Let's pick up the pace. Kang Hyun nodded. Let's go. Just as he turned to leave, Choi Dong-gu called out to him. Kang Hyun, Choi Dong-gu started, extending an invitation. Don't you plan on joining our group? Kang Hyun repeated the question. Choi Dong-gu analyzed. I know you're all very talented, but there's no such thing as a sure bet in a dungeon. Kang Hyun looked at the man before him. Despite how he appeared, he was actually a decent guy. Kang Hyun was still holding a grudge about earlier. He was still annoyed that the guy had stolen his finishing blow, but then again, he owed him. He scratched his head and replied, All right, we'll head out together today. Kang Hyun reached out his hand, looking forward to working with you. Choi Dong-gu quickly shook his hand. Likewise. A while later, Yu-sung voiced his dissatisfaction. Hey, didn't we start this guild just to hang out together? Look at this. The 3 of them are following Choi Dong-gu's guild. Why are we teaming up with outsiders now? He explained seriously. Since this is your first time in a dungeon, you must always be prepared for the unexpected. Shin Sang-ah agreed as well. Mr. Kang Hyun is absolutely right, she said, though she seemed unhappy with his remark. What was that? And Yu-sung mocked, Brother, you've got some nerve. I'm so disappointed. If they had just met, Kang Hyun would have jumped in and punched him, but now he just smiled and let out a sigh. Kang Hyun exposed in Yusung's intentions. Hey, you're looking for trouble again, aren't you? That annoying look on his face? And Yusung sighed. I've been caught. Up ahead, two members of Choi Donggu's guild were whispering. Look at them. Do they think the dungeon is a playground? The blonde one replied. Probably because they're rookies and don't know any better. Forget it. Isn't he just trying to act cool like those guys on the internet these days? That was actually the safest time. Even though Yusung was joking around, he heard those remarks. Comparing someone like him to the alliance leader was truly humiliating. Kang Hyun quickly stopped him. And Yusung, stop right there. Don't go looking for trouble on your own. He brushed his hand away. I know my limits. Do you think I'm some kind of bloodthirsty maniac? He looked down without concern. What are you holding in your hand? When did you pull that out? And Yusung looked at his hand holding the mace in surprise. He shrugged and stored it back in his inventory. I didn't even realize I took it out. He changed the subject. But hey brother, why do you look so pale all of a sudden? Kang Hyun blinked. What? I always look like this. But deep down, he was harboring his own thoughts. He understood that feeling. Deep down, Kang Hyun also wanted to have he thought that punching him would feel satisfying. Suddenly, the two gossipers from before backed away. A shout echoed, signaling an enemy attack. Everyone prepared to fight. Hearing that, he was secretly relieved. Perfect timing. Choi Donggu commanded firmly. The enemy is attacking. Everyone prepare to fight. The goblins charged aggressively, attacking anything in their path. Although everyone in the guild was equipped with shields and armor, their numbers were overwhelming. Waves of attacks whizzed past. These creatures were smarter and faster than usual. Their movement was completely different from typical goblins. He kept his composure, shouting, Team 1, form a defensive line. Team 2, be ready to rotate and support when needed. The guild members shouted in response. Choi Donggu continued to do his job well. Team 3, provide cover. Team 4, open fire. Kang Hyun marveled at this, just like the rumors said. He looked at the ferocious goblins ahead. If they reacted the wrong way, the whole group would be wiped out. At this moment, and Yusung's beloved mace was also working exactly as its master intended. Small drops of blood splashed onto the grass along with a sinister laugh, and his gruesome face appeared once again. And Yusung was extremely excited. It's hunting time. Let's hunt. Kang Hyun stood to the side, watching him act like a total maniac. He's lost his mind. Even after thinking it over, he remained certain. Behind him, a goblin rushed forward to attempt a sneak attack. Kang Hyun didn't pay it much mind. The thing I hate most, he said, pulling his weapon from his inventory while silently affirming his resolve once again. First, it's an Yusung. Kang Hyun swung his sword in an arc, slashing through the goblins around him. A lousy meat griller. He looked at the third number on his list, an unlucky goblin that hadn't managed to run away. It was caught by Kang Hyun's powerful hand, which gripped its entire face. A massive explosion erupted, an explosive spell. Kang Hyun, who had just despised An Yusung, was now having a blast with the goblins right along with him. Making them explode felt so satisfying. The sensation of using a hammer to send them flying was so refreshing. The two of them were like kids competing with each other. That's number 10. What? I'm going to take down 20. Shin Sang-ah had nothing to do, so she just stood in the corner watching them enjoy their entertainment. The two gossiping members from earlier saw the scene and were terrified. They're absolutely crazy. We shouldn't get involved with them anymore. Saying that, the two turned pale and looked at each other. In their hearts, the words were doomed echoed. Night fell, and the moon here glowed with a bloody red hue. Choi Donggu sat by the campfire, laughing heartily. He showered them with flowery compliments. I've heard rumors about you, Kang Hyun, and the remaining members are just as strong. Kang Hyun admitted it immediately. You could say that. Looking at the two gossiping guys currently being punished in a plank position, Kang Hyun showed generosity, apologizing for his team's rude behavior. It's fine, you've already punished them, haven't you? Donggu helped pack the plates and asked, so why don't we keep going together tomorrow? Kang Hyun immediately refused. I'm very grateful, but we'll be splitting up tomorrow. He handed the filled plate to Kang Hyun. Is this because of that bet? Kang Hyun took it and nodded. It was just like that. Earlier at the dungeon gate, Park Ho-jong had arrogantly called him over. Hey, he walked up and asked, want to make a bet? Kang Hyun was suspicious. The bet was a challenge to see who would contribute more during this raid. Or more accurately, whoever dealt the finishing blow to the boss would win. He was still rambling on. Why not just humiliate them right then and there? Kang Hyun's eye twitched. You psycho, are you out of your mind? Kang Hyun glanced at the people from the guard guild. So this is your sick way of showing off? Is your conscience twisted or something? He didn't shy away from being blunt. You really are a funny kind of idiot. Park Ho-jong felt his provocation wasn't working. Fine, how about this then? He brought out an orb. It might never happen, but if you win, I'll give you this. The information about the orb appeared. Easter egg, level, question mark, durability, 1010. Description, an Easter egg created by someone who loves pranks. Activated when destroyed. Kang Hyun stared at it. Someone who loves pranks? This immediately made him think of her. It must be an item related to the admin. Park Ho-jong tried to lure him. If it's you surely understand the significance of this item, right? Kang Hyun's eyebrows knit together. Does that kid know about this too? He suddenly realized. Wait, the important thing is, does he know I survived the tutorial stage? Kang Hyun acted indifferent. I'm not sure. He used his usual feigned ignorance. Is this some kind of monster-catching orb? He spoke firmly. Don't stick your nose in. Park Ho-jong said bluntly, I know you've joined the Special Ability Management team. Kang Hyun chuckled coldly to himself. It seemed important information was being shared internally. He watched him put the orb back into his inventory. More importantly, he didn't expect this idiot to be part of the management team too. Kang Hyun laughed and agreed. Fine, so how does the bet work? Do I have to kneel? He shook his head. No, that would be unfair. It seemed Park Ho-jong had already thought this through. He set a condition, joining his guild for a year and having to take orders as a member. In return, I'll treat you well. Kang Hyun felt that was too simple. If that's all, you aren't trying to scam me, are you? Park Ho-jong held out his fist for a fist bump. I don't play dirty. He reaffirmed it again. Let's keep the competition fair and transparent. That's my principle. Understand? Kang Hyun felt contempt. What was fair about a bet against 3 people? He pretended not to understand, and held out his palm, implying he played paper and beat rock. You really are shameless. Park Ho-jong gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard. Kang Hyun agreed to the bet. Fine, let's see. The next morning in the dungeon, when the sun had just peeked over the mountains, Dong-gu asked again, Are you really okay? He stretched and replied, I'm fine. I'm used to the dungeon now. If anything happens, we still have the emergency flare. And Yu-sung was folding blankets and yawning. He reminded Kang Hyun. In truth, Dong-gu smiled helplessly. The flare is probably useless. You saw it. The strongest guilds are all selfish. He walked over and patted Kang Hyun's shoulder as a gesture of luck and farewell. Both guilds went in separate directions. Well then, good luck. In another corner of the dungeon, shouting echoed through the forest. How many times has this happened now? Park Ho-jong wore a grumpy face. What's the situation? The guild member replied. 3 injured, 2 dead. Commander. His voice trembled slightly. The injured are getting first aid, but we can't counterattack yet. He grabbed the arrow stuck in a tree. Those bastards. Immediately after, he snapped the arrow in 2. Don't tell me it's the Venani. A group of green, sharp-faced creatures whose bodies and movements were exactly like an adult's. I didn't expect that species, not a boss. Park Ho-jong was shaking with anger. Arrogant monsters. They treat us like insects. He asked helplessly, how do we break this pincer move? The member felt the question was meaningless. The only way is to find their nest and wipe them out. The commander yelled, I don't care what you say. We're being ambushed continuously. We can't escape, he roared back. How are we supposed to do that? What on earth should we do? The member turned pale and bowed his head. I'm sorry. He seemed to have given up. At this point, it's all or nothing. If they're hiding in the forest, Ho-jong's eyes turned wild. Then I'll just level the whole forest. He made a stupid decision. Burn the whole forest down. The member reacted immediately. No, guild leader. If we're careless, we'll be in danger too. Park Ho-jong was like a madman. Is there any other way? This situation is unbearable. The member tried every other way. We could use the signal flare to call for help, but he dismissed it immediately. You idiot! Do you think they'll come? At this point, Park Ho-jong was still putting his pride first. Suppose they did come. What about the guild's reputation? What about our status? Did you think about that? He insisted on deciding himself, so it had to be resolved right there. Park Ho-jong pulled a weapon from his inventory. Mages, get ready. Immediately, his frantic gaze was replaced by determination. He swung his staff forward. I need to act when the wind changes to the east. Back with Kang Hyun's group, they had also encountered the Venani scouts. He looked at them like idiots. What are they doing? They didn't charge, and the 3 in Kang Hyun's group also stood still, staring at them. They didn't attack, just stood there. The translator, and Yu-sung, spoke up. It seems they're signaling. If we take another step, they'll attack. Kang Hyun wondered. How do you know? He shrugged. Instinct. I feel a burning sensation. Damn it. What good is instinct? Count to 3 and run. But running for them meant running toward the monsters. 1, 2, 3. But the 3 Venani creatures actually retreated. They scurried back up the trees to Kang Hyun's surprise. Seeing that, he braked hard at the base of the tree. Kang Hyun looked up. What was that? And Yusung guessed. It seems they lost their morale because of your aura, Kang Hyun. And Yusung teased. Aren't they afraid of your face? His friend glanced at him. Don't talk nonsense. Kang Hyun was confused by the situation. Should we chase them? Shin Sang-ah already had her bow drawn. I'm afraid it's a trap. He also chimed in. It could be. And Yusung proposed an idea. How about we follow the old path? The fact that they were hiding and then popped out, doesn't that mean the lair is nearby? He guaranteed. Following my instinct, I predict what's ahead promises many surprises. Shin Sang-ah felt that was right. Yeah, your intuition is usually accurate, but the 3 of them didn't know that they had underestimated the enemy, and they had let their guard down. Before he knew it, Kang Hyun had an arrow lodged in his shoulder. The interesting thing Yusung mentioned was proving to be a real headache. He looked up and yelled at them. Hurry up, you useless idiots. Move it, damn it. This is so annoying. A goblin was taking aim amidst the shouting. Do you honestly think it's easy to trick your opponent in the middle of a battle? Kang Hyun gritted his teeth. A single mistake, and the others would swarm him. He realized as soon as he got close that it was a trap. Good grief. Do you think you're just out for a stroll? Do-sung scratched his ear, bored. They were seriously annoying. None of them were actually strong, just pathetic. He wondered, are they trying to exhaust us? Kang Hyun yanked the arrow out of his shoulder, but looking at the arrow in his hand, he realized the situation was dire. He turned back and asked, do you have anything sharp? Kang Hyun easily snapped the arrow in two. A simple solution. His bloodthirsty expression emerged. He just needed to take some prisoners. Kang Hyun's combat efficiency skyrocketed. I don't care if their claws have to be broken to pieces, or if I have to skin them alive right here. Let's see if they can keep pretending then. Somehow, Kang Hyun managed to catch a goblin and pin it down. Stay still. If you don't listen to me, this bastard is going to die. The other 2 stared at him, then at each other, looking blank. Immediately after, a hail of arrows rained down on the 3 of them. Kang Hyun cursed as he ran. Damn it, hell, what the heck is this? Do our threats not work on them? Yusung replied helplessly. I told you so. Kang Hyun argued back. You agreed with me, didn't you? Yusung retorted. I only said that because you seemed so insistent. Kang Hyun cursed. You bastards! He had been hit by an arrow in the thigh. Those heartless monsters, they found a bush to hide in temporarily. They even killed their own hostage. As Sang-ah pulled the arrow out of Kang Hyun's body, she said, You really can't reason with these guys. Yusung added, I told you, but you wouldn't listen. As if kidnappers would actually listen. He couldn't just give up that easily. One way or another, he had to come up with a different plan. Were they just going to stand there forever? Just then, Kang Hyun saw a red streak fly up. Huh? A flare. She repeated the meaning of the red flare. A red flare meant a dangerous situation. He poked his head out. What now? Should we go? He nodded. Yeah, let's go. We aren't solving anything by staying here. The place where the red flare went up was surrounded by goblins. Hearing the horn signal from their comrades, the goblins swarmed forward. That group of wretches was the guard unit. A member held his ground and reported, Vice Captain, there are too many of them. Han Xian was terrified but tried to keep his cool, struggling to hold out a little longer. He shouted to boost everyone's morale. Reinforcements are coming. Han Xian was the vice captain of the guard guild, but while the other members were busy fighting, Han Xian understood the truth himself. He had been in this world long enough to know that no reinforcements were coming. Han Xian was truly distraught. Where did everything go wrong? He quickly replayed his memories. Ever since the captain started acting strangely, it was too late for regrets now. Their guild should have just given up on that raid. He clenched his fists, but the pressure to maintain their reputation kept him going. No, that wasn't it. Han Xian stood frozen, looking at the bodies of his comrades. It was all because of his own greed. I led the whole guild to their deaths. While he was lost in his thoughts, the sound of footsteps brought him back. It wasn't the sound of rescuers, but the footsteps of the orcs. Han Xian's face turned as pale as a banana leaf. We're done for. They might have been able to handle the goblins by themselves, but the wave of orcs approaching was different. Now, for his guild, he completely gave up. Just as one of their blades swung down, an arrow from the opposite direction tore through the air. It aimed straight for the vital point of the orc attacking Han Xian. As its silhouette fell, a shadow like a gorilla appeared from midair. He looked on in shock at everything that had happened in a flash. That gorilla was Kang Hyun, and he was puffing out his chest, preparing to unleash a skill. Kang Hyun lunged straight into the swarm of goblins. Lion's Wrath activated. All of the enemy's camouflage and stealth skills were neutralized. The system messages rang out continuously. Secret of the Soul activated. Giant's Strength activated. He frantically pulled out his weapon. The Giant's Hammer of Yu, Grade D. Durability, 994,100. The hammer once used by Yu, the one stronger than any other orc. Kang Hyun hoisted that massive hammer, preparing to land. He slammed it down decisively on them. Kang Hyun swung the hammer, soaked in orc blood, horizontally at an orc. His eyes flashed with excitement. The orc was battered all over its body, while Han Xian was still left with his mouth wide open, unable to utter a word. It wasn't just Kang Hyun fighting. There were countless arrows from Sangha raining down too. The last person in the 8 arts was Yu Sung. How could he be absent from this battle? What a complete mess, she solemnly announced. Reinforcements from the 8 Arts Guild have arrived. He didn't expect the first guild to come and help his own, would be the 8 Arts. Han Xian looked at the ruins before him and wondered, 3 orcs at the same time, is he really just an awakened like us? Even so, he didn't feel a single glimmer of hope for survival. He was on a completely different level. But Han Xian watched helplessly as the orcs continued to swarm in. What could just 3 people do to turn the tide? Just then, one of his members ran over. "Vice Captain, over there," he pointed to the east. "No way, the Danwu Guild is here too." Han Xian went from one surprise to another. Dan Yunso quickly pointed, commanding her guild's troops. They didn't hesitate to jump in and help. The ordinary goblins were flattened and immobilized in the blink of an eye. The members of the Guard Guild cheered continuously. "We're saved! We're saved!" After that, there was only the sound of hammers, maces, swords, and arrows. It took about half an hour for everything to return to temporary peace. Kang Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite the chaotic battle. Unso spoke up with praise. "Well done, Kang Hyun." He looked over at Seo Jun, who was discussing things with Kang Hyun about the guild and their numbers. Even though they had been in the dungeon for quite a while, their count hadn't dropped at all. Amidst the cold, desolate wasteland, Kang Hyun's determined voice rang out. "We're going straight to the core." Kang Hyun Kim, who was next to him, spoke up. "But we don't even know where the core is." Hearing that, Han Se-yeon immediately said, "Let's split up and search." In response to that suggestion, he calmly pointed in that direction and said, "The core is over there. From what I can sense, the distance isn't very far." Those words quickly left her stunned and speechless. "You can sense the core's energy?" Seeing the perplexed look on Han Se-yeon's face, Kang Hyun asked in confusion, "Can't you guys feel it?" Kang Hyun remained calm, quickly explaining, "Based on my experience, I'll be there after midnight." At this point, her voice chimed in softly. Upon hearing that, facing Sion's shock, Han Se-yeon insisted that pushing forward was the right call. Having received approval, Kang Hyun was immediately fired up. "All right, let's get ready to move out." Just then, his voice quickly cut through all the excitement. "Wait, hold on a second." With a strained smile, Sion nervously blurted out each word. "Isn't it too much to head out right now? We just finished a major battle here." Han Se-yeon listened to him very attentively. "It's unclear how the Venandi will act, as you all have seen. They are very smart, so we can't give them any time." She suddenly interjected firmly. Facing such determination, Sion hesitated, but then said, "But surely we should at least take a break?" It seemed he was trying to convince everyone, using the excuse that they were all exhausted. At this moment, Kim Kang Hyun spoke up to dismiss that hesitation. "Don't worry. My guild has a healer who can restore your stamina." At this point, Sion couldn't hold anyone back anymore, and could only softly murmur, "Everyone." The surrounding scene remained submerged in fatigue and sorrow, as if everything were blending into the eternal silence of those soulless bodies. His emotions suddenly surged as he clenched his fists tightly. "Maybe you guys are fine," but Sion said, his face pale and gloomy. "We've already reached our limit." Contrasting his struggle, Kang Hyun calmly said, "I can't hear you because it's so suffocating here. You're Han Xian, right? Why are you so uptight?" Then, without a shred of tolerance, he bluntly challenged him. "What do you mean by that? Do you want us to go out of our way to escort you?" Sion immediately turned pale, his tone full of dread. "Don't say it like that." Before he could even defend himself, Kang Hyun quickly spoke up. "Mr. Han Xian, wake up. This is a dungeon, a place where the weak die." Before his brutally realistic words, Sion felt guilty. "The truth is, you guys were so weak you nearly died. And you only survived because of us. Do you really think we came here to save your 20 guild members?" Kang Hyun frowned, his tone extremely stern. "We came to find a solution. A common solution. If you're just standing there not helping, Why did you even come? Faced with these questions that struck straight at his heart, he still tried to speak up, but the questioning ended as if he had nothing left to say. Xian could only let out a heavy sigh under Kang Hyun's piercing gaze. At this moment, he slowly stood up, his tone becoming kinder. Fine. At least eat something before we go. I'm hungry from talking so much. Soon, the wait stretched into the night, accompanied by savage sounds. Under the crimson moon, Kang Hyun and his team fought fiercely, constantly taking them down. In a corner, a Vanandi raised its bow, and arrows rained down. Kang Hyun shouted loudly, "We don't have much time left. Don't try to kill them all. Just open a path." Nearby, En Yusung and Shin Sang-ah were also fighting with all their might, and even Xian didn't dare sit around, diving in to madly handle the enemies. Suddenly, a gust of wind arrived, carrying a truly shocking pressure. Kang Hyun immediately sensed that overwhelming presence. He saw a small, fiery orb floating nonchalantly above the rustic wooden pillars. It stood tall amidst 10,000 Vanandi, glowing like the sun with a loud sound. "Found it!" Witnessing this scene, Kang Hyun exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe we actually found it." Han Se-yun quickly said, "Use the fire flares, everything we've got." At this, following her command, a gun barrel was raised high. In the blink of an eye, countless bright flares, of color, flew into the high sky amidst the chaos of the fighters below. Seeing this, Immorto Guild member Han Myung-do gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we're one step late." Heavily armored warriors also appeared. Black market mercenaries, we're here to assist. Suddenly, the Eastern Alliance of supernatural users rushed in. "Kang Hyun, my brother, I knew you were still alive." Seeing reinforcements arrive, everyone was overjoyed. The backup had arrived. Now, with the help of other guilds, the battle became more intense than ever, when suddenly, Kang Hyun discovered something. A foot, radiating immense pressure, had landed on the ground. Following the thick aura of death was a hulking Vanandi body. The system board appeared. "Great warrior of the Vanandi." Someone muttered in a trembling voice, Is that the boss?" In an instant, with a decisive move, he flew off, leaving only a small trail of smoke. It was Kang Hyun, launching himself high into the air. As for the enemies, he neatly put his longsword into the system, then quickly reached inside to grab another weapon. In a flash, he pulled out a massive hammer and screamed, "Die!" The savage-looking Vanandi just stared, and before it could do anything, it was struck directly by Kang Hyun's hammer without a shred of mercy. Blood splattered everywhere, and just like that, it stumbled and fell before his proud landing. Kang Hyun glanced over and flashed a radiant smile. Seeing it completely motionless on the ground, without doing anything else, he said nonchalantly, "Why is it so weak?" At this point, looking at the fierce battle still raging between the humans and the Vanandi, Kang Hyun silently realized that the dungeon's difficulty stemmed from the sheer number of monsters and the intelligence of the Vanandi. He then realized that the boss itself wasn't that strong. Finally, Kang Hyun happily spoke up. And as for the loot, at that moment, the system board appeared. Sword of the Great Vanandi Warrior, Grade D, durability 99/100. A sword once used by the great warrior of the Vanandi tribe, well-balanced and easy to use. After reading it, his tone was a bit regretful. Only bows and swords? With thoughts drifting through his head, Kang Hyun looked into the distance. "I don't know about bows, but that sword is so big it's hard to use." Now, a blade tip suddenly pierced straight into a vital spot of this Vanandi to end all remaining life. The blade was pulled back with a crisp sound. "It's over." Beside him, Choi Donggu's face suddenly filled with complex emotion. "I guessed as much. We lost too many people." Silently observing the bloody and ruined aftermath, he silently thought with a heavy heart, "At least I should be grateful we weren't completely wiped out. May everyone rest in peace." Once the moment of silence was over, Donggu regained his composure and spoke up. "All right, let's start collecting the loot. We can figure out how to split it after we get out, right?" Before his suggestion, the others readily agreed without objection. Same here. While everyone was cheering up, Shin Sang-ah accidentally saw something. What? That is now. Before her eyes, a sea of fire was engulfing the mountain ranges. Witnessing this scene, Han Myung-do was bewildered. "Why is there fire?" Han Se-yun was stunned. This can't be. In an instant, both of them were frozen in shock, because right beside the Vanandi Legion, a terrifying, massive fire tornado was barreling toward them, accompanied by frantic screams. "Help us!" He immediately furrowed his brow and shouted, "Damn it, this is pure madness." Choi Donggu, standing behind, exclaimed helplessly, "That guy is truly faced." With the approaching visage of death, the man was paralyzed by fear. "Run. We have to run." Suddenly, he caught sight of the glowing core sphere right behind him, and a bold idea sparked in his mind, followed by his shout. The core! I'm going to destroy the energy core. Hearing this, Kang Hyun immediately grabbed his arm to stop him. No, you can't, he said with a highly tense tone, warning him that if he destroyed the core right now, it would trigger a massive explosion. Despite this, the man stubbornly insisted, What are you talking about? We've already taken down the boss. Standing amidst the sea of fire, the others foolishly chimed in. Even if we break the core, the monsters won't stop coming out of the gate anyway. Right, get out of the way. Kang Hyun still tried to reassure the crowd. Everyone, calm down. Sensing that something ominous was about to happen, he grew even more desperate. This case is different. Research has documented that monsters in a state of extreme panic can flee through the gate. Kang Hyun quickly emphasized, If it keeps going like this, all of them will escape. Hearing this, the man still stubbornly retorted, Who cares? We're going to die here anyway. I need to survive first. Hearing those words, the crowd began to cheer him on. He's right. We have to destroy the core immediately. At least some of us might survive, right? On the other side, Han Se-yeon suddenly sighed and spoke up. Wait a minute. In the blink of an eye, a legion appeared, clutching their shields tightly in a grim atmosphere. Everyone stared sternly at the man. In a flash, they had formed a solid barricade surrounding him, leaving him stunned. What is this? The man shouted, questioning them. Are you planning to threaten your own teammates? At that moment, she raised her voice. Listen closely. Then, Han Se-yeon uttered each word with a steely tone. Right now, only we can stop this. Outside the core, the Central Super UN failed to emphasize a very serious issue. If we don't stop them here, a major disaster will occur. Just then, the man madly lunged toward Han Se-yeon. Easy for you to say? Damn it. With clear hostility, he prepared to swing his sword with an arrogant shout. Get out of my way. Seeing this, she wasn't the least bit flustered, just glancing at him and whispering, Good grief. Suddenly, a sword strike was launched while Han Se-yeon's inner thoughts continued. What a nuisance. Before she could even respond, the man had been dealt a critical blow in midair. Now, his feet landed gently on the quiet ground. Han Se-yeon and Kang Hyun kept their composed expressions as he spoke. So, all we need to do is protect the core? Facing this scene, Han Se-yeon replied, both bewildered and surprised. The monsters are also fleeing the fire, so perhaps they won't attack us head-on. At this moment, he was still listening to her, looking blank. If we only need to protect the core, even though the chances are slim, maybe it's doable. At this, Kang Hyun suddenly spoke up. That's enough. He displayed a look of extreme confidence, certain that they only needed to handle the ones slipping through from behind. Hearing this, Han Se-yeon gasped. What? While everyone was still confused, Kang Hyun quietly withdrew a weapon from his system and started showing off. He gripped his blade tight and made a powerful swing. Before Dong-gu could even stutter, Wait, you're not planning to, with a look of stunned disbelief, he continued. You intend to stop them alone? I'll help. Before he could finish, Kang Hyun's voice cut in, causing him to look shocked. Don't come near me, because now, before Dong-gu's eyes stood a muscular, vibrant Kang Hyun, overflowing with energy. He replied cheerfully, You'll just get in my way. His muscles began to swell, terrifyingly, as the system interface activated the power of his 3 secret skills. On his face, a layer of brilliant bronze armor began to form. His hidden skill had been activated. Now, Kang Hyun's eyes were like fire, filled with determination. Everything was ready, the energy within him surging, his voice becoming more intimidating. Looks like it's time to fight for real. The system interface appeared. Berserker had been activated. At this moment, the fire tornado was still raging, charging toward Kang Hyun. Witnessing the scene, Shin Sang-ah whispered anxiously, Kang Hyun. An Yu-sung, behind him, spoke calmly. Don't worry, I won't die. All right? Hearing this, she turned and questioned. Are you talking out of instinct again? He quickly replied with a playful tone. Who knows? On the battlefield, Kang Hyun was fighting fiercely, like a wild beast. His very demeanor had become savage. In a blink, Kang Hyun darted forward like a missile. He unleashed a terrifying sword strike, quickly taking down a dozen Venandi with a single blow. Seeing this strange power, Dong-gu and Han Myung-do's jaws dropped in amazement. On this side, the officer was also stunned. He blocked them. Suddenly, Kang Hyun shouted loudly, Hey! Looking at the Venandi eagerly rushing past him, Kang Hyun warned them, They're heading toward you guys. At this moment, Han Se-yeon seemed to snap back to reality. Immediately, she shouted, Prepare to fight, we have to take care of the rest. Nearby, a Venandi was quickly confronting the officer, who was also struggling to take them down. Suddenly, he resolutely threw his spear straight at the Venandi's critical spot. Save the officer. Great. In another corner, Shin Sang-ah was also in the heat of battle with her bow, never stopping. Her arrow easily pierced through the creature's head. The sharp tip, much like Shin Sang-ah's gaze, was ready to take their lives. Just like that, another Venandi was easily taken down by her. Every single one was shot straight into a vital point, causing it to perish before it could even close its eyes, unable to fight any longer. It slowly fell down, along with Yusung's excited voice. Nice shot. Finally, he was the one to deliver the finishing blow with his spiked mace. Die. Just like that. And Yusung landed a powerful blow right onto its head. Blood splattered everywhere, and his face, bathed in a sea of red, revealed his clear excitement. Truly. And Yusung's eyes revealed his deep emotion, and even his voice trembled. This feeling. At that moment, a goblin skillfully dove down. He drew his bow, and an arrow launched with a sharp, urgent whistle. In a split second, it pierced straight through Shin Sang-ah's heart. Seeing this, Yusung cried out in a panic. Sang-ah, Kang Hyun is over there, completely stunned. Just then, a huge goblin loomed over, looking as if it were about to swallow Kang Hyun whole. It suddenly used its claws to slash across his arm. That arm fell to the ground in a gruesome display. Kang Hyun's expression darkened with rage. He was out of mana, but he'd been beaten by a goblin? What a joke. In the blink of an eye, a new arm regrew, thanks to his power. Seeing this, the goblin hesitated, looking wary. Now, Kang Hyun looked like a bloodthirsty beast, his eyes glowing crimson as he let out a roar. It's been a while since I've had something this fresh. Delicious. Keep it coming. He delivered a decisive, brutal blow. Blood splattered everywhere as Kang Hyun unleashed his attack. The goblin was quickly wiped out. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, snapping him back to reality. The scream was still echoing, and Sang-ah was in a desperate situation. Sang-ah. In an instant, the goblin lost its head before it could even move. It was Kang Hyun, who had rushed over and taken its life in a terrifying display of force. Behind him, a Venandi charged in arrogantly, brandishing a spear. That spear pierced straight through his vital point. Blood dripped from the corner of Kang Hyun's mouth as he spoke in a weary tone. I wasted my last bit of mana on a trick to see what would happen. What a joke. Before the stunned creature, he continued, his voice steady. Reinforce my head, and I lose an arm. Reinforce my arms, and my body gets pierced. Finally, Kang Hyun softened his voice, the silver glow on his hands fading away. Whatever. It's not like I ever cared about keeping this body in one piece anyway. The system window appeared. His stealth had been deactivated. At that moment, his glowing hand pointed directly at the Venandi. Honestly, ending it like this was better. In a flash, a massive explosion erupted, quickly turning the remaining Venandi and goblins into nothingness. Mana exploded. Having exhausted so much power, Kang Hyun's flesh had already begun to disintegrate, and his face was no longer intact, a truly horrifying sight. Yet, he calmly asked, Sang-ah, are you okay? Seeing this, she was stunned. As Kang Hyun regenerated his skin, he said nonchalantly, it's fine, we'll talk later. Amidst the frantic footsteps of the fleeing Venandi, Sang-ah's voice sounded a bit sulky about leaving everything for later. Kang Hyun immediately cut her off. There's no time now, he said, his voice lowering. Sang-ah, your leg is still okay, right? Then go on ahead. Kang Hyun didn't forget to emphasize one thing. I'm not telling you to run away. Go and report this to the boss or whoever is in charge. Shin Sang-ah stood frozen as she heard his instructions to evacuate immediately. What? She asked, shaken. What about you? Kang Hyun saw her worried look and smiled confidently. Take a good look. Do I look like I'm about to die? That courageous figure immediately stirred something in Sang-ah's heart. She dashed away with firm determination. I will follow your orders. Once Sang-ah was gone, Kang Hyun gathered his remaining spirit energy. All right. He quickly took off running. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, sharp and powerful, aiming straight at the remaining goblins with a fierce momentum, telling himself to buy a little more time. Kang Hyun's terrifying technique was unleashed. A shockwave erupted, and mana flooded the area. Now, only a faint silhouette remained in the middle of the smoke and dust. Countless blood-soaked corpses of goblins and Venandi lay scattered on the grass. Kang Hyun cast a glance toward the distance. He stared intently into the roaring tornado of fire. His muscular body, though covered in grime, stood tall before the inferno. The glowing red core remained high above as a frantic voice echoed. We have to destroy the core, it was, and Yusung's panicked voice. The fire is spreading this way. Even so, Han Se-yun remained stubborn. Looking at the shadow of death right before her eyes, she hesitated. Kang Hyun was still out there. Just then, the urgent footsteps and voice of Shin Sang-ah appeared. Guild leader Han Se-yun. She relayed the message from Kang Hyun. When the signal comes, please lead everyone out first. Hearing this, just as Han Se-yun was still dazed, a light lit up the entire space. When and how? This scene left her stunned and frozen. Only the sound of the system remained. The main core of the dungeon has been destroyed. The exit appeared right behind Han Se-yun. The system continued. The exit portal is opening. A shocked voice rang out. What is this? Amidst the fire, as hot as a furnace, she stood completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Now, before Han Se-yun, Kang Hyun was casually waving for her to retreat. A few seconds later, Han Se-yun breathed a sigh of relief. So that was what was blocking the path. Then, she shouted loudly, "Everyone, evacuate the dungeon immediately!" Shin Sang-ah, meanwhile, took a step toward the sea of fire, and Yu-sung quickly stopped her. Wait, where are you going in that injured state? Are you crazy? Shin Sang-ah hesitated. Seeing her worry, he asserted loudly, I told you, he's going to be fine. In your condition, you'll only be a burden. And Yu-sung continued to reassure her, telling her she had to trust him. Those words made Shin Sang-ah pause and think, and she finally gave in. All right. Outside, in the modern world, right in front of the gate, she and An Yu-sung waited anxiously for the last person. Han Myung-do's expression was tense as a violin string. His heart was racing as he whispered, Kang Hyun. At that moment, Shin Sang-ah's pupils constricted in astonishment, because a charred, blood-stained foot was slowly stepping out. Gradually, the full silhouette of a person emerged, the spear still stuck in his chest. His muscular back came into view, followed by shouts. Kang Hyun! Kang Hyun! Seeing him appear, the relief on Sang-ah's face suddenly froze. Very quickly, her face turned deathly pale. Shin Sang-ah seemed to see a horrific sight. Even An Yu-sung was taken aback. It was impossible. Kang Hyun's entire body was drenched in blood, covered in grime, and standing perfectly still like a statue. Han Se-yun's stunned voice whispered, He passed out. But, he's still standing? At that moment, An Yu-sung calmly stepped forward and gently touched Kang Hyun's head. The feather-light touch caused him to topple over onto the ground. Shin Sang-ah screamed in panic. What are you doing? And Yu-sung just replied calmly, I knew it. My intuition wasn't wrong. Seeing that, she started grumbling. Once he was done, looking at such a pathetic sight, he happily spoke up. Kang Hyun is truly on a cosmic level. Just then, Han Myung-do, absolutely furious, threw a solid punch. Hey! He yelled, landing the blow straight on Ho-jong. You bastard, that's it! Han Myung-do kept cursing. I almost died because of you. Do you understand? Are you insane? Huh? Have you lost your mind? He stammered in fear. I had no other choice. Hearing that, the older man grew even more frustrated. No other choice? Damn it all. Then, with eyes blazing, Han Myung-do leaned in close and growled. And you call yourself a guild leader? On the other side, worried voices filled the air as Kang Hyun sat up. Kang Hyun, are you still awake? Despite his battered body, he spoke up cheerfully. Sorry for interrupting in the middle of all this chaos. Kang Hyun's next words immediately made Park Ho-jong anxious. Just give that item here, you bastard. As soon as he finished, his mind spun as if he were hallucinating. When Kang Hyun opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was An Yu-sung's beaming face. You're awake? And then, Shin Sang-ah's concern. Kang Hyun. Only then did he slowly sit up on the hospital bed. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Suddenly, her eyes welled up with tears as she let out a cry. Kang Hyun blinked in confusion, and Shin Sang-ah rushed over to hug him tightly, moved by his bewildered response. What's wrong with her? Kang Hyun struggled instinctively. Wait a second. I'm still in pain. Her desperate, heartfelt cries continued to echo. Kang Hyun. That day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, the Benedi Forest, was cleared after suffering many losses. Not only had they lost their guild leader, but the Guard Guild had also lost nearly 50% of its manpower. It wasn't just a loss of strength. The raid team had been pushed to the brink, and the Guadong Guild had become the center of controversy. Just one raid, and the Guadong Guild has really gone crazy. Huh? One raid member muttered. I heard from a friend in the raid team that they almost died. They're insane. What did the guild members actually do to get pushed that far? I heard Suho got beat up by a chicken. I heard the same thing. Wait. Wasn't the DPS guy supposed to be someone who could solo the 4th floor? And I heard the healer has a massive inferiority complex. What about the other guild leaders? Really? Maybe the healer wanted all the credit, so they messed it up. What a mess. That's some truly trashy behavior. There's always someone in the group who acts out and ruins everything. Guanru Nim. That's bizarre. My acquaintance said their cousin in the Guadong Guild didn't even check in on them. If this was just for clout, the guild leader should have their license revoked. Both guilds were kicked off the top 10 list of strongest guilds in Korea. And so, who's in the top 10 now? The story of the hero Kang Hyun saving the whole team from the boss monster spread everywhere. The Guadong Guild was left shaking in their boots. A- is shaking. The high rankers are shaking. That's pretty savage. I don't know the details, but I'm a bit wary of the Guadong Guild. Only 3 members. But that's enough to make the top 10? They're quite something. Of course, not everyone reacted positively. Perhaps because of his previous aggressive image and the massive number of anti-fans. Kang Hyun's, that's not even half of Han So-jun's level. What a trashy group. Everyone jumped at the chance to start hurling insults. The comments scrolled by slowly. Seeing Shin Sang-ah lost in thought with her phone, Suho spoke up. "Sister, are you on social media again?" he asked cautiously. "Aren't you tired?" Just then, a comment was being typed. "Why bring Han So-jun into this? What a weak argument, that's typical Guadong style," she replied. "Someone was being disrespectful, so I'm teaching them some manners." Hearing that, and Yusung calmly remarked, "Wow, you're really a busybody." With a refreshing smile, he offered her a drink. "Drink this." Shin Sang-ah immediately refused. "No, thank you." Suddenly, and Yusung brought up another topic. "By the way, why is Kang Hyun taking so long to get discharged?" "I'm so bored," she replied. "I'm genuinely worried." Contrary to her impatience, he asked nonchalantly, "Worried about what?" "It's just a general checkup. I think he recovered on the first day." And Yusung didn't forget to emphasize, he's a monster when it comes to recovery speed. If you sliced him in half, he'd probably just split into 2 people. With that convincing argument, Shin Sang-ah sighed. "I guess that's fair," as she continued talking, and Yusung suddenly slammed his soda can onto the table. "Anyway, it's just," he groaned, "I'm so bored, there's nothing to do." Shin Sang-ah calmly suggested that, sometimes, having a little free time wasn't so bad. Suddenly, he asked, "Want to play knife throwing to kill time?" She quickly agreed. "That sounds fun." Just like that, the 2 of them casually started playing in the workspace right in front of Chae-moon. With dark circles under his eyes, he muttered to himself, "You bastards, would it kill you to help out?" Chae-moon looked at the pile of fast food containers on the table and sighed at his life. Members, advertisements, sponsorship requests, and dungeon raid requests. "I've been up for nights. Why does the work just keep piling up?" It seemed like working for a capitalist had driven him mad. But then he noticed something. Something's not right. There's definitely a problem here. Just then, light footsteps approached, and Kang Hyun appeared, looking radiant. "How is everyone doing lately?" And Yusung quickly replied, "Oh, you're here?" Shin Sang-ah instinctively gasped, "Kang Hyun." Suddenly, he looked around, clicked his tongue, and said, "It's chaos here without me, isn't it?" Kang Hyun didn't forget to greet the office worker. "Chae-moon, long time no see. Can I talk to you comfortably now?" He immediately got excited. "Yes, please, feel free to call me Chae-moon." Seeing that, he didn't hold back. "All right, Chae-moon." Kang Hyun's feedback hit like a bucket of cold water, dismissing all of Chae-moon's hard work. "If you're working, clean your desk. It's too messy, and it's distracting me." In the end, he had to console himself. "That's fine, it's reasonable. It is true that I turned the desk into a trash heap. I guess I should be criticized." Suddenly, Chae-moon looked at the chaos on the other side and muttered to himself, "If you want to criticize, start over there." Just like that, he instinctively put on a terrifying smile and replied to Kang Hyun, "Damn it, I should just quit." Seeing that pale face full of hatred, Kang Hyun felt a chill, so he quickly turned away. "Ah, well, okay then. I'll clean it up when I have time." Then he whispered to himself, "What the heck? Suddenly I feel like I shouldn't mess with him." Just then, Kang Hyun spoke up. "Oh, that's right. Shin Sang-ah." She looked up, bewildered. "Yes?" he continued. "I almost forgot to give this to you." Picking up the bow in his hand, Shin Sang-ah was stunned. "Is this from the Benedi Forest boss?" A system window appeared. Chieftain Benadi's bow. C rank. Durability 98100. The description read, "A bow once used by the chieftain of the S tribe. It is light, easy to handle, and has high elasticity. Magic arrow enhancement skill." A flicker of emotion crossed her face. "Are you really giving this to me?" he replied decisively. "I think you're the one who can use it best." Kang Hyun's voice continued to make Shin Sang-ah overflow with happiness. It required a bit of mana, but no chant. She immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you so much. Seeing this, and Yu Sung, sitting nearby, waited in anticipation. Hey, he's so excited, but what about me? Don't I get anything? Kang Hyun bluntly held up a finger and replied, You think so? Do you have anything special? And Yu Sung quickly questioned. That's cruel. I care about you a lot. Hearing that, he retorted. Please, I bet you just go out for beers. He replied, feeling guilty, caught red-handed. While they were bickering, the doorbell rang. Kang Hyun spoke up instinctively. The doorbell, he continued, looking puzzled. Who's here? A voice came from the other side of the line. Excuse me. The officer said slowly. Is this the office of the Ba'at Guild? He replied immediately. Yes, it is. Who are you? The guy said, Seriously, I'm Officer Han from the Guardian Guild. Do you remember me? Even though he stated his name, Kang Hyun was blunt. No, I don't know you. The officer exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He spoke up again, confused. Good grief, these weird people keep showing up, Yu Sung added. Is this door-to-door sales? And Yu Sung chimed in, maybe they're here to recruit for a cult. The officer heard every word, and he couldn't help but exclaim, What? At that moment, the officer stood frozen, stunned. Does he really not remember me? Under the silent sky, his voice sounded full of indifference. Have you forgotten me? The officer's back remained lonely and endlessly cold. I even went on a raid with him. Now, his voice was filled with disappointment. He even scolded me before. He sat there with a serious expression and introduced himself once again. I am Han Si-gwon, the leader of the Guardian Guild. Kang Hyun cracked open a drink in his hand and greeted the guest in his house indifferently. Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Kang Hyun, leader of the Ba'at Guild. This isn't our first time meeting. He handed a can to him. Want a drink? But Si-gwon refused, without a thank you. I don't drink in the middle of the day. Deep down, Kang Hyun had another question. What is wrong with these people? Si-gwon looked at the pile of cans stacked on the floor in his house, not knowing what to say. He sat there watching him tilt his head back to finish the beer, right in front of him, drinking in the office in the middle of the day. Not far away, 2 guild members were competing, and Yu Sung scratched his head and laughed. You're really good at this. Shin Sung, not humble in the slightest, raised her voice. Watch and learn. Their actions and words made Si-gwon even more confused. Not understanding what those guys over there were doing, Kang Hyun didn't wait for him to continue studying his guild, and asked, Anyway, why are you here? My guild has been a bit busy lately. Chae-moon, the only one who seemed to be actually working, heard that and glared in silent rage. Actually, I'm the only one who's busy. Si-gwon finally bowed his head to him. First of all, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I survived. Kang Hyun didn't understand why he was doing that. His eyes went wide with confusion as a fuzzy memory flickered in his mind. We were near our limit, so I asked you to carry me and get us out. At that moment, he finally remembered where the thanks came from. I remember now. Si-gwon was deeply wounded by his words. You're the one who was whining about going home the whole time. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to. That was me. Kang Hyun became a bit more enthusiastic. It's been a while, hasn't it? He got back to the point of the visit. So, why did you come today? Si-gwon hesitated, and before he could open his mouth to speak, the doorbell rang again incessantly. Kang Hyun looked toward the sound and grumbled. What now? He didn't stand up but commanded, Why are so many people coming today? Chae-moon, go check it out. Chae-moon, already busy to the point of exhaustion, had to answer, but deep down, he really wanted to curse. What? He went to open the door, grumbling with envy. The other guy is closer. Why call me? The face appearing on the screen made Chae-moon's irritation vanish suddenly. He stood there and called inside. Leader, you'd better see this in person. Chae-moon was terrified, his hands and feet trembling. A person stood outside, covered in blood and injuries, waiting. This guy is almost dying. The man was brought inside and bandaged immediately. He said weakly to those inside, Thank you. Kang Hyun puffed out his cheeks, thinking for a moment. Then suddenly remembered something. Though he was still a bit uncertain. Is it? You invited me to eat beef before. The man brightened up a bit and smiled. You remembered. I'm Cho Dong-gun, vice leader of the Hae-sun Guild. Kang Hyun was delighted about the new arrival. Of course I remember. You treated me to beef. Their conversation left Si-gwon deeply hurt. I'm less important than a beef dinner. Ignoring the person drowning in pain from the sting of not being remembered as well as a beef dinner, Kang Hyun turned back to ask Dong-gun, So, why are you here? Why not go to the hospital? He propped himself up to make a request. Dong-gun looked at him. Leader, a request that made Kang Hyun freeze, please. Save my brother. After arrest, everyone gathered around the table full of food and drinks. turning their eyes toward the person who had just crawled here. Kang Hyun started first. You said your brother was kidnapped, right? Donggon hung his head. Yes, his name is Cho Sung-chan. He's the leader of the Hae-sun Guild. Every word he said echoed evenly. Hae-sun is the guild my brother and I built together. Kang Hyun cut off the long-winded introduction. Forget that. Why bother? You said the kidnappers were from the Chung-chin Guild, right? Shin Sang-ah looked at her leader and reminded him. Ah, no. It's the Chung-chin Guild, actually. Kang Hyun was still stubborn about his own opinion. They're all the same. He still held a grudge against the guys in that guild. Those car wreckers don't deserve to be called by their proper names. Kang Hyun was getting off track, so he quickly brought the focus back to Donggon. Back to the main point. How did everything happen? He suppressed his resentment, clenched his fists, and continued. A while ago, Donggon seriously recalled everything. We had an all-out war with the Chung-chin Guild. The main reason for the war was an incident involving illegal drugs. I told you before, they use something called a drug to enhance supernatural abilities. He thought of the pathetic state of his guild when they were ambushed. Against guys who had been powered up like that, we couldn't do a thing. Donggu was heartbroken. Many members were injured, and dozens had died. His voice turned angry but filled with helplessness, and that alone was enough to make the guild fall apart. But then those bastards even took our leader, our guild master. Kang Hyun chimed in with his nosy mouth. Oh, where's the police? What are they doing? Si-hwan, who had been quiet, spoke up to explain so he could understand. Dungeons are practically lawless zones. In reality, they ignore everything involving awakened. Kang Hyun understood that perfectly well, so he remained calm. The unspoken rule is not to interfere in dungeons. Kang Hyun still didn't quite get it. But why would they go that far? Did they lose their parents or something? His question left everyone unable to give a detailed answer. I'm not sure about that either, Donggu said anxiously. We weren't exactly close, but it wasn't to the point of being blood enemies. He thought about the hysteria of those people and knew one thing for sure. Ever since they started taking that drug, their personalities had become extremely violent. Hearing this, Kang Hyun rubbed his nose and whispered, We once had a promise, and that drug is definitely suspicious. He quickly made a decision. All right, let's head out now. Donggu was overjoyed to hear him agree to help. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. The group stepped into the basement elevator, just in time, and Yusung seemed quite excited about this mission. We need to get revenge for our beloved Bobby. Kang Hyun turned his head to look at him with a blank expression. Who's Bobby? He smiled patiently. Who else could it be? The Bobby that Yusung was referring to was the newly renovated guild van parked in the basement. Our guild van? Hearing that, he sighed in annoyance. I told you to junk it, yet you named it. For goodness sake. He threw his arms up and followed Kang Hyun. It's cool, isn't it? He didn't seem to share his enthusiasm at all. Whatever floats your boat. Kang Hyun suddenly stopped. He looked at Si-hwan, who had been following them this whole time, with suspicion. But why have you been following us? He looked troubled, standing there. His inner thoughts were he didn't know how to express what he wanted to say. He was shy. Then, Si-hwan tried to organize his thoughts a bit because, for his goal, he had to stick with Kang Hyun right now. He cleared his throat and looked for an excuse to tag along. Our Guardians Guild exists to protect humanity. Si-hwan saw that the reason he had made up sounded reasonable, so he started speaking more boldly. So now that I know about the crimes of the Chung-chin Guild, I can't just ignore it. He saw that he wasn't reacting at all, and whispered, worried. Is this trick not working? Si-hwan tried even harder to act like he cared about this. Besides, that drug makes people stronger and more aggressive, right? He clung to that and made up more details. Our guild master said so at the last meeting. Si-hwan spoke loudly, wanting to prove there was definitely a connection. Kang Hyun seemed to think for a moment, and then was convinced. He saw that his reaction had changed, and he hadn't expected such an unexpected effect from that lie. I was just making it up. But actually, Kang Hyun seemed to believe it was true. That sounds reasonable. Meanwhile, at the Chung-chin Guild, the female manager stood stiffly reporting the information. Jo Donggu had contacted the Baeka Guild. Chae-jong laughed coldly. Baeka? What does that have to do with anything? She answered her question. Kang Hyun once interfered in a battle of ours. It must be related to that. Chae-jong felt a spark of interest when she heard his name. Kang Hyun. She gently swirled the wine glass in her hand. Right. Kang Hyun. Chae-jong remembered the scene of that battle. That bastard had once beaten her guild to a pulp. Mentioning that name made her unable to hold back her anger, and the fragile glass her hand was crushed into pieces. Just in time, the wine sprayed out from her tight grip. Might as well take care of that trash while I'm at it. Right then, Kang Hyun's group was speeding down the highway. Someone behind the wheel was confused. Why was Si-hwan the one who had to drive the group for this trip? Why am I the one driving? He kept thinking while driving. And what is this crazy van? Kang Hyun sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, and spoke up. So? He asked Dong-gu, who was nervous in the back. That drug the Jung-chin bunch is using, is it really called monster power? He was called out and quickly replied, "That's right. I heard it comes in pill form." He pulled out his phone, his eyes lighting up as he tapped away while he was still worried. But are we really charging in like this? Is it just the 5 of us? Kang Hyun didn't look up and replied, "Of course not." He confidently introduced, "You might not know, but I have a few connections." Donggu's eyes sparkled. "I knew it." Just as their conversation ended, someone's phone vibrated. Guildmaster of the Back-Ah Guild, Shin Tae-jin, was sitting at his desk when he received his call. He picked up and greeted him. "Kang Hyun, what's up?" Kang Hyun on this end was excited. "Brother Tae-jin." He asked straight about the matter he was interested in. "Do you know anything called monster power?" Shin Tae-jin on the other end thought for a moment. Brows furrowed. He didn't seem to have information about that drug, so he asked back, "Why are you asking about it all of a sudden? Some kind of energy drink?" Kang Hyun didn't show much through his facial expression and kept his smile. "You don't know? It's like a drug that helps awakened become stronger." Kang Hyun continued to ask him, "You know about the recent trouble with the Jung-chin Guild, right? I heard it's become a drug trafficking den." Shin Tae-jin heard the name of that guild and seemed to remember something. "Ah, I've heard rumors about that too." "Exactly." Kang Hyun caught the key point he needed and got excited. "That's great. We're there right now. So send some reinforcements." He heard him asking for reinforcements and couldn't understand it, so he asked back, "What did you just say?" Kang Hyun immediately argued sharply. "You were planning to take them down sooner or later, anyway. I'll help you. How many people can you send?" Shin Tae-jin was being spun around by his questioning. "Wait, what kind of nonsense is that?" He held his miserable head, which was being poked by Kang Hyun until it turned red, trying to suppress his anger. "Listen, there's a protocol for this." He tried to explain the problem to him. "Regardless, right now we can't send reinforcements. Most of our people are stuck in the dungeon terror incident." Kang Hyun stopped joking around. Tae-jin continued to ramble on at length. "Even so, we will be able to cooperate in the future, so please don't cause any trouble until then." He didn't reach his goal, so he wasn't interested in listening anymore, and just pressed the end call button. I guess that side is a no-go. Then, another ringtone echoed. "Kang Hyun, why are you here?" He started his greeting routine again. "Choi Dong-gu, long time no see. You doing well?" The other person was slow to respond. "Oh, well," after a while of explaining, Kang Hyun's expression wasn't. There's no point in Cam being happy when the other guy has the same mindset as Thea earlier. "I know about the conflict between the Jung-chin Guild and Hun." The car is still speeding down the road, and the guy continues his lecture, refusing to help. "But due to the league's structure, we cannot directly intervene in disputes between guilds." Kang Hyun doesn't continue to pressure him. "I understand. Then our hands are tied too." He seems quite apologetic. "I'm sorry. The league has its own stance to maintain." The voice still comes through the phone. "But if it's something we can do, I'll help as much as I can. Just keep in touch." And Yu-sung, playing games in the back, chimes in with a taunt. "Is that it? Didn't you say you had a lot of connections?" Kang Hyun sighs, which surprises Dong-guan. "Well, I guess that's that." He doesn't give up and keeps dialing on his phone. "Actually, I've taken down a guild before." The other guy is stunned. "What?" "I remember what I did back then, so I know exactly what needs to be done." Kang Hyun turns back, excitedly showing off his plan. "Let's strike their dungeon first." The scene shifts to a fairly deserted place. The dungeon gate there is sealed with wooden planks. An E-rank dungeon, the Village of the Dead. Kang Hyun has gathered intel on dungeons that aren't very popular. Usually, zombie dungeons aren't popular because they drop fewer items, but the monsters here sometimes drop precious metals. That makes it one of the main sources of income for the Jung-chin Guild, which is why he decided to come to this desolate place, the Village of the Dead. The scene here is extremely desolate, with thick fog making the atmosphere even gloomier. The Jung-chin Guild members are inside a tent, listening to someone scold them. "Is this all you've got? Have you gotten lazy because you've been pampered lately?" The whole group can only bow their heads in silence, listening to the man criticize them. "This place isn't even enough to cover your food costs, you know? Even if you can't get more, you have to hit your quota." The shouting echoes outside. "Get out there right now, and bring back more. There's no medicine today." The subordinates are unhappy and grumble. "Damn it, they have to give us medicine so we can hunt better." Everyone has built up resentment inside. That bastard is just making excuses. He just wants to keep all the medicine for himself. They complain while he just acts as a manager to hoard the medicine. Just then, a few faint shadows emerge from the forest. The manager in the tent is still nonchalantly smoking, unaware of anything. Regardless, he continues to whine. None of these guys are any good. He gets angry and throws his lighter on the ground. Now even the lighter is broken. He pulls back the tent flap to look for a lighter. Hey, does anyone here have a light? But outside, it's completely empty. He stands there hesitantly for a moment. What? Where did they all go? And where is the guard? Suddenly, a sound comes from the bushes, startling the manager. He vigilantly draws his sword and looks around. What the hell is that? The movement makes him extremely anxious, not knowing that he is being watched from above. Is it a monster? An owl stands tall on a tree branch. That rustling sound appears again, a series of noisy movements surrounding the manager. He panics and lets out a laugh. Damn it, why am I scared? The noise is messing with the manager's sanity. He tries to steady the fear in his heart and swings his sword wildly. It's just an E-rank dungeon. Come on out, you bastards. And then a sound makes him completely lose his mind. Suddenly, the space becomes deathly quiet. The manager's eyes turn red as he glances around, suspecting a bright spot over there. But there is nothing there. He gets paranoid and snaps his head the other way. What is it? At this moment, a pale face suddenly grins, pressing right against his. Nothing. The manager is scared to death. The birds in the forest are sent scattering by his screams, and this matter is reported to Choi Jung, leaving her dumbfounded. What the hell is this? On her floor lies a pile of people trembling violently. All of them were stationed at the village of the dead. Everyone is clutching their heads in fear. It's terrifying, one pleads. Don't. The manager is even so scared he puts his whole hand in his mouth. Get away! Her manager continues to explain. As you can see, they must have gone through something terrible, and we can't communicate with them at all. She turns back to ask, wait, this is an E rank, right? How bad can it get in an E rank? She stutters. She hands over a crumpled piece of paper, saying they insisted that this be given to guild leader Choi. She takes it and opens it. Good grief, this handwriting is terrible. Inside the paper, it says, your dungeon now belongs to the Badass Guild. The crooked letters are smeared in black and red ink. If you want it back, hand over Young-chan and all your monster's resources. Otherwise, we will take your dungeons one by one. She is speechless after reading it. A moment later, she screams in a rage. What kind of gangster trash is this? The night is quiet. Kang Hyun's group is sitting in the room, each doing their own thing, without a hint of tension. After provoking a powerful guild like Chung Chin, their leader is even calmly drinking beer, to the bewilderment of Dongguan and Siwon. He lets out a sound and wipes his mouth, complaining, should I learn ice magic? Shin Sang-ah looks up at him with a mouthful of food. Next time, I'll bring an ice bucket. The actions and attitude of these people make the other two pale and worried. These people they can't help but think, are they not feeling any tension? The restless anxiety of the two makes Dongguan unable to hold back anymore and speak up. Is it really okay to just sit here, if we leave it too long? But Kang Hyun is unbothered. I already said it, it's fine. He adds, just as a sound rings out outside. We even sent a polite letter, didn't we? And I told you, right? Kang Hyun and the group look toward the faint silhouette appearing at the tent door. I've done this before. He jokes, you can't be a gentleman. The person coming in pulls back the tent flap. One person holds a torch, while the one standing closer is dragging someone. A black cloak hides much of the features on his face. The person being dragged also seems to have lost the ability to resist. That person is thrown into the tent with a body full of injuries. Dongguan looks at the person lying on the ground, gasping and moaning, and screams. Kang Hyun stops sitting and stands up, frowning at the gift that the Chung Chin Guild brought him. Hey, did you forget something? The person who brought Young-chan still bows his head to his question. Where's the medicine? A moment later, he replies slowly. It's in my bag. Kang Hyun vigilantly watches him and bends down to check Young-chan's bag as the man said. Check it. Sure enough, he pulls out those pills. Kang Hyun didn't look too happy with this small stash of pills. I told you to hand everything over. Do you have a death wish? Someone shouted, cutting him off. Stop spouting nonsense. He stood behind the other guy holding a torch and yelled back. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how expensive those pills are? Do you have any idea who this guy is? He belongs to our mighty Chungjin Guild. But before he could finish, he had to stop because he realized the guy he was so proudly introducing wouldn't stop shaking. Huh? He called out in confusion. Vice Guild Master, Yuan Kang Hyung, Vice Guild Master of the Chungjin Guild. Kang Hyun finally paid attention to him. He asked the same question he'd asked the others. We've met before, haven't we? Meanwhile, Kang Hyun was trying to steady his own heart. Don't be afraid. But that didn't seem to work very well, as the memory of being taught a lesson by him just yesterday kept flashing through his mind. Kang Hyun tried to hype himself up. I'm the Vice Guild Master of Chungjin. I have nothing to be afraid of. He couldn't even open his eyes, just muttering to himself. Nothing to be afraid of. His self-pep talk finally came to an end. Kang Hyun summoned all his courage and screamed, mobilizing everyone to surround Kang Hyun's group. Everyone, get him. At that moment, Kang Hyun's expression remained as calm as if he had already anticipated the situation, and he drew his sword. Talk about a cool entrance. A night passed, and sunlight once again bathed the Chungjin Guild building, though it wasn't a happy atmosphere inside. What is this? The manager reported the failed raid. All 50 members, including Vice Guild Master Yuan Kang Hyun, had returned in a state where they couldn't even fight. Cheonjan stared blankly at her. At the very least, everyone was severely injured, and some were barely clinging to life. She was shocked. Why? The manager watched her reaction with concern. My lady, but she didn't let her finish. Why did they end up like this? Cheonjan's expression turned manic. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage, a look that terrified the manager to the bone. Manager, what do you think? The manager stuttered, unable to answer. Cheonjan was so angry she radiated a terrifying aura. The more the manager stammered, the crazier she became. I don't really know. I'm sorry. Cheonjan completely lost her composure. She grabbed a weapon and smashed it down, instantly wrecking the desk that had been perfectly fine moments ago. I gave you everything. Glass shards flew everywhere. I gave you everything. She went hysterical in her fury. Then why? Why? Cheonjan looked absolutely terrifying. Tell me, why? Seeing her reaction, the manager slowly backed away to keep some distance, thinking to herself, just as I thought. She knows. This mania comes from those pills. Everyone changed after taking them. With Cheonjan's smashing, the room was a wreck. They've gone insane. Her entire being was enveloped in a pressure of rage and violence. Everyone is losing their sanity. Cheonjan called out to her. Manager Kim. The manager regained her composure and replied, yes. She ordered her to bring more pills, empty the guild's warehouse, and buy everything they could get their hands on. Manager Kim was worried. But, Guildmaster, before she could finish her thought, she was met with that bloodshot stare. Do it, Cheonjan commanded. It's war now. Manager Kim didn't dare say another word, only knowing she had to obey. Understood. After she left to carry out Cheonjan's orders, the room remained a mess, with only her standing there. Cheonjan muttered his name under her breath, her eyes wide and hollow. Kang Hyun, what is your real goal? She stood there, looking out at the sunlight through the shattered door. His actions are completely irrational. He demanded I release Cho Sung Tran. Fine. The floor was still cluttered and messy from her outburst, with no one to clean it up. But to threaten me to get all the drugs and cause this much chaos, Cheonjan's brow furrowed tightly. He must have a purpose. Her gaze swept further away. But Cheonjan suddenly realized she had no way of finding the answer she was looking for. What is it? A series of questions surfaced in her mind, making it impossible for her to calm down. Why can't I grasp anything? What is going on? I really can't predict what he's planning. Is going to war like this the right move? Cheonjan kept asking herself. What if this is all part of his scheme? But in the end, she still had no answer. We need to know his goal. If we can't find it, the anger ignited once again inside Cheonjan. But she finally understood one thing. We are the ones who are going to be swallowed up. Scene changed to the city hospital. Medical staff quickly checked the patient's vital signs. Yes, blood pressure is normal. They left, returning the quiet space to him. This afternoon, you'll have another therapy session with the healer. Kang Hyun lay there, his face bruised and swollen. He looked at the clean ceiling and pondered. Now I finally understand Kang Hyun's goal. The memory of his punches still terrified him just as much as it had then. Kang Hyun shuddered at the thought. The way he hits, it's just so solid. What? Of course, that was a compliment. Are you trying to pick a fight? That guy. He was so pathetic he started crying. What are you doing? I was just complimenting you. Why aren't you smiling? That bastard just wanted to pick a fight. Everything went exactly according to Kang Hyun's plan to incite them. Chungjin Guild Master Kang Hyun, a.k.a. Cheonjan, had been enraged by his provocation. She was driven mad by him and took immediate action. Before long, she gathered all the members of the guild and declared total war. And so, the war between the two guilds broke out. A great battle that should have gone down in the history of Korea's dungeons, but things didn't go quite as planned, and in the end, it never really got off the ground. Kang Hyun's group continued to live their daily lives as if nothing happened. He lay sprawled on the sofa, looking at something. He held it in his hand and wondered, what the hell is this? Description: a hidden Easter egg created by someone who loves to tease. Activates when destroyed. He didn't bother thinking too much about it and pulled up his status window. It definitely has to do with that certain administrator. With that, he just tossed it straight into his inventory. I'm sure I'll use it one day. Just then, and Yusung walked over. Hey, but what's actually going on? He seemed bored with this idle time. It's been 2 weeks since you beat up those Chungjin guys, and there's still no movement. Kang Hyun closed his eyes to rest. Oh, them? He stated his guess casually. They're probably on the verge of collapse by now. At the same time, in another location, you called me so urgently. I was wondering what happened. Devil held his head in despair. Did you really do it? Kang Hyun was still indifferent. That's how things turned out. He looked tiredly at the troublemaker in front of him. Shin Tae-jin had to get to the main point. Do you have evidence? Kang Hyun casually sat down on a chair. Of course. He dropped a few pills onto the table. I intend to give these to the association, completely free of charge. Tae-view looked at them suspiciously. Is this it? This is the monster's power, right? He reached out to take back the potion. Thanks for the report, Kang Hyun said. But he was a bit faster and held on to them. He then set a condition that left Shin Tae-jin speechless. The government had to do something as well. A nationwide news flash appeared, stating that the monster's power was enhancing the abilities of superhumans, and a comprehensive investigation into the drug had begun. It was discovered that the drug also made users more aggressive. And Yu Sung watched the news, surprised to learn the drug had even spread among major, famous guilds. The Special Ability User Management Team began their investigation. It seemed he only just believed that Kang Hyun could actually pull it off. It turned out to be true. And Yu Sung sat there with his legs crossed. But didn't that government guy say he was too busy dealing with the terrorist incident to help? Kang Hyun sat up properly to talk to him. If they can't even handle this, what's the difference between them and idiots? He continued to build himself up. A single tip from an ability user, and I defeated the addicts and brought them the evidence myself. And Yu Sung, still looking indifferent, felt a bit let down. Did you think a war would break out? Kang Hyun didn't look down on his ignorance. War? You think relationships are for making soup? Why waste effort when one call is enough? As they were talking, he noticed something was wrong, and Yu Sung braced his knees and slowly stood up. Hyung, let's get out of here. Kang Hyun didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to leave, not noticing the blinding light behind him. What the? He tilted his body as a fireball slammed into the room, tearing through the door. The explosion followed, with concrete and bricks falling everywhere. The peaceful room was left in ruins, looking like the apocalypse. From the pile of rubble, amidst the tremors, Kang Hyun climbed out without a stitch of clothing on. Completely naked, he spat out something he had been biting on and cursed. Damn it! What the hell was that? And Yu Sung opened the mangled door and stepped in, sighing. I had a bad feeling about this, and I was right. Seeing that he was safe and sound made Kang Hyun even angrier. Hey! You ran away like a coward? He defended himself. I told you to get out. Kang Hyun brushed the dust off himself, looking annoyed at the destruction. Damn it! The explosion had attracted the attention of passers-by below, and a crowd was gathering around the building. Who did this? The two of them stood in the damaged room, looking down. And Yu Sung finally gave a reminder. You should cover yourself up. Kang Hyun realized he was completely naked and quickly covered his vital parts. Right. And Yu Sung said lightly. At least no one was hurt. That made Kang Hyun quite uncomfortable. Don't you see me? You jerk. The two kept bickering, not realizing that something was moving under the rubble. You're really tough. They hadn't noticed the person who had been present in the guild office when they were ambushed. But put some clothes on first. You look ridiculous. They kept arguing back and forth. Even my wallet burned up. It hurts like hell. Neither of them cared about the person lying, gasping for air under the debris. Save me, I said. Save me. It took the jerks a while before he was finally taken to the hospital. We have a patient. Please clear the way. The person lay on the stretcher with wide eyes, hearing the shouting around him. Patient, can you hear me? In his mind, only one thought remained. You bastards, I'll kill every single one of you. The entire office was a mess. Shin Tae-jin looked at the scene, not knowing what to say. He looked toward the two people remaining there. What the hell? And what shocked Tae-view wasn't how the room ended up in such a state, but the eye-burning outfit Kang Hyun was wearing. Why do you look like that? He angrily pointed at the culprit next to him. It's this jerk's fault. I just asked him to quickly go buy me some clothes, An Yu-sung didn't even pay the slightest attention to that criticism and greeted Tae-jin, government agent, long time no see. Cool, right? Shin Tae-jin held his head and let out a long sigh. So who caused all this? Even with his eyes dark from exhaustion, Kang Hyun couldn't figure it out. I don't know. I was just standing there and got caught up in it. You guess a little after his question. Can't you guess? Like, someone you recently made an enemy of. Kang Hyun thought seriously. A grudge? He looked at the carefree person in front of him and sighed to himself. What a hassle. Shin Tae-jin had a huge worry weighing on his mind. Even for someone like Kang Hyun. He spoke up. I can't imagine what kind of resentment could cause something like this. Kang Hyun tried to think and stopped him. Wait, I'm still counting. His words, combined with the action of chopping his hand to count his fingers, made Shin Tae-jin freeze. 19, 20, 21. Damn, too many? At this moment, An Yu-sung patted his shoulder to remind him. Hey, stop joking around. Look at that, Sam. Outside the room, a helicopter was passing by, dropping countless red papers. Each sheet fluttered. In the wind, raining down on the vacant lot of the house. Kang Hyun caught the nearest one. It had some words written on it. As soon as Kang Hyun read it, the veins on his body bulged with anger. While those guys were done taunting each other with challenge letters, in a nearby forest, the sound of steady, heavy breathing echoed. The woman's high heels stopped. She doubled over, bracing her knees, gasping for air. The person opposite her saw her condition and scoffed. Oh my, you're quite busy, aren't you? She started, looking up, and the person continued. Right? Why did you call me into this mess? Minju smiled as she looked at her sorry state. Another day ended. The sunset shone on the building, where a corner of the office belonging to the Ganghan Guild had been destroyed. Shin Tae-jin looked at the backs of the two men and asked, Are you guys leaving? By now, Kang Hyun had changed into a less flashy outfit, looking a bit more decent. Changing clothes? He turned around and asked. Why ask? It's a waste of time. Kang Hyun held up the piece of paper he had caught earlier. The look on his face wasn't angry anymore. He was actually quite happy to be challenged. We have to go right away. Plus we even received an invitation. Tae-jin had to hold his forehead again, which was about to sprout a bunch of wrinkles. It had reached that point. He offered a few words. If you need any support, just tell me. I'll help within my capabilities. Kang Hyun was very surprised to hear this. Huh? Why the sudden change in attitude? You said you were too busy to help before, didn't you? He asked skeptically. Do you have free time now? Devil just held his head. Didn't I tell you? Those bastards are spreading monster power. He speculated about something that wiped the smirk right off Kang Hyun's face. It seems like they're the same group involved with the dungeon terrorists. Shin Tae-jin continued his deduction. Do you remember the terrorist you handed over to us earlier? Kang Hyun. They were always hiding in black cloaks with hoods pulled low. While tracking his identity, we discovered undeniable circumstantial evidence. Their numbers are estimated to be at least 50, possibly over 100. Despite such a large scale, they hid their tracks very skillfully, he commented. But Kang Hyun's attitude, picking his nose, made An Yu-sung, who was standing nearby, feel disgusted. The leads you provided are truly important. At that moment, Kang Hyun suddenly remembered the guy he had beaten to such a pulp that his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Oh, I remember now. That guy from the Happy Guild, right? He wasn't being serious and got the name all mixed up. What was his name again? Kim something? Shin Tae-jin, seemingly used to his memory, calmly corrected him. It's In-sok. He said seriously, we are getting very close to their leadership, so there's no reason for me not to help. Kang Hyun rubbed his chin. Leadership? Did Jo Dong-sik finally talk? Are you trying to remember their leader's name again? Kang Hyun finally recalled a name. Choi Min-chun, isn't it? At the same time, in the forest, Min-chun was having a meeting with Chae-jeon. So, what is the reason you called for me while I'm so busy? She was breathing heavily, her heart screaming inside. How could this be? Her body was in such bad shape that she couldn't even stand straight. Why did things end up like this? Chae-jeon looked back on the time she had been so angry she lost her mind and went to wreck their place, not stopping to ask herself, why did I do that? Her body trembled repeatedly. Now there was no turning back. The hard work Chae-jeon had built, everything she had created, the luxurious office she once owned, she had destroyed it all with her own hands. Chae-jeon tried to calm down. This wasn't the reason she started the guild. She remembered the time when she first started with burning enthusiasm. She thought that by subduing more monsters and making the guild stronger, she would be able to help humanity. It's just that those pure intentions slowly became corrupted after the bloody battles in the dungeons, but she only wanted more power. She unconsciously reached out to grab her axe. The reason things ended up like this, Min-chun looked up, catching her unusual behavior. But he didn't know that the thoughts inside Chaejeon's heart were, this is why we fell into this situation. She realized where everything started. Choi Min-chun. It's all because of that bastard. Min-chun smirked. Oh my. He was still very calm despite Chaejeon's reaction. You are doing something you will regret later. He smiled innocently. How pathetic. As soon as he finished, Chaejeon's staff lunged at him. Everyone, attack and finish him. Min-chun laughed viciously. You insects really don't know your place. The murderous aura radiated from him everywhere. Strands of red light tightly bound the bodies of those attacking him. It tightened around their necks until they couldn't breathe. What? Another, larger strand, struck in a different direction. It hit Chaejeon, who was in the command position. She was injured and immediately coughed up blood, her whole body sent flying far away. Kang Hyun turned around, worried. Guildmaster Min-chun's eyes went red. The red tentacles tightened around Kang Hyun's neck even more. Others in similar situations were struggling endlessly. By the time those tentacles let go, they had no strength left to resist. An entire army fell like that. Meanwhile, Chaejeon was severely injured, propping herself up under a tree. Min-chun slowly stepped closer and pulled something out of his pocket. He stopped a distance away from her. The pills she had once used were scattered around. Min-chun, like a god of death, gave orders. Pick them up. Chaejeon's body trembled as she looked up. Huh? He stood there, looking down on them with contempt. You are all useless now. However, your deaths will be a glorious end. At the very least, as test subjects, you will provide useful data. Die a noble death for humanity. By the time Kang Hyun's group arrived, they were all wide-eyed and stunned. He stood in front of the ruins and asked, Is this the Young Chin Guild? The officer also followed him inside a step. It seems they've erased all traces and fled. Plus, there's news of a major chaos. Kang Hyun suddenly noticed the presence of someone who didn't belong to the guild. Wait, he said, but why are you involved in this? The officer started to get flustered when asked. Well, the officer continued to make up a silly reason just like last time, as the interim guildmaster of the Protector Guild working to protect humanity. And yet, Kang Hyun still believed it was true. Right. Keep up the good work then. He and the others went inside to check around. Oh my, this place has been heavily destroyed. I wonder if any traces are left. Suddenly, Shin Sang-ah saw something. Kang Hyun, over there. She discovered a door with writing on it. The door on the right seemed to be the guildmaster's office. The guildmaster's office. Kang Hyun reacted immediately. He grabbed the doorknob of the office and opened the door as decisively as he could. Inside, the lights were actually on, accompanied by a fit of violent coughing. Kang Hyun stood there, frowning, as he looked at the person inside the room. Cheji, who was arrogant before, was now covered in blood, gasping for every breath as she looked toward him. She whispered softly, Kang Hyun. A series of memories from their glory days flickered by. The tutorial that started on Earth. The axe in her hand had once stood against the world alongside her teammates. She and they became awakeners. The Cheji of those days was as radiant as a morning flower, full of confidence. I have enough talent to pass floor 4, but honestly, I never thought I'd take anything seriously. And that flashback was from someone who always thought they were very normal. That was because of the employee, Kang Hyun and Chi-hee. I was just a normal office worker. Everything was replayed, just like that. While her friend Chi-hee was different. She remembered her strong friend in a firefighter's uniform from years ago. Chi-hee was a firefighter. She was happy thinking she could save more people. But life always played tricks on them. Until she lost her whole family in a monster wave, a white chrysanthemum was left on the floor with a sigh. They carried that funeral wreath through the narrow door. Is that the last one? How many more are there? That's all for now. Chaejeon sat silently on the bench listening to them talk, feeling heartbroken for her friend. She never even had a grave. Her hands gripped tightly. Because of her regret, Chaejeon shed tears, blaming herself deeply. Rescue? What kind of rescue is this? She never even got a proper burial. Her hands clenched tightly. Because of regret, Ji-eun had shed tears of self-reproach. What kind of rescue was that? She had been angry at her friend, even unable to save herself. Ji-hee had passed away, leaving behind her beautiful youth. Ji-hee died because she was weak. At that moment, Che quietly picked up the white daisy that had been left behind. That was the moment she made her decision. She had silently kept her friend's final wish in her heart. She would carry on her friend's dying request. And just like that, Che walked down her lonely path. No matter what, she was determined to become stronger. But reality struck her right in the face with Kang Hyun's cold words. I don't care at all. Chae-John looked on in disbelief as he pulled his hand back. These people, Kang Hyun, complained with annoyance. Why are you suddenly telling me this? They waited in silence as she clutched her throbbing, steaming head, and spoke in a low voice. What I've done, I can't justify it. A coughing fit interrupted the conversation. I'm sorry, Kang Hyun. I didn't mean for this to happen. She coughed up blood. I didn't know that drug would have such side effects. I really didn't know. He stood there, silently watching the woman who was slowly losing all hope. But a second later, his goldfish-like memory left Chae completely stunned. Who are you? Do I know you? She was so bewildered that she even forgot her own pain. What? Kang Hyun turned back to ask, and Yu Sung behind him. And you? Who are you? He also shrugged helplessly. Don't you know who he is? Is he not a member of the Chung Chin Guild? They were all arguing loudly, right? Could it be that some homeless guy was already living here? The only outsider present, Han Xian, turned pale as he realized who was sitting there. So stupid he is the guild master of the Chung Chin Guild himself. Chae-John couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing at how oblivious these people were. A hearty laugh echoed, feeling completely out of place in such a grim setting. She laughed until she finally calmed down. Is that so? And I lost to guys like this? Chae-John bowed her head. No. It's because they are exactly that kind of person. She called out his name, Kang Hyun. There is something I want you to hear. What she wanted to say was related to Min Chun, the person behind it all. About the man behind everything, Choi Min Chun night had fallen over the city. By the time the electric lights illuminated this ruined room, her story had also come to an end. That is all I know. Chae-John kindly warned him, offering one final piece of advice. He was very strong. She thought of the people leading the pack to make it easier for him to understand. He's as strong as Han So-eun or Choi Dong-gu. No, even if they came, they wouldn't be able to win. She added one more detail. He is someone who has cleared the tutorial. Kang Hyun frowned a bit deeper upon hearing this. Someone who surpassed the tutorial? He wondered to himself why someone who cleared the tutorial wouldn't report to the government. What was his motive? While he was busy with his own thoughts, Chae-John's eyes widened, and her pupils flashed with a strange purple light. Her heart tightened and began to beat violently, her arteries turning purple due to the drug's side effects. Chae-John clutched her left chest and said weakly, I'm running out of time. Kang Hyun, one request. Please. She looked up and pleaded, smiling miserably. Kill me. Her tears, mixed with blood, streamed from eyes filled with burst capillaries. And kill Choi Min Chun. Chae-John struggled to finish her final wish. Avenge me and my guild members. Kang Hyun took his sword out of his inventory and responded slowly. Let's see. At this point, she could no longer control herself. Chae lost control and lunged at him like a wild, crazed beast. Kang Hyun fulfilled her wish. With one strike, he cut through her. He didn't look at her, but whispered, in your next life, be born both kind and strong. The addict, Chae, was finally able to let go, smiling calmly at him. Even at the end, she had been delirious. Her inventory shattered, and weapons and gems spilled out, disappearing one by one. Kang Hyun stood tall. He looked at the woman who once shone with such radiance as she collapsed, then spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Yes, please send people here. So, this is the place. Another day dawned. Kang Hyun yawned, and the three of them sat together watching the sunrise. It wasn't as eventful as I thought, he mused. In the end, everything came back to that guy, Choi Min Chun. He looked at Yu Sung with excitement. So, what now? Should I go back to the office and open a few beers? He smiled helplessly. Our office exploded, remember? The sun rose higher, and the sunlight became more blinding. He boasted happily. Still, I got something out of it. Kang Hyun spread out the items in his hand. Since he was a guild master, his gear is pretty good. Ring of Trale, B rank. Durability 500 out of 500. A ring that once belonged to Trale, the woman who became the greatest martial artist after a lifetime of hardship. It carried her will and determination. He suddenly realized the name wasn't very good. Mad Dog Skill, +8 stamina. Mad Dog, once it bites, it doesn't let go until the prey dies. What the hell? Mad Dog? What a ridiculous skill. Kang Hyun was not amused. This is a bit weird, isn't it? And Yu Sung teased. Hey, doesn't it fit you perfectly? Shin Sang-ah joined in. I think it fits you too. He started to get annoyed with the two of them. Don't you know how to behave in society? Only Han Xian felt that it wasn't just that name that fit Kang Hyun, and he grumbled to himself. They're crazy. He was a little scared of Kang Hyun's group. No matter how you looked at it, they were all insane. But he clearly recognized one thing. It was undeniable that they were incredibly strong. Han Xian had an epiphany. He realized what the Guardian Guild needed wasn't faith or justice. His hand clenched tightly as he made up his mind they only needed power. Overwhelming power. In Han Xian's mind were the vivid, lasting impressions of the two people he had just witnessed. I've seen those who craved power beyond their means and destroyed themselves twice already. Han Xian concluded that, no matter what, it had to be him. His answer was clear. He was the only one who should lead their Guardian Guild. So, Han Xian decided to call out to Kang Hyun. He stomped his feet and stood at rigid attention. Please, take over our Guardian Guild. His voice was so clear and firm that it made An Yu Sung and Shin Sang-ah stop joking around. Please, allow us to join the Batar Guild. Kang Hyun stared blankly at his actions. What? Han Xian continued his sales pitch. Our Guardian Guild. He wouldn't let go of Kang Hyun. We were ranked second in the national popularity poll. We were only 13% behind the first-place guild. He simply replied with a short, I'm not interested. Han Xian, undeterred, kept nagging him. And also, our members are very talented. We only lost focus because our guild master was absent. He was determined not to give up. We never lost our status as one of the top 10 guilds. It got to the point where Kang Hyun couldn't take it anymore and shouted right in his face, I already told you I'm not interested. But Han Xian was thick-skinned. So, if Batar accepts our guild, Kang Hyun's frustration had already reached its limit. He exploded, gritting his teeth as he spoke to him. Damn it, this is so annoying. He tried to enunciate every word so it would sink into the boy's head. I said no. Are you deaf or something? The stubborn guy kept pestering him, his face turning beet red as he raised his fist. Do you want me to hit you? Only then did he finally shut his mouth. I'm sorry, the officer muttered, walking away gloomily. We're supposed to be humanity's protectors, but are they all brain dead? Shin Sang-ah rested her chin on her hand and remarked, he looks so goofy. Should we restrict access to our office? And Yu Sung reminded her, what office are we even restricting? Kang Hyun, finally having chased away the nuisance, rubbed his head comfortably. I asked Shin Tae-jin. He said he'd handle the office space for us. He was still mid-sentence when something suddenly lunged toward them. Just go home for today. The goofy officer he had worked so hard to chase off was now running this way, pale as a ghost, because behind him, a crowd of people looking like red monsters was chasing him. Help me, please, help me. Kang Hyun was stunned. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. What the hell was going on? The news quickly broadcast the latest reports about the chaotic maniacs. Cases of citizens losing control and attacking others were breaking out everywhere. The military had been mobilized to stop them. In just 2 hours, there were hundreds of reports nationwide. The government was considering the possibility of monsters or awakeners being involved, and was preparing an initial response. The people who had lost control were growling, unafraid of the bullets being fired at them. It seemed they couldn't understand the soldiers' warnings. Don't come any closer and I'll shoot. Someone was hesitant. These people, they're civilians, right? Everyone looked quite confused. Do I really have to shoot them? Meanwhile, those people were growling, drool streaming everywhere, looking absolutely grotesque as they charged to attack the soldiers. The two soldiers who had been talking just now didn't know what to do, and were just screaming at the top of their lungs. Just then, a streak of light flashed by, and the heads of those attackers were instantly severed. Kang Hyun turned to the men. He asked the two soldiers who were busy panicking, Are you in charge here? They hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. Kang Hyun grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Snap out of it. He urged them to get a grip. These things look like monsters, but their bodies are just normal humans. Their defense is weak. You can take them out with guns, he finally managed to explain. But they're civilians. Kang Hyun just asked coldly, So what? Do you still not understand the situation? He gave him a wake-up call. Right now there are hundreds, thousands of those things running wild out there. I have to go eat barbecue. I don't have time for this. Kang Hyun let go of the man's shirt after shocking him back to reality. Yes, I will keep that in mind. He left him with just that one sentence and hurried off. Snap out of it. Right now, a mysterious frenzy had thrown the whole country into chaos. The streets were devastated and stained with signs of fighting. After exactly 1 day, it finally started to settle down. The noisy, chaotic situation had passed. 2 days later, somewhere in Seoul, Kang Hyun's group had a new office, a hideout for their special ability user management team. He lay stretched out on the sofa reading the news. Can we go out now? How much longer do we have to stay inside? It seemed to vary by region, but generally, most of it had been brought under control. I'm in X, not Seoul. I just heard gunfire. They say the south is still in chaos. It was too crowded there, so if you were in a big city, it was best to stay inside. Martial law hadn't been lifted yet. It looked like it would last a while. A whole video was uploaded online. Oh damn. Did anyone see the video of Kang Hyun? A legend. I watched it. It looked pretty cool. Cool? What's cool about it? He's a total psycho. A series of comments below made the post quite heated. Honestly, it's scary to watch. It's too violent. But in this situation, what can you do? Exactly. You can't be picky. It's actually a bit scary. People at home love to act all righteous, but for real, his face looks terrifyingly scary. These ads are so annoying, but honestly, it is a bit scary. People at home love to act all righteous, and hitting Kang Hyun's eyes was a rather insulting comment. But for real, his face looks terrifyingly scary. He read it, and with a blank look on his face, he immediately started typing a reply. I know Kang Hyun in real life. He's actually very handsome. Just then, An Yu-sung poked his head into his frame. Hey, what are you doing? He jolted upright, startled. Nothing. Shin Sang-ah had been walking around observing the place. Anyway, it's a nice place, she asked. Kang Hyun, will this be our new headquarters? Are you calm now? We're just borrowing it for a while. I asked Shin Tae-jin, and he said he'd find us another office. Just wait. Kang Hyun finally remembered Shin Tae-jin. Should I thank him? An Yu-sung looked around, bored. Hey, that doesn't really suit you. The call to Shin Tae-jin actually connected. Yes, Shin Tae-jin? He sounded a bit hurried. What is it? I'm busy. Kang Hyun, being idle, started up again. Every time I call you, you use that tone. People would think I'm calling you because I have nothing better to do. He was quite grumpy. Isn't that the truth? Shin Tae-jin was typing away while talking to Kang Hyun. You're not wrong, he said, as he was buried under a mountain of information that needed processing while Kang Hyun was busy chattering away. Anyway, thanks for letting us use the hideout. I wanted to talk about something else, too, he said curtly. Make it short. I'm very busy. Shin Tae-jin, I have some information for you, because this incident might be related to monster powers. I think you already know that. Kang Hyun guessed as much. I think so too. Okay, I'll be brief. Can you find me something like a poison? This request left Shin Tae-jin confused. What? Kang Hyun continued with his request. Something that rots the gut. Something deadly enough to be desperate. He was in a tough spot. That request is too vague. You know that. Kang Hyun still persisted. Don't worry, I'm not planning to hurt anyone. Oh, and do you have any info on a resist poison skill book? Shin Tae-jin stopped working to continue talking to him. I'm surprised you even know that exists. He asked back. Are you looking for poison because of that? Kang Hyun was evasive. Yes, but he didn't elaborate, just asked back, so, do you have it? Shin Tae-jin took some of his precious time to search. I'll try to find it, but even if I do, it'll cost a lot of money. When Kang Hyun heard about money, he got anxious. How much? I have money. As soon as that answer rang out, at least several dozen billion. Kang Hyun had already hung up. Not easy. He sat there with his arms crossed. Did you hear that? We need money, and a lot of it. And Yu-sung said casually. So? Start thinking. Shin Sang-ah said nonchalantly. Just saying that doesn't make it happen. She suddenly raised her hand to speak. I have a suggestion. Shin Sang-ah looked at Kang Hyun. Make merchandise for the guild? The two men stared at her, wide-eyed. On a night of heavy rain and thundering lightning, someone was dancing on the keys, making the night no longer peaceful. A series of strange searches appeared on the screen. Attacking on behalf of an employer. How to defeat an employer. How to attack without the government finding out. Attack on behalf of an employer. How to strike an awakened one. This damn guild. Searched frantically, hoping they would surely escape. At this moment, the flowery, smiling face of Ganghan flashed in his mind. Cho Moon, you heard that, right? And someone as traumatized as him was assigned a new task. Go plan the product sales with these people. Cho Moon angrily hit the keys as the voice of Ganghan lingered in his mind. A day should be enough, right? Please have it finished by tomorrow. He cursed his boss. Damn it. Cho Moon worked while thinking to himself, why is the guild leader such a devil? Just then, the doorbell rang, making Kang Hyun, who was sitting there, wonder. Who is that? Chung-ah stood up on her own to check. How could someone find this place? An Yu-sung sat there leisurely. Could it be government people? She walked slowly. Let me go check. Shin Sang-ah's voice came through the speaker at the door. Who are you? The rain-soaked face of an officer appeared on the screen. Hello. His voice also echoed through the speaker into the house. I am Officer Han. Officer Han, from the Guardian Guild. Gang Han, inside, was not happy at all when he heard that name. Again? How did they find this place? An Yu-sung stood up with an annoyed attitude. How annoying. He didn't want to entertain guests at this hour, so he said to Chung-ah, "Don't open it. They're probably just here to ask to join the guild." She looked at Kang Hyun. "I understand." Inside, An Yu-sung was a bit curious. "But why won't you accept them? It's good if our guild gets bigger, right?" Kang Hyun wondered. "They are righteous people too, right? Will they fit in with us?" He thought about it for a moment and replied, "Right, right." The doorbell became more insistent. Kang Hyun got annoyed. "Good grief, they're as persistent as leeches. An Yu-sung, go out there and beat that guy up." An Yu-sung was very happy to have something to use his weapon on. "That's my specialty. Which part should I break first? The door, you maniac?" "I said break the doorbell." Shin Sang-ah stopped him. "Mr. Kang Hyun, can I add one more thing?" She belatedly reported the news to him. "There are 3 people this time." Outside, 3 stunned faces were standing in the rain, not knowing how long they would have to wait given the attitude of the people inside. "What?" Finally, a cool can of beer was poured. "We have nothing to offer." He placed 3 full glasses of beer on the table. "Drink some barley smoothies." The 3 people, dressed neatly, stared at the drinks in front of them. "This is beer. It is beer, right? It's real beer." The Guardian Guild temporary leader, Officer Han from the Hae-sun Guild, Vice Leader Cho Dong-gon, and the Hae-sun Guild leader Cho Sung-chan. Kang Hyun didn't know their internal thoughts were questioning the drinks. He just wanted to get rid of this group quickly. "By the way, how did you guys find this place? This is supposed to be a secret spot provided by the government." The 3 of them started talking. Officer Han spoke first. "I heard it from Captain Shin Tae-jin." Dong-gon continued. "I was told by Officer Han." And the last one, Sung-chan, spoke up. "I followed my younger brother." After hearing the 3 of them answer, Kang Hyun could only sigh in exclamation. The security system really is loose. He put on a serious face. "All right, since you're here, speak. What are you here for?" Officer Han started first. "I'm not the guild leader. I swear. It's someone else." He turned his eyes toward the person sitting at the end, who was calm. "Nice to meet you." Sung-chan, still having a few bruises on his face that hadn't healed yet, introduced himself clearly. "I am Cho Sung-chan of the Kang Hyun Guild. I came because I wanted to officially greet Mr. Kang Hyun." He and Son-woo sincerely bowed before him. "It was too chaotic last time, so I didn't get to say it. Thank you so much for saving my younger brother. Thanks to you, I saved my life." He admired him. "My younger brother said you took down the entire Jungchin Guild." Kang Hyun frowned. "It was just a coincidence." "So, what's the main point?" Sung-chan, as if the way had been cleared, looked up excitedly. "This is a bit sudden, but could you let the Hasun Guild join the Badat Guild? I'm bored to death. Are you guys the same?" He kept rambling, so we were sure we could become useful assets. "We also have some management experience." But the haughty Kang Hyun just crossed his arms. "Why is everyone like this? Is the job market that bad?" He kept complaining. "They must think this place is an employment agency." But then, a tray of sparkling beef was brought out. Although small, this premium Korean beef is a token of our gratitude. Kang Hyun immediately changed his attitude and shook his hand. "All right, welcome to the Badat Guild," he said enthusiastically. "Let's get along." The 2 brothers were also excited. "Thank you. We look forward to working with you from now on." Only Si-kwon was left stunned, thinking, "Is that all it takes?" He suddenly stood up and suggested, "Let's eat Korean beef tonight." Si-kwon announced loudly, "I'll pay for it all with my 2+ vouchers, and please, take us into the guild as a bonus." The air suddenly went silent. Kang Hyun stared at him with wide eyes, then gave him a thumbs up. Si-kwon was overjoyed to be accepted into the guild. He guided them half-heartedly to the place of Muang to meet that person and register as members, along with the paperwork. When that guy saw the workload increasing, he felt like his eyes were rolling back. "This is ridiculous." Tremoon raised his hand. "Guild leader, I have a suggestion," he said, with a stiff neck. "Can we hire more office staff? We're developing merchandise." Kang Hyun scratched his head. "Really? I'm not sure. We probably don't need to." "Tremoong, can you handle the recruitment?" He made a quick decision. From now on, Tremoong was promoted to team leader. People clapped and responded very seriously. "Congratulations." Tremoong was so surprised he couldn't even lower his hands amidst the crowd's cheers. "Congratulations." And his search bar added more new commands. Cost to hire an awakened person to assassinate. Resignation letter template. How to hire awakened people. How to kill a person. Damn it. Once Kang Hyun finished pushing the work off, he slumped into his chair. "By the way, what level are you guys at?" 3 people from left to right reported in turn. "I'm 46, I'm 42, I'm 36. He was shocked. Kang Hyun couldn't believe his own ears as he looked at An Yu-sung. Why is your level so low? You're a guild leader. And Yu-sung didn't think it was strange and replied, I'm 53. What about you? He grunted. 58. Kang Hyun continued to turn to look at Shin Sang-ah. And you, Shin Sang-ah? She clenched her fists in anger, feeling embarrassed. 46. He had to encourage her. Well, at least it's higher than it was at the beginning. Kang Hyun leaned back on his chair and sighed. And the guild members are even weaker, right? What should we do? The three people were told by him, all thinking the same thing. You're the one who's abnormally strong. Suddenly he jumped up. Right, that's it. Are we good? Kang Hyun proposed. Can you guys bring all your members here tomorrow? Siwon was taken aback but replied, I think so, since the matter is almost resolved. He asked him if it was about the registration procedure. Kang Hyun kept pushing the workload onto the miserable office worker. Leave that to Chae-moon. You guys know what Awaken do when they gather, right? His next words left the two brothers stunned. Obviously, we're going to raid a dungeon, he asked skeptically. Is that so? Kang Hyun smirked at their naive thinking. But at least we should practice coordinating a little, he asked back. Coordination? He brushed off the suggestion. Unnecessary. If you struggle until you're nearly dead, you'll naturally learn to coordinate. The three listeners paled at his terrifying mindset. Getting stronger wasn't a big deal to him. The thunder and howling wind outside the house felt like an ominous sign. At that moment, everyone felt like something had gone seriously wrong. But it was too late. The next day, a booming voice echoed under the sun. All right, everyone. The guild has gathered the members in front of the dungeon entrance. Welcome to the Badat Guild. He began to list some rules. Our guild rules are simple. First, no pointless brawls. He held up 2 fingers. Second, whether it's favor or grudge, return exactly what you receive. And finally, the third rule, become stronger than anyone else. Kang Hyun clapped his hands loudly to conclude. Is everyone clear? All right. The smile on his face turned sinister the moment the dungeon gate behind him opened. Let's start the orientation. The conversation drifted back to the previous night. Right. About those guild members you said you'd bring. How many are there in total? Siwon counted. We have about 10 people. Since our headquarters was destroyed, we couldn't gather everyone. He tried to pitch his members a bit more, but the 10 people remaining are the elite of the elite, and I'm sure they are reliable comrades. Kang Hyun waited for him to finish before glancing at Sang-chun. And you? He was a bit surprised but spoke up immediately. We only have 2 people, because the guild has completely disbanded. He tried to save some face, but I'll try to contact some old comrades. Kang Hyun thought to himself. Fine. He rubbed his nose and muttered. About 10 people? They won't die, will they? Those who heard him were shocked. What? Siwon broke out in a cold sweat looking at him. What did you just say? Kang Hyun changed the subject. Nothing. I said welcome. He continued to ask for more details. What's the composition of your team? Do you have a healer? Siwon hurried to answer. Yes, but only one. Kang Hyun heard the answer he wanted and smiled. Is that so? Good. Tomorrow you'll find out. And the orientation officially began. Everyone present looked worried. They said this was an orientation, someone whispered. Why is the orientation being held inside a dungeon? Kang Hyun was visibly excited. All right, pay attention, he shouted. From now on, we will be fighting in a dungeon. Perhaps you're worried about this sudden raid. Kang Hyun introduced the 2 people behind him. But there will be a professional safety team accompanying us, so don't be afraid. Then came his deadly smile and terrifying gaze. All right, let's go in. The dungeon opened. D-rank dungeon. Ogre's tomb. Barely started, someone was slammed against the wall with a loud thud. He was covered in blood, eyes rolled back, and his body slid down the wall in front of his terrified teammates. Kang Hyun shouted arrogantly. Get up and keep fighting. I won't allow you to rest with such cowardice. How do you intend to protect humanity? Get up, now! Siwon turned pale and begged. They're about to collapse. We should let them rest for a moment. But Kang Hyun shot him a cold glare. If they want to get stronger, then shut up and watch closely. He continued yelling. Wait, where's the healer? Where is the healer? When your teammates stop, you must make them keep moving, Siwon tried to shout. Wait, Kang Hyun, hold on. He looked at the female healer in his team who was working until her nose was bleeding on the ground. Even Joha is reaching her limit. She's bleeding from her nose because she's completely out of mana. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yo looked unstable too. She vomited a mouthful of blood. Siwon pleaded. She was only level 21 before this, but he received a cold question from Kang Hyun. Have you ever completely run out of mana? He was dazed. What? Kang Hyun turned his head, his gaze demonic as he looked at Siwon. I asked, have you ever completely run out of mana? He tried to make excuses. But the body usually sends warning signals to avoid that. Kang Hyun raised his voice, stepping closer to confront him. When mana, he slowly articulated each word, is completely depleted, your vision will start to narrow first. He spoke from his own bitter experience. His eyes went dark. Kang Hyun still remembered clearly what he had been through. Your entire body starts to convulse, he said with a sharp tone. Your heart beats irregularly, and breathing becomes difficult. Siwon panicked. What are you talking about? And he just laughed loudly. That is the perfect state. He seemed to go mad when talking about that feeling being the best state. When your stats increase without needing to level up, Sang-chun panicked and chimed in. I've never heard of that before. He tried to plead along with Siwon. It might be true for strength or stamina, but for mana, Kang Hyun rudely cut him off because no one dared to do that. He looked at him. Do you know why healing mages level up so slowly? Because they don't fight directly. Kang Hyun didn't stop or change his mind, so you have to force their stats to increase. He was cold but strict. It's the fastest way to get stronger. The pain he had endured always was what led Kang Hyun to this conclusion, pushing himself to the brink between life and death. It's just that everyone still couldn't accept that. But we only have one life. We can't risk dying like that every time. No, I mean, while they were busy arguing, the ogre attacked. It picked up a massive rock and held it high. A team member holding a shield stood right in its path, completely stunned. At that moment, a bare-handed punch arrived just in time. Kang Hyun shattered the ogre with a single blow in front of that team member. Don't worry, he said nonchalantly. I already told you. Kang Hyun's hand grabbed the blue stone, taken from the ogre's body. Here, he crushed it gently. You guys won't die. Suddenly, someone called out, Boss! And Yu Sung ran over excitedly. I brought them here. Shin Sang-ah was running in front, while he followed happily after leading several huge ogres to this spot. This time, it's 2 people. The team members turn pale with fear as they see them. Again? Some are even more desperate, thinking, I'd rather you just kill me. Kang Hyun, however, is full of spirit, as if he can't even hear those desperate pleas. All right, everyone, get ready to fight. No one is going to die, so give it everything you've got. Ni smiles, satisfied, because she knows I will resurrect them one by one. Social media is buzzing again. Hey, have you seen the photos of the 8-legged guild that were posted? The comment section is exploding. I heard the 8-legged guild recruited a bunch of new members this time. They're even training. Anonymous 1 says, I saw it. Anonymous 2, they recruited so many. Anonymous 3, wait, do they have a healer? Did you guys not know? Everyone is discussing the same topic. Did the Guardian Guild and the 8-legged guild actually merge? I heard they took in a bunch of people from the Guardian Guild. Are they really in the top 10 now? Anonymous 1, the Guardians and the 8-legged don't match at all. Thong, exactly. Everyone can see the huge issue in that video. But looking at those photos, they look like they've been fighting or rolling around in a dungeon for a whole month. The comment section continues to heat up. Anonymous 1, their faces look hilarious. Anonymous 2, for real. Anonymous 3, spot on. The photos were made public, showing them looking like they didn't want to cooperate at all. The latest post from the 8-legged guild, try to live properly. Everyone in the photo has bloodshot eyes, except for a few officers, and Duan Yusung's appearance makes the netizens go wild with gossip. Anonymous 1, they look like they just finished killing people, not monsters. Anonymous 2, seriously. Why does everyone's eyes look like they're about to kill someone? The savory scent of grilled meat spreads quickly through the space, but something makes the atmosphere in the room drop. Suddenly, a calm voice speaks up. I don't think that's the case, Vice Guild Master. The brown-haired guy slams his hand on the table, gritting his teeth in protest. Kang Hyun, that man is a lunatic. You can't find a single shred of justice or anything remotely like that in him. His face is flushed red, brow furrowed as he vents. Vice Guild Master, seriously, we didn't switch guilds just to end up like this. Si Quan, looking gloomy, lifts his chopsticks to pick up some food and says, watch your tone. And I'm not the Vice Guild Master anymore. I'm the team leader. Beside him, Jo Ha looks grim, tears streaming down her face in sorrow. I can't take this anymore. If we keep going like this, something terrible is bound to happen. Seeing that, Si Quan stays silent, not knowing what to say. The brown-haired guy continues to insist loudly. Let's go back. Vice Guild Master, let's start over with the Guardian Guild. If it's us, I'm sure we can rebuild from scratch. Si Quan, looking dark, doesn't answer but slams his chopsticks down. frustrated. Guildmaster Saekwon coldly repeats every word he said. Guildmaster Kang Hyun is a madman. His character and personality are terrible and completely unpredictable. Hearing that, the brown-haired guy beams as if he struck gold, saying, "See?" Before he can continue, Saekwon immediately shuts him down. But, he points out firmly, he is stronger than any ability user I have ever seen. Saying this, Saekwon falls into a brief, contemplative silence before remarking, "Of course, you can't expect noble virtues from him." The grilled meat continues to release its aroma while their conversation reaches a climax. There's no room for us to expand our spirit of protection under his command. That's a given. Saekwon sighs, trying to calm himself. Still, the guy slams his fist on the table, protesting, "We could become strong. That, at least, is certain." Saekwon recalls those days from months ago, saying, "Last time, during the C-rank dungeon raid, I felt it deeply." The old slashes he endured make him unable to forget, so he insists firmly, to protect humanity. What we need most isn't a strong heart. Saekwon clenches his fist, determined. It is strength. The justice of those without power will never be executed. He pauses, regaining his composure, and says, "I won't force any of you." Saekwon stands up, signaling his intent. Then, he bows respectfully. "I am counting on you." At the dining table, Saekwon speaks with sincere melancholy. "Can't you trust me and follow me one last time?" That action causes the whole room to fall silent, even the brown-haired guy who was acting so aggressive earlier. Han Se-yeon smiles faintly. After that, the brown-haired guy hesitates a bit, but then agrees. "Fine, I'll try to endure it for 1 week, just one more week." Time passes by. 1 week later, at an E-rank dungeon, the pale-skinned, gray-haired man leads the way, shouting in frustration, "I hate this place. It's too damp." Hearing that, the tangent-skinned man behind him explains, "Regardless, among E-rank dungeons, this is the safest one. It's just that there are a lot of them." That remark seems to make sense to him. The pale-skinned, gray-haired man muses, "Yeah, I guess. Nowhere is better for farming magic stones than this place." Suddenly he adds, "It's wide, so we rarely run into other teams. We'll head that way today." But as soon as he speaks, he stops. Suspicious. "Huh?" A massive row of goblins lies dead before his eyes, making him grit his teeth and swear. "Damn it, we've been beaten to it." Even so, they rush forward. The tangent-skinned man furrows his brow, muttering, "It looks like someone was wandering around without any rules, not even marking their path." But the pale-skinned, gray-haired man in front slows down to investigate. He stares intently at the pile of dead goblins ahead and rejoices. "Hey, this pile of magic stones is still here." The tangent-skinned man asks, confused. "What?" He quickly runs over, excited. "Damn, for real." Seeing the pile of stones, the pale-skinned gray-haired man is both shocked and thrilled, exclaiming, "Oh my god, how much is this whole pile worth? We hit the jackpot today." He eagerly starts collecting them, musing, "Don't know who did it, but thank God." But from somewhere, loud noises erupt. The pale-skinned, gray-haired man freezes, wondering, there's noise getting closer. Is there a fight nearby? The tangent-skinned man glances at him nervously. They'll probably come back to collect it later. After grabbing everything they needed, the pale-skinned, gray-haired man urges him, "Hey, let's go. Let's get out of here. Move." But before they can take many steps, the two freeze in their tracks. A horde of goblins rushes out from the forest, brandishing weapons. That terrifying sight makes the pale-skinned man and the tangent-skinned man scream in unison. "Goblins! Damn it! There are too many of them!" Suddenly, something flashes through the air. It pierces the goblin's head, accompanied by an earth-shattering laugh. From inside, Yo-Ha and a guard member laugh gleefully, excitedly shouting, "Crying? Doesn't that sound wonderful? Blood, show me more blood." Finishing his sentence, he flexes his muscular body and charges at the goblins. Excited. "Hey, who's next?" The brown-haired guy and the other teammates also charge in, fired up. Seeing that, Kang Hyun laughs loudly, satisfied. "Yes, that's how you fight," the guard members immediately retort. "How boring. More. Bring us more, even stronger ones." Those words only made him more amused. He retorted coldly, "You're already acting arrogant after just warming up?" "Ha." Kang Hyun replied cheerfully, "All right, today we'll clear every rank D dungeon." As he said this, he let out a series of eerie laughs. The sight before them left the gray-haired girl and the tangent-skinned man skeptical. Watching the people who were gradually losing their humanity, they were confused. What exactly did we just see? That was one of the wild events. Ever since the Third Guild expanded its scale a week ago, A rumor had started spreading among the ability users. The third is actually a giant Kang Hyun. A golden bowl was placed on the table with long, relieved sighs. John Ha raised his hand frantically, calling out, "Ma'am, one more bottle of rice wine for me, please." Beside her, another gray-haired guy was drinking until he was dead drunk. So sweet, so sweet. Other members of the guard guild were also eating and drinking like crazy, chatting rowdily, leaving the officer helpless. Drinking after a fight tastes even better. Absolutely delicious. But then he turned to the brown-haired guy and asked, "Hey, didn't you guys say last week?" After a week, he was intently eating but pretended to be oblivious, replying, "Huh, oh right, that happened too, didn't it?" The officer scratched his head, avoiding the topic. "Now that we have a solid foundation, we can become stronger." I mean, he hesitated, suggesting, "Should we return to the protector sooner instead of the third?" The brown-haired guy across from him slammed the table loudly, making food fly everywhere. "What are you talking about? The guild leader is still missing so much." His facial muscles tightened, and his voice carried a tone of authority. "Now I understand. This is exactly what we've been longing for. We are currently under the highest level of protection." As soon as the brown-haired guy finished speaking, the other members chimed in, agreeing with hearty laughs. Exactly. Exactly. That's right. The officer took out his wallet, reminding them, "I'm the team leader, not the guild leader." But then he waved it off carelessly. "Fine, whatever." After that, a black card was pulled out. The officer walked out the door, exhausted, but didn't forget to tell them, "Enjoy your meal, you can order more later. I have some business to attend to inside." Hearing that, the members replied excitedly, "Thank you, team leader." Then they continued their fun, inviting him to join. He walked out, lost in thought. The North Guild leader looked up at the sky, pondering, "Hey, is there peace in heaven?" Under the starry sky, his heart felt a bit choked up. Even though the leader had passed away and the original Protector Guild had collapsed, the spirit the leader left behind was still being carried on. The officer recalled the scene and Yu Sung-ah had just shared. The guild members were living well, and they were putting their faith into action with more effort than ever before. Musing on this, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with helplessness. But for some reason, he had a feeling that as night fell, the officer became confused and anxious, feeling that something had gone terribly wrong. He felt frustrated and muttered to himself, "What do I do? Damn it." The Guard Guild members walked up to a building and stared in awe. The massive building in front of them made them chat excitedly among themselves. "Is this whole building our guild headquarters?" Shin Sang-ah looked closely and sighed in admiration. "I came here yesterday, but seeing it in the daylight feels completely different." Beside her, and Yu Sung also said excitedly, "Still looks quite modest, doesn't it?" Kang Hyun spoke up, reminding them, "Don't go breaking things while you're all so impressed." He stepped in front of the team, warning, "No smashing, no setting fires." Kang Hyun continued, "In short, don't destroy anything." As soon as those words left his lips, the members started racing inside. They scrambled to enter, creating a chaotic scene. "Get out of the way. I'm going in first." That sight left the officer speechless. Donggun, standing next to him, pointed out dreamily, "Those warnings sound weird." The members started rushing in with endless amazement. The Guard Guild cheered. "There's a cafe exclusively for the first-floor guild members." After that, they went upstairs, gossiping about the gym. On the second floor, in the physical training area, a guy walked up and swung the door open, looking skeptical. The break room they walked in with indescribable excitement. "Isn't this an industrial refrigerator?" Mentioning this, another person was amused and exclaimed, "A break room bar on the third floor." Kang Hyun stood behind them, his eyes bright with excitement. "Now it has the vibe of a big guild." Behind him, An Yu Sung raised an eyebrow, relaxed. "Maybe later we can add things like an A cocktail bar." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in shock. Kang Hyun turned back to look at him, questioning, "Wait, aren't you a minor?" And Yu Sung raised one eyebrow, confused. "Why do you ask that so suddenly?" But then he took his hand off the back of his neck and replied, "That's right. Is there a problem?" He panicked and interrogated, "Didn't you drink beer earlier?" And Yu Sung replied helplessly, "That was non-alcoholic." Hearing this, Kang Hyun was stunned, frowning as he muttered to himself, "No, at the company party. Memories flooded back, and he froze as he looked at the can. Afterward, Kang Hyun cast a suspicious gaze at An Yu Sung, deep in thought. "Wait a minute. This kid has only been drinking soft drinks until now, right? He looked like an addict, so I didn't pay attention." Thinking of this, he immediately gritted his teeth, his voice sounding dark and questioning. "Hey, stop pretending to be well-behaved." And Yu Sung asked, confused, What are you talking about? The phone rang. The person on the other end answered immediately. Hello? He asked seriously. Mr. Kang Hyun, have you finished looking at the building yet? Kang Hyun laughed excitedly. Yes. I arrived last night. The decor is beautiful. Taegyu wrinkled his nose, skeptical. You've only been there for a bit. What decor are you talking about? He laughed dryly and hesitated. Well, there is some. But then, Taegyu suddenly dismissed it and changed the subject. But hey, what exactly is that? Kang Hyun asked, confused. That thing, sir. He pointed straight at it. Was that your idea, Mr. Kang Hyun? He laughed it off, sighing. Ah, that? No, it wasn't my idea. Finished, Kang Hyun wondered. But, has it gone viral already? Taegyu replied somewhat vaguely. It's currently a hot topic online, he added. Especially that figure of yours. Kang Hyun was startled. Figure? After that, he put the phone down and turned to look at Shin Sang-ah and In Yu-sung, who were standing in front of him, suspicious. After a moment of silence, Kang Hyun raised his phone again. Wait a second. I'll call you back later. Once the call ended, he immediately questioned. What is this? And Yu-sung looked left and right, speaking up. What about it? Beside him, Shin Sang-ah also averted her eyes, replying innocently, I don't know what you're talking about. Kang Hyun looked at them suspiciously. Still lying. He decided not to ponder anymore and searched for it quickly. You've lost your chance to be honest. It'll show up in one search. Let's see. The figure of but. When the results appeared, it made Kang Hyun freeze. A familiar figure of himself with a wild expression appeared with an exorbitant price tag. Especially the amused face of Kang Hyun in the corner of the screen, which left him shocked. But the surprises weren't over. The comment section was even more absurd. I'm going crazy. Who can afford that? That's hilarious. Oh my god, a figure? Are you kidding me? You idiots, are you crazy? Kang Hyun slashed his blade into the ground. He threatened gloomily. Explain. Seeing that, and Yu-sung quickly defended himself. I entrusted the production entirely. I thought about it. But t-shirts or keychains are boring. Kang Hyun didn't listen and continued to interrogate him. And then? He tilted his head innocently and replied, Anyway, you are the face of our guild, and the symbol too. Even though he explained, the pressure radiating around Kang Hyun was immense, making An Yu-sung nervous. And then? But then he replied, The teacher was happy, so I did it. As soon as those words left his mouth, he swung his blade in anger. I knew it. And Yu-sung dodged to the side while teasing him. Why are you suddenly in such a mood? He blushed in embarrassment, feeling quite moved. That remorseless expression made Kang Hyun even angrier. The veins on his body started to bulge. Kang Hyun became so frustrated and aggressive that An Yu-sung cried out, Guild leader, no. The building will collapse. It'll collapse. That night, at a warehouse, Kang Hyun announced, We have carried out the mission as requested by team leader Tae-yu. He bluntly revealed that it was about posing as a Mona Bauer buyer to get close to the seller. Speaking of this, Kang Hyun recalled the previous scenes and shuddered. The recent chaos seems to be related to this type of drug, so it seems the Special Ability Management team also wants to take more initiative. Kang Hyun was still annoyed and cursed softly. What a pain, he asked gloomily. Can we take it off now? Beside him, and Yu-sung stood with his hands in his pockets, saying, Why take it off? And Yu-sung added, We've already sold 500 of them, even though it was a pre-order. You were dreaming about that thing, he said calmly. Yes, my personal pain in the neck level has reached 6,000. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth and swore, when suddenly a voice came through the earpiece. Mr. Kang Hyun, someone watching from afar reported that a vehicle was arriving. The person added, My intuition senses about 10 people. As soon as the words fell, the second gate opened, and a woman walked in first, followed by a dozen guards. And Yu-sung dreamily called him. He asked in a low voice, Did I mention my only ability is intuition? Kang Hyun looked at An Yu-sung, surprised. Not directly. He continued. Look at that girl's face, Kang Hyun asked dreamily. Who is she? And Yu-sung recounted gloomily. Back at the school for those with abilities. During a practical training session, she's the girl whose hand I smashed. Hearing that, he suddenly understood. Then Kang Hyun glanced at her suspiciously. And now she's become a Mona Bauer dealer? And Yu-sung beside him bowed his head and muttered, I should have followed my intuition from the start, he said gloomily. I should have smashed her head, not her hand. The masked man asked, Where's the goods? Duty said in a panic. No, not that. We should give the money first. The guy signaled his accomplices to open the bag. The bag opened, revealing lots of shiny cash inside. The masked man thought to himself, We will find their base using the tracking device in the money bag. He pondered. Even for a campaign, donating this much money is insane. Oh, the government is quite bold. She asked to confirm. Is the amount correct? The masked man replied. We'll count it later, he ordered. Now it's your turn to hand it over. Duty carefully took the bag from her companion and opened it, emitting a strange, shimmering light that surprised the masked group. The leader looked inside the bag in a panic. Lying inside the bag was a magic stone radiating a brilliant source of mana. Suddenly, a violent burst of light exploded, surging up from the bag into the air. Duty exclaimed, Anyway, ever since I partnered with that rotten skull, all sorts of crazy things have been happening, she concluded. The weakness is that it's a one-time use. Duty turned back and asked suspiciously, Special ability management team or something? Did you think I wouldn't notice something fishy? She immediately turned around and ordered a retreat. They must have tagged the money bag. Who would have thought it was a trap? As they turned back, a teammate suddenly warned, Do die. Watch out. From the hazy dust, a muscular figure knelt as they landed, creating a fierce shockwave. Kang Hyun bitterly admitted, What the hell? I've been spotted. He whispered, We need to extract most of the money from Captain Shin Taegil. Duty was stunned. Kang Hyun, are you on the management team too? Kang Hyun smirked, feeling proud. You recognized me right away. I've become pretty famous, haven't I? She shouted. Everyone, be careful. They aren't normal. Duty yelled a warning. They're those crazy psychos who turn people into character models and sell them. Watch out. She suddenly realized, wait, if this is Kang Hyun, Duty had to take a wild guess. Then that person is, and Yu Sung calmly asked, Do we know each other? His appearance left her speechless and frozen. Suddenly, a terrifying memory flashed through Duty's mind, a brutal, bloodthirsty maniac. She panicked, stammering and nodding in admission. He roared at him in frustration. Han and Yusung, what the hell are you doing? And Yusung replied calmly, I have good instincts. He cunningly explained. I figured something might come flying, so I hid behind the sturdiest cover. Kang Hyun growled, his voice filled with anger. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He smirked and declared, Anyway, I guess it's time to fight. And Yusung enthusiastically agreed. Sounds good to me. Duty gritted her teeth, her eyes overflowing with tension and resentment. She growled and ordered them to be wiped out. A teammate with a knife lunged forward at blinding speed, unleashing a slashing wind attack aimed straight at Kang Hyun, but he reflexively raised his hand and blocked the blow. Kang Hyun swung his leg, delivering a crushing kick to the guy's face, sending him flying backward. The sheer force of the blow hit like a falling mountain, slamming the enemy deep into the far wall. With a crazed smile on his face, he swung a spiked mace engulfed in purple energy, charging straight into the center of the enemy encirclement. An enemy lunged with a sword, slicing through the air, but An Yusung dodged by a hair's breadth. He immediately whirled around, his eyes flashing with a sharp, dangerous intensity. An Yusung struck back immediately, swinging the spiked mace with enough force to tear the air, sending a violent wave of purple energy straight at his target. Kang Hyun turned and roared in anger. Hey, he shouted. Why are you killing them? We need them alive, he replied nonchalantly. Come on, it's just one guy. Duty immediately activated the magic stone on her staff, preparing to unleash her ultimate skill. She unleashed a blizzard technique. The biting cold condensed instantly, coating the very blade itself. Duty muttered, So cold, but they're holding up better than I thought. She roared, activating her next skill, freeze. Kang Hyun wondered to himself, Is that actually going to work? Duty thought to herself, That's the magic stone I was saving as my trump card, but she steeled her resolve. I've heard so much about Kang Hyun's skills. I'm not going to be stupid enough to save it and get ambushed. Duty whispered, Do it. It's taken care of. And Yusung suddenly spoke up from behind. They didn't die from something like that, did they? A high-angle panoramic view showed the floor completely covered in a thick layer of ice. She looked around in a panic. Did they all die? In such a short time? He let out a crazy laugh. I'll help you. And Yusung swung his weapon down hard, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the surrounding ice. The massive block of ice that had imprisoned him began to shake and crack into pieces. Kang Hyun walked out freely with a refreshing smile. How interesting. He made a humorous offer. Do you want to be our guild's refrigerator? Duty was in a state of extreme panic, a monster. She hurriedly urged her teammates. Everyone, take the medicine now. A member looked worried and hesitant. But the side effects. He cried out. Are you trying to kill us all? Duty urged them urgently. Drink it, quickly. 2 strange red capsules emitted a faint purple energy that looked quite eerie. Immediately after swallowing the pills, the members' bodies underwent a violent transformation. Muscles bulged and swelled, veins popped out, and abnormal power erupted as blood vessels became visible on their faces and necks. They gritted their teeth until they bled from the pain and excitement. Together, they transformed into muscular giants, creating a terrifying pressure that blanketed the battlefield. Kang Hyun helplessly looked at these lunatics and tried to stop them. "Don't interfere." He looked back, asking, "What? Why?" And Yu-sung laughed excitedly. "They'll be stronger once the transformation is complete, that's the fun part." Kang Hyun scolded him. "You lunatic," he added. "Not yet," and as they warned not to touch them while they were transforming, he brushed them off and dashed forward. "Shut up!" Kang Hyun jumped into the air, raising his greatsword, preparing to strike the group while they were in the process of transforming. Their bodies rapidly underwent violent changes. Muscles bulged and swelled, their eyes turned fiery red, and murderous mutant energy erupted around them. A violent explosion sent bricks and debris flying through the air. He lunged straight ahead, but his surprise attack was blocked. Kang Hyun gasped in surprise to see his weapon being caught. He wondered, "I didn't expect it to be this hard." The member gathered his strength, threw a punch, and delivered a powerful, precise blow toward Kang Hyun. The forceful punch knocked him to the ground, scattering stones everywhere. The man laughed gleefully. "How does it taste?" He shouted a threat. "You're next." And on Yu-sung? And Yu-sung turned his head, asking blankly, "Me?" He was excited and thrilled. "This is awesome." The member wore a cunning smile on his blood-spattered face. Yu-sung easily dodged the downward strike from his opponent. A smirk, half joking and half serious, combined with his glowing red eyes, showed he wasn't flinching or afraid, even though his face was covered in wounds and scratches. And Yu-sung calmly glided past the group, charging toward him. The member looked up with bloodshot, angry eyes. He suddenly lunged down from above, pinning the opponent to the ground and making him cough up blood in shock. The sharp sound of cracking bones echoed loudly right after the heavy impact, and Yu-sung pinned the guy down and pulled out a sharp object. He aimed it straight at the person in front of him and threw it. Suddenly, a magical red light flashed, seconds away from piercing the opponent's eye, and Yu-sung gripped his weapon tightly and accelerated forward. He swung his sharp staff straight at his foe, blood spraying everywhere. Another guy aggressively lunged to help, and Yu-sung was startled and looked over, wary. He turned around, raising his staff to prepare for a counterattack. She screamed violently, "It's over, on Yu-sung!" A blinding light exploded, splitting the space of the battlefield. An arrow carrying bright pink energy suddenly pierced straight through the guy. Shin Sang-ah appeared in an extremely flexible, upside-down position, holding a large bow with a calm, cold gaze. He cheerily praised her. "Nice shot," and Yu-sung-ha. Du-di gasped in terror. "There are more of you?" She hurriedly looked at the two guys beside her. "There are only 2 of you left," Du-di ordered. "One of you, go deal with that rat." She raised her staff, intending to cast a spell, but she suddenly stopped, noticing something unusual. A black shadow was emerging from behind the smoke and dust, activating a special technique, activating giant strength. Kang Hyun roared, "Damn it, it hurts!" He took a step, his feet heavy like boulders, moving forward and creating sounds that shook the entire floor. He shouted in anger, "Get over here, you bastards!" Du-di was in a state of extreme panic. "Don't come any closer," she screamed. "I said, don't come any closer." And Yu-sung smiled happily. "Can I let loose now?" Taegyu said helplessly, "What on earth did you guys do to make the factory collapse like this?" Kang Hyun explained embarrassedly. No. It's just that they resisted more intensely than I expected." He laughed it off, adding, "It seems like they didn't even bother to fight back anymore." He sighed. "Well, never mind." The problem was, Taegyu was curious. "Did you leave anyone alive?" He just replied, "Survivors?" Kang Hyun pointed to the empty lot. "I buried them over there." He looked grim. "What exactly is this?" He calmly explained. "It seems to be the ringleader of the group that arrived today." Shin Tae-jin hung his head, giving up. "No, that's not what I meant to ask." "All right then. You worked hard anyway," he instructed. "I will contact you soon about the reward for today's mission. Go get some rest now." Kang Hyun smiled in gratitude, not forgetting to remind him, "Make sure to prepare a generous reward for me." And Yu-sung laughed excitedly. Man, this was fun. The scene shifted to the exterior of the Administrative and Security Bureau. Inside the gloomy hallway, 2 security officers in black suits stood guard strictly. The interrogation room name was clearly displayed on a sign. Shin Tae-jin began the questioning. "John Juji, 26 years old, currently residing in Moseum District. Is that correct?" He calmly continued. "Exercising your right to remain silent? Fine, we'll just keep asking then." Shin Tae-jin pressed him with questions. Choi Min-chun, do you know this name? Is he the leader of the organization? He scratched his head in annoyance. From dungeon terrorism to drugs, why on earth are you people doing these things? Tae-gyu pressed. For money? He showed a stern attitude. Can't you answer me straight? What's the point of wasting both our time like this? Dudi gave a mysterious smile. Even if you heard it, you wouldn't understand. Her tone was full of disdain. It's useless for government lapdogs like you to listen. She rolled her eyes, acting hysterical. Only he can save the world. Shin Tae-jin looked pale, demanding an answer. Him? Clear that up. Do you mean Choi Min-chun or someone else? He folded his arms, questioning her. Are you some kind of religious organization? Shin Tae-jin stood up, grabbed his torture equipment, and walked over. He sighed. Why? He shoved a large piece of cloth into Dudi's mouth. You're always bothering me. Holding the item in his hand, Shin Tae-jin said calmly, if you would just answer properly, it would be easy for both of us. He grabbed her hand and threatened, First, I'm going to pull one out. Dudi's eyes widened with rage, blood vessels bulging intensely as she gnashed her teeth in resentment. Outside the sealed interrogation room, 2 guards stood motionless. Shin Tae-jin counted calmly. 9 more to go. You'd better talk before I continue. Shin Tae-jin pressed coldly, his tone menacing. Answer me. He delivered the final ultimatum. What is your objective? Min-chun muttered. Defeated? The assistant reported. Yes. After a thorough investigation, it's confirmed that all of them died despite taking the new drug. She added that team leader Sun Sony was taken alive but later lost. He pondered. Unnamed fodder was one thing, but Sony was actually quite useful. Min-chun asked sharply, why the failure? Did the management team send the scouts or Choi Dong-chu? The assistant stammered. That, she interrupted. It's Kang Hyun, the assistant continued. It's Kang Hyun and the Bat Association. He asked in astonishment. Kang Hyun? Min-chun showed disbelief. Is it Kang Hyun? He not only obstructed the transaction but also captured Chung Dong-sik, Min-chun whispered. Gradually, he grew tired. This was becoming too much of a nuisance. Min-chun ordered to deal with Kang Hyun first. Remember that. She replied fearfully. Yes, understood. He gave the order, move the base quickly. Min-chun added in a low voice. Sony knows the location, so it will be discovered sooner or later. The assistant bowed in obedience. Yes. He turned his head and instructed. Next time, I hope for good news. Min-chun shoved his hands into his pockets, murmuring, Kang Hyun. He thought to himself that he was already powerful, and he had gathered a force not to be underestimated. Min-chun sighed, asking himself, what should I do? He paused. That's it. A sinister smile appeared on Min-chun's face. I can use that guy. At the Bat Association headquarters, he was gulping down an energy drink, and Kang Hyun exclaimed refreshingly, his face glowing with extreme joy and satisfaction. Suddenly, liquid sprayed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. She exclaimed in panic. Are you all right? He lamented. All my hard work, wasted, as Kang Hyun coughed incessantly. Where are the tissues? Shin Sang-ah obediently handed them over, and Yu-sung asked curiously, what have you been doing all this time? Drinking poison-laced beer and acting like a clown? He joked. Don't tell me you're bankrupt from the stock market. He explained. I'm testing something I asked the team leader to get from the tavern earlier to train my poison resistance. And Yu-sung asked Kang, are you some kind of Sichuan sect disciple? How effective is it? Kang Hyun confirmed excitedly. Of course, it's very clear. He laughed aloud. Yesterday, I even received the poison resistance skill. Poison resistance increases the ability to build immunity to toxins, reducing the effect on the body regardless of the type of poison. Kang Hyun continued to share. By the way, this poison is truly terrifying. Most poisons I recover from before they even set in, but this one still causes gradual numbness. He questioned, this must be poison from a D-rank boss, right? Usually, you'd die instantly, she interjected. I heard it's rare and very expensive. The Awakened management team really has a lot of money. He smiled, recalling, they were at fault this time. I took the opportunity to dig and extort them for a big one. My poison resistance skill level has increased. Poison resistance increases the ability to build immunity to toxins, reducing the effect on the body regardless of the type of poison. Kang Hyun was excited. Pour another one, he requested. Bartender, mix me the doc this time. Shin Sang-ah replied, yes sir. Kang Hyun, she asked enthusiastically. Do you want it stirred or shaken? Kang Hyun waved his hand, instructing, don't shake it. Stir it. Chae-moon thought angrily. Fine. He nodded. Complaining is good. Both are good. Chaemoon felt uncomfortable inside. But why on earth are you guys sitting here idling? You have your own staff lounges. He enjoyed a glass of wine with the sound of Chaemoon's typing. It was truly special. He sighed wearily, putting on a look of worry and pressure. Chaemoon lamented deeply in his heart. I worked hard to hire staff, then the workload nearly doubled. He felt resentful. It had been a full year. Kang Hyun looked blankly at his phone. Who could it be? He answered the call. Hello. Sun Junho on the other end greeted him politely. Hello, Kang Hyun. I am Sun Junho from the Awakened League. Kang Hyun asked suspiciously. The Awakened League? The person from Dongchu? He replied calmly. Yes, we met once before. Junho asked. Do you remember me? He murmured in thought. Then confirmed. You gave me a business card back then, right? That's right, he replied leisurely. Yes, that's correct. Kang Hyun asked further. So, what is it, Junho? Ho proposed straightforwardly. I want to meet you for a bit regarding league business. Are you free today? He was hesitant. Today? I'm a bit busy today. If it's official business, then okay. Through the official association, he made an offer that couldn't be refused. I'll treat you to beef. Hearing that, Kang Hyun was excited and shouted into the phone. I'm coming right now. Where are you? Junho waved his hand. I'm here. Kang Hyun arrived. He smiled brightly. It's been a long time since we met, Kang Hyun. It's been a long time since I've had beef. Ah no. It's been a long time since we met. Junho led the way gently. Let's go. Since it's an alleyway, we have to walk a bit. Kang Hyun followed, nodding. Yes, yes. Suddenly, he stopped and asked curiously. Mr. Sun Junho, looking at your attendance at the last meeting, you seem to have a fairly high position, but why don't I see you in the attack group? Kang Hyun pressed. Do you not participate in combat? He was embarrassed. Yes. It's a bit embarrassing. Junho smiled, trying to soothe him. Actually, I'm only level 3, and I hate killing. So, he explained, it's not like only fighting is work. Just consider me in charge of logistics. Please, come in. Junho gestured toward the restaurant. This is a good place to talk. The beef restaurant. A slab of fresh, pink beef was sizzling on the grill. He waved his hand. Let us grill the meat, Junho clarified. Because we need to discuss important matters. He smiled and asked, do you drink? Kang Hyun gave a thumbs up, full of excitement. Wine is okay, right? Draft beer? He finished it in one go. Amazing. Kang Hyun exclaimed refreshingly. You're good at grilling meat too, so what is this league business? You got straight to the point. Is it important enough to meet in person to discuss? Kang Hyun's pupils constricted. His eyes widened in shock. He choked, his hand lost its grip, and the beer glass fell, shattering off the table. A feeling of suffocation surged. Kang Hyun's throat burned. Junho sat still, indifferent. The gentle smile on his lips vanished, replaced by cold, gray, ruthless eyes. He watched coldly as he collapsed, struggling in pain. The door swung open. 2 henchmen dressed as servers entered, immediately dragging Kang Hyun away. Junho opened his phone, reporting with a sinister mouth. Yes, I've handled Kang Hyun. I'll finish it thoroughly. Mr. Choi Min-chun. The expression on Junho's face became increasingly twisted. Yes, I've handled Kang Hyun. I'll finish this neatly. Choi Min-chun, who had just left, was unexpectedly called back. Take care of the body yourself. Junho pulled his face together and forced a fake smile. Of course, their eyes widened with excitement. It's fine to play around a little before finishing them off, but they were met with the sound of a closing door the organization's cleanup crew. They aren't known for combat power, but when it comes to disposal and cleaning, they are true professionals. Yunho Sihil. However, the sound of blades stabbing and grotesque laughter continued to echo behind him. They're lunatics who treat corpses like toys, so I don't want to get near them. Junho kept walking forward. It was disgusting. A bloody hand rested on his shoulder. Don't touch me. He seemed to freeze. Standing there was none other than Kang Hyun. Hey, this beef is delicious. His other hand held a knife. The seasoning was quite unique. The system interface appeared. Poison resistance skill increased, describes reduced effects of any poison on the body. There were many things to ask, but the knife hit the ground with a sharp clatter. Kang Hyun issued a challenge. Let's settle this with a fight first. Junho still stood motionless like a statue. He took a direct punch from Kang Hyun. His face was bruised and distorted. The two sat back down at the grill as if nothing had happened. How did you know? Ji-hoon's eyes couldn't open as wide as before, pretending to collapse from the poison. You must have prepared yourself in advance. Even though he was beaten until he was bleeding, his mouth wouldn't stop running. You can't be that sharp. In my assessment, you aren't that smart. Kang Hyun began to lose patience. What did this guy just say? Junho asked. When did you find out? And how much do you know? He picked up a piece of meat. Level 30? He said with a bitter tone. Lying so blatantly, it's hard not to notice. Junho had no idea that his body was radiating a level 3 killing intent. Just by sensing the energy, you could tell it was over 50. Kang Hyun put the meat in his mouth. So, you can feel it, can you? If you don't believe me, drink it and see. Junho suddenly stopped talking. A few seconds later, he spoke up. I'm sorry, sounding genuinely remorseful. I'm sorry for approaching you this way, but for the sake of the organization, I had no other choice. Before he could finish, Kang Hyun cut him off. Wait, we'll ask about the organization later. Turns out he only cared about other things. Let's eat first. Okay. Kang Hyun and Junho didn't stop questioning each other. Don't you want to join us? That made him frustrated. I told you to wait. Kang Hyun's hands didn't leave the tongs. Are you concussed? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Junho's voice quieted down completely. Right, in your eyes, we're just terrorists. He grew contemplative. But if it were you would definitely understand. All his emotions seemed to erupt. If this continues, humanity will perish within 5 years. We are just trying to prevent that. Only us can save humanity. But before long, he was smashed in the face with the tongs. Kang Hyun pushed his chair back with his foot. Enough! You're ruining the meal. He approached where the man was sitting. Fine. If you want to talk so much, I'm listening. You're agreeing to talk? He held a pair of scissors and flashed a sinister smile. There's nothing to say. He placed the scissor blades against Junho's fingers. But you're going to tell me everything. Kang Hyun asked without knowing that the man was activating something blue in his mouth. Choose, starting from the pinky or the thumb? His declaration made him slightly confused. That was it. The breaking point. In the blink of an eye, Junho changed drastically. Kang Hyun was so scared he backed away. What is that? What's happening suddenly? Disgusting purple foam spilled from his mouth. He was dead. The scissors dropped to the ground. This guy is a true devil. His words kept echoing in his ears. If this continues, humanity will perish within 5 years. Kang Hyun walked out the door. Memories surfaced once again. 3 years, in 3 years, nations would be on the brink of extinction. He fell into a chaotic train of thought. Regardless, within 5 years the scene just now welled up again. In terms of tone, it wasn't a countdown. It had nothing to do with those things. Is humanity facing a crisis? Most certainly. The difficulty of the dungeons is increasing rapidly. Even high-tier gates are hard to handle. If higher-tier gates appear, Kang Hyun quickly returned to his carefree state. Worrying wouldn't change anything. He took out his phone. First, he had to report to Director Shin Tae-gil. The screen lit up with many notifications. Did I leave it on silent? Why are there so many missed calls? He immediately called Shin Tae-gil back. Hello? The other side answered. Hello, Kang Hyun. Shin Tae-gil sounded very worried. Why couldn't I reach you? He replied while walking. I might not have heard it ringing. His face was pale with anxiety. Friend, don't worry too much. Stop saying such terrible things. Furthermore, go to the military law command right now. But Kang Hyun was strangely calm. Isn't the military law command abolished? Shin Tae-gil shouted angrily. Please watch the news. No. More importantly, can you get there? They kept talking over each other. What's going on? This isn't something to discuss over the phone. I don't even know where that place is, and I need to change clothes. Shin Tae-gil ended the call quickly. I'll send the coordinates. I'll come pick you up there. Hey, wait. At least explain first. Kang Hyun didn't know that everyone was staring at him. The phone in Shin Tae-gil's hand went silent. His face distorted until it was hard to look at. So, I've said many times that the military can't handle this. 2 days ago, after persistent pursuit, the government and the military found the terrorists' hideout. The government deployed their most elite special forces to eliminate them. But it was just one person. The shadow of that person radiated countless streams of killing intent. Choi Min-jun had eliminated the entire team. Shin Tae-gil placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner. The door opened immediately. This place is creepy. Kang Hyun looked around everywhere. A secret base? Roughly so. The location is classified. If word leaks out, yeah, I know. He started getting angry again. Do I look like the type of person who would do that? Do I look that reckless? Shin Tae-gil's hand touched the doorknob again. I told you before, right? He warned. This is a very important meeting, so today, you really must not cause any trouble. Kang Hyun squeezed his eyes shut. All right, I already said so. His eyes held a hint of excitement. I've been overwhelmed my whole life. Before him stood someone of high power and status. I didn't expect to meet the president. It was Han Sung, the president of South Korea. Everyone in the room was staring. A contemptuous voice rang out. Just one person? and I ordered the entire ability management team to be summoned. Shin-tae politely responded that they were all busy and couldn't focus right away, but he started using a sarcastic tone. Good grief. He was still making things difficult. Don't we have an actual emergency summoning system? Another man interjected. Such lax discipline during a crisis. That was when Kang Hyun spoke up. Please, stop, he reiterated. We already followed the military's recommendations, and it was a total failure. His brows furrowed slightly. Regarding this matter, as Captain Shin-tae said, those with abilities must step up and lead, he said, his face void of emotion. Times have changed, and so must we, another agreed. That is exactly what I mean. We must quickly integrate ability users into the military. Shin-tae looked visibly angry. Guilds? That's just a fancy word for private mercenary groups. You've already messed things up once, and you still haven't learned your lesson. His face flashed again. That is why I said we should deploy ability users immediately. All you've done is give Choi Min-chun time to run away. The others started whispering among themselves. They didn't truly care about the crisis. They were only worried about regaining the power they lost when ability users appeared. Veins were popping on Shin-tae's forehead. Even so, he thought to himself, so many people died in this operation, yet they still had the nerve to act like nothing happened. Kang Hyun blurted out, how pathetic. His words caught everyone by surprise. I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. What was that? What did you just say? He slammed his fist onto the table, cursing. Do you think we're dogs? You just order us to kneel and join the military? What kind of nonsense is this? The three men looked bewildered. I heard you guys messed up the operation because you were throwing a tantrum, right? His emotions seemed unstoppable. Do you not grieve for those who died, yet you call yourselves generals? Kang Hyun stood tall in the middle of the room. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to even wear a uniform. Chairman Sung Kang Hyun was also stunned. Mr. Chairman, you're working hard, supervising these incompetent officials. Kang Hyun turned around. Next time before you call me, fire them. Even Shin-tae took a long moment to process everything. What's going on? Why do I feel? From deep within his heart, a wonderful, refreshing feeling surged up. He gently pushed the door open. So that's how it is. It's heartwarming to have a mad dog on our side. A voice echoed from inside the room. Oh, right, Mr. Shin-tae. Kang Hyun pushed the door open and entered. You really are loyal, so you were still stuck inside. I don't know the way out. Show me the path. I'll see him off and be back later. Even though the two had left, the room remained stiflingly quiet. An official stood up angrily. How can this be? Everyone chimed in. Mr. Chairman, we cannot overlook this. This concerns national honor. They were all making a fuss. We must deal with this. But Chairman Sung Kang Hyun was trying to suppress a laugh. Mr. Chairman? He was still laughing heartily. The whole room was filled with his laughter. Perhaps the meeting couldn't continue today. Chairman Sung Kang Hyun clasped his hands together. We shall meet again later. Dismissed. The next day, at the BAA headquarters, 5th floor lounge, Kang Hyun made a proposal. An Yu-sung, let's duel. And Yu-sung was a bit surprised. What's wrong with you? Usually, you avoid me like the plague. Kang Hyun wasn't joking at all. I think I need to train a little. So suddenly, Choi Min-chun was a strong opponent, likely a graduate of a training academy. If he wanted to beat him, the priority was to get stronger. He was leveling up steadily, but increasing stats alone was too slow. He needed to learn. The image of him taking down the beast appeared again. Combat techniques. Kang Hyun kept insisting, hand-to-hand combat, just pure technique, no skills required. And Yu-sung turned away sharply. Then I won't fight. Why would I? He lazily scrolled through his phone. No skills? You're nothing special either. He kept taunting. You can't beat me. There's no fun in a fight I've already won. Kang Hyun felt his pride stung. You brat, what do you take me for? He retorted. What? Are you afraid I'll expose your weaknesses? Scared? Scared? Fine. He sat up. Hyung, kids these days don't get triggered like that anymore. And Yu-sung made a demand. Try bribing me. I'm not interested in a boring match. The finger Kang Hyun was pointing directly at him froze, and Yu-sung's voice rang out. How about a bet? A bet. If you win, I'll grant any request you have, within my capabilities. A smug smile was clear on his face. If I win, the thing he wants is the Kang Hyun C-Series model. He leaned in close. Give me full production rights. He cursed, you lunatic. But Kang Hyun still accepted. Fine, I agree. Let's settle this once and for all. F-rank dungeon, Earthhawk area. The Earthhawks that appear here are nocturnal, so during the day this dungeon is operated in a special way, by renting out the space. It's extremely popular among large guilds that want to train in groups or test skills with high destructive power. Naturally, to use it, you have to contact the guild that owns the dungeon and pay. But the BAA guild gets to use it for free through discussion and negotiation. Hand-to-hand negotiation, polite. Muscle-based negotiation. The declaration of dungeon ownership isn't protected by law. So, Kang Hyun and An Yu-sung locked eyes. The number 1 and number 2 of the BAA guild began their sparring match. Kang Hyun's feet lifted off the ground, light as a breeze. Both were about to lunge at each other. His fingers gripped the sword tightly, and he swung it so fast it was invisible, but An Yu-sung still managed to dodge it. He used his 5 fingers as support on the ground. He countered with his feet skillfully. Kang Hyun, being slower, took the hit. An Yu-sung stepped back. "You're too bulky." A moment later, he lunged again. He was ready to bring his mace down. Kang Hyun used his hand to block it, and bones snapped. He started to feel the pain. Damn it. Out of habit, An Yu-sung stepped back. "You didn't forget that we agreed not to use regeneration, did you?" He shook his broken arm. "Seriously, man." Kang Hyun lunged to attack An Yu-sung. "Hey, man," he said, looking as if nothing had happened. "Do you know what your real problem is?" He didn't even bother using his hands to retaliate because the attacks were too predictable. He only had to move slightly to easily avoid the blade. Compared to his opponent, with just one hand on the ground, he could still turn the tide. You have to read one step ahead. And Yu-sung's mace slid past the blade, and he needed to know how to redirect the force. He locked Kang Hyun's sword. Like that, his feet began to move. And more importantly, his gaze was like a razor-sharp blade. He had to strike at an opening. In a split second, he ducked down. Kang Hyun's sword fell, the very same blade that had drawn his blood. And Yu-sung quickly stomped his foot down onto the sword right there. And Yu-sung rested his mace on his shoulder. "I won, didn't I?" The corner of Kang Hyun's mouth was torn. "Not yet. It's not over yet, you brat." He clenched his fists and lunged forward. And Yu-sung wasn't the least bit panicked. In fact, he looked amused. "You're planning to fight me while unarmed?" The mace was slammed deep into the rocky ground. He moved so fast that even Kang Hyun couldn't predict it. And Yu-sung relaxed his eyes. "I'm bored. Let's end this here." A murderous aura began to radiate from his body. He actually used his foot to stomp hard on a vital spot. The excruciating pain made Kang Hyun scream. He clutched his groin with both hands. "We're done here, right?" His face went pale. "I won, so hurry up and regenerate." That lunatic, he wore a despicable expression. "From now on, I'm going to do things exactly how I want." Just as agreed, and Yu-sung left leisurely, planning to start his launch as soon as he returned. The internet was buzzing with constant chatter as a car door opened. I didn't think he'd use his own money and release it so quickly. Kang Hyun stepped out, staring at the door in front of him. He really didn't want to use this method at all. C-rank dungeon, night training arena. This dungeon gained attention as soon as it appeared because the monsters here possessed incredibly excellent swordsmanship. Kang Hyun hesitated slightly before that door. "They say there's no better place to train in swordplay." "Fine. Everything is okay. It's really perfectly fine. But why did the monsters here have to be goblins?" He pulled the door open with force, not expecting to be in a position where he had to learn swordsmanship from a goblin. Inside, there was the sound of deep, crashing ocean waves, and ahead lay a dark tunnel. Inside was a proud goblin knight. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes. Later, he would remember this moment. If he had to choose the absolute worst moment out of all the days in his goblin life, there was no doubt. It was the moment he met this person. When you hear goblin, you might imagine them as a dim-witted species. But in reality, they are only wild by instinct. While their intellect is high enough to build their own civilization, the system displayed Goblin Knight Kijo. Without a doubt, he was a master of the sword. In the blink of an eye, Kang Hyun felt an unusual pain. Just as expected, every one of his movements was completely different from regular goblins. He slowly backed away. However, he had a superior advantage in strength and stamina. If he just overwhelmed him with power, he should have won easily. But his brows furrowed slightly. That wasn't what he needed right now. He had to minimize his reliance on physical strength and focus entirely on pure technique. As he retreated, Keijo followed. The goblin cleverly ducked, and Kang Hyun noticed something unusual below. The goblin landed a fatal slash that drew blood from his body. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth. Keijo's aura was radiating endlessly. The goblin was panting heavily from their recent clash. Seeing Kang Hyun's state, the goblin laughed. "How interesting." Keijo raised his sword high. "I will grant you a painless death." But the wound on Kang Hyun's chest was slowly healing. He sat up straight. "I'm starting to feel like I'm grasping something." Kang Hyun finally began to unleash his power. Let's go another round. At the same time, in another dungeon, the system announced armor, and Yusung moved so fast that the human eye couldn't even track him. He rushed at the iron golems without hesitation, using their faces as a stepping stone to land. And Yusung jumped up again, bringing his mace down. It was so powerful that the golem's head was smashed flat, beyond description. He calmly watched them get defeated. I don't know why, but this scene reminds me of Kang Hyun. The system popped up again. Magic arrows. Those were the arrows of Jung-ah. If mana is infused, the destructive power is strong enough, but the mana consumption is too high. They were just like puppets, and against inanimate objects like this, the arrows were almost useless. If that was the case, there was only one way. She ran forward with a terrifying aura. She was forced to engage in close-quarters combat. She only needed to leap to dodge one of its strikes. The light from her blade could eliminate anyone at any moment. She drove her blade straight into its chest, then circled behind it. Its head fell to the ground in an instant. Shin Sang-ah rejoiced at the sight. All right, she didn't realize there was one behind her preparing to sneak attack, and Yusung quickly used his mace to smash it to death. That won't work, sis. Kang Hyun is one thing, his body tilted to the side, but your role is long-range support. The smug smile on Jung-ah's face vanished. Changing your fighting style like that is very dangerous. Do you understand? I understand. Their torsos fell to the ground, and Yusung shoved his hands into his pockets. Where did Kang Hyun go again? Why has he gone so long? I'm not sure, he speculated. Only having heard that he was in the Dongdaemun area. Dongdaemun. He suddenly realized. No way. The scene of a steep cliff appeared. Goblin Knight. That's the training ground for the Goblin Knight. Meanwhile, Keijo was nearly going insane. The crazy human didn't have a single wound on him. Even though he used all his strength to slash his leg and arm, he still stood back up. The only thing keeping my fragmented mind from collapsing is the knight's spirit deep in my heart. But even that is starting to waver. At that very moment, the system continuously displayed notifications. Intermediate swordsmanship has leveled up to advanced swordsmanship. Advanced swordsmanship allows you to clearly read the opponent's sword path and react accurately. Where you swing the sword is up to you, but you must always remain humble. I did it. Kang Hyun was overjoyed. Thanks. The goblin was speechless. He even openly introduced himself. I am Kang Hyun. What is your name? Keijo was still on the defensive. Kang Hyun. Right. Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun. The goblin held out his hand and placed it on his chest. Keijo. The corners of Kang Hyun's mouth curled up. Keijo. Thanks. He turned his back to leave. See you tomorrow. Keijo also happily waved goodbye. Keijo didn't understand human language. He was simply happy that this nightmare had finally ended. Of course, if he understood see you tomorrow, he might have fainted on the spot. The next day, An Yusung and Kang Hyun made a suggestion. Let's spar. And Yusung didn't ask further and just agreed. Fine. Kang Hyun was extremely confident. This time will be different. But An Yusung only thought about something else. Looks like a new model will be added. Stop with that dirty pose. Countless strange poses appeared before his eyes. At another headquarters, Choi Min-chun, the leader of the dungeon terrorist organization, sat in a dark room before a computer screen. His fingers were constantly typing on the keyboard. The mastermind behind the string of dungeon breaks since the start of this year. They've been distributing a drug called Monster Power, causing widespread chaos across the entire nation. The drug grants superhuman abilities, but in exchange, it triggers severe side effects like extreme violence. It's even hit the civilian market, causing countless people to lose their minds. Members of the terrorist organization Jung Dong-sik and Sun Yu-ji, he still remembers the greasy face of Dong-sik clearly. You don't understand the noble purpose we are pursuing at all. Even Duty feels the same. He truly believes only he can save the world. The more he scrolled down, the more information appeared on the computer screen. In the end, word got out to the public, causing countless civilians to lose their sanity. Members of the terrorist organization, Jung Dong-sik and Sun Yu-ji. Jung Dong-sik on the left and Sun Yu-ji on the right, they act exactly like delusional religious fanatics, claiming to be the saviors of humanity. Seriously? They think they're here to save us? After causing these dungeon breaks and distributing the illegal drug, he finds that name incredibly frustrating. Choi Min-chun. He acts the same way, always yapping about how he's saving humanity. What is your goal? A C-rank dungeon knight training ground. Hey, listen to me for a second. Kang Hyun sat across from Jeoju. Where exactly is the problem? He was deeply puzzled. Whether it's my sword or that guy's mace, there shouldn't be such a massive gap in skill level. They were both just talking past each other in their own worlds. Then why do I keep losing like this? The more he looked at him, the more it was an eyesore. Kang Hyun was drowning in a mess of chaotic thoughts. What should you call it? Reflexes? How on earth did you train that? Or is it a matter of talent? He kept bragging again. Anyway, when I was little, I was called a genius. I even placed third in my class. Jeoju replied. You look a lot more polite than you act. He was trying to shoo him away. Looking at you just makes me want to wash my eyes. Kang Hyun gripped his sword tightly. Still, it's nice to have someone who at least listens. He kept yapping, which annoyed him. Well, I'm counting on you again today, master. His sword also began to emit a killing intent, and they both lunged at each other again. You crazy bastard. You're at it again. A moment later, both Kang Hyun and Jeoju were lying flat on the ground, panting heavily. He tried to sneak a look at An Yu-sung, but this guy was no pushover either. His face went blank. Even though he'd toned down his skills, Jeoju was still gritting his teeth. I still couldn't win even once. All his doubts surged up at once. Could it be? Is it possible that every time I get stronger, he levels up too? Kang Hyun said his goodbyes. Thanks, master. See you tomorrow. Seeing him leave, Jeoju sat up. You're finally leaving? Well, I'll head out first. Kang Hyun glanced back. I have to go. That bastard, and Yu-sung, he shoved his hands into his pockets. Later, Jeoju's eyes widened from exhaustion. Don't let me see your face again. On the data community site, the hot real-time feed was flooded with the guild leader showing off his figurines again. A series of critical comments popped up. What is up with this production speed? Maybe you should just go make monster models. Doing anything for money, this isn't a guild anymore, it's a souvenir shop. It seems his sales ability is higher than his combat ability. The facial details are so meticulously drawn that it's actually disturbing. It was so gross, it reached the level of true art. Looks like he's more serious about selling his merch than fighting monsters. Is he a show-off? Nice physique though, but it's disgusting. Kang Hyun threw his phone down in anger. Damn it. He was extremely annoyed. That bastard. How much money is he pouring into those figurines just to take a loss? Why is he so serious about this? As he wiped his wet hair, he suddenly stopped and tried to think calmly. He focused all his attention. What on earth is the problem? Kang Hyun suddenly started blaming himself. Do I really have no talent in this area? His emotions felt heavier by the second. He didn't want to admit it. Wait, am I only being carried by skills? Like what An Yu-sung said. Kang Hyun flopped onto his bed. Screw it. This is nonsense. I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm going to sleep. But it wasn't long before the room became noisy again. Hey Kang Hyun, turn off the lights. Turn them off yourself, you crazy jerk. A pack of goblins was moving through the dungeon. Goblins are inherently hostile to humans. That's an instinct carved into their genes. To the goblins, Jeoju's recent closeness to humans made them extremely uncomfortable, forcing them to make a decision. Goblin Knight Jeoju, the one who lost his self-pride. Any goblin that rushes in to attack will be banished from this place. However, there was one thing they overlooked. Faced with the threat of death, a fire of will was lit in the eyes of a knight like Jeoju. He was unleashing his power at its peak, pushing past his own limits. In the dark dungeon, footsteps echoed, and the flickering light made the space feel even gloomier. The scene around them was chaotic. Skeletons were scattered in every corner, gold and jewelry piled up in mounds, and stone statues with spread wings stood with fierce expressions. Kang Hyun held his sword in one hand, rested the other on his hip, and turned his head to look around. But he kept walking down the hallway, wondering what was going on. Looking into the deep, dark void ahead, Kang Hyun couldn't help but wonder, why is it so quiet? Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his eyes widened and he stared forward in shock. Kang Hyun quickly stepped forward, whispering to himself before calling out, the mana I'm sensing right now. Jeoju's entire body was covered in scars, emitting an incredibly powerful energy. He saw him turned away and called out, I'm here. Jeoju quickly spun around and caught sight of Kang Hyun standing imposingly behind him. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar, his eyes dangerous, as if he had spotted prey, completely devoid of any emotion. Kang Hyun could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. He inadvertently blurted out, What? Seeing Jeoju put his hand on his sword, Kang Hyun began to understand the situation. I felt it from far away, but now that I'm closer, it's even clearer. He drew his sword from its sheath and slowly stepped forward. While he was still deep in thought, this goblin, its aura, has completely changed. A glint flashed in Jeoju's eyes. He began to lock onto the target standing before him. Jeoju got into position, his sword slashing through the air, while his mouth kept growling. The very next second, Jeoju lunged forward like a flash, creating a shockwave. He delivered a powerful strike toward Kang Hyun, but luckily, He managed to raise his sword just in time to block it. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, holding off the attack, and let out a small grunt. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Great sword durability, 40,500. Kang Hyun shoved the guy away, making him gasp for air, while the sword in his own hand trembled. The system popped up again. Great sword durability, 287,500. Kang Hyun broke into a sweat, eyes wide, brow furrowed as he thought in shock. This is insane. Thinking back on the battles he had fought, he realized that no matter what he did, the durability barely dropped. Yet a single hit reduced it by over 100. Kang Hyun worried. At this rate, my sword will shatter before I can block another few hits. He ducked to dodge the incoming attack and came up with a solution. Better to cut down on unnecessary movements and focus on dodging. The enemy launched another powerful attack with terrifying strength, but it missed because Kang Hyun had already dashed forward. The guy's sword slammed into the ground, a terrifying sound echoing out. The enemy glared, tracking his movements closely, his eyes burning with cold, bloodshot rage. Kang Hyun moved flexibly. The sword whistled through the air right beside him, but it couldn't catch him. The enemy suddenly jumped, successfully landing a strike on Kang Hyun's face. The guy asked in frustration, "You human, how are you so strong?" Blood welled up on his face. The enemy boasted, "This is the difference between your power and mine." Kang Hyun thought to himself, "If I wasn't fighting him every single day, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that." The enemy's eyes lit up as his sword streaked past him. Kang Hyun assessed, "Even now, I'm just barely able to read his sword path." He retreated to dodge the enemy's relentless flurry of attacks, muttering to himself, "But he's a master swordsman. At this speed, he'll quickly figure out my patterns and counter in ways I can't predict." Kang Hyun frowned, gritting his teeth in anxiety. "What am I supposed to do?" Meanwhile, the enemy growled. The weak human of the past is dead. Energy radiated from the enemy with an overwhelming presence. He gripped his sword tightly, determined, "You won't be able to disgrace me any longer. Let's end this here." The enemy poured all his power into this final strike. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide and roared, "Die!" Kang Hyun interrupted him, speaking up. "Wait a second!" The system notified him again. Giant's Might activated, Mystic Weaponry activated. He punched the enemy square in the face, hard, and complained, "You've been forcing that deep voice since earlier. It's really getting on my nerves." Next came a series of follow-up punches raining down on him, until the guy was so frustrated he was brought to tears. Kang Hyun scolded him. "Hey, I already went easy on you a bit. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" The enemy could only endure it, screaming in agony. Kang Hyun's voice echoed throughout the dungeon. "Answer me properly, will you?" A while later, despite being covered in wounds, the enemy had to kneel on the stone floor, holding his sword up in surrender. Kang Hyun said with satisfaction, "It's been a while since I've felt this refreshed." The guy grumbled and whined while Kang Hyun pondered the battle. That technique he used, recalling how the enemy fought, Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. "I could feel it through my mana sense. That definitely wasn't a skill." He stood up and summoned his energy. To the guy's confusion, the flow is completely different from when a skill is activated. It's clearly something else. Kang Hyun extended one hand, gripped his sword with the other, and began to mumble as he channeled mana into the blade. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his very body. That energy fused with the sword in Kang Hyun's hand. He shouted, "I get it now." The enemy beside him looked deathly pale, struck with absolute terror. The guy stammered, "He has crossed the threshold of death to reach that realm. That human is like a monster." Kang Hyun just calmly retracted his energy and said softly, "Thanks." He chirped happily to the enemy. "Thanks to you, I think I can beat that kid now." Suddenly, the smile on Kang Hyun's face vanished when he heard the audience's thoughts. But Kang Hyun had been repeatedly defeated by An Yu Sung. News is breaking. The Jihunitazela Rice Dungeon has reappeared in the Earth's basin. Looks like Kang Hyun and An Yu Sung are fighting again. Anonymous comment 932. Why do they always fight each other? But I thought Kang Hyun got completely crushed by An Yu Sung. Is it all just hype? Anonymous comment 654. But did you know? Every time Kang Hyun loses there, a special video gets sold. There's no way that's a coincidence. No wonder he's been heading there so often lately. Is it for real? No wonder the dungeons are being cleared faster and faster. This is hilarious. Such god-tier deduction skills. Meanwhile, at the dungeon site, a few people were already there to watch the battle live. Someone holding popcorn grumbled while getting ready for the show. "Hey, quit pushing," another person asked. "Hey, who do you think is going to win?" The person opposite them answered excitedly. "Me? Obviously, it's An Yu Sung." The other guy retorted loudly. What? Are you kidding? You think the guildmaster is a joke? It's clearly Kang Hyun. An officer stood in a hidden corner behind them, looking worried. For some reason, the camera cut back to the two main combatants, and Yu Sung had his mace resting on his shoulder, looking radiant. I've got a new video draft out, want to see it? This time, I've dialed up the intensity a bit. Kang Hyun unsheathed his sword and stepped forward. That nonsense ends today. And Yu Sung laughed with excitement. This time, your video is definitely getting released. Immediately, the two lunged at each other, clashing with two completely different colors of energy, and Yu Sung swung his mace, the force tearing through the air, while Kang Hyun quickly raised his sword to parry, sparks flying in midair. He swung his blade decisively, a confident smile on his face, his eyes glinting with madness. One strike from Kang Hyun sent his mace flying. He thought to himself, I can feel it so clearly. The smile on Kang Hyun's lips never faded. He was completely confident in his current abilities. It wasn't just about channeling mana into the sword anymore, it was freer. Kang Hyun launched another powerful strike, his sword slashing straight down. I can spread mana throughout my entire body. He quickly threw himself back to dodge, seeming to have realized something was different. It felt like a high-intensity electric current was coursing through Kang Hyun. He felt all his senses heightening. His entire body was heating up. From muscle movements to shifts in his center of gravity, he could see the entire trajectory of the mace in his mind. I can read my opponent's movements, and my own movements have become so precise. Kang Hyun ducked to dodge an attack. So, this is what it feels like. And Yu Sung had been missing one strike after another since the fight began. He snapped in frustration. This is insane. You're pouring all your power into attacking me, so fine, take this too. An Yu Sung raised his mace high. They both launched into the air to prepare for the final strike. He swung down with a lethal blow, but Kang Hyun easily deflected it with his sword. His eyes gleamed with pride as the sword and mace collided, sending bright sparks flying. And Yu Sung's mace was knocked back by the counterattack into the air, leaving him in total shock. It spun several times before slamming into the ground, and at that same moment, its master collapsed to the floor. Kang Hyun rested his sword on his shoulder and stood with his hands on his hips, watching as the other man struggled to sit up. After the battle, the dust slowly began to settle, and Yu Sung asked, You just used a skill, didn't you? Kang Hyun replied curtly, No. He didn't believe the answer, and turned his head away, refusing to accept the lie. That last hit was clearly a skill. Kang Hyun scoffed, What's with you? And Yu Sung leaned back on his hands, looking up at the sky and clicking his tongue at his response. Anyone at his level knew for a fact it wasn't a skill. The sky was as clear as if no battle had ever happened, and Yu Sung kept pestering him. Where do you even learn stuff like that? You're a total monster. After the battle, the trading screen popped up, causing quite a stir. Pre-orders for the Bat 8 Guild's Bat 8 Yu Sung merchandise, 16 models. The 12-scale version was 1 million, but now it's 799,900. Under the comments, everyone was buzzing. The anonymous guy is seriously handsome. Handsome and a top-tier ability user too. Oh my god, while I was doubting myself, please, let him be gay. Life really isn't fair. He doesn't even look like he needs a filter. But that charisma is legit. He really is handsome. His looks shine through even when he's dressed so sloppily. Did you know, he's still so young. Damn it, young and rich. Hey, is that anonymous? And Yu Sung guy really that handsome? Is he part of a rookie debut group? No. He's an ability user from the Bat 8 Guild, though I thought he was an intern somewhere. That vibe is amazing. And Yu Sung is truly top tier. I can't believe that face belongs to an ability user. What is my father doing with his life? Where did a guy like that even come from? He's seriously good looking. Kang Hyun held his phone, speechless as he read these comments. Darkness fell over the city. A night passed amidst his confusion. Why were the reactions so different? A while later, at the office, Kang Hyun raised a beer can high in a refreshing celebration. Ignoring the fact that Shin Sang-ah and An Yu Sung were still sitting right next to him, he leaned back in his chair and laughed out loud. Drinking beer, after a victory, hits differently. And Yu Sung complained, fiddling with his phone in frustration. Has it really been a whole week and you're still talking about that? Kang Hyun smirked and pointed at him, while his other hand held the beer can tight. The glory of victory lasts forever. What would you know? You're just a loser. And Yu Sung smirked and shot back. What did you say? You lost to me 3 times, you know. He laughed triumphantly at that. The one who wins at the very end is the real winner. Shin Sang-ah, who was chewing on some bread, suddenly asked, By the way, Kang Hyun, haven't you been going into dungeons lately? She bit into her bread, her cheeks bulging as she continued. Your vacation seems a bit too long, don't you think? Kang Hyun grimaced and scratched his head. I'm starting to feel restless too. Captain Shin Tae-jin told me to wait for orders for now, he explained further. He said the situation is a bit complicated. Kang Hyun's words made An Yu-sung instantly look away from his phone. He asked seriously, why? Hasn't the martial law been lifted yet? On the table scattered with food and empty cans, his phone suddenly lit up, cutting him off as he was about to answer. I'm not exactly sure. He said that's the problem, but I don't really understand much either. The phone vibrated repeatedly. The caller was Shin Tae-jin. What a pain. Kang Hyun picked up the call. Yes. This is Kang Hyun. The person on the other end quickly spoke up. Mr. Kang Hyun, I'm sorry for calling so suddenly. Shin Tae-jin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Are you free at 10 tomorrow? Kang Hyun thought for a moment before replying. You're not really being picky anymore, are you? I have time. He took the opportunity to ask more. Someone told me to wait for orders. What's going on? He explained the situation clearly. There's a meeting for the management of special ability users. I'll explain the details tomorrow. But you already have a rough idea of what it's about, right? Shin Tae-jin continued. It's the very thing I've been talking about all this time. Kang Hyun acted as if he understood, but in his head, he was still wondering what it was about. Right. What was it again? Finally, he wrapped it up. I'll text you the location. See you then. The next day, at the Korea Dungeon Management Agency, footsteps echoed through the hallway. In the conference room, everyone was chatting boisterously. Are meetings held here now instead of the Ministry of Interior and Safety? You've really moved up in the world, huh, Shin Tae-jin? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and stepped in. Looking hurried, it was Kang Hyun. He raised his hand in a wave, breathing a sigh of relief. Just in time, Shin Tae-jin said, displeased. I told you to be here 5 minutes early. Kang Hyun nonchalantly pulled up a chair and sat down, much to the annoyance of the person at the podium. I've still got 1 minute, he gave a cheeky excuse. You didn't let me finish. I suddenly had a stomachache, so I had to go to the bathroom. Seriously, it was that big. It wasn't even a bathroom trip. It was like giving birth. I swear. Shin Tae-jin's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. I'm not curious. Please sit down. Kang Hyun still couldn't take it seriously. Geez, you're so uptight. Looking around, he noticed quite a few familiar faces. Kang Hyun saw a beautiful girl sitting seriously across from him. Beside her, a dark-skinned man was happily waving to him. He thought to himself, the two over there are Damnu and Hans John, then Choi Dong-gu from the Alliance. Further away, Kang Hyun also saw someone with chestnut brown hair looking cold. He identified them as Han Myung-do, the guild leader of the Immortal Guild. But when his eyes shifted to the next person, Kang Hyun pointed at him with such contempt that the guy's face darkened with rage. What's wrong? Park Hoon, you're here too? Didn't you cause such a scene last time that you fell off a cliff? Park Hoon scratched his head in confusion, remembering his own humiliating scene, but didn't forget to correct him. Save me. At least get my name right. It's Park Hoon, he added indignantly. Our Fire Dragon Guild doesn't collapse that easily. Kang Hyun put his hands behind his head and thought, all right, but you've calmed down a bit, haven't you? Suddenly, he remembered something. So he started glancing at the people present. By the way, Kang Hyun saw the energy aura that each person was emitting. He mused, based on the mana I can sense, their levels seem equal to or lower than Han Seol's. Kang Hyun analyzed. If this is a management team, they should have gathered the strongest people, but it seems they're looking at the average level this time. Suddenly, a call from the person next to him pulled him out of his train of thought. Naye crossed her arms and asked impatiently, leaving Kang Hyun baffled. Are you a pervert? She kept on nagging. Why are you so crudely scanning other people's mana? Are you a stalker? Kang Hyun suddenly thought, this woman. In his heart, he seemed to understand the issue, but on the outside, he still criticized her. She had just felt him scanning her mana. But what was she rambling about? Can a middle schooler even pass the novice tutorial? Nare fumed, pointing a finger at Kang Hyun and shouting, I'm an adult, you know. Ignoring the noisy barrage of gunfire nearby, Kang Hyun couldn't help but wonder. To this day, he had never seen anyone besides himself who could read mana. Remembering An Yu-sung's face, he thought to himself that An Yu-sung could do something similar, but that was thanks to his special sixth sense ability. Kang Hyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at her with a very guarded expression. As for her, Kang Hyun examined her. Among all the people here, the noise from Nare continued to echo in his ears. Why do you look like a middle schooler? You have to apologize to me right now. Kang Hyun tuned out her words and focused on thinking. Her mana was immense. Nare was furious and shouted so loudly that he, who was lost in thought, had to snap his head around to look at her. Hey, Are you not listening to me? She was getting more and more out of line. The way she was acting made Kang Hyun's face sour like a rotten lime. "Wanna fight?" I knew it. Ever since he started acting like that, she thought. You narcissistic pervert. But truly, he stood up, radiating such killing intent that Naray flinched slightly. If I stand up, what are you going to do about it? Huh? She backed away, fearfully thinking to herself. What is up with this guy? That aura, Kang Hyun opened his eyes wide, his face filled with bulging veins as he gritted his teeth in a threat. Seeing his current appearance, Naray didn't think he looked like a human, but rather like a monster. Faced with the commotion from the two of them, the people around them immediately started whispering and gossiping. What's going on? Are they about to fight? Han Se-yeon rubbed her temples in fatigue. Choi Dong-gu shook his head helplessly, while the others continued to speculate. Just how strong is Kang Hyun? I heard his combat power is even higher than Hans John's and Choi Dong-gu's. Han Myung-do sat opposite them, arms crossed, laughing loudly. He was still the same. Even that guy Shin Tae-jin, standing on the podium, was at his wit's end. Just as expected, he was so tired his eyes had dark circles and his cheeks were sunken. He thought to himself, then spoke up. I knew it. I knew this would happen again. Mr. Kang Hyun, Na-rae. Stop it right there. Kang Hyun looked at Na-rae with a confused expression. Hearing Shin Tae-jin say that, she reluctantly backed down and returned to her seat. I really wanted to ask you, but since the captain has said so, I have no choice. However, Na-rae still wouldn't let it go and added, next time we meet, I'll definitely teach you a proper lesson. Kang Hyun answered mockingly. See you next time then, you crazy woman. Na-rae got angry all over again. What did you say? Shin Tae-jin shouted to stop them. Enough. He frowned uncomfortably, reminding them with a dangerous look. Na-rae, Kang Hyun. That's enough. It wasn't easy to get everyone together for this meeting. Both of them were startled and immediately listened. Yes, after settling everyone down, Shin Tae-jin officially started the meeting. So, I'll get straight to the point. He presented the details. Next month, the World Dungeon Summit will be held in South Korea. This is an important meeting where the key figures from every nation will gather. Shin Tae-jin proposed the main mission. We want to entrust the security work to you. Han Myung-do asked back, surprised. Security? Wouldn't the military and the police be enough? Shin Tae-jin explained. As those who are well-informed know, the threat of terrorism still exists. Choi Dong-gu listened silently, focused. Someone in the meeting raised a question. Hasn't that already been resolved? So why was the martial law lifted? As the person finished their sentence, he gave the answer. Because of the summit. Shin Tae-jin nodded. That's right, he continued, speaking at length. Our country, with its ability to react quickly, and with our policy of being friendly toward ability users since the dungeons appeared, has handled dungeons better than most countries in the world. That image of a safe country is the reason the summit is being held in South Korea. Looking at it globally, we are among the safest. South Korea is the strongest. Hearing his analysis, someone realized the problem. Then, is the reason martial law was lifted, because Shin Tae-jin quickly replied, because that image of safety is wavering. He added that they couldn't cancel a summit that had been so difficult to secure. Han Myung-do crossed his arms and shook his head. Politics really was. Shin Tae-jin turned back to focus on the main topic. For that reason, we would like to ask you all to take charge of the protection to deal with terrorist organizations. Han Se-yeon pulled back her chair and stood up. I apologize. But she stared firmly at Shin Tae-jin regarding a situation that hadn't even happened yet. I cannot waste my time. The projector lit up in the middle of the conference room. Han Se-yeon asserted. Instead, to prevent dungeon terrorism, I will actively cooperate in clearing dungeons in the capital region. Having said that, she turned her back and left. I have something to do, so I will take my leave first. Kang Hyun, sitting in a corner, thought to himself, was she always like this? Na-rae, sitting next to him, still hadn't cooled down. Kang Hyun glanced at Han Se-yeon, quietly evaluating her. She looked particularly irritable today. In the distance, a few people voiced their agreement with the previous opinion. Yeah, it does feel a bit forced. To be honest, clearing dungeons is better, a voice chimed in. After all, this isn't mandatory, is it? Following that, one by one, they stepped toward the door. In that case, we'll take our leave as well. Shin Tae-jin covered his face in helplessness, unable to hide his sadness and disappointment. Kang Hyun saw this and spoke up, indignant. Seriously, ability users are all selfish, aren't they? He responded gloomily. You're right, if only they were as cooperative as you, Kang Hyun. Suddenly, Shin Tae-jin stopped, not continuing his sentence, as if he had thought of something in his mind. Kang Hyun rested his hands behind his head, wondering about the rest of Shin Tae-jin's sentence. But he was still busy thinking. What was that? Me? Kang Hyun? Relatively cooperative? Shin Tae-jin wore a pale expression, horrified as he realized the truth. No, he's very cooperative. Outside the building, someone loudly questioned. The special ability user management team agreed to this. A moment later, an announcement echoed throughout the building. And so, the meeting ended. Everyone left one by one, each of them with heavy footsteps. Kang Hyun tiredly shoved his hands into his pockets, yawning as he walked. Choi Dong-gu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He spoke up. I really feel very sorry about the Sunho incident. Dong-gu remembered the guy's fake expression, then glanced at Kang Hyun. I never expected that guy to be a spy for Choi Min-chun. He turned around to talk to him. As an apology, I'll treat you to a meal. Kang Hyun scratched his head, being polite. Actually, there's no need for that. He flips his attitude as quickly as a pancake, eyes sparkling and mouth watering at the thought of food. Steak. Sounds good. I'll drive. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed, sensing something was wrong. He alertly turned around to observe, having just felt a wave of malicious mana. Kang Hyun shouted, Choi Dong-gu. Are there enemies? Choi Dong-gu asked in shock. What? While he was still confused, he had already started pacing back and forth, searching for a play where he could star as the lead. Damn it, what is this? Is it camouflage? I can't see them. Choi Dong-gu looked at Kang Hyun with confusion, but Nahi's face darkened with anger. Fire burned in her heart. This jerk could sense everything with mana, but was still pretending not to see. Kang Hyun had no intention of stopping. He asked with a stiff smile, Is that you? Sorry, I was in the restroom at that time, so I didn't notice. Nahi shouted in annoyance. Are you kidding me? Kang Hyun calmly asked. What is it this time? Are you here to pick a fight? She clenched her hands into fists, pointed at him, and yelled, I have no business with you. Nahi changed her tone. I came here because I have business with Chairman Choi Dong-gu. That statement caught Dong-gu off guard. Kang Hyun also skeptically asked, With him? Nahi seized the opportunity to throw a jab. Yeah, I'm not interested in perverts who sell nude statues. Stung in a sensitive spot, he retorted, What was that? You damn brat. Choi Dong-gu stepped in, exhausted. Both of you, that's enough. Seeing them both furious, he explained, Miss Nahi, Kang Hyun isn't that kind of person. He is an upright and respectable man. Of course, Miss Nahi is also an excellent mage. Nahi ignored Dong-gu's words, but the fact that he sold nude statues was true, right? Kang Hyun was so angry he became flustered and stepped toward her to explain. There's a reason for that, you know. After a while, Dong-gu and Nahi finally got to the point. He opened the conversation. So, Miss Nahi, the matter you mentioned, it's an invitation to join us, right? She looked at Dong-gu and replied indifferently. Yes, I'm sorry, but I have to decline. Nahi thought for a moment and opened up. For now, I feel more comfortable working alone. Hearing that, he could only smile awkwardly. Well, that's a shame. If you change your mind, just give me a call. Choi Dong-gu added, You're always welcome. Nahi then turned and left. Thank you. Watching her back fade away, Kang Hyun thought to himself, It seems Choi Dong-gu has extended an invitation. Remembering how Nahi radiated such powerful energy, he noted that the way she sensed mana was far from ordinary. Choi Dong-gu called out to him, snapping Kang Hyun back to reality. Let's go, too, he replied unexpectedly. Sure. Before long, both of them were at a restaurant. On the table, grilled meat sizzled, emitting an appetizing aroma. Kang Hyun started the conversation. What are you planning to do next? He asked while grilling the meat. Are you going to join the guard team? Dong-gu placed his hand on his wine glass and replied, Probably. He was so angry that the wine glass in his hand trembled, causing the liquid to ripple. Those terrorists, Dong-gu's gaze turned cold, and his face contorted, revealing veins, especially Choi Min-chun. He still owes me, he said, staring into the void as he began to list his grievances. He dared to plant a spy in our alliance, and even attacked you, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun looked bored and didn't want to hear it. He picked up the meat, cut it, and changed the subject, telling him to put that matter aside. His hands cut the meat skillfully while his mouth continued to probe. About Nahi, what kind of person is she, really? Choi Dong-gu asked back, surprised. Nahi? Kang Hyun gave a convincing reason that made him fold his arms and ponder. If you personally want to recruit her, it's obvious she's no ordinary ability user. He focused his gaze on the meat, but kept talking to the person across from him. First of all, her restoration magic is extremely excellent. After all, restoration mages are already very rare. Choi Dong-gu nodded happily and added, But that's not all. There's one more point I'm keeping an eye on. Her combat ability. He revealed information that left Kang Hyun stunned. She is capable of clearing a D-rank dungeon alone. An image of Nahi appeared, a girl with a confident expression and overwhelming power. Choi Dong-gu analyzed it in detail: attack, defense, restoration, and even enhancement. Finally, he concluded, in short, she is an all-rounder. Hearing that, he put down the meat tongs and squinted in thought. An all-rounder, huh? Images of the moon and misty clouds appeared against a blood-red sky. A figure stood tall on a high cliff. Below were countless people covered in hoods. The wind whistled creepily, and that figure slowly stepped forward, closer and closer to the edge. It was none other than Cheji. She looked down at the crowd below with no emotion. Suddenly Cheji shouted loudly, surprising the crowd below. Right then, along with her words, a monster with sharp iron claws appeared. It opens its mouth to swallow the earth amidst the galaxy. Our world is as fragile as a candle in the wind. Even if we all fight together, it won't be enough. The crowd looked up, listening to Cheji's words from above. But those who are drunk on peace cannot realize that the end is right before their eyes. They are just blind fools, blinding everyone else. She suddenly screamed as if she had lost her mind, her eyes glowing red. So what will you do? Will you stand by and watch the world be destroyed like them? The crowd raised their hands in protest, shouting in unison. No! Under the moonlight, Cheji's shadow was cast directly upon them. She was satisfied. That's right, you have made your choice. Join me to save this world. The moon gradually appeared from behind the clouds, and Cheji's voice echoed. Even if we are currently labeled as terrorists, she spread her arms to show her power. In the end, we will be remembered as the heroes who saved the world. Cheji smirked, her eyes soulless but radiating an overwhelming aura. She laid out her plan. 3 weeks from now, the World Dungeon Summit. That day, we will change the world. An airplane zoomed across the sky. Cars moved busily below. The morning air was truly lively. At Incheon International Airport, a foot wearing a dress shoe stepped down firmly. I heard it's just a small country. Aiden, wearing sunglasses, one hand in his pocket and the other carrying a suitcase, commented casually. More developed than I thought, right? Ayla, walking beside him, exuded confidence. What era are you living in? She said flatly. South Korea has been a developed country for a long time. He looked disdainful, smirked, and turned to ask, really? Then why hold the summit in a place like this? Isn't this a country currently at war? Aiden added. And they just declared martial law too? Ayla glanced at him and explained. Since the dungeon era began, declaring martial law is normal for any country. He suspiciously jabbed back. Are you a spokesperson for South Korea? Why are you defending them so much? She hurriedly retorted. I'm just stating the facts. Aiden suddenly took off his sunglasses, muttering, South Korea. Huh? South Korea? He smiled excitedly. I wonder how strong their ability users are. At this moment, the system displayed an introduction for Malang owner Quasi. As for the beautiful girl walking beside him, the system provided info. Ayla Evan. Time flew by for Vice Guild leader Kier until a few days later. It was evening at a convention center in Seoul, and police had begun to appear on the streets to carry out their duties. Choi Dong-gu and Chae Moon walked cautiously, trying not to make any noise. And Yu Sung looked at Kang Hyun and asked, Can you feel it too? He looked around and nodded slightly. Yeah. Kang Hyun cautiously scanned the area. Since it's a summit, I thought it would just be some fake politicians. He inadvertently noticed a car and 2 men nearby. But one by one, I can feel a very strong aura. The more Kang Hyun looked, the more puzzled he became, especially regarding the blonde guy. A wave of power radiated from the blonde man named Aiden. They were all high-level experts. The man's gaze seemed to be fixed on him and An Yu-sung as well. A moment later, he walked over and waved in greeting. Kang Hyun awkwardly waved back and asked, You're looking at them like you've known them forever? He just laughed and replied, Do you see them too? And Yu-sung's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My sixth sense tells me everything I need to know at a glance. They're the same kind as us. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Seriously? He asked, smiling shyly and trembling slightly. I kind of want to fight them. Standing next to him, Kang Hyun saw that expression and scowled. Hey, don't you dare cause any trouble. Kang Hyun reminded him as they walked. Hey, can't you use your clairvoyance to check? See if there's actually a terrorist attack today. He followed along, scratching his head. My ability doesn't work like that. Kang Hyun stopped suddenly, confused. Isn't it supposed to? Useless when I actually need it. The moment he finished speaking, both heard a strange sound coming from behind. He looked for a moment, then spoke softly. Hey, did you hear that? And Yu-sung smiled fearfully and laughed dryly. Of course, they've finally arrived. In another part of Exhibition Hall number 1, Someone suddenly approached. "Captain, can I go to the restroom? Go in pairs," he commanded. At that same moment, the faucet in the restroom turned off. A few drops of water still clung to the sink. Inside the restroom, two men were talking as they walked. Sergeant Kim Tae-sik. "Didn't they say there might be a terrorist attack today? Damn it." One of them, Tae-sik, spoke up. Getting a mission like this right before discharge, he walked over and cautiously washed his hands at the faucet. "Hey, seriously, with so many superpowered users in the military, if they're still alert, would they even come?" His counterpart nodded, replying, "True. Did you see Kang Hyun earlier? Seeing him in real life is incredibly impressive." Tae-sik laughed, looked up, and replied, "Man, I really want a cigarette." As they chatted, he suddenly realized, wait, the two men holding guns were silent, feeling the air. "Don't you think it's too quiet right now?" Immediately, he raised his gun and ordered, "Tae-sik, sniper, take aim." He received the order clearly. "Yes, sir." After a moment, Tae-sik cautiously hid behind a wall. A second later, his eyes widened in horror as he saw a series of his comrades had already been killed right there. Two people immediately stepped forward, trying to shake them. "Sergeant, are you okay?" However, the sergeant's face was deathly pale. Donggu saw this and turned pale with fear. "This is bad." Tae-sik touched the sergeant's body and was shocked. Was he strangled to death? Then he desperately tried to shake him and shouted for Bo. "This is the unit at the checkpoint. Respond." Tae-sik took the radio from the sergeant's pocket, but there was no signal. "Is it broken?" Just then, Donggu trembled in fear. Sergeant Hart, his complexion was clearly turning blue, and his voice was shaking. "There's something over there." Just then, an attack left Donggu far from intact. The sudden attack made Tae-sik turn his head in shock. A man slowly appeared. "Damn it." Seeing he was still alive, the man mocked him. "A survivor? No way. That's impossible. If we're discovered this early, it'll be a hassle." As soon as he saw it was Min Chun, Tae-sik's mouth fell open in shock. "Huh? Choi Min Chun." He immediately aimed his gun forward. He looked exactly like the photo in the mission summary. However, Tae-sik's fingers had lost all sensation and wouldn't move. His face turned pale with fear. "My fingers, they won't move." Seeing Tae-sik still determined, Min Chun laughed. "Your judgment is decent. If you were a superpowered user, I would have recruited you. It's a pity." Hearing those words, Tae-sik gritted his teeth in anger, his hand trying to break free from the strange force controlling him. Immediately after, an attack lunged forward, but Min Chun activated a protective shield. The bullet fell to the ground, and Tae-sik's fingers were charred black with pain. He looked straight at Min Chun and said, You're using an ability?" He didn't waste words and immediately moved, grabbing his throat tightly. The gun fell from Tae-sik's hand, and Min Chun let out a light laugh. "What's your name?" After a moment, he used his strength to lift Tae-sik high into the air. "Why don't you come serve under me?" He unleashed a terrifying attack that made him scream in agony. "Get lost." Seeing this, Min Chun smiled triumphantly. "What a waste," he said, smiling as he gave a sarcastic compliment. "It's been a while since I've met someone so brave. I like you." Just then, Kang Hyun appeared. "Stop playing around." He swung his sword, shattering the ground. Min Chun's technique also lost its effectiveness. Appearing through the smoke, Kang Hyun spoke up. "Finally found you." He held his blue jade sword and glared arrogantly at Choi Min Chun. "This is the first time we've met, right? I've heard your name so much it feels like I've known you for a long time." He was knocked, sprawling to the ground, his face showing a hint of terror. Kang Hyun stood there mocking him. "If it weren't for that shield, you'd be a corpse already. What a pity." A massive burst of power was activated. The secret technology was triggered. "Let's end this today, you bastard." Min Chun was furious and summoned a new technique. "You bastard!" The energy wave immediately lunged at Kang Hyun. Facing it, he only smirked. Right after, a terrifying explosion occurred. At the same time, the roads and surrounding buildings were ablaze. An officer used a shield to block the attack, but it didn't look good. "Damn it, I let my guard down." He looked around and subconsciously realized, there's no way these terrorists could have infiltrated the security team. The battle became increasingly chaotic and difficult to control. As soon as he realized it, one man gathered momentum and lunged straight toward the center of the chaos. John Ha and Aiden were both stunned, jaws dropping. Sensing something was wrong, an arrow whistled through the air, accompanied by a shout. "John Ha!" Chaos erupted all around them, with smoke and fire immediately filling the air. Just then, Shin Sang-ah appeared. Seeing this, Yo Ha cheered. "Nice shot, Vice Guildmaster." She took in the situation, her heart burning with anxiety. The enemies were multiplying. The rest of them must still be inside the building, and fighting was breaking out everywhere. Shin Sang-ah glanced around and retreated. This spot wasn't safe anymore. She needed to find cover fast. She quickly found a path and sprinted for her life. As she ran, she heard a shout behind her. "Found you." The sniper, Trey Moon, paused, wearing a grim smile as he listened. "I've heard rumors that the Badat Guild has a formidable archer," he said, casually stepping forward. "Well, you're going to disappear anyway." Trey Moon pointed firmly at Shin Sang-ah and ordered them to finish her off. Just then, a sharp arrow came flying toward him. In such a tight, close-quarters space, she was completely outnumbered. The situation was dire. Trey Moon easily dodged the arrow and laughed triumphantly. If you can just grasp the trajectory, before he could finish his sentence, another arrow pierced through his head. Before Trey Moon could even react, he collapsed in front of Shin Sang-ah. She grabbed a few more arrows and boldly charged forward. She took down one of them first, using the ensuing chaos to create distance. Shin Sang-ah gripped her bowstring tight, focused her eyes, and channeled more mana into the shot. Seeing that, the rest of them scrambled to flee. "Damn it, I got hit again." Standing there, she thought to herself, they're as persistent with their harassment as before. Without a second's hesitation, Shin Sang-ah rushed in with her weapon, feigning a retreat but actually closing the distance. With a single swing, she successfully took down another opponent. The man next to him immediately raised his sword to counterattack. However, thanks to her keen intuition, Shin Sang-ah noticed it instantly. She narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Her sharp gaze hardened once more. Shin Sang-ah gripped her weapon firmly and attacked him. A stream of fresh blood sprayed out instantly, pooling on the ground. Shin Sang-ah had successfully defeated both of them, though her face showed signs of exhaustion, with sweat trickling down her cheek. Just then, the hand of the man lying on the ground trembled slightly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Shin Sang-ah's eyes widened as she sensed something. She turned back to see another man struggling to raise his sword to attack, snarling, "It's a regeneration skill." Caught off guard by the relentless barrage of attacks, Shin Sang-ah was taken aback. In the nick of time, a blow struck him from behind. "What the? You call that regeneration? That's pathetic compared to Kang Hyun's." A young man walked over slowly and asked, "Are you okay, Shin Sang-ah?" And Yu-sung smiled and added, "You fought well." Shin Sang-ah was overjoyed to see him. And Yu-sung, she walked toward him slowly, shaking her head. "I'm fine. But what about Kang Hyun? We were supposed to stick together." He sighed and smiled. "You heard the gunfire earlier, right? He went that way. They said that's where the strongest mana flow is." Her expression turned serious. "And what about you?" And Yu-sung glanced at her, looking calm. "They told me to provide support here. I agreed to clear the way on the condition that I get to join the fight." Meanwhile, Kang Hyun was having the time of his life battling Min Chun. He agilely shifted his stance, using his sword to block Min Chun's attack. Min Chun refused to give up, channeling all his internal energy to summon his power. Kang Hyun used his sword to parry, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. Watching Min Chun's technique, he couldn't help but mock him. "Not bad, Octopus. You're just like a cockroach." Min Chun's eyes rolled back in fury, vowing, "I'm going to end you." He glared at Kang Hyun and roared, "Let's do this." Kang Hyun poured strength into his legs and moved. He carefully used his sword to block the incoming strike. However, an unexpected crack appeared. Kang Hyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Seeing his sword crack and slowly shatter left him frozen. "Are you kidding me? Damn it." At that exact moment, Min Chun's power surged forward, striking him directly. Another explosion followed immediately. After the flames dissipated, Kang Hyun stood there with a sharp gaze. Min Chun looked at his own sword and gloated. The force was that intense even with a glancing blow? "You took that head on?" He turned his head toward him and laughed. "Impressive." Hearing the strange tone, Kang Hyun froze. All I heard was, "Impressive. Who is this guy?" He began to recall the foreign man he had seen in the hall earlier that morning. "Whatever, focus. Why did my sword suddenly break?" The system immediately displayed the durability of the greatsword BG 400500. That's when he realized. Right. During my training with Geodu, the durability Kang Hyun immediately dropped the broken half of the sword to the ground. He ran, his heart heavy with worry. "Wait until I get back. I'm definitely going to deal with that guy." In a tunnel, a monster appeared with a look of terror. "I have a bad feeling about this." A massive explosion rocked the city center as a source of light erupted from a staff. Nahi used the staff to summon her power. Her eyes were filled with determination as a surge of energy appeared, wiping out the surrounding enemies. The battle grew more intense by the second. Watching the scene, Nahi shook her head in frustration. Damn it. She looked around sadly, thinking, I've wasted too much mana. Seeing this, the remaining enemies rushed to attack. Where do they keep coming from? There's no end to them, and I can't wait for reinforcements. Not only that, but it seemed like fighting was breaking out everywhere. After hesitating for a moment, Nahi froze. One of the enemies tremblingly pulled out a pill, shoved it into his mouth, and bit down hard. Nahi's eyebrows furrowed as she watched. As soon as they're at a disadvantage, they take those pills and charge. She struggled to defend herself, realizing, that must be some kind of monster power. The guy rushed at her with an iron-fisted punch, damaging Nahi's protective barrier. Immediately after, she was blasted backward. An explosion tore through the neighborhood. Thick, black smoke obscured her vision, though Nahi's staff still emitted a faint, redeeming glow. I still have plenty of. She struggled to hold herself up, reaching for the staff hovering above her. I have to. Nahi's eyes burned with indignation. Am I going to die here? Just then, an arrow pierced through the thick, black smoke, quickly striking and finishing off the opponent in front of her, and Yu-sung arrived just in time, attacking them one by one with his weapon, smiling with pure excitement. Nice shot, Shin-sang-ah. Nahi froze for a few seconds when she saw him. A handsome guy, he's good at conserving mana, but who is that? Before she could think to investigate, it suddenly dawned on her. Kang Hyun, appearing on this side to assist, is the top-tier hunter from the US. Seeing this, Min Chun and his companions are visibly cautious. This is getting troublesome. He chuckles excitedly. Hey, tough guy, let's charge in together, shall we? Without hesitation, he nods in agreement. Kang Hyun ponders for a moment. What is he talking about? Some kind of combo attack? The system notification pops up. Grade D Giant Hammer. Durability 994,000. It is a hammer used by a high-ranking goblin, possessing extraordinary power even compared to others of its kind. Min Chun, standing opposite, is visibly annoyed. I want to take them both out right here, but for the sake of the master plan, I have to hold back. A surge of power suddenly erupts from him, catching Aiden off guard. Huh? An attack? Kang Hyun quickly realizes. Wait, aren't those tentacles? So this is just a smokescreen? I can't see anything. Mana is flooding everywhere, and he can't sense a thing. As the pressure eases, Kang Hyun pauses. Where did he go? Both he and Aiden stare in shock. Hey, did he just run away? Right on cue, an alert echoes outside, warning of an intruder. Ella's voice echoes from outside, and the guards scramble into defensive positions. She stares at the wall, which hasn't budged an inch, looking visibly frustrated. Damn it. Ella instinctively steps back. Where did Aiden go? Attacks are coming from every direction, closing the net. Is he trying to force his way out? Just then, a loud crash causes the ground to crack and shatter. Maybe I should just hold this position. Everyone behind her hears the noise and immediately falls back. Thick black smoke and dust fill the air. A silhouette, presumably Aiden, emerges. Min Chun, lurking nearby, wears a wicked grin. He channels his power to attack Ella and her team directly. She swiftly raises a shield to block the blast. Seeing the power surge like tentacles, attacking his teammates, Ella can't help but shout, "What the hell? What just happened?" Blood trickles from the corner of Min Chun's eye. I've used too much mana. I need to think about a retreat. A hit-and-run tactic would be smarter now. Just then, Min Chun notices the man behind Ella, the President of the United States. He retracts his magic and smiles. Is heaven helping me? He gathers his power, aiming a strike directly at the US President. I should at least take him out first. The blast of energy races toward him. Min Chun stands opposite, his face cold. Suddenly, he senses something coming from the side. Kang Hyun appears, hammer in hand, landing a strike that Min Chun struggles to deflect. The impact shakes the earth, sending debris flying everywhere. Kang Hyun sighs in relief. A rewind back to 5 minutes ago. After realizing Min Chun had vanished, both were left in utter shock. What? Aiden looks around, bewildered. Did he run? Kang Hyun frowns, his eyes burning with frustration. Damn it. The residual mana in the air is making it impossible to track him. Where could he have gone? A sudden thought flashes through his mind. Kang Hyun turns to Aiden. Hey, follow me. I think I know where he went. Aiden looks at him, confused. Does that mean he went that way? He doesn't understand what the guy is saying, but he feels like he's finally in sync with this tough guy. After a moment, Aiden smirks and agrees. All right, I get it, buddy, he says excitedly. You mean we should split up to find him? With that, Aiden draws his sword and dashes off. Got it. Kang Hyun watches him leave, completely bewildered. Watching Aiden run off, he scratches his head. If you didn't understand, just say so. Why the thumbs up? You looked so confident. I thought you actually understood. Kang Hyun stands there for a second, then sighs. Forget it. He immediately speeds up to chase after Aiden. I'll go support the other side instead. Over there, and Yu-sung is wielding his sword with excitement, swinging hard to finish off the enemy in front of him. Shin Sang-ah is there to support Na-hee. Seeing the situation, she grinds her teeth. It's amazing. This is our first time fighting together, but we're coordinating as if we've been in the same team forever. Na-hee seems to realize something and freezes. How is that even possible? It feels just like training by syncing up with someone highly unpredictable. Na-hee has sharp intuition. If she could fight like this all the time, joining a guild wouldn't be a bad idea. As the battle intensifies, an image of Kang Hyun flashes in her mind. A second later, Na-hee scolds herself. No, what am I even thinking? After taking down a few enemies, and Yu-sung kicks the ground, bored. These guys are too simple. It's no fun at all, they're just stubborn. I needed someone insanely strong like Kang Hyun Nim. Before he can finish, Na-hee quickly cuts in. Hey, you blonde guy over there. Don't just watch, give us a hand. Aiden hears her voice and stops, and Yu-sung rushes over. Sorry, that was rude of me. Hearing his tone, Aiden is slightly stunned. I lost my focus for a second. Are there really this many people with incredible abilities in South Korea? Without hesitation, he runs forward. I'm coming! Aiden dashes, swinging his sword to finish off the enemy's pin to the ground. A loud thud echoes. Min-chun is sent flying by an attack, slamming into a wall. Just then, a voice calls out. Did you catch him? Kang Hyun proudly replies. Of course. The captain asked Shin Tae-jin to capture them alive if possible. But honestly, Kang Hyun looks like he thinks keeping them alive will just cause more trouble. As he speaks, his expression turns serious. He grips his hammer tightly, aiming it straight at Min-chun. Well, I guess there's no other way. As soon as the hammer descends, the ground shakes and the stone shatters. Watching the hammer land, Kang Hyun pauses, looking surprised. He stares at the crater in the ground. Where did that bastard go? Right then, someone appears, leaving Kang Hyun startled and frozen in fear. He slowly turns his head to see who it is. A mysterious masked figure is shielding Min-chun, leaving Kang Hyun baffled. Damn it, who are you? Seeing his confusion, the stranger sets Min-chun down. As the opponent slowly approaches, Kang Hyun gasps in realization. Seeing the mysterious person approaching with intense hostility, he didn't hesitate to ask, looking for a fight? Kang Hyun grabbed his sword and arrogantly challenged her. All right, bring it on. I'll take you down and ask questions later. The mysterious figure didn't hesitate, rushing forward with a sword. Kang Hyun instantly parried, blocking the first strike. Seeing this, his opponent launched another attack immediately. The strike was so fast that he froze, thinking, what the hell is this? The speed was on par with Kang Hyun, and with swordsmanship to match, where did this monster even come from? The more they clashed, the more Kang Hyun realized he wasn't planning on using this move in a real fight. The mysterious figure remained calm, her expression unchanged. The sword in her hand suddenly emitted a strange, golden glow. The two forces collided with everything they had. Kang Hyun, feeling slightly overwhelmed, gritted his teeth and pushed back. The battle became increasingly intense and grueling. A small explosion erupted near Ila. High-level swordsmanship. The mysterious figure kept charging forward. Now, Kang Hyun stood there, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Ila, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. Overpowered? They say Han Se-yeon, one of the strongest in Korea, isn't even here. Just how many monsters like this does Korea have? Kang Hyun, meanwhile, pushed himself to his limit to keep up with the mystery fighter. Someone possessing this level of power appearing so suddenly was highly unlikely. Although covered in gear, the skeletal structure and movements suggested a female. The overwhelming power, the only possibility was that she had graduated from the tutorial. That intense pressure, Ayla noticed Kang Hyun's feet sliding backward, and the person who wasn't supposed to be here as they faced off. He realized with a shock, wait, are you Han Se-yeon? Kang Hyun stared as Han Se-yeon lunged forward. He gritted his teeth and let out a laugh. Well, I'll know for sure once I catch you. She brought her sword down with massive force. Kang Hyun raised his blade to intercept. He backed away, dodging Se-yeon's relentless combo. Kang Hyun swung his sword behind him. As her blade descended, he quickly raised his to block. Kang Hyun broke into a sweat, watching his sword tremble. He gripped the hilt tightly. Just as I thought, this move burns through way too much mana. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if only I hadn't fought Choi Min-chun earlier. Suddenly, she spun and swung her blade high. He kept his cool, gripping his hilt tight. Kang Hyun's arm suddenly froze as he neared Se-yeon's head. He grimaced, sweating from the tension. Kang Hyun's body shook as lava tendrils erupted from the ground, binding him. Se-yeon lay on the ground, struggling to use her final strength to restrain him. Kang Hyun snarled, "You bitch." He was dizzy from the shock of the recent explosion. Her attack had severed both of Kang Hyun's hands. His sword clattered to the ground along with his blood. Dust obscured Kang Hyun. When the smoke cleared, he was lying unconscious in a pool of blood. But Kang Hyun wasn't dead yet. His head throbbed, and he felt every cell in his body struggling to recover. "My regeneration, it's slowing down. I've completely run out of mana." Ela hid carefully in a corner, watching those bastards, her face dripping with cold sweat. Aren't those the ones protecting the president? Aren't they supposed to be big shots in their country? Kang Hyun's face turned a faint shade of blue. His airway felt restricted, making it hard to breathe. Is there really no one here to help me? She calmly sheathed her sword at her side. As she approached, even though he couldn't move his body, Kang Hyun thought, should I just run? His eyes slowly drifted shut. I don't know anymore, whatever. I've done all I can. Kang Hyun thought weakly before sinking into unconsciousness. Worst case scenario, I die? A while later, he jolted awake, eyes wide as he stared blankly at the hospital bed. Huh? He was shocked to hear the report. You lost them? He clenched his fist, his voice dropping as he reported. Yes, I am truly sorry. According to the report, after Kang Hyun collapsed, the room was filled with the sound of Taejin. A masked individual had restrained Choi Min-chun and escaped. He added, the remaining hostile elements have also fled. Taejin hesitated before continuing. We are currently hunting both groups. However, Kang Hyun was stunned. What? He sat up abruptly. With that many people present, you still couldn't catch them? Honestly, you guys are useless without me around. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I really have no argument against that. Kang Hyun raised his voice to question them. And I heard this was a summit. Now that such a major event has been ruined, what are you planning to do? Are you worried about Taejin getting dismissed? He nodded in response. The damage is indeed very serious, Taejin continued. But it's being framed as an act of God. The U.S. president is confirmed alive. On the contrary, this has become an opportunity for Korea's power to be reevaluated. He bowed his head deeply and sincerely. It's all thanks to everyone here who worked to minimize the damage. Once again, thank you. Taejin chuckled, looking annoyed, and asked him not to speak so casually. Oh, come on. Kang Hyun smirked mockingly. We're that close now, aren't we? He turned serious and asked. But then Kang Hyun questioned him further. About the masked person. Have you found anything yet? He bowed his head, looking troubled. Unfortunately, no. He likely used a perception jamming item because he didn't appear on security cameras at all. Shin Tae-jin looked up. However, Kang Hyun nodded, understanding. I know. Kang Hyun pressed him. You have a hunch, don't you? Kang Hyun nodded in confirmation. Yes, there is a prime suspect, he reported carefully. But we can't act based on suspicion alone. Keep this quiet until we have concrete evidence. He lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, and sighed. Fine. Whatever you say. Kang Hyun stared at the ceiling. Anyway, the sound of the plane, that's not my problem anymore. Ayla questioned him. Where on earth did you go? Aiden tilted his head and replied. That's a stupid question. I went to fight. He leaned back in his chair lazily. I thought this was a small country, but it turns out there are quite a few interesting ability users here. Ayla helplessly held her head. Aiden, our mission was to escort the target, not to suppress terrorists. Aiden spoke up, and he rambled on. Are you saying you just left him to fight alone until he ended up like that? She smirked. What are you talking about? I think you misunderstood. Aiden's expression shifted slightly at her next words. That wasn't a battle we could interfere with. She crossed her arms, annoyed, and stared out the window of the plane. Aren't you Kang Hyun from the Batat Guild? Aola's thoughts wandered into the vast expanse. For some reason, she had a gut feeling they would meet again. Time slipped by, and the next day, the scene shifted to a meeting room. Kang Hyun spoke loudly and clearly. He sat in the middle seat with his arms crossed, saying she wanted to join their guild. Nade sat across from him, arms crossed, and retorted loudly, yeah. Her expression was twisted with annoyance. That's right. Kang Hyun frowned, staring intensely at Nade. She winced, glaring at him. Kang Hyun's expression gradually shifted. Nade was breaking out in a nervous sweat, unable to take it anymore. She turned her head and coughed a few times, looking miserable. Nade questioned him. What? Why are you staring at me like that? he replied with an irritated tone. You were the one staring at me first. She clicked her tongue, losing patience. I was just curious how someone could be so ugly. Kang Hyun stood up and declared he was leaving. Na-dae was stunned and shocked. What? She watched his back as he walked away and questioned him. Do you even know how valuable I am? There are tons of guilds trying to recruit me. Kang Hyun calmly placed his hand on the doorknob and replied, Then go and pick one. He gestured outside to usher his guest out. Na-dae stood up, furious. You're going to regret this. Kang Hyun still casually picked his nose in front of her. At the hospital, Shin Tae-jin revealed, The government has decided to provide you with more active support. He was a bit surprised. So suddenly, he nodded and reported, The recent terrorist attack has changed how people view those with abilities. Some say they should be strictly regulated because they're dangerous. Shin Tae-jin continued, But at the same time, everyone realizes that every individual possessing powers is an important strategic asset. He added, The president wants to support ability users more. He replied while eating fruit, But why me? What about Hans John and Dong Si? Shin Tae-jin looked straight into Kang Hyun's eyes and said sternly, Of course, the support will be distributed fairly. However, you will be invested in a bit more. Kang Hyun chewed noisily and replied, Nope. I mean, why? His hand holding the apple froze as he heard what came next. Because the government rates your combat strength as #1 in the country. Shin Tae-jin asked a question. And do you know the common point of those who started large groups early on? Kang Hyun continued to munch on his apple. Let's see. He figured they liked to attract attention. He nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Half right. Shin Tae-jin quickly shook his head to correct him. No, that's not it. Kang Hyun listened intently to what he said next. The commonality is that they all have ambition. He turned to look straight into Shin Tae-jin's eyes and asked, So, am I different because I'm a nobody? He replied, seriously. I didn't say that. But people with their own ambitions. The entire hospital room was filled only with Shin Tae-jin's voice. Anyway, the point is that eventually, the time will come when they can no longer follow the same goal. Kang Hyun glanced at him. I'm not the obedient type either. I'll do what I want. Shin Tae-jin nodded, agreeing to his request. That's fine. Just like now. Please become so strong that no one dares to mess with you casually. The government will support you in every way possible. Meanwhile, another Kang Hyun in the meeting room was still leisurely picking his nose even harder. He carefully calculated that it meant not only he himself, but the guild also had to grow stronger. Kang Hyun called out, Hold on. Na-dae startled and stopped. What is it? He nonchalantly flicked the booger from his finger and said, Want to take a test? If you pass, I'll let you join. She paused and asked, What kind of test? The corner of Kang Hyun's mouth curled into a sly smile. A one-on-one fight with me. He and Na-dae sat in the car. Chae-moon's car glided down the road. He was sweating nervously. Guild leader, there are so many people here. Why do I have to be the one driving? I still have a mountain of paperwork to handle. Kang Hyun replied, Hey, Chae-moon drives the smoothest. Chae-moon gripped the steering wheel tight, thinking he should drive over a speed bump at 60 kilometers per hour. He turned his head to look at her in the back seat. By the way, I heard you fought alongside Shin Sang-ah and in Yu-sung this time? Kang Hyun continued to question. Is that why you suddenly want to join the guild? Na-dae looked coldly out the window. Yeah, fighting in a team isn't bad. He frowned, feeling tense when he heard her say that. Kang Hyun suddenly blurted out a name, Shin Sang-ah. Na-dae asked irritably, What are you talking about all of a sudden? Her whole body stiffened when she heard the name from his lips. An Yu-sung. Kang Hyun flashed a wicked grin. He crossed his arms and sighed. You're joining because of his face, aren't you? Na-dae was annoyed and frustrated. What are you saying? That's not it. Kang Hyun replied lazily. Yeah, total simp. She gritted her teeth in anger. You! He smirked mockingly. Oh, Chae-moon, are we doing the opening move? When they got out of the car, Kang Hyun and Na-dae stood facing each other in the vacant lot. Under the eyes of everyone, Kang Hyun stood there. They whispered among themselves. Isn't it an Yu-sung this time? Do you know who that is? Isn't he just a middle schooler? Oh, is it that guy? Someone chimed in. I heard there's a super strong mage, but he dresses weird. She stood with her hands on her hips and spoke loudly. Are you really going to fight like that? If you die, don't blame me. He stood opposite her and nodded, provoking her. Fine. Bring it on. Na-dae entered a combat stance, her whole body erupting with a surge of magic, thinking, he's a pervert who sells his own guild out, but his skills must be real. I heard he's the best in the country in terms of raw power. She placed her hand on her magic staff to cast a spell. She didn't think she would win from the start. But Na-dae conjured a magic circle in midair, from which a fireball flew out. If he's going to be empty-handed like that, I at least have to land a few decent hits. Kang Hyun, however, very calmly swatted away her attack and asked, "What are you doing?" Nade's eyes widened in shock to see him so easily block her move. She quickly regained her composure, picked up her staff, and gathered magic power around her. "It's fine, that was just a test." Kang Hyun calmly looked up at the magic heading toward him. This was the real start. Her attack hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Nade desperately summoned several magic circles to launch a continuous barrage of attacks. From where Kang Hyun stood, explosions rang out repeatedly, but he walked out of the smoke and fire completely unscathed. Kang Hyun had a few wounds on him, but his mouth still wore a smile. "Are you kidding me?" Her whole body trembled in fear as she heard what he said next. "Your attack was way too straightforward. I heard you were on par with Yusung," Kang Hyun said, his voice cold. Has his standard fallen that low? Nade thought in confusion. What the hell is this? "You maniac!" She stared in shock at his body as it healed. Taking that many hits and still being fine, his wounds were even closing up. Kang Hyun stopped right in front of Naye. He said clearly, "For a mage, losing your distance like that is a huge mistake." Her hand holding the staff was trembling, unable to keep a firm grip. Panicking, Naye threw it to the ground. "Do you think she pulled out a small knife? I'd only use magic?" Naye lunged at Kang Hyun, determined. He caught her blade with his bare hand, blood trickling out. Naye froze in disbelief as Kang Hyun crushed the knife. He curled 2 fingers on his other hand. She turned pale, terrified. "Wait!" He placed his hand on Naye's forehead, about to flick her. She shrieked in fear. Flick! A massive explosion shook the earth as Kang Hyun flicked Naye's forehead. The crater in the mountain was swallowed by black smoke. Inside Naye's eyes, she saw Kang Hyun's anxious face. "Hey, hey!" She stared blankly, hearing him pat her face. "Wake up!" Kang Hyun turned to ask the others outside. "Does anyone have water?" A young man holding a bottle raised his hand. "I do." Naye flushed bright red, jolting fully awake as he splashed water on her face. She sat up, shouting, "What? What just happened?" Kang Hyun replied, "What do you think? You got taken out in just 1 hit." He bluntly stated the harsh truth. "You failed, kid." Naye was stunned, blushing. "What?" Kang Hyun squatted, arms folded, watching her shake with rage. Naye, feeling humiliated, had a bright red face with tears and snot streaming down. He didn't show an ounce of pity, instead bursting into hearty laughter. "Hey, are you crying? Seriously? My bad. But you're too weak, so you can't join our guild." She cried even harder. "Who do you think you are? How dare you say that?" Naye yelled, feeling wronged. "Do you have any idea how hard I've been trying?" Kang Hyun propped his chin on his hand, unbothered. "If you're that mad, then get stronger," she shouted, face burning with rage. "I will join. Just let me in." He fell silent, reflecting on Naye's fighting style. Her skills were a bit clumsy, but definitely useful. Kang Hyun looked at her crying face again. Besides, he was just teasing her because her reactions were so entertaining. He nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll accept you as a guild member. On one condition." Naye stopped sobbing. "A condition?" Kang Hyun held up 1 finger. "First, you must use honorifics with me and call me Guildmaster." He held up a 2nd finger and continued. "Second, you must obey my orders unconditionally." She froze, staring at him blankly. "Obey unconditionally?" Naye broke into a nervous sweat. Is he a pervert who's going to make me model for nudes? She suddenly imagined herself doing explicit things for Kang Hyun. Naye turned bright red and snapped. "You maniac. I'll call the cops. You deserve the death penalty. What is wrong with you, you pervert?" But in the end, she successfully joined the guild. After an hour of bickering, Naye finally signed the guild application. In the sweltering heat of a summer many years ago, a young Yu-sung jumped onto a blade of grass in the playground. It struggled frantically as Yu-sung caught it. A blond boy tugged on his teacher's shirt, pointing at him. "Teacher, Yu-sung is bullying insects again." She looked in the direction he was pointing. "Yu-sung." The teacher approached Yu-sung to scold him. "Yu-sung, I told you, insects are living creatures too." She held her head, feeling helpless. That child is truly. A short-haired teacher ran over. "Teacher!" She leaned in close to whisper to the long-haired teacher. "When I was changing Yu-sung earlier, I saw bruises on him. Shouldn't we report this?" She shook her head and replied, "Just act like you didn't see anything." The child's father returned to reality. He strolled through the park with his hands in his pockets. Nearby, a praying mantis was playing with a butterfly. Yu-sung stopped when he saw it. The mantis jolted as his shadow fell over it. He bent down and placed it on a blade of grass. "You could get crushed just like that." Then, Yu-sung walked on, arm over his neck. So peaceful. He thought, since when did life become this interesting? Yu-sung remembered his past self, probably since that day, the day I felt an unbearable suffocation, the day I first pierced my skin. That day, the system started to activate. The tutorial began. Bloody memories surfaced in his mind. Blood, violence, death. Those memories were deeply ingrained in Yu-sung's mind, simply purging his inherent aggression. A primal desire for destruction. His excited face flashed again. In that moment, I truly felt like I was alive. Just then, he stood before a vending machine. The soda can fell as he inserted the coin. Yu-sung took a drink, thinking, since when? I wonder that uncontrollable urge is finally being suppressed. Images of his blood-covered self and Kang Hyun surfaced in his head. Yu-sung tossed the empty bottle into the trash and muttered, either way, he really is an interesting guy. He stopped when his phone rang in his pocket. Yu-sung's face showed a hint of surprise as he read the screen. He stood still for a long time reading the caller's name. Secretary Kang. Yu-sung's pupils dilated as he stared at his phone. Another day began. Chairman An Musuk stood in his office, looking out over the city. He wiped a leaf while listening to Secretary Kang. It's rare for Yu-sung to do anything useful. Musuk's cold voice echoed, Kang Hyun's guild, everything is going perfectly. He asked, where is he? She bowed respectfully to answer. He is currently on the first floor. Musuk ordered, tell him to come up. Secretary Kang bowed. Yes, sir. Yu-sung opened the office door and greeted him. You called, father? Musuk turned to glance at Yu-sung. An Musuk, chairman of the High-End Yu-sung group, said, sit down. The father and son sat across from each other in silence. Musuk puffed on a cigarette and said, I heard you've been active in a guild lately. He replied nervously, yes. Yu-sung was startled and looked up at his father's demand. Bring that guy, Kang Hyun, to meet me. He asked, surprised. Why? Musuk, losing patience, repeated, did you not hear me? I said, bring him here, he continued. I'm curious to see what kind of person he is, since he's been making such a scene lately. Yu-sung broke into a cold sweat. That he fell silent, thinking of Kang Hyun. An Yu-sung knew that no matter how reckless Kang Hyun was, he wouldn't harm others without reason. The man's actions kept playing over in Yu-sung's mind. But he also wasn't the type to let an insult slide. If he faced his overbearing father, something was bound to happen. He looked up at Musuk, and father will never let it go. And Yu-sung's gaze drifted down to the ashtray. No matter how intense the pressure was, if he became an enemy of the High and Yu-sung group, he wouldn't be able to survive in this country. He gathered all his courage to refuse. I can't. The old man was stunned, surprised by An Yu-sung's reaction. What? He frowned, firmly expressing his opinion. I refuse. I'm not doing it, father. As soon as An Yu-sung finished speaking, he stood up and walked away. He slammed the door shut as he left, leaving the office filled with a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. The president called out to Secretary Kang with a sharp, shocked voice. Secretary Kang replied, yes, sir. The president gritted his teeth and ordered, that guy, Kang Hyun, bring him to see me. As the sunset light hit, the parking lot outside the Badat Guild was chilly. Kang Hyun opened the car door and stepped out. How was it? Easier than you thought, right? Shin Sang-ah nodded in response. Yeah. He turned his head to listen to her, feeling like it was only yesterday they were struggling in the Banati forest. I honestly didn't think just the two of us could clear an X-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun curled his lips in amusement. The Banati dungeon is a rather special case. The other places don't seem as hard as I thought. Maybe that forest really was the highest difficulty for an X-rank dungeon. As he walked, he asked, I heard an B-rank dungeon popped up recently. Want to give it a try? Shin Sang-ah replied with a question. Shouldn't we be a bit more careful with a B-rank dungeon? Kang Hyun looked a bit surprised. Careful? What does that even mean? How are we supposed to be careful? The two of them stopped when they saw An Yu-sung ahead. Kang Hyun asked, I've been calling you all morning, but couldn't reach you. Where have you been? He replied with a smile on his lips. I was at home. But Kang Hyun easily noticed the look of anxiety on An Yu-sung's face. He stepped closer and asked, Is something bothering you? He tried to act normal. What do you mean? Kang Hyun didn't press further and just brushed past him. If there's nothing, then forget it. And Yu-sung turned his head to look in the direction he was heading and called out, Let's go together. Inside a room, Kang Hyun picked up a can of water and popped the lid. He tilted his head back and gulped it all down in one go, a few drops trickling down his neck. Kang Hyun let out a refreshing, ah! He excitedly raised the can. This is exactly why I run dungeons. This is the life. Tree Moon opened the door and walked into the room. Guildmaster, he said, nodding as he brought up the topic of expanding the guild. Kang Hyun turned to look at the young man and replied, "Oh, right, we did talk about that." He asked in surprise. "Expand?" Kang Hyun explained. "Captain Tae-woo promised us huge support. I'm planning to scale up the guild." He burst out laughing and asked, "How's the situation?" Trey Moon hesitated before answering. "The thing is," he looked at his tablet screen and reported, "we started recruiting new members, but we had to close the applications after just 2 days because there were way too many." Kang Hyun asked curiously, "Wait, that many? How many signed up?" Trey Moon's eyes were glued to the screen as he continued his report. The numbers he spoke left everyone stunned. 5,000 people. The guild staff was in shock. "What?" Kang Hyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Too many is a problem too. What should we do now?" Shin Sang-ah suggested, "How about we organize interviews?" And Yu Sung, however, thought, "We should just take everyone. That way, we'll become the biggest guild in the country." But Kang Hyun kept repeating the same word. "Interviews. Huh?" He snapped his fingers, agreeing immediately. "Yeah, that's the way to go." Cut to the Ahak Basin. Even though dungeon ownership isn't legally protected, it's entitled to be used by those who claim it. However, the Ahak Basin is famous for its leasing service and is recognized as an asset of the Net Guild. The Net Guild master slammed his hand on the table in a rage upon hearing his subordinate's report. "What?" he shouted. "Are you saying the Badat Guild is invading again?" The secretary nodded and continued. "Yes. They said, we need to prepare because they're going to use it all day, every day, for the entire next week." The Net Guild master was so angry he could spin. "How many times is this now? If they keep using it for free like this, how are we supposed to do business?" He grabbed his head in frustration. "Don't we have a full schedule for next week?" The secretary said in a trembling voice. "Yes, it's all regular clients." The Net Guild master gritted his teeth in anger, unable to stop himself from swearing. "Damn it!" The secretary stood there, stunned and bewildered. "Sir?" The master was so red with rage that the veins were bulging on his forehead. "Damn it all, I guess they think I'm a pushover just because I've been keeping quiet." He lost his temper and threw his chair to the ground. "I can't take it anymore." He stared angrily at the pile of documents on his desk. "Even if I have to form an alliance with the other regular guilds, this time, I'm going to teach them a lesson." Since their guild is small anyway, the secretary stammered, confused. "So should I send out a cooperation request?" The Net Guild master roared. "Cooperation? What the hell are you talking about? Mobilize everyone." The secretary was left dumbfounded and shocked. "Yes, sir." The master grimaced, gritting his teeth. "Kang Hyun, I won't let you trick me again this time." Meanwhile, the Ahak Basin was already filled with many people. Some held large swords in their hands, getting into combat positions as they heard the Net Guild master's command. "All right, everyone understands, right?" he roared, his face bright red. "We're going to overwhelm them with numbers. The goal is to settle this without a fight if possible." Kang Hyun's figure suddenly appeared on the scene. The Net Guild master waved his arms and yelled, "They're here! Everyone, grab your weapons. Just intimidate them." As soon as he finished, he turned to face him. It wasn't just Kang Hyun, there were dozens more people behind him. He led the aggressive crowd forward. Sweat streamed down the Net Guild master's face. Kang Hyun stopped and said, "What's all this?" He put his hands on his hips and raised his voice. "What are you all gathering here for?" The master stammered, feeling flustered. Well, Kang Hyun walked over and patted the Net Guild master on the shoulder. "I guess the weak guilds are gathering for a mixer, huh? Looks pretty interesting." The whole crowd behind him followed his lead. "All right, guys, let's go." He stood frozen, holding his breath, until Kang Hyun's group stepped inside the door. The Net Guild master was sweating profusely, only daring to glance back once. What is this? Dozens of people stood at attention, listening to him. "All right, it's a pleasure to meet all of you who applied here." They went silent to listen to Kang Hyun's voice. "Let's not drag this out." As soon as he finished, he clapped his hands loudly. His pupils turned red, and his voice became booming. "The interviews will now begin." Kang Hyun stated clearly, "All right, everyone." He held up a paper in his hand and asked, "Everyone has received their numbered tags, right?" Kang Hyun gave instructions. Numbers 1 through 100. Numbers 101 through 200. Every 100 people will be grouped together. People in the crowd whispered to each other, "I'm 503, and I'm 504. He continued the announcement. The interview will be conducted in the form of actual combat, group by group. An arm from the crowd shot up. Excuse me," the person asked. "Does actual combat by group mean we're going hunting? I heard the Ahak species are nocturnal, so they shouldn't appear during the day, right?" Kang Hyun replied, "Don't worry about that. It's not a hunt." The first people stepped forward according to his command. "All right, First, numbers 1 through 100. Step forward. Kang Hyun held up 3 fingers and said, "The test will last 30 minutes. He continued rambling. After the 30 minutes are up, whichever side is still standing without being knocked out will be the ones who pass. Their faces turned pale with fear as they heard Kang Hyun's words. What was that? A death game? The crowd murmured in trembling voices. Does that mean we have to kill each other from now on? How could you be so cruel? He put his hands on his hips and pointed to his hair. Huh? What is everyone talking about? That's not it at all. Kang Hyun stomped his foot on the ground and raised his voice. What's the point of you all fighting each other? He stretched enthusiastically. From now on, you just need to hold your own when fighting me. Kang Hyun's mouth curled into a smirk, and Yusung's phone chimed repeatedly with game notifications. Cat, the kin, you are on a killing spree. He kept his eyes glued to the phone screen and the sounds of the game. There was no way to stop it now. The guild leader, Si Kwan, asked anxiously, stumbling over his words. He wondered nervously, will it really be okay? And Yusung's eyes remained fixed on the game screen. What is it? Si Kwan asked again. It's about the interview. Fighting 1 against 100, 50 times in a row? Aren't you worried at all? The game sound played again. Enter, War God, he replied nonchalantly. Worried about what? And Yusung didn't care much, thinking that if anyone had to die, it would just be those candidates. Si Kwan turned pale with fear when he heard this. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Shin Sang-ah understood Si Kwan's anxiety, so she sat up to reassure him that it would be fine. She smiled and said, Isn't that exactly why I sent the healer along? If the healer can't save them, then it's just fate. Shin Sang-ah continued with a smile. Even if they die, it'll be inside a dungeon, leaving no trace behind. He felt helpless with the two of them. Is that the most important thing right now? Si Kwan lowered his eyes, feeling even more uneasy. I'll go take a look. Dudong laughed and teased. You're such a coward. Go on, then. As soon as he arrived at the interview area, his face went pale with worry when he heard the screams of challenge from inside. Make way. We can't take any more patients. Inside, there was only the sound of ambulances and screaming. Ambulances kept pouring in. Get all the blood bags out here. Si Kwan stood still, observing the chaos inside. Prioritize healing for those with serious injuries. Move the lightly injured over there. Shin Tae-jin waved his hand, ordering, Please sort the patients correctly. He blurted out, confused. Excuse me, Si Kwan asked loudly. Is this the ability management team? Are you the captain? He turned his head to answer. Yes, that's me. But Tae-jin asked, You're from the guild, the B Guild, right? Si Kwan tried to stay calm and replied, Yes, I'm Han Si Kwan from the B Guild. His face suddenly darkened when he heard the question. What is going on here? Si Kwan saw that expression and knew, I can guess, without you even saying it. Tae-jin sighed heavily. You're here because of the interview, right? He nodded and replied, Yes. Si Kwan added, I was just curious if everything was going smoothly. He sighed wearily and said, First, let's go inside and take a look. Inside, there was a young man with a shattered facial bone lying on the ground. Si Kwan stood still, watching them all sprawled out, gasping for breath. Tae-jin helplessly slapped his own face. He watched in bewilderment as Kang Hyun handled all the interviewees by himself. It was as if he felt someone approaching, and he turned to look at Si Kwan. Kang Hyun greeted him. You're here? It just so happens everything is finished. He stepped toward him, losing his composure. What is all of this? Shin Tae-jin questioned. Do you have any idea how many ambulances I've had to dispatch here? Kang Hyun replied. You said you'd support us, right? Can't you even handle that much? He stopped in front of him, adopting a serious stance. That's not the issue. Shin Tae-jin sighed tiredly. Then what is it? Did you really have to do it this way? Kang Hyun didn't answer but asked back. Mr. Shin Tae-jin, do you know what the biggest problem is right now? He was stunned. What? He explained. It's the ability users. Don't you see that their levels and their true strength are stagnating too much? Shin Tae-jin frowned. This is normal. It was because there were too many top-tier experts around Kang Hyun that he felt that way. Kang Hyun pointed to his head seriously. That's exactly the problem. He went on, not long ago, top guilds had to struggle just to clear a C-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun continued. Some countries even failed to conquer them. He shook his head in extreme disappointment. Now, B-rank dungeons have appeared. Yet the level of these ability users is still standing still. Kang Hyun continued his analysis. To be more precise, only those at the very top are playing amongst themselves. Now we can sweep through C-rank dungeons as easily as turning our hands, while others are still lagging behind at the D and F ranks. He sighed, showing he understood. I understand what you mean. That is definitely a problem. But on the other hand, there's nothing else we can do, right? But Shin Tae-jin voiced his thoughts. Not everyone possesses the same talent, he argued, and not everyone can risk their lives or prepare themselves to fight to the death. Shin Tae-jin was startled when he heard Kang Hyun's next words. That is exactly it. Kang Hyun's mouth curled into a smile. There's nothing I can do about their talent. So, what should we do? He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Grit. Courage. Kang Hyun grinned excitedly. The courage to face death. Just by having that, I will make them stronger. His mouth hung open, hearing his ideal. I am looking for people like that. Shin Tae-jin's gaze followed where Kang Hyun was pointing. Look over there. A girl was still standing, which pleased him greatly. Even if their level is low, there are still people like that. Her hand was still gripping her sword tightly. Kang Hyun stared at her, the sprouts full of fighting spirit. He walked toward the girl and praised her. Hey, you passed. What's your name? Kang Hyun was startled when he saw her condition. He said, she's still standing. The room fell silent with only Kang Hyun's voice, but she has already passed out. He drifted into deep thought. From now on, let's call the B-Guild interview the search for the second Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun wore a wicked, amused smile. It had gone even more effectively than expected. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is how it should be. A group of people stepped out from the E-rank werewolf forest dungeon portal. The black-haired young man was startled and stopped when he heard a scream from inside the forest. A bone-chilling scream echoed from deep within the forest. He stumbled back, trembling. What the hell? What is going on? Behind him, the panicked voices of his two teammates rang out. What's happening? Was that a human scream? The black-haired young man turned pale with fear. He had never heard anything so horrific in his life. Was an entire guild being wiped out? He made a silent decision. We need to retreat. The black-haired man clenched his fists, trying to keep his composure. Save them. No, he broke into a cold sweat. Why did a doctor like him end up with an ability? It was meant to save people. The black-haired young man turned to look at them. Even though they were terrified, the three of them wouldn't give up. We're a team gathered for the same purpose. No one is running away, he commanded firmly. As they moved, two men appeared in their path, looking at them with surprise. Huh? The man smoking a cigarette asked in bewilderment. Who are those guys? The brown-haired man reached out to block them. Whoa, stop right there, he shouted, rushing to intervene. You guys are planning to go that way? You shouldn't. The black-haired young man yelled back. People are dying. We have to help them. He remained determined. It wasn't just one or two people. It was clearly a massacre. The man suddenly spoke up. That's just Badet. The black-haired young man was stunned. What? Those sounds were caused by Badet? The man with the cigarette continued to explain. That sound comes from Badet's rookie training sessions. The whole group froze, listening to the screams from within. He was left in utter shock by the information. Meanwhile, in the city park, people were taking a leisurely stroll. And Yu-sung sat by a bush, watching ants, and thinking to himself that his father would definitely try to meet Kang Hyun, even if he had to force it. He watched intently as they carried the remains of a mantis. He's the type of person who won't stop until he gets what he wants. A little girl curiously walked up to Yu-sung. Hey mister, are you watching ants? He quickly corrected her. I'm not a mister, I'm a dad. The little girl insisted he wasn't a dad. And Yu-sung helplessly accepted the girl's assessment. Yeah, I guess I look like one. The girl then judged him, asking why an adult was sitting around watching ants. He replied that he was waiting for them to return to the nest before cleaning them up. And Yu-sung startled and turned around when he heard Kang Hyun's voice behind him. Hey, what kind of things are you saying in front of a child? He looked up to greet him. Kang Hyun. He stopped and sternly warned. That's bad for a child's upbringing, especially in this era of low birth rates. Kang Hyun grinned. Kids should grow up only seeing and hearing good things. The little girl turned pale, trembling at his scary expression. A moment later, a police officer stopped by. So, the officer asked, are you not kidnapping her? Kang Hyun turned red with fury and shouted, Of course not! Who kidnaps someone in broad daylight? The officer followed up with his own question. So, you do it at night then? Kang Hyun tried his best to deny it. No, I don't do it day or night. I already said no. This is driving me crazy. The officer nodded in understanding. All right, I guess that makes sense. And Yu-sung watched the police car drive away and said seriously, so much for that. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The problem is your face, man. Man, calm down, he asked in Yu-sung. Then why were you looking so pathetic sitting there earlier? He shook his head. I wasn't, really. Kang Hyun insisted. You were, and Yu-sung kept denying it. Losing patience, he said. I'll give you another figure. so just tell me the truth. He honestly opened up. Actually, my father is an overbearing conglomerate chairman. A few days ago, he said he wanted to meet you. I opposed it fiercely, but he's so stubborn. I was worried he'd contact you on his own, so I was trying to figure out how to talk to you about this. Kang Hyun frowned, thinking to himself, damn it, I was worried for nothing. He replied, I thought it was something serious. He's already been here a few times. And Yu Sung was stunned. He has? He asked curiously. So what did you do? He replied rudely while picking his nose. What else? He was being annoying, so I punched him in the face. Kang Hyun continued. After about 3 times, he stopped coming, and Yu Sung was left completely dazed by the news. What am I supposed to do now? He couldn't help but remember his father. He definitely wouldn't just stay quiet. Seeing the strange expression on An Yu Sung's face, he asked, why do you have that look? It doesn't suit you. Kang Hyun frowned, thinking silently. He sighed and rubbed his head, annoyed. Fine, whatever. I'll go meet him once. He was stunned. What? Kang Hyun looked into the distance and replied, he wants to meet me that badly, doesn't he? Besides, it's different if it's a guild member's family. He walked away decisively, leaving An Yu Sung in shock. I'll meet him. It's no big deal. He fell silent, deep in thought. An Yu Sung called out to him. Kang Hyun stopped and turned back. What? He gave a sincere smile. Thank you. He pressed his lips together, trying to hide his amusement at An Yu Sung's words. Kang Hyun chuckled. You idiot. Don't do things you're not used to. They arrived at the towering, luxurious building. The elevator door slammed shut as soon as he stepped in. He looked at the floor indicator, amazed at how high it kept going without stopping. Kang Hyun looked puzzled. I don't understand why people in high positions like being so high up. A mechanical chime sounded as the doors opened. He rudely burst into the room. Hello. Kang Hyun couldn't hide his surprise at the scene inside. You really prepared everything, didn't you? He complimented. Interesting. Are you planning to crush my spirit right from the start? He smiled professionally. Not at all. Just ensuring safety for our personnel. The man reached out a hand. My name is Anmi. Kang Hyun stared at the man's hand in shock. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet a celebrity who's shaking up the whole country. He reached out to shake it and replied, I also find it interesting to meet someone I've only seen on TV. If your invitation had been more polite, we would have met sooner. The man warned, you should be more mindful of your words and actions. Kang Hyun nodded, understanding. Of course, he urged loudly. All right, since we're both busy, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. The man caught the hint and said, work under me, and I'll make your guild the strongest in the world. He asked, what do you think? Kang Hyun turned to An Yu Sung. Hey, An Yu Sung, he asked without hesitation. Does your old man have a screw loose in his head? The man turned red with rage at the disrespectful words from Kang Hyun. What did you say? The whole room went dead silent after Kang Hyun's statement. After hearing him speak, An Yu Sung's face was filled with utter shock, and the soldiers in the room also looked on with astonishment and worry. At that moment, Muok's face flushed with anger. He growled, trying to intimidate him. Yet, Kang Hyun just stared at Muok calmly, looking distracted as he teased him. Is there something wrong with your ears too? Upon hearing that, his face turned even redder with rage. Muok stammered as he spoke to him. At that moment, Kang Hyun carelessly flicked some dust off his finger, then locked his gaze on Musok. The old man's voice boomed out. You've crossed the line. Hearing this, while Musok remained on high alert, Kang Hyun replied slowly. You're the one who crossed the line first. I came all this way, and this is the nonsense you're feeding me? His internal thoughts swirled. An Yu Sung. Outside the building, the sun climbed high, casting blinding rays against the glass facade. The thoughts continued. Rising from nothing, this legendary man had built the Gangsan Guild. Right now, inside a room in the building, Musok stood face to face with Kang Hyun. His thoughts still echoed. Even for a man like him, who had survived the cutthroat business world, he had never met someone like Kang Hyun before. Musok spoke up. At the entrances to the room, 2 rows of men stood lined up. Kang Hyun and An Yu Sung glanced toward them. At the same time, Musok continued. Do you have any idea who is standing behind you? Hearing this, Kang Hyun curled his lip in contempt, and then, to the shock and horror of the 2 soldiers of the Gangsan Guild, he replied, a bunch of nobodies. One of the soldiers gasped. What did you say? Seeing this, Kang Hyun, along with An Yu Sung, turned to look at them while Musok grew visibly irritated. He spoke up again, relaxed. Just kidding. You guys have been radiating such killing intent since we got here. I just wanted to lighten the mood. Then Kang Hyun added, so, who are they? Hearing this, Chundong turned red with rage, insulted by the teasing. He replied sternly, the Gangsan Guild. ranked 6th in South Korea. Musok looked calmly toward the Gangsin Guild members and spoke, "We'll surpass Danu soon and become number 1. Hearing this, Kang Hyun replied, "Ah, I see." Then, Musok's gaze turned icy. He spoke solemnly, "I'm truly curious. No matter how talented you are, can you really win against people who have powerful backers?" After hearing Musok, Kang Hyun remained indifferent. He replied, "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." Hearing this, the old man asked in confusion, "A what?" At that moment, Kang Hyun's face was full of confidence. He smiled and said, "You know about that B-rank dungeon that appeared recently, right?" The image of the dungeon's main core, radiating flames as it floated in the air, suddenly appeared, accompanied by Kang Hyun's voice. "Whoever secures the B-rank dungeon core first wins." Kang Hyun then continued calmly, "If I lose, I'll join your guild, or crawl like a dog." Seeing this, Musok smiled, his expression sinister. "You seem very confident, don't you?" Then Musok asked, "So, what are we betting?" Hearing this, Kang Hyun stepped forward, then spoke, "It's simple." Then, Kang Hyun made a flicking motion with his finger and continued confidently, a flick to the forehead. Musok was stunned in surprise, and Kang Hyun's voice echoed, "Let me flick your forehead once, I'll go easy on you." At that moment, An Yu-sung, standing behind, clutched his stomach and laughed hysterically at the condition. Kang Hyun turned and smiled at An Yu-sung. He said, "Right? That's the way it should be, right?" Musok turned red with anger, gritting his teeth. An Yu-sung. Kang Hyun strolled casually past Musok toward the tea table. At the same time, he said, "Hey." Then Kang Hyun reached his hand toward the tea table, making a flicking motion. He flicked it hard, into the table, causing it to shatter instantly into small pieces. Fragments of glass hung in the air. Seeing this, Musok's face filled with fear. The two Gangsin Guild soldiers immediately raised their hands to shield their faces, protecting themselves from the shards raining down. The tea table now had a hole punched through it, along with wood debris scattered everywhere, proving the power of that single flick. Kang Hyun's voice echoed, "If you dare touch the people around me just because I annoyed you." Kang Hyun glanced back with a sharp, piercing look. He threatened, "I won't let it slide." In a dim corner, An Yu-sung's voice suddenly rang out, "Is this really okay?" Hearing that, Kang Hyun replied calmly. Kang Hyun and An Yu-sung walked out of the company gates. An Yu-sung said, "Your father, he's annoying, but his money and power are real." Then An Yu-sung continued, "But making an enemy of him isn't going to do you any good." Hearing this, Kang Hyun turned his head, annoyed. He replied, "It's not like he's the only one with money and power. I have my own backers." And Yu-sung asked skeptically, "You mean him?" Kang Hyun replied while checking his phone, "Of course, an extremely reliable backer. Come to think of it, I should make a call." Elsewhere, a phone placed on a desk vibrated, signaling an incoming call from a real tough guy. Inside the office, Shin Tae-jin immediately picked up. He said, "Yes, this is Shin Tae-jin." Kang Hyun's voice came through the phone immediately. "This is Kang Hyun. I have something to report." Hearing this, Shin Tae-jin repeated, confused. "Report?" Kang Hyun replied, "Yes." Sometime later, in the quiet office, sunlight streamed onto a potted plant on the bookshelf. Kang Hyun's voice came through the phone again, breaking the silence. He said, "That's about it. Clean it up for me." Shin Tae-jin's expression turned somber. He grabbed his head in frustration, still holding the phone that had just disconnected. Then, Shin Tae-jin's voice rang out. He yelled angrily, "Are you crazy?" Outside Musok's company building, a voice echoed, "What should we do now?" Chairman. Inside Musok's office, some people were cleaning up the mess Kang Hyun had left behind. Secretary Kang stood before the desk, looking at Musok, and spoke respectfully, "If you give the order, we will act immediately." Musok stared out at the scenery, deep in thought for a moment, then called out to Secretary Kang. Hearing this, Secretary Kang looked at Musok and replied, "Yes, Chairman." Musok kept staring out at the building and continued, "How did the investigation into that matter turn out?" Secretary Kang bowed respectfully and replied, "You mean the incident where the Bale Guild was wiped out?" "Yes, it's done." Images of the battle between Kang Hyun, An Yu-sung, and the Bale Guild in the past appeared. At the same time, Secretary Kang's voice echoed. According to the Strategy Department's investigation, the authorities have concluded it's an unsolved case. But the situation clearly indicates that Kang Hyun and young master An Yu-sung did it themselves. After hearing the report, Musok glanced back silently and thought to himself, "I heard he possessed very strong abilities." He looked at the broken glass shards being swept off the floor then remembered the dent in the table caused by Kang Hyun's flick. Recalling this, he thought, but that level of power, it's not normal. Musuk recalled the previous scene, glancing at Kang Hyun with a threatening tone. I won't let this slide, he thought, impressed by his boldness. Remembering this, Musuk smirked sinisterly. He mused that the guy was definitely not ordinary. Then, his thoughts continued. I want him. His face was filled with excitement and malice. Musuk thought, it's been a long time since I've wanted someone this much. Just then, Secretary Kang turned her attention to him. Musuk warned her, don't touch him. He's not the type of person you can easily possess. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating water droplets on a plant, looking quite poetic. Inside the office, Musuk's voice echoed again. Focus on the bet for now, and throw all our support behind the Gangsin Guild. The secretary replied immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, on a busy road, a voice came from inside a black car. Kang Hyun, while driving, asked, was that just a hunch back there? Or what? Didn't you feel anything? And Yusung replied calmly, a sixth sense. Seeing that, he answered vaguely. And Yusung's voice followed, asking, anyway, why do you ask? Kang Hyun kept his focus on the road and replied, just wondering about those idiots from before. Kang Hyun recalled. The sight of the Gangsin Guild soldiers standing by the door, surrounded by a massive surge of magic power. Then he asked, didn't you notice? They aren't just mages, yet their average magic power is abnormally high. Kang Hyun then thought of how Chun Dong had been angry and radiating powerful magic earlier. He continued, and the guild leader is top tier. Kang Hyun kept driving, then said seriously, and that unstable magic power, I've seen it somewhere before. Hearing that, and Yusung looked over calmly. Do you mean? Following that, images of a red pill and the madness of certain people in the past surfaced, and Yusung added, monster-like strength. Thinking of this, he looked at Kang Hyun and asked, could my father be involved in that too? Hearing this, Kang Hyun kept his eyes on the road and replied distractedly, I wouldn't know about that. Then, to An Yusung's surprise, he spoke up, but with a serious expression. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll handle your father myself. The purification sword had been broken during the terrorist attack at the conference. The fragments were recovered by the ability management team, who promised to find a way to repair it. Shin Tae-jin, who was driving, pouted and reminded him sternly, Mr. Kang Hyun, put on your seatbelt. Kang Hyun hurriedly buckled up. Ah, I forgot. He chuckled and joked, even if I don't wear it, I won't die. Shin Tae-jin nodded coldly, imagining Kang Hyun's car crashing into someone else's. I know, I'm just worried about the windshield. Shin Tae-jin hesitated, emphasizing that, if it broke, people could get hurt. Kang Hyun raised an eyebrow, surprised. Casualties? He quickly fastened his belt, asking, so, where are we going? Driving skillfully, he didn't rush. As he mentioned an item research institute. The director there was very famous in the field. A while later, Shin Tae-jin sped into the research institute in Seobin. They got out and walked inside quickly. Seobin hurried over to introduce herself. I am Seobin. Director Kang Hyun shook her hand. Ah, yes, I'm Kang Hyun. She smiled brightly, saying warmly, I've always wanted to meet you. It's an honor. He was distracted by another thought. This person is the director? Kang Hyun observed Seobin's appearance, silently thinking she was younger than he expected. Just then, he saw the shelf behind her filled with models of his own muscles. Kang Hyun turned pale as a sheet, his mind screaming in despair. It was a full collection. Seobin, unaware of his shock, worked very professionally. You have a repair request? Can we see the item first? Shin Tae-jin nodded beside him. Sure. He quickly opened the sword case. Seeing the shattered sword inside, Seobin frowned and complained. A B-rank weapon should be able to withstand most impacts. How did you use it? Kang Hyun was stunned to realize. Are you an ability user? She didn't hide it, picking up a shard of the sword. Yes, if I weren't an ability user, I couldn't research this field. He looked at the wreckage and asked skeptically, so, can it be fixed? After a moment of observation, Seobin nodded. It's possible. The problem is, it requires a B-rank magic stone or higher. She sighed, adding, and we don't have one right now. Kang Hyun confidently took on the task. I'll handle it. Is there anything else? Seobin pursed her lips, hesitating to say, it costs quite a bit of money. Kang Hyun waved it off generously. Money? How much? Our guild is not short on cash. She frowned, calculating, and slowly muttered a number, at least 500 million. Kang Hyun, who had just been bragging, was shocked to death. 500 million? Sobin led them to a table for drinks, explaining with a forced smile, "This field is very expensive." She explained diligently, "The efficiency isn't high yet. If you wait a few months, the cost might go down." He sighed in frustration and started to walk away. After a moment of internal struggle, Kang Hyun returned to his generous self, throwing money around. "You shouldn't skimp on equipment like that. I'll pay the 500 million. Sobin promised happily. "You won't regret it." Having received such a huge order, she gave her full heart to the service. "You can also change or add attributes to the equipment. Do you have any requests for attributes?" He was stunned. "You can do that too?" Sobin nodded firmly. "Of course, it's worth the money." Kang Hyun didn't hold back, immediately reeling off a bunch of requests. Then, keep the current attributes, but make it sturdier and heavier so it can withstand maximum force, okay? She took a sip of her drink, slowly accepting the order. "Fine, of course." He happily clenched his fist, drooling in anticipation. "Great, that's done, right? Han Se-yun, let's go eat beef." But Shin Tae-jin, sitting next to him, poured cold water on him. "There's still more work." Kang Hyun's smile faded. "What? What work?" He lowered his voice. "I'll explain." After that, Sobin politely led him to a restricted area. "Could you follow me?" She led the way. The light glinted off her glasses. "Here it is." Kang Hyun looked at the pile of items in the cabinet and asked blankly, "What is this?" He looked at the various machines and parts inside. Kang Hyun put his hands in his pockets, looking impatient. "It's all just junk." Seobin gently made a suggestion. "Do you want to try picking one out yourself?" He stepped forward and picked up the burger. A notification message quickly appeared. Rank F, flavorless burger. Durability 11. A burger made from magic stones that restores a small amount of mana when eaten. After reading this, Kang Hyun couldn't help but look stunned. He pursed his lips and thought, "Food is considered an item too?" She nodded and probed gently. "What do you think? Not bad, right? This is the pinnacle of our institute's technology." Seobin lowered her voice to reveal a shocking fact. "This is what we're creating." Kang Hyun stood in silence, his eyes wide with astonishment. This wasn't just not bad, this was revolutionary. Bad Guild aimed for fast clears, so they carried light gear. But usually, dungeon runs last for days, so they have to bring porters along. Dungeons are places where danger can strike at any moment. Heavy luggage is a huge burden, yet if they bring too little and have bad luck, starving to death happens quite often. A thought bloomed in his heart. If this were to become widespread, Kang Hyun stared at the description again. Rank F, flavorless burger. Durability 11. A burger made from magic stones that restores a small amount of mana when eaten. His heart raced with excitement. They would no longer have to face that risk. He pressed his lips together, deep in thought, imagining the bright future. The inventory wouldn't have weight limits anymore. Just then, Seobin quickly reminded him, "Wait, that's worth 1 million won. You shouldn't eat it." Kang Hyun looked up. "What?" She smiled and added, "That's just the material cost. The research costs are even higher." He understood immediately, and felt a sense of dread. "That's insane." Kang Hyun didn't dare hold it any longer and quickly put the burger back. "Then why did you show me this?" Seobin closed the cabinet, clutching her hands, and spoke with hesitation. "As you can see, researching items is very expensive." She lowered her voice to explain. At first, this project was funded by the Hansung Group, but it was cut recently. He couldn't help but be confused. Why would they stop such technology? Were there side effects? Seobin let out a long sigh and shook her head helplessly. "No, it's just that their heir got involved in a conference terror attack. Their stock prices are plummeting." Kang Hyun nodded in understanding. Then, still confused, he asked, "But why are you telling me this? It's true that we're making money, but we only started making a profit recently, so we don't have the capacity to invest." Seobin covered her mouth and chuckled, amused by his hesitation. "It seems you've misunderstood." She raised an eyebrow and extended an invitation. "It's not an investment. I want to collaborate." Kang Hyun repeated in surprise. "Collaborate?" Seobin nodded in confirmation and slowly stated her requirement. "First, I want you to supply magic stones at a low price. Most of the cost is there." Hearing this, he tiredly scratched his head and interrupted. "Do you know? 50% of our guild's income comes from selling magic stones." She covered her mouth and whispered, "Actually, that number is low. Most are over 70%. Kang Hyun wouldn't give in and corrected her. "Well, we focus more on cores than magic stones, but that's not the issue." He narrowed his eyes, his sharp mind questioning, "If I give up my main source of income, what do I get?" Seobin immediately gave a valuable answer. "We will provide the technology, we will provide the items to the Bad Guild." She thoughtfully added, "Of course, it won't be free. but we will remove the magic stone costs and sell them at cost price. And we'll share a portion of the future profits. Kang Hyun stroked his chin and quickly analyzed. So his income would be cut in half, and he still had to pay for the items? He weighed the other advantages. But those items could be sold for any price. In Kang Hyun's head, an image appeared. A vision of an auction with 10 minutes and 10 seconds left. Buying burger-processed items to avoid starvation. He sighed, caught in a dilemma. The pros and cons are too clear. It's hard to decide. Seeing Kang Hyun's constipated expression, Sobin laughed and comforted him. Guild leader Kang Hyun, why not hear the second condition before deciding? He nodded in agreement. All right, tell me. She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The second condition is very simple. I want the bad guild to promote my children. Promote my items. But Kang Hyun's ears were sharp. You just said my children? He frowned, his tone full of confusion and suspicion. Now I'm even more confused as to why you chose our guild. Like magic stones, there are many guilds, wealthier and with better reputations than ours. For example, Kang Hyun paused, then slowly blurted out, Daesung. Seobin was slightly startled but quickly smirked as she explained. It might be a bit rude, but I think they lack awareness as ability users. Under his shocked gaze, she slowly continued. Ability users are people who step onto the battlefield. Warriors who fight monsters with their lives. Seobin bit her lip, her tone firm as she emphasized, therefore, ability users must exude the beauty of a warrior. A specific kind of beauty. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, his expression complex. In the end, Kang Hyun agreed to the collaboration and decided to hand over tasks like negotiations and contracts to Remen. However, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart. Why did something feel off? Seeing that the deal was done, Sobin bowed her head to see Kang Hyun off. Then, I leave everything to you. He put his hands in his pockets and promised confidently, Don't worry, I'll make sure to promote the institute grandly. As he said this, Kang Hyun suddenly stopped as if he remembered something. Right. He pursed his lips and asked politely, I don't suppose I could make a request, could I? She was startled, her heart racing as she speculated. Could it be that he needs an item? Kang Hyun saw through her thoughts and scratched his head to reassure her. It's not an item, so don't get so worked up. He felt a bit shy but remained determined to ask. I want to ask if your place can make a prosthetic arm. Sobin was stunned and repeated, A prosthetic arm? Kang Hyun nodded and quickly gestured to his own arm. Yes, I want it to be about this long. On the other side, Sobin stared at him, stunned. Her mind quickly raced back, and it dawned on her. Now that she remembered, she heard that Kang Hyun's father lost an arm in the dungeon burst incident in the Ansan district. After hearing the request, Sobin breathed a sigh of relief and seriously stroked her chin. A prosthetic arm, huh? The custom design might be a bit complicated, but making it move according to the user's will isn't that difficult. She laughed generously and added, Items can even have auxiliary functions, so this is nothing. Kang Hyun happily asked again. Really? Sobin answered with confidence. Yes, of course. But then she paused, her voice hesitant and doubtful. But is just that really enough? He glared at her, confused. Huh? The eyes behind Sin's glasses brightened. With a devious, kind look, she reminded him. Since it's an artificial arm anyway, I think we need some more important features. For instance, she immediately proposed a groundbreaking idea that would shake the three realms. A rocket punch. Kang Hyun's eyes lit up as soon as he heard it, and he nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking for grain. That's interesting. Let's discuss the details. After settling that, he didn't linger and headed back to headquarters, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, really? Shin Sang-ah nodded, confirming and excitedly elaborating. That's right. I'm going to create a channel for the guild and upload videos to it. I think that's a fantastic idea. At this point, she looked shy as she added, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sitting in the chairman's seat, Kang Hyun crossed his arms and judged. Ah, right, this guy is a total attention seeker. Shin Sang-ah quickly grabbed a device to report. These are the plans I've come up with so far. On the screen were bold words about YouTube, introducing the guild headquarters. Every square meter costs billions. The whole guild hanging out together would be fun too. The content would be teaching the bad guys a lesson they'll never forget, reviewing items, and showing off the bow that Lord Kang Hyun gifted her, or inviting famous ability users. Lord Kang Hyun has so many connections, guild monster mukbangs, comparing flavors to similar animals that would be fun too. For example, the beastman Kang Hyun watched it all the way through, then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You planned all of this? Shin Sang-ah pulled the device back and replied in a small voice. Yes. He was also discussing it very seriously. Wait a minute, monsters are poisonous, so we can't eat them, right? She pouted with blind faith. I think if it's Lord Kang Hyun, he'll be able to eat them. The officer sitting opposite broke out in a cold sweat and interrupted, saying, even so, that's a bit. Kang Hyun nodded in complete agreement. That's right, even if I have poison resistance. But just as he said that, he seemed to waver and pondered. So, it probably won't be a problem, right? The officer glanced at his expression and was horrified, asking, Guildmaster, what are you thinking? Finally, Kang Hyun crossed his arms and said firmly, in short, approved. It just so happens I was planning to do an item review anyway. Shin Sang-ah slammed the table and stood up in excitement. Really? She excitedly pulled out her bow and shyly requested, then, please review my bow. Before she could finish, he coldly refused. No, I'm not doing that. The officer raised an eyebrow in confusion. Then, do you already have another item to review? Kang Hyun smugly tilted his chin up. Of course I do. He rubbed his chin, his face contemplative as if choosing his words. How should I put it? The item is, the moment they heard that, they were startled, eyes widening as they shouted. Food? You can put food in that inventory bag? Is that even possible? Dungchan couldn't help but comment in surprise. And there are electronic devices that work inside the dungeon too? I heard that the US is developing that. He silently pouted, lamenting. I didn't expect our country to have reached that level already. Kang Hyun, sitting in the chairman's seat, slowly added, I heard they're also developing communication devices. Pretty awesome, right? He cleared his throat and concluded, anyway, we have to promote these items, and there's another thing we need to do. And Yu Sung quickly turned his head, wondering, what is it? Kang Hyun held up a finger, a mysterious look on his face, and spat out 2 words. Teaching. The guy stared blankly. Teaching what? He shrugged, calmly explaining. This is a request from team leader Shin Taegil. He wants me to teach people how to hunt monsters and maximize their survival rate. The Dungeon Conquest Strategy Handbook by top instructor Kang Hyun from the Bat 8 Guild. Kang Hyun sighed, his voice weary as he rambled. The government wants to use it as educational material. Among the items recently developed, there's even a camera that works inside dungeons. And Yu Sung became interested and leaned his chin on his hand to discuss. Until now, it's been impossible to film inside a dungeon, so how could there be any material? He snorted in contempt. Do you even have to ask? Kang Hyun crossed his arms proudly, looked up at the sky, and confidently declared, of course, it's me. The guy heard that and asked, intrigued, Mr. Kang Hyun is going to teach how to hunt monsters? And Yu Sung clicked his pen, imagining the scene, unsure if he should be happy or worried. How could a normal person learn that? Is this really okay? Thinking about this, he raised an eyebrow happily and glanced to the side, and Yu Sung nodded. But that actually sounds interesting. I approve. Then he rested his chin on his hand and smiled brightly, flattering him. As expected, no one is more suitable than you. Kang Hyun proudly lifted his head. Right? He calmly and sternly continued the meeting. All right, let's move on to the next issue. I said this before, right? We're going to conquer a B-rank dungeon. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes, asking in a husky voice, is the investigation report ready? Chae-mun quickly pressed a button to project the screen and reported, yes, there are a total of 9 B-rank dungeons that have appeared in the country. 3 of them have already been conquered by the Bangun and Immortal guilds. He pointed to the map, slowly marking each location. Currently, there are 6 left. Chae-mun moistened his lips and continued providing information. The cores in the other places have also been conquered, so we've collected quite a bit of information. Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand, watching intently. So, which dungeon is suitable for us to conquer? He quickly pressed a button to switch scenes. It's this one right here, the Veil Labyrinth, a famous zombie-type dungeon that has become infamous even though it hasn't been around long. Because there is absolutely no food to be found inside this zombie dungeon, everyone tends to prepare their food supplies extremely carefully. But as if mocking those explorers, the Veil Labyrinth possesses a structure so complex that even if you walk for half a month, you still won't be able to escape. No matter how strictly you manage your food supplies, there is a limit to how much a person can carry. Even if you devote all your luggage space just to carry food, it will certainly run out halfway through the expedition. For that reason, there has never been a conquest team that survived after going deep into the Veil Labyrinth. Upon seeing this, he widened his eyes in surprise. A closed-loop dungeon? And it's the only one that hasn't had its core conquered yet? Kang Hyun groaned, starting to vent his frustration at the dungeon. Why did you have to pick such a troublesome spot when you were choosing? Are you holding a vigil every night, praying for me to kick the bucket early? He narrowed his eyes and corrected him. How did you know about that? No, that's not how it is, Tremyon quickly explained. I didn't choose this place on purpose. The team leader, Gyu, was the one who proposed this location. Hearing that, he became even more annoyed and grumbled, thinking that this guy was trying to dump another pile of trouble on him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Hyun waved his hand in refusal. I'm not doing it. Count me out. I already told you. This time there's a bet involved, too. He rubbed his tired temples, closed his eyes, and analyzed firmly. We should start with the places where we can finish quickly and get out. Tremyon, unable to believe it, asked for clarification. Even if the reward is up to 4 billion? Kang Hyun nodded instinctively. Yeah, 4 billion. But he stopped mid-sentence and shouted, What did you say? 4 billion? He hurriedly flipped through the papers to check. As I said, because this is a dungeon that hasn't been conquered for a long time, the reward has been increased significantly. Tremyon cleared his throat and emphasized seriously. Each core is worth 1 billion, and the main core is worth 4 billion. Kang Hyun took a sharp breath, flipped his attitude instantly, and said, Let's do it right now. Shortly after, at the Badat headquarters, Kang Hyun continued the discussion. Standing tall, he spoke with authority. We will raid the dungeon with a small elite team like this. Kang Hyun thought deeply, and added, Everyone, make sure you get to know each other well. Nade quickly interrupted. Wait, she said, her eyes wide with panic as she raised her voice. Are you crazy? I thought you said this was an unconquered B-rank dungeon and only the 4 of us were going in? He frowned, his eyes cold as he warned. Watch your mouth. Nade immediately backed down and changed her tone. Yes, sir. Kang Hyun nodded with satisfaction, looked at the documents, and explained, This is a B-rank dungeon, so the 4 of us are enough. If anything happens, we can handle it. She slammed the table in frustration and refused. I'm not going. I said I'm not going. How can I enter a B-rank dungeon right after joining the guild? He frowned again and warned darkly. Watch your tone. Nade immediately gave in and muttered quietly. Understood. At this moment, and Yu Sung, sitting opposite them, chimed in with flattery. Isn't it because Sister Nade is just too strong? He leaned his arms on the table, raising his eyebrows in admiration. I think your skills are more than enough. She beamed with pride. Really? Nade was completely convinced and covered her mouth, laughing with Kang Hyun. Looks like you have a good eye for people. Hearing that, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky he had told An Yu Sung to say those things. Kang Hyun lifted the documents and continued the business at hand. Now focus. In 3 days, we will enter the B-rank dungeon, the Veiled Labyrinth. He paused for a moment, lowered his voice, and emphasized seriously, I heard it's a labyrinth-type dungeon. Immortal monsters appear there. Kang Hyun scrambled to flip through the pages, finally slamming the stack of papers onto the table and announcing, The plan is to push straight to the core room. That was it. Tremyon sat by the table, staring blankly as Kang Hyun tossed the documents down, his face twisting, his eyes glaring in anger as he shouted, If that's the case, then why did you make us write a report? 1 week later, at the Veiled Labyrinth dungeon, Gung-Su stood inside, looking at the papers, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Guild leader Gung-Shu, Ro Yuan Yu-Sung, held his forehead with a pained expression, muttering to himself, Where the hell is the exit? Just then, someone lunged at him, grabbing his collar in a rage. You! This is all your fault. Gung-Shu's brows furrowed as he listened to him vent his anger in a long tirade. We shouldn't have come to a dungeon like this. All of this is because of you. Accused of making the wrong call, he didn't give in and pushed the other person away. You think I'm wrong? I was half right, wasn't I? He still retorted bitterly. We should have turned back as soon as we realized there was a problem. The other person covered his face and wailed in frustration. Who was the one who said, let's go a little further, it's a waste to stop? His face pale, he twisted in despair. Damn, we're done for. The other man muttered in painful helplessness. We're going to die after we run out of food and water. Just then, a loud noise erupted, startling them. Huh? One of them asked, voice trembling. Hey, didn't you hear that? Wang Su frowned, confused. What? The other guy stammered, his voice hoarse. There was a sound. He asked suspiciously, What sound? At the same moment, a nearby wall was cracked open by a powerful force. Under the astonished gaze of the group, an external force decisively smashed the wall. From within the clouds of dust, a figure slowly stepped out, coughing. It was Kang Hyun. He entered and immediately spotted the group inside. Kang Hyun laughed arrogantly, emphasizing, See? I told you there were people here. Kang Hyun-shu saw him and stammered in recognition. 30 minutes earlier, Kang Hyun looked at Kamza and praised him. Does this actually work? Nade held the camera in her hand, frowning with annoyance. This is technology developed a long time ago in the US, didn't you know that? But why am I the one holding this, anyway? Kang Hyun shrugged shamelessly, making an excuse. We're on the front lines, so filming is your responsibility. She still didn't accept it, shouting in frustration. But, it's just pressing a button, sir. He didn't care and turned his face away. Anyway, from now on, we'll start filming our first video for the Badat channel. Saying this, Kang Hyun was very excited and urged them on. We're starting our lecture on the dungeon. Everyone clap your hands. And Yu-sung looked worried and hesitated before asking. Sir, I just wanted to ask, have you ever conquered a labyrinth-type dungeon before? He shook his head with extreme confidence. Not yet. Why? He pouted and criticized him directly. Then why are you lecturing us? Kang Hyun, completely thick-skinned, reached out his hand. Just do it, and you'll see. Now, who can tell me about the labyrinth-type dungeon? Seeing Shin Sang-ah raise her hand, he called on her loudly. Student Shin Sang-ah. She kept her hand raised, her knowledgeable head answering slowly. A labyrinth-type dungeon, as the name suggests, is a dungeon with a complicated, maze-like structure. The walls here don't break, no matter what kind of impact they take. And it also has the ability to self-recover, so even if you leave a mark, it will be restored, making it very difficult to conquer. In her head, Shin Sang-ah imagined a scene where someone smugly raises their hand, having carved a mark with a knife so they wouldn't get lost. Then she stated firmly, the proper strategy is to draw a map while moving to determine the path. Kang Hyun immediately clapped in praise. Exactly. And Yu-sung smiled provocatively. Tell the truth. You didn't know, did you? Hit with the truth, he barked back. Shut up. Kang Hyun walked over quickly and tapped the wall to feel it. Based on what I sense, I feel the core's energy coming from this direction. Can't you feel it? That's because you don't have the talent. He confidently waved his hand and declared, From now on, I'll show you how to go straight in this direction. He tucked his hands into his pockets, looking skeptical. How? You heard what she said earlier, the walls are unbreakable. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kang Hyun pulled out a sledgehammer. If the wall couldn't be broken, he'd just trigger the notifications, activate his giant's power, and trigger his giant's skills. He flashed a sinister grin and raised the hammer high. Then I guess we just lack the strength to get back to reality. Gungshu looked stunned as he listened. He stuttered in disbelief. You're saying you got here by breaking through the wall? Kang Hyun shrugged, admitting it was just as he saw. Gungshu shook his head in amazement, still finding it hard to believe. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, if they had broken through from the entrance, did that mean the path was now wide open? Gungshu's voice trembled with excitement. Doesn't that mean we can get out? But Kang Hyun shot him down immediately, shaking his head. That's impossible. Look, he pointed at the wall, which was slowly sealing itself shut, emphasizing the harsh truth. It recovered instantly, blocking the way. Kang Hyun then asked, appearing very understanding. You guys are hungry, right? Gungshu blinked, caught off guard. Huh? Kang Hyun went straight to the point and made an offer. If you guys cooperate and film this, I'll provide food, and on top of that, I'll get you out of here. Gungshu asked, overjoyed. For real? Gungshu didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. We'll do it. If we can get out of here, we'll do interviews or whatever you want. Kang Hyun shook his head, cutting him off. No. He pointed urgently, ordering them to start filming. Hey, oh, try filming here. Na Yi grumbled in annoyance. Don't call me oh. The guy beside him looked confused, completely lost as to what was going on. Kang Hyun quickly pulled a hamburger out of his inventory to introduce it. Everyone, look at this. This is a hamburger. He pointed at the burger, his face filled with exaggerated praise. Of course, this isn't just any ordinary hamburger. This is a hamburger that can be stored in an inventory. With this, there's no need to carry heavy luggage, and it can be preserved almost indefinitely. Kang Hyun went full professional, spewing a long string of compliments, claiming the flavor was absolutely amazing, just like it was freshly made. He looked at Gungshu with a playful glint in his eyes. Now, do you want to try a bite? Everyone knows electronics don't work in a dungeon, right? Kang Hyun laughed heartily as he advertised. So, how am I filming this? It's all thanks to the Jung So-pin Item Research Institute. He immediately shoved the burger toward him, urging, Go on, take a bite. Remember to give a genuine reaction. Gungshu nodded blankly. Huh? Oh, sure. He quickly brought the burger to his mouth and took a bite. The moment he took a bite, Gungshu's face turned green and grimaced. What kind of horrible taste is this? He sheepishly covered his mouth and groaned, I'm sorry, Kang Hyun. The taste is really weird. But as soon as he saw Kang Hyun's terrifying expression, Gungshu hurriedly corrected himself. I mean, it's super delicious. The threatening look on his face slowly melted away. A second later, it transformed into a bright, satisfied smile. The first sponsored ad for the Ba-at Guild had officially begun. Nearby, Kang Hyun quickly pulled out a hamburger and took a huge bite. He chewed thoughtfully, savoring every bit, then launched into a monologue of praise. This juicy grilled meat, the crisp, fresh lettuce, the perfect balance of tomatoes and pickles, and the soft bun holding it all together. Gungshu's face went pale. He stood there blankly, listening to Kang Hyun, who continued to praise it without changing his expression. To be able to enjoy a top-tier meal like this in a dungeon, I wouldn't call this just a meal. I'd call it a revolution. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, waving his hands enthusiastically. Jungso Pin Item Research Institute, please show them lots of interest. And Yu Sung, standing outside, expressed his doubt. He's not eating something different, is he? It looks so good. Shin Sang-ah shook her head slightly, guessing. Probably not. They're all the same. Na-ye frowned, impressed by Kang Hyun. That money grubber. Over there, he was still enthusiastically licking his fingers and praising it. This hamburger really is bon appetit. He chuckled, kindly correcting him. You meant to say it's delicious, right? Those words mean enjoy your meal. She laughed out loud, feeling embarrassed for him. Don't use words you don't understand. As soon as he said that, Kang Hyun's face darkened, causing Na-ye to tremble and change her tone. Once the task was done, his attitude flipped. Irritated, he waved his hand. Whatever, give me the camera. After taking the camera, Kang Hyun decisively handed it to Gungshu. Hold this. He brushed off his hands and announced without further ado. From now on, we're starting the clear again. We're going to move fast, so follow along and film carefully. He received this heavy responsibility and nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Kang Hyun used the time to pull out his hammer again. Let's see core energy. He aimed at a spot, smirked, and immediately raised the hammer high. That's it. This way. Kang Hyun struck the spot with a loud boom and shouted, All right, let's go. Stepping inside, he switched back to his professional persona, explaining to the camera, All right, everyone. What's the most important thing to watch out for in a maze-type dungeon? That's right. Traps. Kang Hyun took a step back, drawing out his voice mysteriously. The best way to deal with them is right at this moment. His foot suddenly triggered a trap, causing an arrow from the corner to fly straight toward his head. Almost immediately, the arrow ignited, flames engulfing Kang Hyun's body. The fire raged, and at the same time, the ground split open, revealing a bottomless pit. Gungshu held the camera, stunned as he watched him fall straight in. Below was a pile of debris, but just a second later, Kang Hyun crawled back up to the surface with bloodied hands. His body was battered, but he still wore a bright, professional smile. Actually, the most effective way is to just ignore the damage and move forward. Easy, right? Seeing this, Gungshu was horrified and stammered, Are you okay? But Kang Hyun, having climbed back up, was already concerned about something else. Did you get all of that on film? Gungshu nodded immediately. Yes, I recorded everything. But in his heart, he was silently sweating and doubting. Can this even be posted? Won't I get reported? But Kang Hyun strolled along nonchalantly. Let's go. Kang Hyun walked ahead as if nothing happened, confidently declaring, Stay close to me. They hadn't gone far when they ran into several snarling skeletons charging at them. He wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he swung his fist with cold precision. Nearby, An Yu Sung, Shin Sang-ah, and Na-ye were also fighting calmly and confidently. Gungshu, filming from the sidelines, felt a surge of admiration. I heard they were a top-tier small elite group, but even if the scale is small, he thought, gasping in shock, this is on a completely different level. Over there, Kang Hyun finished off the skeletons and rubbed his hands, unimpressed. They're so weak. Shin Sang-ah nodded in complete agreement. Seriously. His confidence rose even higher as he tilted his head and muttered, If a B-rank dungeon is this weak, Kang Hyun looked at the door ahead, his voice unable to hide. Since the one inside is clearly much stronger, the guy inside must be pretty tough. He turned his head slightly and delivered another bombshell with a serious expression. We're entering the boss area now. Stay back and film this properly. If you've got the skills to enter a B-rank dungeon, you should be able to handle that much, right? Wang Shu was startled and nodded stammeringly. Oh, right. Kang Hyun, satisfied, pushed the door open to advance. Let's go. The heavy door slowly creaked open, fully revealing the scene inside. As the light shone in, the group saw someone sitting on a throne. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked in arrogantly, criticizing the scene with disdain. What's with that ridiculous pose? Are you some kind of dark knight? As soon as he finished, Veo replied in a low voice. I am the Dark Knight, Veo. Kang Hyun was taken aback for a moment. He slowly stepped forward and rasped, he, then calmly drew his sword and sneered, You aren't leaving this place alive. Gong Shu, standing in the back, was trembling with fear. Did that monster just talk? He bit his lip, pondering the situation with a grave expression. A voice echoing in his head, and a monster that could speak human language. A figure quickly flashed through Kang Hyun's mind, and he couldn't help but compare. It's like that skeleton I met back at the laboratory of Da Tre. So, he asked bluntly, are you a skeleton too? Veo nodded in confirmation. That is correct. Even after dying, I became an undead to guard this place. Kang Hyun curled his lip and slowly opened his inventory to pull out some gear. You've got a pretty detailed backstory for a monster. Come on then, let's see what you've got. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Just then, and Yu Sung grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Hold on, bro. Let me handle him. Kang Hyun glanced over, annoyed. What now? The young man calmly stepped forward and explained, This is a probing battle. We don't know anything about him yet, so we need to figure out his fighting style. Kang Hyun frowned, confused. Then wouldn't it be better if I went? So, I should. But as he caught a glimpse of Yu Sung's excited smile, Kang Hyun realized angrily, Damn it, you just want to fight, don't you? He didn't answer, just dashed forward like a gust of wind. Anyway, I'm going in, he yelled angrily. You crazy bastard. And Yu Sung didn't care. He just charged headlong while opening his inventory to grab his weapon. Kang Hyun was stunned, frozen in place at the sight. He shouted in disbelief, Hey, what happened to your wooden club? He drew his sword and laughed loudly. My skill is Weapon Mastery A rank. I only used the club because it felt good in my hand. Kang Hyun grumbled again. What a crazy genius. And Yu Sung didn't care. His eyes were glued to Veo. Just by watching the way the monster held his sword, he knew. He smiled with interest, analyzing clearly in his mind that the opponent was at least at a master level. He had to prepare for any variables. Immediately after, and Yu Sung lunged forward and swung his sword with arrogant confidence, calculating that it was better than using the club. The two blades clashed violently, making him wince, and Yu Sung's expression gradually grew serious. Deep down, he acknowledged that the monster had the same strength as Kang Hyun. He quickly ducked to dodge a blow, a twisted smile on his lips. His swordsmanship is top tier, too. He's basically a superior version of Kang Hyun. And Yu Sung shook his head slightly, pushing those thoughts aside, and focused on swinging his blade again. I need to concentrate more. He pointed his sword forward, his eyes flashing with reckless killing intent. I've become stronger since training with Kang Hyun, after all. Across from him, Veo grinned fearlessly and raised his sword. The monster then swung his sword down with force that shook the three realms, and Yu Sung tried to block it, but a second later, Veo ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. Damn, he went flying into the wall from that kick, regretting in his heart that he should have brought a better sword. The others outside shouted in panic. And Yu Sung, Kang Hyun quickly waved his hand to command. Team, set up the formation just like we practiced. Beside him, and Yu Sung stood up, smiling slightly as he gripped his sword. Nade, holding her weapon, looked pale and yelled in a panic. What? Formation? I wasn't taught that. He gritted his teeth and reminded her urgently. First form of the 8-gate formation. Immediately, the others rushed forward at Kang Hyun's roar to swarm the boss. Only she stood still, her face twitching in confusion. Seeing them all charging together, Veo wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he roared arrogantly. Come at me all at once. His eyes flashed with bloodlust. He chuckled in a low voice, then immediately swung his hands, ruthlessly unleashing vicious slashes. Kang Hyun and An Yu Sung took the full brunt of it, collapsing to the ground. Right from the back, a sharp arrow was fired, heading straight for him. Veo calmly raised his sword and easily shattered the arrow into pieces. An intense killing intent flared in his eyes as he glanced at the rest of the group. Just then, a weapon was raised, emitting a powerful surge of energy. Nade stood at the very back, raising her weapon to gather a magic circle rich with energy. Her eyes widened, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, Die! After that, Nade swung her weapon down. The magic circle above unleashed a violent blast of power down onto Veo, and dust billowed everywhere. Kang Hyun, kneeling on the ground, startled as if he saw something. Seeing the monster still standing tall after that attack, he clicked his tongue in frustration. This bastard is as tough as a leech. And Yu Sung, standing beside him, added gloomily, He's like an upgraded version of you. Kang Hyun gritted his teeth in anger. How annoying. But you're right. Still, that makes me mad as hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and launched himself into the attack. Gong-su, watching from behind, exclaimed, "Awesome!" The person next to him stared in amazement. That's top tier. Watching the group fighting so fiercely above, they just relaxed and observed. It was a chaotic 4-on-1 battle, but they were coordinating surprisingly well without getting in each other's way. During the fight, Na-dae smashed her weapon down again, adding another attack, but the wave of power flew straight toward Kang Hyun, making him jump. "Hey, you little idiot!" After dodging, Kang Hyun was furious. "You nearly hit us, lady." She felt guilty and justified herself in a small voice. "Sometimes people make mistakes, you know." The group was stunned, and the fierce battle continued for a long time. Kang Hyun stood his ground, sighing gloomily. "This is the first time I've seen someone this strong." Watching En Yu-sung fighting crazily with Vio, his analysis continued in his mind. Even when we all attack together, he doesn't budge. It's not easy to find an opening in his defense at all. Kang Hyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He muttered to himself, "I've only got one shot at this." He kept his eyes locked on his opponent, his mind racing with calculations. The enemy didn't know much about Kang Hyun's regenerative abilities. The moment En Yu-sung was blown away, Kang Hyun lunged forward, blade in hand. Veo didn't hesitate, swinging his sword with ruthless intent to keep the fight going. In an instant, the blade slashed across Kang Hyun's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, but Kang Hyun felt no pain. Instead, he grinned, as if he'd achieved exactly what he wanted. He lunged toward Veo, slamming his hands onto the man's shoulders to use him as leverage before jerking his head back to build momentum. He gripped Veo's shoulders tight and slammed his forehead into the man's face with a bone-jarring impact. Veo's face instantly shattered. Veo couldn't hide his shock. What the hell was that? A system prompt appeared. Ring of Kame. Durability 500 out of 500. This ring was worn by Kame, the greatest female martial artist. The ring stayed with her through all her training, now imbued with her determination and obsession. Fresh blood dripped down Kang Hyun's face. He let out a maniacal, feral shout. Then another notification popped up. Ability, Mad Dog B. Increases agility by 8. A mad dog never lets go. Once it bites, it doesn't stop until the target is dead. With killing intent burning in his eyes, Kang Hyun lunged to bite Veo. Becoming a mad dog, he thought. Veo was so dazed by the pain he went stiff. What is this humiliating tactic? This is supposed to be a sacred duel. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun just kept biting down, refusing to let go. After a while, it didn't seem to have much effect. Kang Hyun grew frustrated. "Damn it! If I keep this up, I'm going to chip my teeth." Just then, an idea flashed through his head. That's right, mana. The next second, Kang Hyun channeled his mana to bite through Veo's body. Seeing this, En Yu-sung couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Shin Sang-ah clenched her fists in excitement, while Nahi went pale with horror. Finally, Kang Hyun bit off Veo's skull. As it rolled on the ground, Kang Hyun let go with satisfaction and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body quickly recovered. He wiped his bloody mouth with a smirk, unbothered. The two women were stunned, and Yu-sung laughed awkwardly and glanced down at Kang Hyun's lower half, reminding him, "Hey, man your pants." Kang Hyun looked on, clueless, still wiping his mouth. A moment later, he realized what was happening, and the room filled with gasps. Nahi covered her eyes in embarrassment, wailing, "My eyes." He turned away, grumbling loudly. "I didn't tell you to look." After pulling his pants up, Veo's severed head began to complain about his cowardice. The skull lay trembling on the ground, spitting venom. "After pulling a stunt like that, you still call yourself a warrior?" Kang Hyun huffed coldly and, without hesitation, stepped forward and crushed the head under his foot. Too much talking for a loser. After doing that, he looked at the notification screen and blinked in surprise. Lines of text appeared. Kang Hyun's reckless fighting style. In life or death battles, your bloodlust and will to survive become sharper than ever. A gift from a mysterious force to Kang Hyun, the one who tore apart a rank B zombie boss with his bare teeth. Kang Hyun's wild, close-quarters combat style seems to have reached a whole new level. Among the lines of text, one sentence was highlighted. Becomes sharper than ever. Kang Hyun stared at the highlighted text, his face blank. Internally, he was grinding his teeth. That damn administrator one day, I'm definitely getting you back for this. Just then, Shin Sang-ah slowly walked over. "Kang Hyun, there are some item drops here." He looked up, startled. "Huh?" Kang Hyun rushed over to pick up the sword. Longsword of Veo, grade C, durability, 328 out of 500. It was a sword once used by Veo, the princess's escort knight. It was the weapon that accompanied Veo, a man who spent his whole life training to protect the princess. This sword carried his unwavering will. Skill, calmness, guardian. Calmness helps stabilize the user's mind. Guardian increases the user's stats during battles intended to protect someone or something important. He held it up and examined it, his expression showing clear disdain. What is this? Forget this B-grade trash. It's even worse than the master-crafted longsword that team leader Gilu lent me. With that, Kang Hyun tossed the sword to An Yu-sung without a second thought. It's total garbage. You keep it, An Yu-sung. He caught it, frowning. Wait, what? I thought you said it was garbage. Kang Hyun just shrugged and grabbed the next piece of armor. Better than nothing. So, what's next? Veo's armor, grade B. Durability, 238,925 out of 500. It was armor worn by Veo, the escort knight of the princess. Because he was always moving to protect the princess from behind, practicality was prioritized over aesthetics. Ability, enhanced durability, ultra light. Enhanced durability increases the armor's hardness and prevents wear and tear. Ultra light reduces the weight. Kang Hyun looked it over for a moment. He nodded. Not bad. He quickly shoved it into his inventory, though he kept grumbling. Still not as good as Nahi's armor. I'll keep it and give it to someone else later. Next, other items began to appear. Ring of Y, grade C+, durability 7,980. This ring was worn by Y, the third princess of the kingdom. It possesses abilities for those who are physically weak. Ability, +6. Strength, Mana Shield. Mana Shield. Use the Mana Shield skill once per day. Kang Hyun studied the ring, deep in thought. Who should I give this to? Nahi immediately raised her hand. I think it suits me best. He nodded as he considered it. True, you're pretty fragile. But in the next second, Kang Hyun emotionlessly tossed it into his own inventory. It only fits you, sure. Nahi jumped up. Hey, Kang Hyun remained shameless. What? I didn't hear anything. After storing the ring, Kang Hyun walked over and picked up a glowing book. Finally, a skill book. This is the highlight of the day. The introduction appeared. Veo's swordsmanship. Ability. Teaches the user the sword techniques honed by Veo, a renowned knight. Although he never reached the peak, he had more than enough ability to be admired by ambitious swordsmen. He read it through, then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is that true? And Yu-sung smiled and remarked, this skill looks a bit mediocre. Kang Hyun pursed his lips, still gripping the skill book. Well, either way, there's no harm in learning it. He grumbled in frustration. Just learn it. And with that, a bunch of notifications went off. Veo's swordsmanship skill created. Advanced Swordsmanship C has merged with Veo's swordsmanship. Veo's swordsmanship has leveled up to D rank. Kang Hyun read the notification and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Veo's swordsmanship? Seeing the text confirming the rank up, he let out a sigh and wondered to himself, despite dropping one rank, I doubt that means I've been demoted, right? Kang Hyun rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself, the skills are clearly better now, aren't they? And Yu-sung interlaced his fingers behind his head and chuckled. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Kang Hyun coldly waved him off. I don't need your version of interesting. At that, Kang Hyun glanced at Shin Sang-ah, his voice tinged with regret. Now that I think about it, I haven't prepared anything for you. Shin Sang-ah. Veo's armor was too bulky, so Kang Hyun generously declared, well, I'll just make it up to you with a hefty cash bonus. She was so touched, she covered her mouth. The bow from last time is more than enough for me, sir. Nay jumped up, green with envy. What about me? Why hasn't anyone prepared anything for me? Kang Hyun opened his inventory and stuffed his hand inside, casually replying, don't you worry about that. He pulled out a ring and tossed it to her. Nay caught it and cheered happily. Kang Hyun just pouted and sighed. They say you get what you hate. After splitting the loot, he glanced down at the ground. Let's see. Kang Hyun stared at the glowing stone beneath his feet and whispered, the thing I said to bring back was a magic crystal, grade B or higher, right? He quickly picked up the stone to inspect it. Judging by this amount of magic power, there should be more than enough here to handle the weapon refinement. Right then, a notification slowly appeared. Central Dungeon Core successfully destroyed. Kang Hyun nodded with satisfaction. The B-grade core was secured, so it was time to pull out. The robotic voice sounded again. The exit portal was opening. As soon as they returned, the whole group uploaded the video they had recorded, and a top comment asked, how on earth did they clear a B-grade dungeon in a heartbeat? The comment section was buzzing with non-stop speculation. Do you just punch through the walls whenever you feel like it? The wall actually had a hole in it. Yeah, it's busted. Viewers couldn't help but type frantically in excitement. Has anyone seen the final boss solo? It looks insane. How did he even come up with the bone-gnawing trick? I hope he didn't chip a tooth. That was legendary. It's blurry, so it's hard to see, but was the boss actually cut in half? No way. You're joking. If so, how did it regenerate? Maybe it's just the camera angle. What's up with that hamburger? Another comment chimed in with high praise. Can he turn food into items? From now on, we won't have to chew on those terrible beef jerky strips, right? The comments below continued to race with rapid discussion, but one of those costs $2 million. $2 million, surely. Is this in the US? That's probably in won. A burger for 2 million won? Damn. Once it's mass-produced, the price will drop. I'd totally buy it for 100 gems. Are you rich or something, man? Kang Hyun read through the comments and asked, "What do you think?" He held out his phone, his face glowing with smug pride. "The PR results are top tier, aren't they?" Seobin laughed brightly and confirmed, "Exactly." She laughed, her voice filled with happiness. "Thanks to that, orders are flooding in from all over the country. We're even getting orders from abroad." Kang Hyun took the chance to remind her, "Make sure to repair the weapon properly." Seobin waved it off with a laugh. "Of course, that goes without saying." She raised an eyebrow, maintaining her professional demeanor. "So, where is the magic crystal you brought back?" Kang Hyun pushed the suitcase forward. Seobin carefully picked up the crystal to examine it. She slowly braced her knees and stood up, praising it. "The color is beautiful. Let me measure the magic power level." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "You can measure that too?" Seobin chuckled, nodded, and confirmed firmly, "Of course. The whole world is pouring resources into researching this." She quickly placed the crystal into the machine. Although it hasn't been officially announced, this field has developed quite a bit. The machine quickly displayed a number that made Seobin gasp. "Oh my." She stared at the chart for a long while before concluding, "The growth rate of this thing is completely abnormal." Kang Hyun walked over, curious. "Oh, really?" Looking closer, Seobin rubbed her chin in astonishment. "What's wrong?" he asked, completely lost. "Is there an issue?" She looked at the number 33,700 on the screen, her voice trembling with shock. My God, even Kang Hyun scratched his head in wonder. "Is it that high?" Seobin smiled brightly and added, "Yes, it's practically brushing against the highest world record ever recognized." He asked with concern. "So, the repair will go without any problems, right?" She professionally adjusted her glasses and assured him, "Definitely. Just bear with me for a few days." Seobin laughed excitedly, confident and determined. "The final result will definitely satisfy you." Time flew like a wild dog in a field, and sunset slowly blanketed the city. Musok sat in his office, crushing his cigarette. "Have you heard the news?" Chun-dong sat across from him, raising an eyebrow. "What news are you referring to, sir?" The old man furrowed his brows and replied, "That the Ba-at side cleared a B-grade dungeon." At this, Musok's expression soured further as he emphasized, "And they managed to solve it cleanly in just one day?" He calmly drank his tea, his face remaining impassive as he nodded. "Ah, yes, I've heard. The whole country is in an uproar about it. How could I have missed it?" The old man grew even angrier, slamming the table and roaring, "You can still laugh? How can you still be smiling at a time like this?" Musok, blood pressure rising, went on a tirade. "I ordered the B-grade raid ages ago. Why hasn't your side made a move yet? Do you think I'm pouring money into this just to play house?" The old man gasped in fury and hissed a threat. "If we lose that bet because of this, you'll have me to deal with." And Yusung Chun-dong remained calm, advising, "Please calm down, Chairman." He added a mocking chuckle. "What will you do if you get a stroke and keel over right here?" Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Musok grew suspicious. What is this kid planning in that head of his? Doubt swirled in his heart. Usually, at this point, Chun-dong would be bowing and apologizing. Just then, Chun-dong set his teacup down. "Chairman A." A group of people immediately rushed in from outside at his signal. "By the way, would you mind coming with us for a bit?" As Musok was dragged away by the group, he screamed in rage, "You bastards! Where are my bodyguards? Where did those bodyguards of yours disappear to?" Chun-dong slowly stood up, shrugged, and dropped more shocking news. "Those troublesome friends of yours are probably getting a well-deserved rest right about now." A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "No matter how chaotic things get, using firearms here in South Korea, I've already made sure they won't be doing any more bad deeds from now on, so don't you worry." The old man was stopped dead in his tracks by that gaze. That kid, his eyes, Musok wondered in terror. Is he drunk? Or is he on something? The old man kept screaming, his neck veins bulging with rage. "You think you'll actually get out of here alive after pulling something like this? Do you even know where you are? To be acting so recklessly?" The voice of An Musok faded into the distance. "Let me go, you bastards." Chun Dong, standing behind the door, said in a deep voice, "Treat him with respect. He's a very important guest." At the same time, elsewhere, Shin Tae-jin was driving and said softly, "I told you to be gentle with the doors, didn't I?" Kang Hyun crossed his arms and retorted, "It didn't break, so what's the big deal?" Once he was settled in his seat, he asked with concern, "Did you get everything sorted out over there?" He nodded, slowly driving away. "Yeah, it's all thanks to you." Kang Hyun leaned back, his voice teasing, "But hey, aren't you the CEO of the management team? Is it really necessary for you to personally handle my pickup? You could have just sent someone else." Shin Tae-jin rolled his eyes. "How could I possibly entrust Kang Hyun to someone else?" He frowned, seriously expressing his concern. "Who knows what could happen on the road?" He sneered back. "It's like you think I'm some dangerous cargo that needs an armed escort." Shin Tae-jin stopped at a red light and offered some praise. "I saw the video. That clickbait effect is no joke." He pursed his lips, speaking hesitantly. But calling that a teaching sample video, Shin Tae-jin recalled the bold instruction Kang Hyun gave in the video. "If the wall doesn't collapse, try scratching your head to see if you're just too weak." He winced. "Would it kill you to just do things normally?" Kang Hyun defended himself with perfect integrity. "The opening video needs that dirty clickbait to be a priority." Kang Hyun added excitedly, "The next content I've prepared is actually quite mild." A bad feeling rose in Shin Tae-jin's heart. "What is it?" Sure enough, Kang Hyun excitedly held up his finger and declared, "It's beating the hell out of those goblins." He focused on driving, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Why do you have such a grudge against goblins? Is there some deep-seated enmity?" Just then, Kang Hyun's phone rang. Hang on a second. He took out his phone, saw the caller was An Yu-sung, and wondered, "An Yu-sung, what's going on?" Kang Hyun quickly picked up. "Hello." On the other end, An Yu-sung's urgent voice came through. Kang Hyun, we're in trouble. Something big has happened." The next words made his eyes widen. Currently, Chairman An Musok was speeding down the road, saying into the phone, "Secretary Kang, is the tracker still active?" As he turned onto the main road, the voice replied, "Yes, they haven't discovered it yet." And Yu-sung hurried, "Can that device track vital signs? What's the situation?" He jumped onto his green motorcycle and heard Secretary Kang reply, "The heart rate is a bit high, but it's still stable." Not knowing what would happen next, and Yu-sung kicked up the stand. "All right," he quickly ended the call. "I'll handle this myself. Share the location info with me." She wanted to say more. "Yes." Secretary Kang's voice still echoed through the phone. "Young master, there are a lot of people on the other side. At least take some bodyguards with you." But An Yu-sung couldn't wait, and hung up in a rush. Damn it. He was extremely anxious. "What the hell am I doing?" And Yu-sung remembered his childhood. From the time he was little, his father was a man who only knew how to impose his will through violence. He didn't even have a single memory of being loved. And Yu-sung put on his helmet with a dazed expression. "A father like that, do I really need to save him? Haven't I wished for him to disappear 100 times? But he couldn't stop the reflexive actions as his hand reached for the throttle, and Yu-sung cursed loudly and twisted it hard. The motorcycle shot off. At the same time, 3 black cars were racing down the main road. And Musok was sitting in the back, unharmed but unable to stop running his mouth. "Where on earth are you taking me?" Chun-dong sat in the passenger seat, annoyed by the old man. "Shut up. Chairman, I really don't want to lay a hand on you." And Musok gnashed his teeth in anger. "You bastards, could it be?" He was still ranting when a hand pressed firmly against his face, silencing him. "We've been targeting you from the start," Chun-dong shouted. "I told you to shut your mouth." He turned like a demon to look at the old man. "Didn't you hear me?" And Musok, though furious, knew to be afraid and held his tongue. If these brats wanted to kill him, they would have done it long ago. Putting the clues together, he reached a conclusion. If they wanted to handle this quietly, they wouldn't have made such a scene, which means they have other motives. So, he remained bold, believing that these people couldn't take his life yet. Because of that, he was still defiant. "Where are we going?" "Speak." Chun-dong glared at him. This old man really doesn't fear death until he sees the coffin. He grabbed An Musok's arm and pulled down his sleeve, revealing the glowing device on his wrist. "Are you relying on this?" Chun-dong smiled coldly. "You thought we didn't know about it, which is why we left the tracker alone?" He easily destroyed it right in front of An Musok. "We just wanted to see that expression on your face." Chun-dong gave his final warning. "So, if you don't want to meet the Grim Reaper, keep your mouth shut. Understand?" Just then, the driver interrupted the speech. "Leader, we're being followed." He looked at the side mirror. What? A figure on a motorcycle was tailing them closely. It was a reflective motorcycle, and Musuk was startled when he heard the word motorcycle. A motorcycle? And Yu Sung had caught up to the car kidnapping his own father. He stared intensely at the car ahead. Found you, Chun Dong shouted to his two henchmen in the back. What are you doing? Take care of him. The man immediately unleashed his skill. Understood. A curved fireball shot out from the car. It aimed accurately at En Yu Sung, who was following behind, but he swerved and dodged it. You want to play rough, huh? He sensed another danger. A bullet whizzed past his head. The escort team surrounding Chun Dong's car had brought out guns and started firing. Only then did he realize the cars around are all in on it too. People with abilities using guns and shooting wildly like that. He even had the mood to joke. In the heart of South Korea, you guys are really bold. He stopped holding back and activated his magic shield combat mode. The accident involving the escort cars behind caused a shock to Chun Dong's inner calm. What just happened? Is that a magic shield? He despised En Yu Sung's skills, but he couldn't deny his combat prowess. How can he operate it like that with just that piece of trash skill? And Yu Sung successfully chased down and cut off those annoying cars. Chun Dong was startled by something again. He turned and snapped at the driver. Step on it. Speed up. Hurry. The guy could only obey. Yes. And Yu Sung seized the moment. He stepped onto the car's roof to gain momentum. He swung his mace mid-jump. The rear of the car was right in front of him. Musuk, sitting inside, turned his head, looking through the window with worry. And Yu Sung caught that look on his face. But as the car accelerated, and Yu Sung's strike hit the road instead, and the car sped away unharmed. And Yu Sung looked up and whispered, Did you really think I'd let you get away? Deep in the suburbs at night, at So Mountain, outskirts of Gangnam, and Yu Sung finally stopped. He stood alone, facing a group of men blocking the entrance to a dungeon. So, it really is a dungeon, huh? He said politely. I'm a bit busy. Could you guys move out of the way? But the one who seemed to be the leader wasn't very polite. In your dreams, and Yu Sung took off his helmet. Knew it. A screen of mana shields rose up, separating them. A mana shield, huh? He didn't hold back and started the brawl. He hurled his helmet straight into the leader's chest, sending him flying. The guy slammed into the mana shield with a loud crash. How was that? And Yu Sung took a few steps forward. I'm looking to test this skill in as many ways as I possibly can. You guys are turning into monsters more and more, he said, taking out his spiked mace with a smirk. So I can't just sit back and take it. The guy was instantly finished off, blood splattering onto En Yu Sung, staining his shirt and half his face. He laughed crazily, and then, amidst the panic of the guards, he started counting. They tried to boost each other's morale. It's just one guy. Why are we scared? We've got the numbers. They all charged at En Yu Sung at once. Come and get me. He just laughed at them, mocking them, and Yu Sung stood there, waiting for the mob to reach him. I'd love to play around a bit, but I'm in a bit of a rush. So he didn't waste any more time and moved forward. Let's wrap this up quickly. And Yu Sung fully utilized his mana shield skill. He simply stepped onto the mana shields to bypass the gate guards and approach the entrance. He swung his mace high with a cold expression. One strike, and the area near the gate shattered. The once quiet space was filled with the deafening sound of an explosion and desperate screams. And Yu Sung landed on the ground, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies behind him. I'll be going in now. He glanced back with a light chuckle. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, on the main road, the car radio was broadcasting the latest update. This place looks like a battlefield, it reported, at the Soongang Dam Highway, right at the Nomyu Bridge 1 area. The announcer's voice was monotone. Currently, a group of ability users is engaged in a high-speed car chase, resulting in 4 wrecked vehicles and numerous casualties. Kang Hyun sat there, brows furrowed tightly. Damn it, where the hell did they go? He turned to look at Taejin, who was driving with a calm expression. Hey, can't you push the gas any harder? Taejin kept his eyes on the road. I'm already flooring it. What the hell is going on? The news continued to update. The group has been identified as members of the Gang Sin Guild, a well-known ability user organization. They have kidnapped Chairman An Mu-sok of the Haesung Group. Taejin mused. If it's the Gang Sin Guild, isn't that the group Haesung Group has been investing in lately? Kang Hyun replied calmly. Yeah, I just met them. Taejin heard that and shouted in shock. What? Are you serious? Kang Hyun, unable to handle Taejin's judgmental gaze, roared back. What? Why are you looking at me like I caused this mess again? I didn't do anything. He redirected Taejin's attention to their main problem. Look at the road. Ahead, Taejin swerved just in time to avoid hitting the car in front. They were still shaken when So-ah in the back seat got an alert. Kang Hyun. So-ah, she leaned forward. And Yu Sung just sent a text. Kang Hyun reacted immediately. Huh? What does it say? He was relieved by the message she received. It says, he's at Seo Mountain in the Gangpyeong area. Kang Hyun perked up. Okay, you heard him, right? He urged, and the car sped into the tunnel. Let's go. Meanwhile, and Yu Sung had already entered the dungeon. It was an E-rank dungeon, the Goblin Fortress. The group with Chun Dong was busy controlling Musok. Chun Dong complained. How much longer do we have to wait? He urged Alex. Alex was an officer of the Free Ability User Liberation Alliance. Alex released his skill and answered him. Just wait a second. He pressed 2 fingers onto Musok's pressure point, making the old man's eyes roll back as he groaned. Ugh. You think mind control is easy? Alex thought to himself. Damn it, he's not even an ability user. He's just an ordinary man. Why is his resistance so damn high? Musok was still struggling. Just kill me, Alex snapped. Shut up. He pushed himself, muttering to himself. Almost there, Alex chuckled. Just a little more, and in Musok and the entire Haesung group will be under our control. With this, my position in the alliance will be set. He kept trying to control Musok's mind. One day, I'll even manipulate the leader and swallow this whole alliance. Blood began to trickle from the old man's nose. Alex was startled. He quickly struck Musok on the back of the neck to knock him out, cursing out loud. You damn old man! He stood up. Even at the last second, you had to fight back. Chun Dong, behind him, was impatient for the result. Is it done? Alex stepped on Musok's head. He's out cold. It's done. We've captured the world's 3rd largest entrepreneur. It's done. Alex turned to the others behind him. Now, we can manipulate the economy as we please. He looked down at the old man, curled up on the ground, and let out an exclamation. Well, as Alex was gloating, a blood-soaked mace struck him. From now on, our alliance won't have to worry about money. His head was crushed inward. He collapsed, falling right onto the unconscious Musok, to the horror of the other 3. What was that? Just then, blood dripped onto Chun Dong's head. A blood-dripping hand hung down, and Yu Sung was sitting on his mana shield above them, playing around nonchalantly. It took a moment for Chun Dong to notice his presence and look up, and Yu Sung found that delayed reaction very amusing. Who the hell is that guy? He rested his chin on his hand and grinned. Finally, I get to see you in person. And Yu Sung stood up and asked him, So, how about it? That's my new move. He proudly boasted about the name he'd given his new skill, calling it the Scepter of the Gods. Chun Dong impatiently urged the other 2 on. What are you doing? Are you planning to stand there listening to him babble forever? He barked the order, and the others jumped in naturally. And Yu Sung, go finish him off. The other 2 watched his every move with fear and tension, trying to stay on guard. 2 fireballs were launched simultaneously, but Yu Sung wasn't even scratched. His gaze was cold enough to chill one to the bone. As another fireball prepared to launch, he blocked it with his mana shield. It was like jamming the barrel of a gun. The person who fired the fireball was scorched instantly, screaming in pain. It's so hot. Chun Dong just watched and cursed. You bunch of useless trash. Before he could even finish scolding them, and Yu Sung spoke up. Do you guys really think you have the luxury of time? He lunged straight at Chun Dong. Chun Dong was stunned. How did he get close so fast? His ugly face was frozen in shock at how close they were. Oh, crap. That single blow caused an explosion that rocked the entire area. This guy's insane. His massive sword shattered the floor to pieces. A deep crater appeared once the dust settled. Chun Dong turned his head to look at the disaster right next to him. He finally realized who he was dealing with, and Yu Sung. Meanwhile, Yu Sung was just flicking his hand, muttering about how tough it was. He looked at his aching hand. How does Kang Hyun even pull this off? He's a total monster. And Yu Sung put away that massive sword. Yeah, this definitely doesn't suit me. Before Chun Dong could figure out what he was planning, a weak voice cried out. The guild leader, who had been burned earlier, begged, Please, someone save me. Chun Dong looked at the man's pathetic state without a shred of pity, only mocking him. You idiot. But in his heart, he understood. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The explosion that scorched that guy had happened in an instant. The moment the fireball was fired, and Yu Sung had used a mana shield to block it and trigger a suicide blast. Chun Dong glanced toward Yu Sung, who was busy tinkering near his elder. Ever since the incident on the highway, he'd really had a knack for using garbage skills in such creative ways. He crouched down. Let's go. He lifted a blood-soaked mace. Everyone really did have their own preferred weapon, and Yu Sung waved it around. Listen, I rarely say this, but can we settle this peacefully from now on? Chun Dong stared at him. What did you say? He negotiated a bit. I'm not really good at fighting while protecting others. Plus, I'm kind of lazy. He rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know why your side kidnapped my dad, But I think we've done enough here. Just let him go nicely. Chun Dong roared that he was talking nonsense, his face twisted in rage. You brat, do you even know the massive trouble you've just caused? Chun Dong, still not knowing his place, raised his voice to threaten him. You didn't pick just anyone to mess with, you messed with Alex. How am I supposed to explain this to the guildmaster now? None of those words reached An Yu-sung's ears. So, you want a one-on-one fight then? He flipped a switch, entering a frenzy just like Kang Hyun, and laughed in Chun Dong's face. Me? Chun Dong was furious, but he still thought he was stronger. So, he started to show some nerve. A knife appeared, and he unleashed his aura. And Yu-sung froze for a second, but it wasn't because of the strength Chun Dong was showing, it was because of the weapon in his hand. Interesting weapon. He attacked first while An Yu-sung was still admiring the blade. Knew it. I guessed you weren't an amateur. He swung his knife in a graceful arc, aiming straight for An Yu-sung's neck, but he dodged it without any effort. An Yu-sung's hand flicked out, releasing a pale blue light. Countless mana shields appeared. Chun Dong cursed, what a petty trick. He did have some skill, as he shattered the shields in one go. And Yu-sung backed off to a safe distance and concluded, so mana shields really are bad at blocking magic attacks. He rubbed his neck, which had almost been sliced open. No wonder people don't bother using them. There's a reason. Guess they're useless here. And Yu-sung looked at the guy charging headlong toward him. Wait, is this guy a monster? How is he not running out of mana after dumping it out that aggressively? Under Chun Dong's feet, the tiles shattered, and his mana-infused strike cut a wound into An Yu-sung's shoulder. They were evenly matched, and Yu-sung was having more fun the longer they fought. His face was flushed with the joy of this self-torture. Isn't this more fun? Chun Dong changed his footwork, but he knew he couldn't keep this up. He didn't let the thrill of battle cloud his judgment. He needed to create some distance first. He threw a dagger, which Chun Dong blocked instantly. The dagger snapped in two as it hit the ground. Chun Dong shouted, "Trying to run away?" as he lunged forward to close the gap. And Yu-sung remained calm. Not really. He jumped to the side to avoid the next blow. I didn't have any specific reason for backing off. And Yu-sung frowned slightly, but suddenly, he stopped dodging and stood still, watching Chun Dong close in. I knew you'd rush straight at me. And Yu-sung teased him again. Hey man, I've been watching you this whole time, he asked bluntly. Is that amount of mana really your own strength? Your stats are through the roof, but you've been repeating the same move over and over. Chun Dong's footsteps faltered. I bet you've only ever met guys who could be crushed by pure strength, right? That's why you never bothered to build up any actual combat experience. Once An Yu-sung pointed out his weakness, his face paled. That's why you fell for such a simple provocation trap. And just like that, he was wide open. He didn't expect the follow-up move. A knee strike right to his vitals. Chun Dong was in such pain his face turned gray. And Yu-sung smiled wickedly and added a kick, sending him flying to get him out of the way. Chun Dong lay motionless. How was that? He asked with a devilish grin. Pretty much perfect, right? On the other side, those two were still fighting, while the elder was still fast asleep, not yet awake. It took a while, but the noise finally stirred him, and he opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, seeing two figures clashing. What's happening? Then, the elder recalled the brief memory he had before he passed out. It was definitely that Russian. The image of Alex smiling and talking to him felt like it had happened just moments ago. Give it up. The elder clutched his aching head and pushed himself up, trying to remember why he'd blacked out. How long had it been? Once his mind cleared, the first thing he saw was the massive frame of the Russian who had been trying to mind control him, sprawled right on top of him. He was in shock. Finally, he whipped his head toward where the sound of weapons clashing never stopped ringing out. What just happened? And Yu-sung and Chun Dong were still fiercely exchanging blows. Mu recalled the person who kidnapped him to this place. Kim Chun Dong. And in that moment, he also realized who the person fighting him to save him was. The one fighting against him was An Yu-sung. Mu was suspicious. Did he come to save me? Save me? Watching the evenly matched battle, Mu silently praised him. Not bad at all. He was just overshadowed by Kang Hyun. The report said his combat ability was top tier, and Yu-sung was really enjoying this fight. It really wasn't an exaggeration. He planted his toes firmly and delivered a groin-crushing knee strike. Mu was shocked and remarked, though it was a bit wild. In order to win, one shouldn't be picky about methods. And Yu-sung was a bit tired, his breathing ragged. But a moment later, with a smile still on his lips, he fell backward. Mu was startled and panicked. He jumped up. No, it was just that An Yu-sung wasn't unconscious. He was too exhausted after the fight, so he slumped to the ground to rest, looking blankly at Mu, who shouted in surprise. Being stared at, Mu felt a little embarrassed. his hands still not yet pulled back. And Yu Sung had to explain. Just a bit tired, he said sheepishly. Ah, right. So that's it. Miu looked at him. What do you call that again? You came to save me, right? And Yu Sung also obediently replied, yeah, something like that. The conversation hit a dead end. Both silent, not knowing what to say to the other. Internally, the father and son, and Yu Sung and Mu, both screamed, this is so awkward, and the dungeon fell into silence. The bizarre silence between the father and son lasted until Kang Hyun's group arrived. Only when he saw familiar faces did Mu excitedly start talking again. Hey, you're late. Kang Hyun and the other two finally caught up. Kang Hyun was stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. You handled all of this by yourself? Then Till cleared his throat and rushed over in a panic to check on Mu. Chairman, are you all right? Mu saw him and calmed down. Oh, it's you? Shin Sang-ah spoke blandly upon seeing that greeting. Looks like you two knew each other from before. Kang Hyun looked over. Truly the king of diplomacy. After that, he asked An Yu Sung, who was sitting on top of Chun Dong. So, what's next? What is that pile of trash on the ground? He glanced at his flesh chair and grinned. This? The leader of the Gang Sin group. Kang Hyun asked bluntly, did you finish him off? And Yu Sung reached out and grabbed the guy's index finger. Probably not yet. Let's see. Chun Dong, who was unconscious, was immediately jolted awake by the pain radiating from his fingertip, screaming loudly. And Yu Sung finished proving he hadn't sent this guy to the afterlife yet, then looked up and said to Kang Hyun, see? Still fresh. It was suspicious from the start. Gotta keep him alive to interrogate him. Kang Hyun retorted sarcastically. Oh, such a wise decision today, huh? As soon as his praise ended, and Yu Sung revealed his twisted motive. Because I also want to try that feeling. Like pulling out fingernails and interrogating him about secret bases and such. Kang Hyun couldn't praise him anymore, and just retorted, I knew it. On this side, Till finished checking on his chairman, then covered his face, not knowing what to say about that way of thinking. And Yu Sung? Even if the laws have been loose since the Awakeners appeared, that's a different story. He was extremely exhausted. Usually, I turn a blind eye to many things you do. But don't say it so bluntly in front of me like that. And Yu Sung was dumbfounded. Is that so? He acted innocent again. I thought you government guys liked this kind of game. That sentence made Shin Tae-jin's face darken. What? No way. Absolutely not. And Yu Sung started whistling, acting like nothing happened. The two suddenly heard a voice coming from under his butt, interrupting the conversation. Go ahead and torture me all you want. Chun Dong woke up and laughed defiantly. You think doing that will make me talk? Kang Hyun looked at him. Every criminal is this confident at first. That invisible guy last time was bragging just like this. And after a good beating, he spilled everything. Shin Tae-jin agreed with him this time. Miss Sunny said the same, and the two suddenly shared the same thought and went silent. And Yu Sung caught the point of the story and immediately glanced at him. See? He coughed to cover it up. Anyway, I already have some clues. Shin Tae-jin had collected quite a bit of information. Recently, awakened criminal organizations are increasing globally, among which the most active in the Asian region is the Chinese Alliance. Or, he continued talking about the clues he had. Places like the Free Awakened Liberation Alliance. Suddenly, Mu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Wait, he mentioned what he had heard during the time he was captured. I heard it very clearly. They said the name Free Awakened Liberation Alliance with their own mouths. Chun Dong was startled when he was exposed by him. How do you know that? Miu smiled sinisterly. You thought because you spoke in Russian, I wouldn't understand? He took the opportunity to show off his superior education a bit. I am fluent in 6 languages. Kang Hyun heard him bragging and exclaimed, I thought this uncle was only good at acting like a grumpy old man. And Yu Sung rested his chin in his hand, looking at his father. Well, he is the chairman of a major corporation, after all. Chun Dong was cornered but still tried to act tough, since he was exposed anyway. Let me tell one thing, he boasted excitedly. Our alliance is much bigger than you think. Do you think having a little bit of power in this backwater hole makes you special? His voice boomed, making Kang Hyun's ears hurt. As soon as our leader makes a move, your golden age will end right here. He walked over to him. Oh man, you're loud. But you know what? He curled his finger and placed it in front of Chun Dong's forehead. Kang Hyun smiled. Even if your leader's grandfather came here, he wouldn't be able to handle one punch from me. A pop sound echoed. That flick to the forehead made En Yu Sung, who was sitting on Chun Dong, surprised too. She looked at him, and it took a while for her to speak her mind. I was the one doing the hard work. Why are you the one trying to show off? A day full of events came to an end. After handing over all the cleanup work to Shin Tae-jin, we returned to the guild headquarters and dispersed to go home. At the guild headquarters, 3 days later, Kang Hyun pushed the door to the office open and was surprised. What's going on? He looked for An Yu-sung. Where did An Yu-sung go? Shin Sang-ah stopped practicing her flying blades and replied. He said he went to the hospital to take care of his father. The refrigerator door opened, with Kang Hyun in disbelief. The old man still has to stay in the hospital? He popped open a cold beer and grumbled. There weren't any serious injuries, he just likes to overdo it. Shin Sang-ah kept holding the 2 blades in her hands, refusing to put them down. I heard he plans to stay for a long-term treatment. They said it's to prevent any possible complications from mental manipulation. Kang Hyun tilted his head back and finished the can in one go. So that's how it is. He crushed the empty can and tossed it into the trash, still muttering under his breath. To think that guy actually knows how to visit a sick person. Isn't his relationship with his father supposed to be really tense? Shin Sang-ah glanced at her weapon and spoke fairly. No matter how much they've fallen out, they're still blood relatives, right? Kang Hyun grabbed another beer, lowered his head, and murmured, "Family, huh?" He pondered, realizing it had been a long time since he'd visited his parents. Just as he made a big decision, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He really should plan a trip home for dinner in the next few days. He picked up. "Hello, I'm listening." The person on the other end spoke quickly. "Is that you, Kang Hyun?" Sin from the research lab said cheerfully. "The item you ordered is finished." Kang Hyun seemed surprised by how fast she was. "That fast? That's incredible." He brightened up. "What about my sword? How's the repair coming along?" She answered immediately. "As for the sword, you'll need to be patient and wait a little longer." So-bin smiled, explaining it so he would understand. "The magic crystal block you sent has some very unique properties, so I need more time to craft it as meticulously as possible." Kang Hyun didn't pressure her. "I see. I understand." They exchanged a few more words about when he could come by to pick up the ordered item. He was impatient and started moving immediately. "I'll head over to your place right now." The call ended, and Kang Hyun looked visibly happy. The timing was perfect. He crunched over the dry leaves on the road as he walked. Kang Hyun shivered and groaned. "Man, it's freezing." Ah Huang was also annoyed by the weather. It looked like she'd have to drag out a thick puffer jacket. They opened the car doors and climbed in. The weather has been changing so fast lately. No sign of autumn air at all. But there was a box in the passenger seat that left her with no room to sit. She looked at him. "What is this thing?" Kang Hyun smiled at his gift. That's it." He told A Huang to move it somewhere else. "Help me put it in the back seat." She remained curious. "What's so strange about it? It's incredibly heavy." A Huang still wanted to ask what it actually was, but he wouldn't say a word. "What on earth is this thing?" He simply gave a little hint about it. "It's a gift I bought for Dad." At his parents' house in Jiangnae, the whole family was surprised when they opened the gift box. Inside was a glowing robotic arm. His father was amazed. "What is this thing, son?" Kang Hyun ran over, picked up the parts, and explained. "What else could it be?" "This is a prosthetic arm I prepared for you. I even had it made with skin tone that matches yours perfectly, so no one will notice it's a fake arm." His father was surprised, so that was it. Kang Hyun's mother suddenly remembered. "So, that girl who came to the house the other day to measure your arm size was for Kang Hyun." Didn't wait for her to finish, before he finished attaching the left arm for his father. The arm started up. His father was stunned as it flexed, and moved in all sorts of ways with incredible flexibility. "It moves just as flexibly as a real arm," Kang Hyun showed off. Has technology really reached such a miraculous level these days? Well, normal science couldn't possibly create this, could it? He stood there, watching his family's lingering shock. This was perfected using technology collected from a dungeon. It works like it's magic, actually. It is magic. His father couldn't even process it. Good heavens. Kang Hyun began his introduction of the premium features of this high-quality product. That's not all. Every finger on here has a unique function. His father immediately lifted his thumb, and a lighter flickered to life. "What? Oh my, the thumb can turn into a lighter," Kang Hyun continued. "The index finger integrates the function of an electric screwdriver. The middle finger is used as a wine bottle opener. The ring finger acts as a standard USB-C charging cable, and the pinky can be used as an ear pick." No sooner had he demonstrated the features than he received a scolding. "Why did you cram all these weird things in there, you crazy kid?" His father was still busy admiring his son's inventions. Surprised, right? He hadn't stopped yet. And the most special thing of all, this arm possesses one crucial feature. His father looked up at Kang Hyun. "A crucial feature, really?" He furrowed his brow, acting serious. "Dad, you just need to shout 'rocket punch' really loudly." His father panicked, fearing the fist would automatically shoot forward. He whispered, "Kang Hyun, Kang Hyun smirked. Yes, Dad? His father flicked his thumb lighter at him with an expression of pure awe. It was just top tier. As evening fell, Kang Hyun's family happily enjoyed dinner. He ate while lost in thought. As the awakened grew stronger, images of Min Chun flashed through his mind, and the evil villains out there were becoming increasingly terrifying. The more he thought, the more worried he became. He was already deeply entangled with several of the masterminds. These evil connections would surely only grow over the years. In front of Kang Hyun, his parents were laughing and talking about the new arm. But that was his own worry. Even with protective support from the management team, he couldn't guarantee absolute safety for his loved ones forever. He calculated that if that was the case, the safest hideout was nowhere else but, so he decided to be clear with his parents. Mom, Dad. His parents stopped laughing and looked at him. Why don't you both come work for my guild? His father looked up in astonishment. Huh? His mother looked at her son in disbelief. What on earth are you rambling about, son? Kang Hyun didn't stop to answer their questions, but continued assigning them roles. And Huang, you too. Mom and Dad can handle the restaurant side. And you managing the cafe is perfect. She wasn't happy that he'd brought up such a serious topic. The family was having a good meal, and suddenly he was saying such nonsense. Huang was annoyed with her brother. You want me to quit my current job to go work at a cafe? What about my career and my future? His mother hesitated. Mom thinks this proposal doesn't seem right. His father thought for a moment and tried to reason. Kang Hyun, your mother and I have been with our current jobs for so many years. Before he could finish, Kang Hyun threw out a number that made both of them go silent. The fixed salary is 200 million won a year. Huang froze, and her attitude did a 180-degree turn. I promise to dedicate my entire being to the company. Yes, boss. His mother followed her daughter's lead and volunteered. Can I start working tomorrow? And just like that, the son finished the recruitment process for 3 new family member employees. The next day, inside a large mansion, an argument was breaking out. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Jo Kwa shouted back at her, his neck straining. I've already made my stance clear. I am going to become an awakened, she insisted. Her father sat there, trying to make her understand. Why are you so dead? Set on walking down such a dangerous path? Do you have any idea how perilous that line of work really is? Despite the pleas from Choi Kang-koo, the chairman of the Samo Corporation, Yo Kwa wouldn't back down. Isn't that exactly what you said yourself? You called Chairman En Musak of the Hyen-yu Sung Group a total fool, she retorted, her voice rising even higher. You said he abandoned his own flesh and blood to pour his money into some trashy guild, only to get stabbed in the back by them in the end. If your daughter becomes a powerful awakened, you'll be the one reaping the benefits, won't you? Her father's face turned an ugly shade of red. That family's situation and mine are completely different, and you know it. Jo Kwa scoffed, crossing her arms. No matter what it takes, I will become an awakened and claim my power. Her eyes sparkled like stars. I'm going to apply to the Badat Guild so I can fight side by side with Kang Hyun. Yeah,